trainers, and welcome back to the next season of the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. With the new season comes new changes, some of which are poised to shake up the competitive landscape. Players will compete in monthly cups for their regions, awarding championship points and boosting their chances to qualify for the World Championships in Honolulu. Instead of competing in the Aeos Cup within their region, qualifying players will now be competing internationally at EUIC in London. Winning here secures an invitation to Worlds and a big chunk of the $100,000 prize pool. Regional Finals still grants another chance for players to secure an invitation, but this year, NAIC introduces the Final Stretch, an open bracket, last-ditch effort to earn a shot at the World Championship title. With so many paths to get to Honolulu, we expect to see fierce competition in every single event. Join us for all the games and follow along to see who will become the world's best Pokémon UNITE players. You know, before things get crazy and get started here with the Championship Series, Snacks and I just kind of wanted to pull you aside and say something here. You're really special. You've always been with us through all the ups and downs.
You helped us step our game up to the next level.
And we can't wait to see what you do in 2024.
You guys really just can't get over these stairs, huh?
I mean, look at them. Come on.
They're amazing.
They're stairs.
Yeah, they are.
Goes in your world champion, the best team in the world. Let's go!
It's here, where Thea Sky Ruin's finest combatants will do battle.
And the points are going to rain in as they dive in and pick up some more KOs.
Where winners become legends.
That's a full team wide that goes in. Oh, shit, they're taking a commanding fashion.
And for others, dreams are crushed.
The favorites for the World Championship title have just been knocked out of the tournament.
Game, set, match!
It's time for the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series.
Hello and welcome to the Aeos Cup play-ins for both Europe and North America. The Pokémon UNITE Championship Series is back, and boy is it good to be back. I am Zoinkscast, and joined with me here on the desk is, of course, Spraggles, Snacks, and Wonder Chef. Spraggles, how you feeling today? Big tournament day to start off the season.
Man, I mean, here we are once again. I'm so excited to see what these teams bring out today. We have our top four here for the EU. Yeehaw to you and yours and all the other cowboy things. I cannot wait.
It's going to be an amazing day of games, and Snacks, are you ready for today? As the Wish.com Spraggles, I am very excited today. I also believe in cowboy things. I don't know if I can say that, but we went there straight off the rip, right off the top of the show. It's UCS Season 3. Can't slam on the brakes now. Absolutely not. And of course, Wonder Chef, you are with us again. How are you feeling before our matches today?
I'm so hyped. You know, we're back. Season 2 was awesome, but Season 3, we've got this sick meta. You know, we've got more teams, more players, more cowboy things, apparently. I'm so glad that finally we're all back together.
It's been so long since we've been able to cast some Pokemon UNITE for the Championship Series. And last time we were all together, it was for the World Championships in 2023 in Yokohama, Japan. It was an amazing event, so much fun.
Yeah, I mean, what an insane event. Watching Luminosity from North America win the back-to-back World Championships. It was just insane, and also what a spectacle to be there live.
Yeah, great crowd. Omo Obsidian also being in the finals is a phenomenal story. Looking for all the regions to kind of rally to create their own story here in UCS Season 3 and try and dethrone the champs. LG looking to make it 3 in a row, though.
Yeah, that would be a huge storyline, but I just think the biggest thing to me is that every region just presented themselves so well at Worlds, and it kind of leads to a season this time around where everybody's going to be paying attention to everybody, and it's one of the best international, just overall scenes that we've ever had.
I've loved watching all these regions compete. We're going to be looking at them all season long. In fact, I've actually got ahead of it a little bit, maybe a bit too early, as I have a top 10 power rankings of all the regions and the teams I'm excited to watch this season.
let me preface by saying anyone in this top 10 I think could take down each other. And yes, I have the world champs 2 times in a row at rank 6 right now.
No one has ever walked back more from their predictions than Zoinks. In rehearsal, he walks back from it. Live, he's walking back even more. He's saying, I don't even know who made this list, basically. This is Zoinks' list. This is who he thinks is going to win. And Luminosity Gaming, who has won twice in a row, is 6th under Nouns Esports, who has been eliminated today.
Well, I mean, one team to shout is Rise at the top, who Zoinks believe did rise to the top here as the cream of the crop. Exciting team to watch, has been doing great in ACL themselves.
We have to give a huge apology to every team on this list because now that Zoinks has chosen them, unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing them at Worlds. But no, there's some great teams. Specifically, Rework Respawns, basically formerly Entity 7. I'm a huge fan of that region and that team in general. I've been following them in a bunch of community tournaments. I think they are really the ones to watch right now.
A lot of teams to watch. Obviously, it's going to be an exciting road to Worlds. So let's talk about how they can actually get there this season, because there are now 3 ways to qualify for the World Championships. In monthly cups, you can earn championship points to try to be the highest ranking team in your region on that leaderboard. If you win your regional finals tournament, you will punch your ticket to Honolulu to compete. And now we are introducing open brackets at EUIC and NAIC, where of course the grand prize of both of those tournaments will be a World's invite.
Oh my gosh, the World's Invite is the ultimate, but we can look at the format today. We are here at the Aeos Cup play-ins, where the top 8 teams from the qualifying stage are entering a double elimination bracket, some of them in winners, some of them in losers. It will be best of 3 the entire way through, and most importantly, our ultimate winner today will be receiving the automatic fast pass, essentially, to the group stage, plus the travel reward to get to EUIC Aeos Cup. And then, of course, even if you aren't winning the ultimate prize here today, you're still getting championship points, which are extremely important to qualify for Worlds. First place will be getting the 300 on top of the qualifying spot, but 240, 192, going all the way down. And even the teams that didn't actually make it into this top 8, all the way down through 128 teams, have earned championship points. So don't forget to sign up because you can help you qualify for Worlds.
Well, we're kicking off this day with the EU region. It's already been underway. We've got our bracket. We've got some stuff to talk about to see where we've been and, of course, where we're headed for this broadcast here. Of course, sitting in the winners finals, we've got Yalla Bingo squaring off against 4Free. But I think the true story here is down in those losers quarters. Illusion dispatching Nouns Esports, the EU super team, 2-1. So in the losers semis, we've got Illusion versus A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L.
He got all the way to L, everyone. And speaking of L, Nouns Esports, they have lost early in this bracket, and they are the super team. I mean, this was the conversation of what was happening in EU, right? You've got Tally Bobo believers from last season and members from Nouns Esports of last season put together to form this super team. And unfortunately, we don't get to see them here on broadcast because, again, they've already been eliminated, Doob Snacks.
It's kind of stunning, to be honest. So much so, unfortunately for us, we are geniuses, and nobody predicted Nouns to actually make it to the top 4 out of the 4 of us, which we'll talk about here in a bit. But Nouns being a super team and falling short off the rip to kick off the season is not the best way to get your UCS Season 3 going.
Yeah, I mean, there's slightly better ways, I would say, but honestly, going up into this, the whole storyline was that Nouns might have just been the new dominant force in the entire scene, so this really just throws things up into the air, and it's like anybody can do well. I mean, they lost to Squishy Squad, which is a team that we didn't even really know that much about before this happened. It's a really cool situation, but kind of chaotic for some of these teams.
And if you thought EU is going to be the stop of the excitement, don't worry, we have even more action coming up later today. The North America broadcast will begin as soon as we conclude Europe. But before we get to that, of course, we have to see the conclusion of our tournament today. And we did have some predictions from all of us. And of course, I'm going to start us off, and I was predicting for 4Free.
Yeah, I think they're a great call. There's no way that we predicted Nouns before broadcast and changed it. I can assure you that didn't happen at all. I also predicted 4Free to win this. I think Gotlu in that top path is absolutely insane. He's a monster right now. I can't wait to see them.
Well, I mean, like nobody changed, like we said. Definitely no one changed. And we definitely didn't try and add some diversity to our picks since we had to switch them up, or didn't, or whatever. But I went with Yalla Bingo, a pretty exciting team in and of itself, sitting in the winners finals right now, just like I predicted.
Just, I'm not going to say that every single person was wrong, but I'm also going to go for Yalla Bingo because honestly, not only have they done extremely well, but I think they're maybe the most fun team to watch for me out of this group. Actually, EU in general is really fun this year, I think. Maybe even like more fun to watch than last year because they just have wild teams all over the place. But Potato's always going to be fun to watch. I would say that's the one player to watch if you haven't seen these teams, but just based on kind of the role and the player. But everybody on that team, always extremely fun to watch, and they're in winners finals for a reason.
Now, obviously, you've heard what we think, but who cares what Doob Snacks thinks or Wonder Chef or Zoinks? We want to know what you think. So we have a poll in the chat right now. Let us know who you think is going to win. These guys don't matter. It's just you and me. I matter as well.
Yeah, thank you. You do, Spraggles. Good call out there. And Spraggles, I actually want to pick your brain about something specifically that we're going to be seeing today. Is we have a lot of new Pokemon joining the roster since the World Championships last year. Obviously, Gyarados won't be allowed for today's tournament, but we still have a ton of viable Pokemon that could be participating. What Pokemon are you excited to take a look at?
I mean, I'm a huge Meowscarada fan. I think this Pokemon is being slept on, but you do see some of the top players pick it. We've got Blaziken, Mimikyu, Meowscarada, Metagross, and again, Gyarados just hit Aeos Island, so it's not legal for this tournament yet. It's not street legal, just like my car. Metagross here, however...
You drive a Prius.
It's not street legal, okay? I've made some modifications. Metagross, I think, is one of the most exciting Pokemon that not enough teams are picking up yet. This thing is absolutely nuts. The combination to give yourself this huge shield with Gyro Ball is unbelievable, and in some of these big fights, you see this Pokemon never get knocked out. I am so excited to see more teams pick this up.
Yeah, I mean, the counterpoint to that, of course, Metagross is great, but I'm going to go with another M-named Pokemon, Meowscarada. We know that EVs are running rampant through our meta right now. Meowscarada specifically plays incredibly well into the EVs, and as we see it here on the screen, its engagement tools are great, its Unite move is phenomenal, and poor Chef watching Cramorant catch another beatdown at the hands of one of our new Pokemon here.
Yeah, can we just not play the videos for me, please? Thank you. Just one on desk. No, I'm going to go with the maybe the only not M-named Pokemon, which is Blaziken, because I love Blaziken. And currently we did see it actually just used in Noun's last game, so it's definitely there potentially to be picked for that top path, but it is such a fun Pokemon. If you haven't tried it, it has the ability to just basically use move, use Unite, switch stance, move, and it just constantly is pressing buttons, but it is such a threat in that top path. It has such a good ability to secure objectives with the Blaziken that we just saw, and it could show up today and it could make a big splash.
Yeah, absolutely. We've actually seen it earlier today before the broadcast, so it's been really exciting seeing that Pokemon. Gentlemen, Zoinks, Wonder Chef, I am going to send you away from this desk. I have that power, but don't worry, I'm not just sending you away to some weird zone where you're not going to exist anymore. You're actually going to be casting this next game. Okay. Pretty exciting, right?
I can't wait.
Yeah. We have our next match coming up right now. We are in our winners bracket currently. This is Yalla Bingo versus For Free. Neither of these teams have dropped a series throughout this massive bracket here in EU, and now they're going head-to-head, Doob Snacks.
Yeah, I'm super excited to watch Yalla Bingo. I picked them, of course. Definitely didn't switch up my picks, but the player that I'm excited about, everybody talks about Potato, kind of setting the meta for Garchomp, now Buzzwole, right? Almost always in front of that curve. But my eyes are on Marv and Internal, the support tank core of this team. Marv had a great performance last year on stage at EUIC. Internal switching from tank to support for this team this year, and they're seeing a lot of success. Exciting team to watch.
Yeah, I'm a huge Potato fan, and also a fan of Potato the player. He's just so incredible. He made Garchomp a thing. He helped make Buzzwole a thing. I can't wait to see what they bring out here in this game. Again, these two teams have not been defeated yet, so these are the cream of the crop in EU right now. We're looking at For Free. I talked about this a little earlier. Gotlu in the top path of For Free just looks absolutely unbeatable right now, especially when he's on that Buzzwole.
To speak to the rest of the team here, Zervis obviously was the shot caller for Talibobo Believers, one of the EU powerhouses last year, finding themselves with some UCS Season 1 favorites, Chelvin, Soreyu, and Zante. Chelvin actually known for, Season 1, their Cinderace, moving and grooving on that, has to pick up the tank role here, because they just wanted to be on this squad because they believe in it, and look at them. They're in the winners finals.
Yeah, here they are in the winners finals, and we talked a little bit about Nouns earlier, but the Nouns Talibobo mix-up, it's hit For Free as well. So They've got, Gotlu over there, and they have other players that are joining a lot of these teams. Let's throw it right on over to our casters right now for the draft.
Thank you very much, you two. Yes, we have two incredible squads squaring up to start the day. I can't wait. Yalla Bingo versus For Free is a very, very exciting matchup, and we're already locking in the bans. Inteleon ban for Yalla Bingo is really, really smart. This Pokemon is boasting one of the highest win rates we've ever seen in our Aeos Cup qualifiers, and of course, our top 8.
Yeah, really, Inteleon went from a meta place where it was so strong to maybe pick a little bit less and back to really strong. But speaking of really strong meta Pokemon right now, we are seeing the Buzzwole. I feel like that is going to be really kind of the pick to look at today.
Yeah, it has been dominating games whenever it's involved. However, the natural counter, people would say, would be that Umbreon. Clefable falling out of favor a little bit in Europe right now. A lot of Eldegoss play has surged forward for these teams. However, For Free, it looks like they're going to be hovering that specific pick alongside Umbreon to really shut down the enemies. And ooh, interesting, taking the Venusaur, a pick that For Free so far in our top 8 in qualifiers has not played.
Oh yeah, and I believe Yellow Bingo's been doing extremely well, right, with that Venusaur. So we still do not surprisingly see too much special attack damage from Yellow Bingo. They kind of are trying to figure out what they want to go for. Obviously, now we're seeing them hover over two great options, the Chandelure getting locked in and the Espeon. So right as I say it, they immediately get an extra amount of special attack damage.
So when you have two Pokemon like this alongside a Crustle, it kind of builds something we like to call a poke composition. Crustle can lock those enemy targets in place, and Chandelure and Espeon will just get so many free hits when the enemies cannot escape. It lines up for a really good combination play, where For Free are locking in one of the most popular central area Pokemon right now, the Glaceon. So powerful, especially when Zante's running that Cursed Incense. It makes that Crustle's job so difficult, taking so much damage they cannot avoid. Crustle can absorb a lot with that Cursed Incense cutting the healing. It really hurts.
Yeah, especially, I mean, you do have a pretty solid amount of healing with Eldegoss, but once you start being able to not heal quite your maximum amount, it's not going to be, for example, like a Clefable just sitting next to you the entire time. Yep. You're going to have to pop a lot more resources, you're going to have to focus a lot more on one thing, and then with, beams coming in from behind and just lots of different damage sources that potentially are coming For Free, I feel like that could be a little bit hard for the sustain. So I really like that pick a lot, but the other big thing is For Free having the double Eevee comp. That's a really, really common thing right now, and it really helps with your early game, and especially the fact that they're just so good the entire game.
Yeah, don't really have a fall-off point, these evolutions at all, but I mean, the Pokemon picks are going to be a very, very interesting when they match up against each other. But just looking at these names lined up, it feels like we already have an EU Hall of Fame so far for Pokemon Unite in our first lobby of the day. I can't wait to see these two squads square up, and honestly, one of the players that I am very, very excited about is to see Soreyu again. Soreyu basically taking a season off in our last season. I can't wait to see them play again.
Yeah, this is exactly like you said. It's like a Hall of Fame, and what an awesome match for the first match of the UCS 2024 season. Yellow Bingo on the left, For Free on the right. I'm so glad we're back in this, and of course we're starting off looking at Potato, heading to that top path.
Interesting, Zante actually bringing the Glaceon into the bottom path. Now, normally we see a first rotation through the Central at least to make sure they hit that Glaceon evolution and allow Venusaur to take the rest. But a bit of an adaptation for Free so far. A slower start will be in their bottom path.
Right, and no real heavy aggression on either side going into the enemy central area, which is something we could have definitely seen to try and stop that Litwick, but no, going to be playing a little bit safer. So far For Free going a little bit more, I would say, safe, I guess. I know I just said safe, but realistically, there's no really other way that I could say to kind of describe the fact that they aren't really going for any sort of central area shenanigans.
Yeah, not many Pokemon on either side of these compositions are great at invades.
Yeah.
Maybe Clefairy's got some bad, but Disarming Voice not the secure tool you want to see. But all right, 60 starting off this match. Potato obviously getting the KO on the top side, but an intelligent Rock Tomb to confirm these scores by Marv, and bottom side starts sliding in the favor of Yellow Bingo quite a bit.
And it will probably continue right there. There's a good amount of secure, but up here, Potato's the one potentially getting secured. That healing though, wow, the self-sustain plus the Moonlight is just so gigantic, and we're going to see the Venusaur get KO'd immediately off the bat, and one more just for good measure.
6 going towards the bot side first, earning a KO, scoring, and then immediately swinging to the top side. Yalla Bingo starting off strong, proving Twitch chat potentially false, as 80% of you have already voted for Free to win.
I'm surprised it's that high of a percentage. I mean, Yalla Bingo, there's a reason, right? Remember, both these teams are here in the winners finals. They're both extremely strong. They've been doing very well this tournament. They feel like they've both got a lot of momentum. But right now, let's see if Potato can get any more of these picks. A lot of aggression up here. There is a solid amount of sustain, but oh my goodness, the dunk into the dunk still manages to trade at least 1-for-1, but that's a 2v4 up top there.
Now this is the time that Gatlu really needs to start coming online. There's no Buzzwole to be involved, but 60s is back again, leaving these ball toys constantly in their own central area because they're just trading out KOs instead, and now this huge 8-minute spawn of the Swablu and Altaria goes completely over to Yalla Bingo thanks to this incredible early game from 60s.
Yalla Bingo also has a lot of neutral Pokemon EXP available on their side. They've been really just going for a lot of aggression, which is really starting to pay off. I mean, you do need the stacks, of course. Every time that you score, you can get a stack on some of these items, and it makes you stronger as time goes on. There will be a goal going in from Zervis, just kind of walking in the back saying, yeah, what are you really going to do to me? But again, look at the spawn. They're not even fighting for it. They're just fighting for KOs, potentially. As Dante trying to hunt down 60's. Great block, though, from Internal, making sure that those icicles did not reach their target.
Yeah, Cotton Cloud of the Eldegoss, very, very good at body blocking those icicle shards. It is an important countermeasure against the Glaceon. However, sometimes it gets a little tough. Even if you are blocking, you can get quite low. But so far, Yalla Bingo playing to their outs extremely well. You're going into a composition that has 2 of those Kanto starters, very late game scaling Pokemon. If you're going to win this matchup, you need to win early. And so far, Yalla Bingo has already checked that off their list.
Oh yeah, and continuing to as that tier 1 gold zone is going down. Not really a big attempt here to try and challenge this basement or a Reggie, but yeah, we are going to see. At least there was like a little attempt to kind of get vision, see what they could do. They weren't able to get all that much. Now we're going to have to see a little bit of a retreat to try and defend here on this tier 1 gold zone. We do have plenty of people with that Reggie buff down on bottom 4 for free. They're choosing not to really be that aggressive though, and it looks like that was a good choice because there were a lot of members of Yalla Bingo coming from up top, but Zerva's getting caught out and he's going to pay the price.
Full comboed in that spot, and actually we do see some scoring up on the top side. Potato finding their home in the enemy central area. Oh, but Mark does lock down Chelman. A Eject button with a Psychic Solaire from Sam, but they do not escape as Dante swings back with a Unite move of their own. The 60s does trade, gets the Umbreon, but even Crustle can't stand up to those Icicle Shards. A Registeel buff being a very, very powerful tool there.
It is also just Icicle Shards being a powerful tool, but another powerful tool is that Unite coming out from Buzzwole. Not powerful enough though, a huge turnaround. This is a really nice defense that For Free is holding on to, and they're now starting to take advantage of this to push forward, but a huge line coming back from Yalla Bingo, as we're going to see the Crustle just exit a little bit out. The Hydro Typhoon only catching maybe 1 or 2 of the passes of the Eevee, stopping it completely. The Unite coming out from the Umbreon to steal a little bit more of those shields. They managed to get a KO on the Eldegoss, but trading 1-for-1 with the Venusaur.
This Chandelure is incredible at defending goal zones. Imprison, blocking off so much of that room, and then Overheat with those ticks of damage. 1, 2, 3, and even that final hit is blocking every scoring attempt for Free. That looked like For Free's best attempt to come back in this game, and it is stifled by that Chandelure.
This really is a back and forth push. It looks like finally this tier 1 gold zone is going to go down. The beam was a nice way to chunk, but it's not going to be enough, as it looks like we may get another KO on the Clefable here. Yeah, not against this team. This comp from Yalla Bingo is a team that if you get caught out once, you are just done, right? Between the Crustle, having multiple ways to CC you, between the just getting dunked by the Buzzwole, you are basically just like, okay, well, I'll see you back at the home base.
Yeah, Clefable can boast a whole lot of HP recovery. However, when there's that much damage, especially Chandler and Espeon setting up a lot of these fights. Regieleki will be contested by Zervis. Does use their Unite move. They rolled Hyper Beam, but it's a little shy of getting that Regieleki. It is captured by Potato on the Buzzwole.
And now it looks like they're going to be going for another fight. There's only 1 more tier 1. They want to push it down. The Regieleki is actually going into the back, but as this is going on, big Unite, the Burnt Anger coming out just to try and say you do not want to continue this fight. However, it does not really get the effect that it needs as the tier 2 goes down. Potato in the back, following up that Regieleki perfectly, and now there's 3 members just basically running from 1 Buzzwole.
Yalla Bingo just starting this series off with such an amazing fury. It's so exciting to watch this team playing this well. I mean, 60s in the central, Potato on top side. Marv, I don't think they've missed a single target isolation yet. Well, unfortunately, Chelman not grabbing that rock too. I'm so good at this. All right, SBM trying to line up this fight. Sarayu has been peppering in the damage, though. If there is any hope for this match to turn around, I think it's onto the Venusaur. However, Crustle gets a couple of stuns with the Unite with a Rebel Rouser. Shelvin quite low, steals all of those shields from the Crustle, but Marv still standing, and he gets a KO with the Rock Tomb.
Well, immediately the Rock Tomb's coming in to play huge. There's still 3 members left, 4 free sitting here, but they just don't really have the damage, as it's going to be the defender and the support line, and they're just going to back up. So immediately after you unfortunately cursed that one Rock Tomb, there were 2 amazing Rock Tombs in that fight, as we're going to see this basement Reggie get taken, the Registeel, immediately going to Yellow Bingo. But the one that pinned them all on that bottom little wall was beautiful.
This is a really tough composition for ForFree to pull off because Umbreon is an incredible defender at shutting down a single enemy target and setting up your attack carries to get that KO. However, initiation-wise, they don't have many tools. The best option they have is Blastoise Surf. That's why Gladlu is going that build to be able to clear some space and get some big engages. However, Yala Bingo has won the positional battle every single team fight. Crustle has been dominating that specific matchup. Gladlu had one great Unite move, but then of course the Chandelure defense really showed up. But here we go, another fight before 2 minutes as Regieleki and everybody is here.
Oh, and literally everybody, but I don't think they're going to have time to actually burn this down. They're just going to fight. This is a very dangerous fight to take, as we're going to see the Hydro Typhoon come out at 220. This basically has to be their fight. That is a gigantic resource to spend, but we're actually seeing ForFree start to back up, so they did manage to get 1 KO. It's going to be about 12 seconds before we can see the Chandelure get back into the fight. They're going to have to push the aggression. They're immediately starting to burn down this Rayquaza.
Yeah, no Chandelure involved in this team fight because you got to hit that go button right now. Gatlu double stuns with that Hydro Pump. Zante within that Unite move has constant Ice Shards, and they are free firing them. Shelvin just trying to clear some space, but Rayquaza's only about a half HP, and now 60s has respawned, is coming to join this fight yet again.
And this is already half HP Rayquaza. They're trying to burn it down, but they don't have their damage close enough. This is back to an even fight with the Unite move. Resources are in the favor of Yellow Bingo. We're going to see it immediately. The Crustle uses Unite, the huge wall. Everybody together. Oh my goodness. The team just melted all at once. Yellow Bingo with the full team wipe.
MVP Marv, right? Like MVP Marv. What an incredible showing from them. That Crustle lockdown so huge. And then the Chandelure and Buzzwole to capitalize on it. ForFree headed to that match a little bit quicker if they can, as Yala Bingo with an incredible start to the series. 60s with 12 knockouts.
Oh my goodness. This is just a great game to start things off. But let's send it back to the casters, or sorry, to the analysts at the desk to talk about how this went.
Whoa, what a final fight. Oh my goodness gracious. The catch on those Unite moves, the Rock Tomb, that Espeon Unite, absolutely amazing from Yala Bingo.
This was a Marv internal highlight reel. And 60s was there to clean up the trash. Obviously, Potato got huge, but Marv and internal were on point. How many times in that match while I was watching, I was like, how have they not gotten knocked out yet? And of course, you can see they were in complete control the whole time.
Yeah, they dominated that entire match. We were talking about it a bit. That Buzzwole was so huge in so many moments. There was nothing they could do about it, just dominating that entire game. And I really do think the story of Pokemon Unite's meta right now revolves around this very, very swole bug, because it is crazy. Let's take a look at some big moments from that match.
There's plenty of them, and all of them are for Yala Bingo. And it started very early. We see the quick rotation from 60s coming up and just laying in the heat, putting down ForFree's Team KO streak of 2 right off the rip, right out of the gates. They looked great.
Yeah, incredible. And the way they were able to box out, members of ForFree, or box them in with that Rock Tomb and then just destroy them with Chandelure's overheat. It really was a thing of beauty, and they were, they're working in perfect harmony.
I mean, the Rock Tombs were always there. The Imprisons, the follow-ups, they were communicating very well, and you could see that. Every single engagement looked like an absolute catastrophe for ForFree because Yala Bingo was so dialed in. They were in synchronization, if you will, and just getting every knockout. This is the best play of the game right here.
I mean, this moment,
it was absolutely monster.
Unite. Here comes the Rock Tomb. Here comes the Espeon Unite, and it's just, it was so over. I'm sure you could hear us yelling in the background of their cast because it was just crazy. Absolutely crazy. Let's take a look at our player of the game, Potato on the Buzzwole. I talked a little bit earlier about how Gotlu's been dominating in the top path with this. The second I see this stolen away and given to Potato, one of the best Buzzwoles controls in the world, I knew it could be trouble, obviously, for free.
I mean, we literally saw Potato in the central area of For Free, and 3 players for free were there and just had to peel away because Potato had just taken over the game. They were too big to contend with. And honestly, you could have given player of the game to anybody on Yalla Bingo.
Yeah, I think the Crustal plays there were absolutely
So
insane, but watching Chandelure just rip through them, especially with that overheat Poltergeist, it was really cool seeing that combination right there. I love that build personally, and I've always thought it just really flows together, especially when you have those Rock Tomb setups for it.
Yeah, we were talking between the Poltergeist and the Rock Tombs, you can isolate goal zones and still kind of score through the static, which normally you wouldn't have a great opportunity to do that. And they leveraged that. They got huge, they got up big on the score lead, 299 points heading into the final array, and then were able to take massive fights despite the Chandelure being down to kick off the Ray battle.
Now I have to wonder, obviously if you're for free, what do you want to do here in this next match? And then I also have to wonder if Yalla Bingo doesn't get Buzzwole, what is going to happen? Because that feels like such a pivotal Pokemon right now in Pokemon Unite, especially when it's played by someone like Gottlu or Potato.
If I'm personally on Yalla Bingo, I remove it from the equation, right? Because you're not going to be picking first. So go ahead, use your ban on the Buzzwole, and just go from there. Figure out how the texture of the draft goes. Obviously, For Free is going to have an opportunity to get a good draft going. But take away Buzzwole because you're right. It is going to be a top path meta today, all day today. And Buzzwole is definitely primary pick number 1 in my book.
I gotta say, if I'm on Yalla Bingo, I'm playing Talonflame. And that's why I'm here casting instead of playing. Because, I make decisions that are fun sometimes and not always decisions that are the best. Like at any moment, I could run over here to these stairs. I'm not saying I'll do it. I could see our camera operator getting ready for me to run over there.
But
maybe I will, maybe I won't.
Should we give it a whirl for the people at home?
I think people are clamoring for it. All right,
we'll go to the stairs.
Okay,
we're going to the stairs.
Oh boy.
They look amazing today.
I mean, don't they look fantastic? Now, if you're new to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series, you might be thinking, this makes no sense at all. But if you've been watching for a while, it makes a little sense.
It makes enough sense for us to do this all day long, honestly.
Yeah. I can tell everyone at home a little behind the scenes information. We spent a good chunk of our rehearsal figuring out how it would work if we came over to the stairs. And I know you're thinking, well, that doesn't seem relevant to Pokemon Unite, does it? I don't know. It seemed like what we were doing a lot yesterday.
They are a critical component, as I mentioned earlier, for us to step our game up is to step onto these stairs. It's a confidence thing for us, and now we're here. So we're on this camera with the red light. So if we get low, this is a solid angle. This is a confident angle for me, for you. How do you feel?
I hate how I'm positioned right now, but what I do like is this proves how long we spent figuring out what we could do with these stairs. Because otherwise, why would there be 2 cameras that could possibly
one that moves, by the way. So shout out to the camera operator Mahoney, crushing it, and really helped us sort this whole thing out. Now you must be asking, Snacks, Spraggles, where's the Pokemon Unite? Great question. We're still dealing with the stairs right now.
Yeah, we're dealing with stairs currently. The match has started. They're 3 minutes into it, actually, but we're not going to the game. I kid. Draft is ready. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much. I'm sure we'll make our way over to the stairs at some point, so you wonder if it feels wrong not to, but they were talking about some Unite stuff before all that, and they were calling for a Buzzwole ban. A lot of Buzzwole energy. However, neither of these teams really opting into that angle. Over Blastoise ban might indicate Buzzwole first pick.
There's so much there stuff. I forgot they were talking about Unite stuff. But this is, I would say, definitely an angle where we could see the Buzzwole very, very soon. We're seeing now twice the ban for the Leafeon, which is a very strong pick, but so far seeing it banned twice is a pretty interesting, I would say, like, not a common ban. And yeah, of course, we are going to see exactly the same thing.
Yeah, well, we get to see Inteleon now into the game, which Yalla Bingo had used as their last game ban. So finally, Zante gets access to probably the best in class attacker Pokemon. Incredibly strong. Those snipe shots make really any engagement so difficult. That early poke damage, impossible to deal with. But Yalla Bingo getting the building blocks of their last composition already in draft.
Yeah, I mean, they did so well. I feel like they can just go for basically whatever they want, and the other side is going to have to flex. We're already seeing some very different picks here.
Yep.
We see the Hoopa, we see the Blaziken. You know, I was talking about that a little bit earlier. That can be, though, I gotta say, a little bit rough against a really strong Buzzwole in the top path.
It's really a race to who can get to level 5 first. It's all on where that power spike happens, but wow. Speaking of new Pokemon being locked in, a Metagross for Yala Bingo is now locked in. I'm very excited to see this Pokemon. Since Sixties does have it equipped, we'll most likely see it in the central area for free, grabbing the Urshifu.
Interesting. I kind of feel like the Urshifu on top of the Blaziken is a little bit, I don't want to say redundant, but it's definitely hitting the same areas, quite literally, that you kind of want with each one. So they're really focusing a lot on getting those melee kind of brawlers. But again, yeah, the fact that we have 2 of the new Pokemon that we got a chance to talk about earlier, I feel like that's really cool. And Metagross is especially new, right? Like Blaziken, we've had time to see it kind of fit itself into the meta. There's obviously a reason why it's picked, but Metagross is like very, very new.
It's brand new. It's a very exciting pick. But if we're going to talk about the double brawlers, I mean, both teams have that option, right? We have Metagross and Buzzwole on one side and Blaziken and Urshifu on the other. I actually tend to really like double brawl when you have that Hoopa pick that Zervis has it equipped. Hyperspace Hole will give a lot of real estate to that HP recovery on Blaziken and Urshifu. When you're engaged in the fight, we can have aggressive portals and reset those HP bars.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that neither of these teams went for the Clefable angle. It feels like, especially when you have so many melee all together, that can really work out for you. But so far, I mean, that's a pretty big change. Again, we're going to have to see exactly what the adaptation is. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that Yala Bingo really kind of dominated that first game, but that is how it goes here, right? Especially with picks and bans, and the meta is so open right now, and there's a lot of teams that are kind of forming together and not really all played against each other yet. There's a lot of time for adaptation. So game 2 is going to be their chance to show us exactly what they can do with this very
Yeah, a new look for free, a very similar look from Yala Bingo. However, I guess that Metagross is quite a big change. And yet again, we see this Venusaur actually headed into the bottom path. Not yet again. For the first time. So we will not have the Venusaur in central area. Instead, just little old Bulbasaur going to find itself in the bottom path.
And I do like this with both teams going for their support, helping out their center path Pokemon just a little bit, making sure there's no sort of invasion. That especially does tend to happen quite a bit against Hubfu. And then, of course, being able to take that buff is huge, especially, I think, Hoopa in the top path trying to deal with a Buzzwole, getting that red buff to be able to sort of harass more, make sure they can't really get around like they want to. Really gigantic.
It's a great measure to counter stack. Both Buzzwole and Blaziken Pokemon that love to use that attack weight to scale up their attack damage. A red buff on your support really, really helps make the opponents have to think twice about charging towards that goal zone to get some attempted scores in.
Yeah, and I would have to guess that down on bottom, there's not going to be as much aggression. It's probably just going to be mostly secure because they've got really strong secure. So this is where we're going to see the fights. Immediately, we're seeing both center path Pokemon go up for this big attempt to get this EXP. Galu just barely getting out of there. Unfortunately, still a tiny little Torchic, not going to be able to help this fight all that much. But nobody goes down. Could be a lot worse. There's a lot of kind of jump potential from Yala Bingo here, and they didn't manage to get that one big pick, except for maybe on that poor Baltoy.
Yeah, Baltoy going down, but Potato has no stacks so far at this moment, right? A pocket full of 27, you can imagine they have not found an angle to score yet. Gatlu peppering in damage here and there. Aerial Ace having that double dash mechanic, but okay. Potato trying to change up the momentum of this matchup so far. Beast Boost passive activated, and they're just charging to score 30.
And you can tell they really needed this. Oh no, Gatlu, you're not the one that's supposed to get dunked because you're trying to dunk points, but a huge defense force coming up. Potato is probably going down right here. There's a little bit of sustain, but wait, the managed to almost get away. We are going to see a reset as far as health on Shelvin going back, but 2 KOs, only the Eldegoss left, and that was a great defense from for free. I do really feel like Yala Bingo had to try that. Well, hold on a minute, they're actually going to push all the way here. I thought maybe we were going to see Encircle get away, but they have a chance of going down. Finally, Potato coming back.
Yeah, Potato is going to grab Soreo and immediately get that knockout. But one exciting thing I think we can talk about is Shelvin on this Umbreon is actually elected for the foul play. Incredible tech in a Buzzwole and Metagross and any Pokemon. When you don't have very many long-range special attackers, you do have the Inteleon. But other than that, you're trying to enable your brawlers. A double dash that pulls enemies back into the fray. Very good option.
Oh, and the charge in. Look at all of this CC just getting pushed around quite literally. 60's just barely getting out of there. But this has been just a non-stop team fight up top. We're actually tied exactly 29 apiece as far as goals go. But now finally, we're going to see the Reggie spawn. Nobody really going for that basement Reggie. Regieleki currently being burned down by for free. Chance for a steal though, as there's going to be a continuation of this fight. That Solar Beam definitely going to be one of the biggest steal potentials if it can get into position. But they are just going to burn it down. It will be the wicked blow that Regieleki is going to go to for free.
Yeah, Gatlu does get knocked out in that team fight, but make no mistake, if you're watching at home, they were actually isolating 3 targets of Yalla Bingo to give enough time for Forfree to rip down the objective, and of course Urshifu's wicked blow, an incredible asset at knocking out this Regieleki and of course capturing it. So great job by Forfree, playing that team fight rather well. You take some losses, but you take the biggest W of that win.
Yeah, it's all about like kind of weighing how much you can give up to get the best out of a situation. Great little snipe shot there on that poor little, this is minding its own business there. But the Reggie Eyes now a little bit more juicier of a target, I would say. As we're once again going to see Forfree probably take this objective a little bit for free. They do have amazing secure on their team, but we're just not seeing Yellow Bingo basically in position to challenge any sort of major objective.
They're scaling as quickly as they can, which of course isn't incredibly quick when you have Pokemon like Metagross and Venusaur. However, both of those Pokemon are now at level 9 and your Night moves are available, and in Metagross's case is fully evolved. So look out for 60s to really start a cage match, if you will. However, Shiryu starting this one off, focus blast from Gatlu was good enough to earn that KO, and now 60s an Eternal left on this goal zone, pulled away by Gatlu. Great place kick.
They're trying to push this down. Only the Metagross left, and it's doing its best to try and lock everybody in, get every little bit of defense that it can. It's actually doing quite a good job managing to knock most of the members off of the goal zone, and it's stayed up a long time in a 1v4, but now Potato coming in for the 1v4. Does manage to take out Zorayu. Looks like Gatlu's getting relatively low too, but they do get at least 25-ish points into that goal zone. Doesn't look like it's going to go down quite yet, but still was a pretty good push.
Yeah, great response from Potato to really cover their bases, because that could have been devastating. Forfree would have had a huge lead earned, but great response from Yellow Bingo. Forfree still getting some big value though. Metagross at now level 10. Obviously the first use of its Unite move, not what we want to see. We want to see a lot more action when that Metagross gets involved. Zervis spots Potato in that tall grass. Really good call out. Urshifu and Overheat are trying to take it, but no, this time Sam gets in the fray with that Solar Beam.
That is what they've really got to watch out for in all of these objectives, and now this might be an opportunity to push down for Freeze Tier 1, as we're going to see Metagross going deep, and unfortunately goes maybe a little bit too deep. The Hoop Unbound coming out, trying to pull in some reinforcements to just get an extra bit, a little bit of stun and damage. Potato just sitting here dunking the largest Pokemon you could possibly get, and is going to get the KO on it. No, just kidding, just barely staying up, causing me to look like a fool right there, staying up at like 1 HP, but they still managed with internal score to break that Tier 1.
Resonant Guard is an incredible item, and when Hoopa has it, they're earning that HP shield when they're doing enough damage. Of course it does go on cooldown, but coming in clutch to buy just a little bit of time. However, Potato did clear enough space, and Regieleki did land, so he's not a huge overdunk. Internal also forced to try to break that goal zone a little early. Potato about to take a whole lot of damage, as we have Urshifu and Blaziken swinging for the fences, but 60's getting the chase down on that KO.
Now, I just want to point out, we are at 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this match, and we have just basically been, correctly, just looking at that top path 100% of the time. This has been one constant fight in that top path, and finally with one Tier 1 going down, it's over. But with all of that fighting, we are still in a very low-scoring game with 1 minute left until Rayquaza.
We got a lot of brawl options, but finishing these fights is going to prove very difficult. The Hoopa and Eldegoss healing very, very hard. Shelvin does snarl down a few targets. Hoopa Portal is set up. Venusaur Unite almost takes them all out. And is it good enough for the Registeel objective? No, it's not. Gatlu to secure that. However, Rock Tomb making this retreat a devastating option. KO streak of 2 from the Venusaur, as now they are pushing onto this goal zone as well. Zorayu gets back involved in the fight, but all they are met with is damage on the other side. Potato needs those body blocks so they can get the scores and try to dunk that 40.
Another Tier 1 going down. I feel like finally, with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in the game, we're seeing a real true push ahead from one of these teams, that team being Yellow Bingo, who really just needs this one win to make things happen. This Regieleki going down pretty freely to Forfree. They've got plenty of time to actually take this, but with a Tier 1 goal zone still up for Yellow Bingo in that top path, the effect of this is really not gigantic. They can get a gigantic overdunk at the exactly 2-minute mark, but you can see that there is a counter jump ready to happen. That ambush is very, very much ready. In fact, For Free might not even go for it because they know that something like that could happen.
I don't know. Currently, Gatlu's playing around the top side of the map, threatening the Hundo Burger into the Reggie Alecki defenseless goal zone. But you're right, Yellow Bingo has been setting up that ambush on the top side. Hundo Burger does go in from Gatlu and resets the portal, and Shelvin throwing in 80 points on the bot side. And all of a sudden, 4Free flip the script and now have that lead.
A lot of alliteration right there. But the one thing they shouldn't do right now is FF, which we did see a little bit earlier, because they've got a really good chance, really both sides here. With that score, they're still down by a little bit, I would say, maybe as far as like, oh no, they're not. They're actually ahead on EXP with the Intellion at level 14, so For Free doing a great job to try and make this happen. Yellow Bingo realizing they've got to take the initiative. They're going to be the first ones to try to put down Rayquaza, with a hoop unbound coming out for Free to try to pull everybody in. Soraya coming in through the portal, everybody coming in all together for this gigantic team fight. And honestly, there's just a huge retreat from the side of Yellow Bingo, trying not to get hit by all of the CC. Unfortunately, they're not able to retreat all that well. We are only going to trade 2 for 2. The members that got caught out really hard, but there's so much tankiness left on the side of Yellow Bingo. It's going to be hard for Free to take them all down completely.
Yeah, Soraya goes 1v3 in that back, and amazing concerning, but Shelvin dealing a ton of damage with that foul play. 60's locks Intellion in that Gladiator pit, but eject button good enough for Zonte to escape the clutches of the Intel. Rayquaza just starting to be hit, but Shelvin on the case, making sure they have enough room. However, it's now Potato's turn to join in the fight, and that huge threat of the Intellion now gone. Rayquaza getting rather low. Gatlu secure is powerful, so is Shelvin, but Gatlu is gone. Service tries to make it back to the portal. They get through, but they have to come back and try to save this game. Rayquaza brought down by the Venusaur. 15 seconds left to score.
Oh, this is so close. They're trying to break the shield here, but it looks like they're probably going to get at least enough in time. They're attempting a backhand as well from the side of For Free. It doesn't look like they were able to get it in, and I feel like that might be enough. I'm going to wait to see the score. I'm going to wait. It was hard to follow it all.
200 points scored by Yala Bingo. Urshifu, of course, able to hit below those Rayquaza shields, so able to stop a few of them, but no, it is not enough as Yala Bingo with that 200-point last-ditch effort take a victory and move on to our our grand finals 2-0.
Well, that's a big dub for the left side of the desk. When we ball, me and Doobsnacks, we did make the prediction, and I think we're going to continue to be happy with that. But speaking of them, why don't we send it back to them to see how they thought about this set?
Incredible stuff, obviously, from Yala Bingo. 2-0 here in our winners finals. Doobsnacks looking fantastic.
I mean, what a final push, final play there to secure the Rayquaza. They took a great fight, understood what their opportunity to win was, and pulled it off. And the scramble scores at the end were great. You saw Marv back to be able to keep Zervis's back cap from happening so that they could get those 200 points in, win themselves a game, my friend.
And here we are at the big screen to see the winner. Did it work?
We did. And the winner! Yes, okay.
Cut the part where I said the winner and it didn't work.
And then do
right
this one.
Okay, when we're live, let's do that.
Okay. The red light's on.
We've been? Okay, fair enough. Yala Bingo winning this, and it's something that we talked about, Doobsnacks. I swear that Buzzwole is the difference maker. However, I've got to shout out the Crustle. Some of the best rock tombs I've ever seen. The positioning was absolutely insane. Let's take a look at some of the highlights right now from that game.
I mean, Yala Bingo, of course, was all over this thing, but you have to commend For Free's early stages of the game. They did limit Potato as compared to Game 1 on the Buzzwole. However, things snowballed a little quickly. For Free identifying a great route to win, though. After this, you'll see the top Reggie Alecki be taken, and then they had some pretty unique scoring patterns to give themselves a big lead in the final stretch.
Yeah, I mean, just amazing stuff in this final fight. I loved Metagross here. You had this Umbreon that was really stalling this out, and I thought maybe there was a way this Rayquaza was not going down, but obviously Yala Bingo knew that they needed to rip this thing so that they could go score. We also saw a really impressive defense here from Urshifu at this tier 2, but it just wasn't enough to stop Yala Bingo and all of those Ray shields.
Yeah, and of course here we see this scramble score. You see Marv jumping down to keep Zervis from scoring themselves. They dip back through, and then the push is on. Metagross can't quite get their 47 points in, but it doesn't matter because they had enough before that. Player of the game, Internal. who had a great game back-to-back on that Eldegoss.
It's always amazing when we get to shout out some of the, supports and defenders inside of some of these matches, because they really are the unsung heroes sometimes of Pokemon Unite. We all want to talk about how great the Buzzwole was. I feel like I maybe mentioned it 100,000 times, but it's incredible when they are set up by their supports. They're set up by their Eldegoss. They're set up by their Crustle.
The meat and potato, if you will, for Yellow Bingo.
I guess I will. You know what? I'm actually going to take a walk. And I know what you're thinking. To the stairs? Oh, no. I've got something to show you right over here. We have a telestrator here, which means I can draw on this screen and show you something that I want to show you in this match. I'll just demonstrate it right now. You can draw. You can do this. Yee-haw. You get it. I can draw on this screen. What I wanted to show you was this moment from game number 1, because I thought it was really amazing. This is that huge Ray fight where you get that massive Rock Tomb, that massive Espeon Unite, and more than anything, I just wanted to replay it with all of you right now, and maybe I'll put some confetti on the screen. Let's see it. We'd see the fight starting right here. Beautiful Rock Tombs where they're able to just grab multiple members of for free. And then the massive one is coming here right now. Look at this. No, there's another one. There's another one that's actually bigger than that. Here it is. Right here. Big Rubble Rouser into that huge Rock Tomb, that huge Espeon Unite, and it's party time, baby. When that happens, they are winning this match. And they go on to win this entire series, obviously, because of that. Put a little fire on the screen as well. They said I wouldn't be able to find a way to use this. Everyone here doubts me, but as you can see, I did it really well.
The confetti, from my angle, kind of looks like rain. So raining on the fire, you did great, my friend.
Thank you. Why does no one say I did great enough?
I say you do great all of the time. Why do you do it? Let's take a look at the bracket, because enough of us for now. Well, actually, we're still talking. So bracket, and then we'll keep going.
Let's see where we are here in EU. Incredible stuff. Yalla Bingo heading to our grand finals, Dupe Snacks.
Heading to the grand finals, which of course means for free drops to the losers finals. But right ahead of us is going to be the losers semis, where Illusion is going to be squaring off against who else but A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L.
That's right. Will the Alphabet win, or will they take the L? We're going to find out very soon, because we're going to be on a very, very short break.
The shortest break.
First, make sure that you're following this, right? Make sure you're subscribed, liking on YouTube, following on Twitch. You don't want to miss a minute of hot Pokemon Unite action. Again, we're going to take a short break, but it's very, very short. So if you leave where you're sitting, you're going to miss everything. Don't move. Don't even blink. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. Dube Snacks, Spraggles, we're here. EU marches on between Illusion and A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. And as the resident Unite magicians, we're not foreign to the concept of illusions.
Illusions, Dube Snacks. Yes, I think this is going to be a very exciting match. The only thing I'm disappointed about is that they didn't continue and get all the way to Z with their name. I think that's a missed opportunity. I think it could hurt them in draft.
It could. It would have made it easier on us too, because A to Z is a common phrase that we would have been able to work in pretty seamlessly. But now, unfortunately, we have to say the alphabet A to L, which is a lot less convenient.
It's a lot less convenient for us, obviously, but for you at home, I'm sure it's very exciting. Now, I know what you may be thinking. What are you talking about? Why are you talking about this name so much? I don't know. It just seemed like a fun thing to do, honestly.
It's also the teams we're going to be watching, right? Illusion versus A through L. I'll cheat code that a little bit. And a heck of a matchup we've got here, as Illusion was able to dispatch Nouns Esports.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that's one of the biggest conversations of the day, right? Is what happened with Nouns Esports. When you get a lot of the best players in the world together, you do have to wonder if they're going to be able to make it work. Well, they couldn't against Illusion. They were already in our losers bracket, so they are heading home. This is another losers bracket match, which means someone is going home and someone is going to continue on their dream towards winning that ticket to the Aeos Cup will stay alive.
Yeah, no need to wonder. Illusion anchored by Lunder and Klaus last year, having a great season. But the player I want to talk about and somebody that really stood out to me was Razmog. We watched those qualifiers. I and Zoinks took a look at a bunch of EU games, and they had another phenomenal showdown and a great set against Nouns themselves.
Yeah, Razmog looked incredible. Obviously, these are a lot of names that you know if you've been following Unite Esports for a while here. And it feels like EU could have been, the story of a region completely dominated by one team, which is what it felt like last year. But right now, things feel really close between all of these squads.
Yeah, A through L, we've got some highlight players, but I want to dial in on Krinsky, their tank player. I tend to favor the supporters and tanks in terms of players that I like to shout out. And Krinsky, again, great qualifying set for them and a great anchor to this A through L squad.
I got to know, Dube Snacks, who do you think's taking the W here?
Who do I think is taking the W? Doesn't matter, because we're going to the game. Doesn't matter what I think. We're going to watch the game. We're not going to go there, actually.
No, we're not.
But so I'm back on the spot here. Illusion, because I can say their name easier, and I can go Illusion.
I think after Illusion took down Nouns Esports, it's pretty likely that they're going to be able to win here, and they might even be the team that makes it all the way to the grand finals. We could see Yalla Bingo versus Illusion, but you never know. It's getting intense here in EU, and this is the time where these teams really need to perform.
Yeah, a fun little storyline for Illusion is Klaus on kind of this revenge tour, right? Dispatching teams that they've formerly played on, really cementing themselves as a top player, great top path player, of course, last year, and moving through and part of the success core of this Illusion team alongside Lunder, who had a great EUIC when we saw them sub for Talibobo Believers in Season 2, stepped in, had a great set of Glaceon games, and of course Glaceon, a relevant Pokemon in this meta right now.
What you're saying, it just makes me think I need to have a revenge tour. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what it looks like yet, but get ready, because I'm going to do a revenge tour. It sounds fun. Everyone who's wronged me and I take them down? Okay.
Okay. Maybe we'll have a match soon. So we can throw to that as you are. Why is my name written down?
Huh? I'm just writing down people for the tour.
Terrific.
Simple. I said what I was doing.
Yeah, right.
I'm doing a revenge tour. I'm sorry. This feels simple, okay? It's a revenge tour. Anyone who's wronged me in any way, I'm going after them.
Well, you plan out the stops for your revenge tour. Let's take a look at the broadcast schedule. Of course, that February spot, the Aeos Cup play-ins, that's where we are right now. March finals makes sense. In April, though, we got back-to-back events. Aeos Cup at EUIC, a big hallmark event, kind of a cool little mid-season showdown. April finals, regional finals in May, and then June, the final stretch open, and NAIC regional finals is where you'll find us there in Nowlands.
Now, this is one of the most exciting things, the Aeos Cup, I have to say. We didn't have it this way last season, but now teams from all over the world are winning a spot to this Aeos Cup so that they can compete for a spot at Worlds. Halfway through the season, we are going to know one team that has their guaranteed ticket to Worlds. It is such a huge change for this season, and so much rides on not only this play-in, but of course, that Aeos Cup.
Yeah, and what a great pace setter for this season for your team than taking down this Aeos Cup qualifier, punching your ticket to the Aeos Cup to get that, I'm not going to say free, it's a well-earned ride to the World Championships, and the earliest way one of these regions can establish themselves in that thing. UNITE Championship bracket, we're taking a look at it. Yala Bingo sitting in the grand finals, waiting to see how the rest of this bracket shakes out. Of course, loser semis, what we've got on the horizon, Illusion and A through L, and of course, For Free waits for them in the losers finals.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, if Illusion wins right here, they're going to go up against For Free, who sent them down to that losers bracket. So you have a possibility of a rematch right there. I think For Free probably feels pretty good about that. Obviously, they already took them down once, so either way that match goes, I think they're pretty happy with their position. But if they win, they still have to run right back into Yellow Bingo, who took them down 2-0.
Yala Bingo looked incredibly impressive too, and you can't deny the factor that momentum has in a tournament like this. Illusion, big win against Nouns, and I think it's fair to say that was an upset across the board. Now Illusion's going to be able to carry that momentum into this match, and then the momentum continues if they win. And you want to talk about a revenge tour arc, Klaus squaring up against For Free, the team that sent them down, a little bit of prior history between the players themselves from last year. I mean, it's a nice little story we've got ourselves cooking here.
Yeah, EU has a lot of exciting storylines. You know, after sort of a chaotic Worlds run for all of EU, not a single team making it out of this group stage that, you know, was really difficult for a lot of teams. Only one NA team made it out. Basically, one from a lot of regions made it out, but no one from EU able to get out of that group stage. You see a lot of shakeups right now. They're trying to figure out what team can actually perform on the world stage. It felt like last year, EU had a chance of maybe winning the entire thing. So I can't wait to see what team, you know, proves to be the top team in EU.
One thing that I, at this point, have to ask myself, and maybe I'll posit the question to everybody listening out there, what is the mental strength of these EU teams right now? Because we keep seeing super team, individually some of the best players going in the game, but for some reason, when it comes to the world stage or when it comes to the performance that we anticipate out of these super teams, they just fall shy of those expectations. And now we have a match. So we're going to toss the casters, which are right over there.
I'll throw something at them.
Not even close. Thank you so much, Fraggles and Tube Snacks. We are very excited to get into this matchup. Obviously, we have a lot of storylines we were talking about, but one that I don't feel like we talk about enough is A through L. This is a team I am so excited to be casting this season. They have had a great run in tournaments throughout the offseason, so I can't wait for them to showcase it here in the top 4 now.
Yeah, they are a little bit on my revenge tour because they are kind of trolling us with their name as far as casting, but I'm very excited. Double EV bans, Umbreon ban, a very, very common ban right now, and apparently Leafeon kind of the highest rated ban right now, which is a little bit surprising to me, but okay, this has to be a troll. First pick Talonflame would certainly be something.
Yeah, Illusion definitely finding some value out of this if they can lock it in, but no, a final swap is going to be Lunder grabbing the Inteleon. Lunder, notably one of the few attacker players in Europe willing to play the Mew in Path these days. It's definitely fallen out of favor. However, Lunder is going to get their hands on the Inteleon. No need to really dip into that pool. A through L, though, I imagine will be taking the Venusaur route later in draft if they can take it. However, Illusion currently hovering that option.
Yeah, if you can take away both of these long-range options, that would be very strong, but it looks like they may be going a different direction. Definitely on the other side, though, picking up the Buzzwole. I kind of feel like the Inteleon and Buzzwole are going to be around the first picks very, very often today. And yeah, there we go. They're like, wait a minute, they could have stolen that from us. Let's take that Venusaur immediately. We do not want to let them have all of the range in this game.
Yeah, if they were able to take, if they don't take Blastoise, though, and you get Blastoise and Buzzwole on one team, that would make the top path so difficult for Razmog to win. But there we go. The final selections will be that Mew for Team Illusion. So I guess we're going to see a Pokemon swap between players a little bit later, but it is that double defender double long-range damage that is so difficult to deal with. One of the best composition styles that we have in Pokemon Unite right now. It's dominant.
It is, but the Absol coming out. Now, exactly like you were saying, that's such a dominant style. You know, you've got the Mew and the Inteleon in the back, but one way to stop it is to really truly dive, which has been a little bit less popular lately as far as seeing the dive comps, but Absol can truly get into that back line and wreak havoc.
I love it, Wrecker, too, when they play this Absol, because they're going all in. We have X-Attack Absol, all right? Energy Amplifier X-Attack. This Pokemon is focused on yet objective stealing, but also going for big team fight moments. It's hard to play dive into Pokemon like Clefable, Blastoise, and Crustle. Those aren't easy targets to take down. However, if you can avoid a powerful Unite move by pressing your own, if you get hit by a Hydro Typhoon, sometimes you just drop the Absol Unite to avoid that damage entirely, and then get back to doing what you do best, and clearing out entire enemy team backlines. I can't wait to see this Absol in this game.
I know. I love the full send where you're like, okay, well, what's your exit strategy? Your exit strategy is having no more opponents there to stop you from walking away normally.
My favorite strategy. Big fan.
Hey, if it works out, it works out. But Absol, I've definitely seen some other regions really go in super hard on the Absol recently. Yep. I feel like we've seen a little bit less out of like EU and NA, but it can do so much damage. So I'm excited to see exactly how it works out. This is a big game though. Game 1 here, Illusion versus ABCDEFGHIJKL. And we'll see if this set, like their name, ends with an L for them, or if they can pull it out.
Okay, so Klaus is going to bring the Inteleon into the central area and actually elect for Mew to join the attacker spot. Now, one thing that we have seen A through L play when they are on this Absol is just a constant invade. If they think this Absol is better than their opponents, they will apply that pressure early and often. So I would expect to see Wrecker just really hit the pedal to the metal.
Yeah, and really interesting, by the way, to see the Well, this looks like already a KO, and also chat with the 50%. So this is a really torn decision for chat. Everybody sure to vote. Make sure that you get your opinion heard here. But yeah, the Sobble in the center area, that's really interesting. What do you think of that?
It is strong, of course, Inteleon, one of the most powerful Pokemon. However, the reason you see it in the laning phase very often is just because its last hit secure is incredible. It makes you just win that path so often. And now because it's Mew versus Venusaur, we're seeing a bit more of an even matchup where Wrecker joins the fight, but oh my word, Kree getting that evolution, the invincibility frames, just dodging that fight, and now Wrecker caught in a very difficult spot. Crustle locks them down and gets the KO, and Bordy will be knocked out. Max freeze Rock 2, and the Mew boosted auto good enough to start this fight off. Illusion starting this match off with a bang.
What a beautiful Rock Tomb, collecting 2 members of A through L on different sides of a wall. Yeah. And we are going to finally see Ricker come back in through, but not able to KO that super tanky target. So, I mean, Rock Tomb already, I feel like we can pretty confidently say is the MVP move of the tournament. I mean, we'll see if there's more, but I feel like almost definitely there'll be more. Also, walling out enemy Pokemon from trying to get this neutral XP.
Yeah, it feels so strange to see a bottom fight SmackDown these days. So often is that bottom path kind of left alone and just to be sort of chill and laid back compared to the absolute ferocity that we see in the top side. However, Absol showing up will definitely start itself off. Solar Beam from the far end from the Mew tries to steal some of the experience, and Absol again just can't push into a level 5 Clefable. That Moonlight healing a little bit too strong, but now Oscatar has hit that level 6. Very big power spike online for the Buzzwole.
Yeah, we just haven't seen any good targets for the Absol so far. Like, everybody's playing at such good ranges that it's really the front line of Illusion that's just holding them at bay, which is exactly what you need to do, because the moment that Absol gets into your back line, you no longer have a back line. you are just your front line, and suddenly a team fight is very, very hard to win. So Illusion very expertly playing against that, but again, a beautiful Rock Tomb saying you are literally trapped in a circle now, as Greek is just honestly doing so much work in this bottom path.
Yeah, Bordy not quite having access to that big burst damage move that they will get at level 7, but they do have access to Giga Drain, which tells us a little bit about what this Venusaur's style of play is going to be. Obviously, they are worried about the impact that Crustle can have when they get locked down by an opponent. Maybe Giga Drain will be enough HP restoration to get them out of that fight.
Well, we'll see. Easier said than done when you've got a double range, double sniper essentially here. But Regirock is spawning. Of course, both the Reggies spawning at the same time. Regilecki going pretty. You can see the lonely little picture-in-picture up there. But a huge Rock Tomb again for the initiation. That's going to be the start for sure. The snipe shot's going in. Going to land on some targets, but no! Absol finally finding its mark. The slow beam is maybe going to be coming out. Maybe I've actually missed it, but the Absol's going to be able to at least tear down 2 before the Regirock. The View going to unite in, try to take out this Absol. Great mobility to get out. It looks like nobody's going to be able to chase it all the way. Regirock down to about 20%, and most of the Pokemon still here are healthy. That's the thing. What a risk to take to make that push.
Yeah, that definitely is. And Lunder is able to secure Regirock that entire time. So the X-Attack Unite move from the Absol really starts the team fight off in the proper way over the staying power from Illusion. Just too strong. And of course, Klaus coming back in record time out of respawn. That automatic critical hit from the basic attack, very, very strong into that Absol.
It is, and by the way, not a whole lot of action up top. We're seeing them just trying to challenge each other as far as stacks go. Doing a pretty good job, but this might be the end of this turtle here. Maybe gonna be able to get away. Yeah, okay, Moonlight. There's honestly so much to stay in. I feel like there's supposed to be more KOs than there actually are, but both sides have done a great job of staying up, especially Illusion. They've got a very hard to deal with front line, and they're going to be the ones really starting to push for this Regilecki first.
We got some of the best support cores available in the entire game on both of these teams, but Raspawn full combos Osvitar, getting them completely out of that fight. However, it was 40 you got to be worried about. Raspawn lands a 3-player Hydro type through though, and doubles up with the serve. Klaus finishes the job onto the Eldegoss. Osvitar joins back in the fight. Huge Super Swole Slam with the Clefable getting Fly out of their Unite move. Lands and shuts down Osvitar, putting that push, stopping it in its tracks.
You never expect the Clefable from the sky.
True.
Oh, but Mercury is going to get the 40 dunk in. Probably going to pay for it, yeah, especially with, like we said, kind of the full send build and no chance of escape, really. But you just want to make that trade. You want to make sure that you get that early, you prevent the early lead from having the other side because they're already so far ahead.
Yeah.
And so they just wanted to take something out of that fight.
Points are so valuable against a team composition that Illusion has drafted. A double defender, double poke composition absolutely hates when they play from behind. It's so hard to engage on your enemies when your best damage tools are great for playing back and playing passive in range. If you don't have that lead, it is so difficult to really push into the Rayquaza pit. So good on Illusion for earning this early lead, but I can see why Absol's risking it all to get some of those points back.
Yeah, you've got to do what you've got to do. Plus, I mean, that was just 40. You just want to get rid of it no matter what. Wow, really quick slow beam onto the tank, and that's going to be a first way to push. This Regirock already down to about half HP, but the Unites are coming out from the side of Illusion to try and counter this. Yeah. It was like the beam was the one that ended up getting the secure. Klaus is just landing a lot of snipe shots, but the sustain is just a little bit too high. Not able to really get down any full picks except for the Eldegoss. This might be a gold zone going down. No, the 40 not quite going in from Slowbro. Vinci's just barely escaping. It does look like that was still overall a win, I would say, though, for A through L. Getting a ton of points in, but hey, there's still a chance to catch people, including with that snipe shot.
Yeah, Klaus finding a whole lot of damage from these long-range attacks. I actually think the Absol tech of the Psycho Cut is a really creative way to burst down these double defenders. Psycho Cut, when it applies that mark, you see that 3 purple slashes above the enemy, it actually amplifies any damage done by your entire team to the Pokemon that was hit with that mark. Though a clever idea to take down the huge bulk that Illusion has access to.
Well, we'll see if that really comes into play in team fights especially. We've never seen too many full team fights. It's been kind of skirmishes so far, but already you can see the mark starting to land. A gigantic Hydro Typhoon, actually only going to connect on 2. We did see some really nice escapes, but we are going to see Raspawn just really trying to push in. They're staying pretty healthy, but I just don't know if they have the damage without being a Spin Slice to try and take on these 3. Trying to get at least something on the Absol, but no fear here from Rakir. Just saying, I've got 5% HP. That's probably enough for a KO.
It plays out of range, and they also bait out that surf as well. You know, Venusaur and Eldegoss clumped up together. That looks like a lot better of a target to surf after and lock down. However, Absol just plays completely out of range, and now our Absol is hitting level 14, and a Regilecki is captured. They did use that Unite move dangerously late, but you gotta remember they do have that energy amplifier equipped on that Absol. They will be getting some wild Pokemon knockouts and having access to that very, very shortly. Regilecki does land, but I think at this point it's just going to be a 20-point boost for the squad.
Yeah, we are also seeing a few Unites not quite ready for Illusion with both the Crustle and the Blastoise.
Oh,
not not quite ready. I'm not exactly sure how far away they are, but they really need to focus on that. That's why you can see specifically the Blastoise, I'm sure, sitting up there trying to at least maybe take some of these neutral Pokemon down, trying to get it back. The Crustle's just finally recovering, and before either of those, the Absol coming back, exactly like you said, Energy Amp being so huge. So now, with everybody's Unite up, there's a chance for an initiation, but they're so close in points that it's not one that you know that you need to push in.
I love the support play of Aoyame, pollen puffing on the Slowbro constantly, but then actually playing right beside their Venusaur. So we apply the healing to the defender, but we're always ready to Unite move if the Venusaur's ever in trouble. Very, very good spacing from the side of A through L so far. Finally, Rayquaza gets some attention, but Oscatar on this spooky flank. Illusion has to be wary of this, because if you allow a Buzzwole in for free, that's game over. And a player the caliber of Oscatar, they are a game-winning player, so you gotta worry about that lineup.
I'm surprised we're not actually seeing just a Pokemon win out here, but they're actually going to start, at least trying to maybe start a little bit of a bait. They do notice that Oscatar is trying to get the flank on them, and exactly like you said, you've got to make sure that does not happen. So great vision, the Surf going in a big whiff, and the Slow Beam to cancel it. Make sure that there's potentially no Hydro Typhoon coming out, but no, the disengage means that there's still going to be a chance for that to pop off later with no Slow Beam, and now all the members of A through L just clumping together, but they're finding it a great range for them. The Hydro Typhoon does come out, manages to catch just one, maybe two members, and now we're trading 2-1. A through L is going to take down 3 against their full aim in a team fight. Oscatar needs to make this work, needs to stay up somehow, but against the Mew, there's really no chance.
We have A through L just playing the clock. They know they have the lead. They were trying to fight around that. Absol is going to throw in 100 points. It's on Illusion to score, but they need more than 100. 40 go in for the Clefable. That breaks the goal zone. They have 2 seconds to score. I don't think they have the time. The Eldegoss lands, defends the goal zone, and I'm quite confident that A through L take a 1-0 win.
Yes, once I saw the 100 in from the Absol, I was like, that is it. Yeah, that is for sure. It was really close otherwise, but a great way to play to time right there and not actually commit when they didn't have to. They had such great vision. They made sure they were covering every angle. All beautiful stuff. But let's send it again back to the desk, see how they thought of the Absol.
Well, obviously, the story of that match was the Absol, right? Of course, I want to point out, Buzzwole has not lost on broadcast. Every single team that picks it just seems to win, Doob Snacks, but really impressive stuff bringing that Speedster out.
Yeah, I mean, and a great show too. We actually saw them tick over to level 15, a couple seconds after Rayquaza hit the map. And honestly, Illusion just kind of falling into this state of analysis paralysis. Like they were behind on the scoreboard, but not by much. But they had a tier 1 goal zone open and didn't want to push, but weren't taking engagements. And there was just great spacing by A through L to kind of keep Illusion on their toes. And it totally worked out because, like they mentioned, they were just playing to the clock because they knew they were up and they were just trying to burn as much time as possible.
Yeah, it felt like they were zoning them out perfectly. They couldn't really take Rayquaza. They couldn't move up to this tier 1 goal zone in the top path. Just a lot of amazing plays there from A through L. I loved seeing the Absol, and I want to point out we had the Absol with the Energy Amplifier, we had the X Attack. The whole idea behind this build, especially with that Psycho Cut, is just that you're able to immediately KO something on the enemy team that's a little squishy. You saw it with Clefable. In one combo, they take down one of the most important supporters in the entire game. So that really, really worked well for them. We're going to see some highlights from that match, which should have a lot of Absol moments in it.
Well, hopefully, fingers crossed. We kicked this thing off right at the 5-minute mark with the Hydro Typhoon, and what ended up being a pretty decent scrap between these two squads, and a decent goal zone defense if you're A through L, considering the push that Illusion was trying to put together.
Yeah, nice little scores right here from Absol. Absol getting beat up for it, but obviously those points really mattered as we head towards the final moments of the match. And look at right here. We have Absol using that Psycho Cut right into a Unite move, and they're saying, we're going to take out the Crustle. We're going to get rid of even one of the tankiest Pokemon in the game with this combination, and they did it all match.
Yeah, and the A through L was all in, right? Isolate the Crustle, take the objective, and Bordy was laying in those solar beams, playing incredibly well. This is where we see the fight kick off, but it's all for naught here because Illusion is running so low on time, and meanwhile, I think you have Rakir that peels down and actually goes and scores a hundo burger for themselves, while Illusion is trying to finally realize, oh, we need to score points, we're losing here.
Yeah, Illusion behind in that moment, and then Absol, Rakir just peeling off to score, sealed that matchup. There was really nothing they could could do. Nice little attempt at a push right here. But hey, take a look at that. It is Absol. And gosh, I love this Absol build. I was just talking about this Absol build the other day. I think Amp on this Pokemon is so incredibly underrated. It is just the delete button.
Oh, without a doubt. Absol definitely one of those Pokemon that finds greater success within a well-communicating team. You saw the engagements all really just made sense to facilitate the Absol, and that's why a team like A2L picks Absol more often than their EU counterparts, because they've kind of cracked the code to it and can really shine its upside, whereas a lot of other teams, they pick Absol and it looks honestly not great.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about a lot of these speedsters is they're really high skill Pokemon, right? And there are a lot of Pokemon that take a lot of skill to play inside of Pokemon Unite, but speedsters feel like they are on another level. They are so all or nothing. You pick it and you say, I can't believe they brought Gengar into this match. Or it goes well and you say, I can't believe they brought Gengar into this match and beat us. Right. The fun thing is you could say it either way, and the way your tone actually changes.
Yeah, well, yeah, and they have different meanings. That's what's fun about the language we speak. I believe it's English, or at least I try to speak English at times. But Illusion, they're on the bounce back here. A team that we were talking about had some momentum. That's all lost. And Absol having a phenomenal game against you, not exactly where you would expect to be. How do they bounce back here in Game 2, Spriggles?
Buzzwole. You got to get Buzzwole. It wins every game. Get Buzzwole. Like, are you listening to me? Get Buzzwole. It's winning every single game, or just don't let the other team have it. The toughest thing about that Absol doing so well also is you really can't ban Absol. You could try to counterpick Absol, but at the same time, I mean, you would need to be an expert Absol player yourself. So I don't know if that really could be the focus, but I'm telling you, that Buzzwole thing is actually pretty good.
I said it the previous match, and I will say it again. I would just ban Buzzwole. Just don't let it hit the map, right? Deal on any other axis that you have to that just isn't the Buzzwole axis. Because when that Pokemon gets online, it is a problem for any team at any skill level. Let's get this thing to draft. Soink Chef, take it away.
Thank you, you two. Yeah, I mean, the Buzzwole answer needs to be created. However, the problem is that Leafeon, right? That Leafeon is so threatening. But right now, Illusion actually hovering the Absol ban.
Another Pokemon that has a 100% win rate on broadcast, technically, as Absol. So, I did not expect that going into the very first tournament of the UCS 2024 season, we were going to see an Absol ban off the bat in the top 4. But that is exactly what we are seeing.
Now, let me make this clear. I don't think this is necessarily we can't face that Absol again, it was too good. This is, in my interpretation, is Illusion calling out, all right, Wrecker, what else can you play? And seeing, let's try to force Wrecker onto something uncomfortable. And if I know Illusion players, and I've talked and hung out with a few of them, I think that might be the energy they're bringing. What they do get access to now is that Leafeon, a Pokemon that has been permanently banned for this tournament from so many teams. You are going to see why, because this Pokemon's power level through the roof.
But immediately, we do see the A2L grabbing the brawler specialty.
So good.
The top lane is going to be so strong with those two. However, on the other side, honestly, actually, I'm surprised we didn't see the Inteleon. I felt like that would have been a really strong pick.
Yeah.
But really high prio on the Eldegoss. The Inteleon's still up for grabs. I think this would honestly, if they want to take it on A-L, this would be a great time to do so. They've got a lot of the rest of their team. They don't really need to go all that far aside from everything else. But, Inteleon, Mr. Mime, kind of similar meta positions. I don't know what's going on. And then Lucario.
Yeah, Lucario being an addition feels like basic at this point compared to the Mr. Mime lock-in from ABC. I mean, if you were going to be putting the Blastoise in the bottom path, you need a Pokemon that is excellent at last hits to be alongside of it, because Squirtle, as powerful it is at crowd control early game, the last hit secure maybe isn't the best in the world. To lock in the Mr. Mime to partner with it could be quite strong, but Lundaroo back on the Glaceon, no huge shocks to me there. The amount of damage they're going to be able to do is incredible, and the amount of absorption on the enemy side for ABC isn't all there. It's not like they're running a ton of defenders, which we normally see. Glaceon going to have a very high damage game in this matchup.
Oh, yeah, I love this pick. The fact that they've got the Mime, they've got the Buzzwole, they've got the Blastoise, they're just going to be just shard shooting everywhere, and it is just going to be non-stop damage. It's going to be like 150k damage game. Maybe not quite that much, but I think the pick is great. And the fact that they didn't go to the Inteleon is really interesting as well. Maybe thinking that they didn't quite have the the targets that they wanted for the snipe shots. In the end, there is, of course, the Gardevoir. But really, my big question as far as this comp goes is, what is the Lucario bringing over other options?
Actually, Lucario's been a fun tech against the Buzz. The answer these days, or at least a metagame question that has been posed, is how do we counter the Buzzwole, right? Whether we can't do it in drafts, we got to find some other kind of answer. Lucario is a decent option. It plays very, very good solo in its early game. It dominated the early days of the UNITE Championship Series. But moves like Power Up Punch, which is a triggerable, unstoppable effect you can give to your Pokemon at any given time, as well as a great secure tool, gives you a few advantages against the Buzzwole early, as well as, we don't talk about too much, but Lucario's passive, that's Steadfast, where it gives you that extra little bit of shield. It's like a second focus band. And against a Pokemon like Buzzwole, who really thrives when they can get multiple KOs in a row, having that little bit of extra shielding and HP can be the difference maker to an early game success.
Well, we'll see if it pays off, as A through L now one game away from defeating Illusion, potentially making it to the top 3. But Razmog will be on that Lucario, going up to the top path. And like we talked about kind of a lot today, there's a little bit of action going on finally for the first time today in an enemy central area.
Yeah, Yalmate just doing everything they can to try to prevent Klaus from getting to level 4. The reason this Leafeon has been so meta-dominating is its ability to get level 4 and join that top path fight with a Solar Blade, an incredible secure tool, and a ton of damage before the fight can even really start. At 9:20, we already have a Leafeon clearing Central and headed up the top.
Yeah, with an invasion as well, so pretty good. Let's just say doing pretty well. Isn't able to get a KO, but is able to help control a lot of potential last hitting in this path. And whoa, yeah, the fact that now we're gonna have to see Buzzwole immediately kind of just back up to heal is gonna be a huge thing.
I honestly think, though, shout out to Oscatar for getting that last hit, which means they will be level 5 for this first Swablu Altaria spawn. If Leafeon is able to take that KO, that's a different fight, but now we have Oscatar at 5. Wrecker actually choosing the bottom path again. A through L really liking this rotation.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see that sort of decision to, I guess, really try to pump up the Blastoise of all things, which, I mean, hey, they can be a huge deal, especially when the other teams' kind of like melee-ish brawlers are not super huge. Grinsky going down eventually. That was gigantic, that little Solar Blade. That was a jump scare, I would say.
And this is why you were seeing this Pokemon banned so frequently. Ayame actually dropping the portal to see if they can get any help on the bottom side, or in fact, rotate to top side and try to be a bit of a support there. Acrylia does return to the central area. We had the Puma going the long way, going all the way through their own central area. That's just to try to get information of where Klaus is. You were trying to find the Leafeon. If they're in your own central area, your Gardevoir needs to know, because they cannot go back there. But Oscatar throwing some hands early, gets a KO onto the Lucario, but the Eldegoss maybe a bit too much to ask. Oscatar instead just trying to level up as quickly as possible.
I feel like we're about to hit this breaking point. Oh my goodness! You know what broke right there was the Leafeon. That was a very, very well aimed place to move. But yeah, they were about to have a breaking point where I think the power spikes are going to be gigantic, and this is big, really going into the enemy central area, becoming a Gardevoir over there with the enemy experience. That's something that you really like. And oh, what a nice shot as well to not really initiate that fight, but to say, hey, you better back up.
It's a great combo. I really like Moonblast. I know a lot of players favor that confusion for that extra chip damage that Gardevoir can get, that shred of the defenses as well. However, into a Leafeon, I think you'll take every stun you can get. And so Moonblast being equipped is really, really smart on this Gardevoir. However, this could be a defining team fight around this first Reggie, because we have so many Pokemon that if they get enough levels, they just get out of hand. It is a Regirock. That defense buff could be powerful in the hands of a Mr. Mime or a Blastoise. Ooh, and it is guard swap.
Oh, very interesting. Yeah, there were a few different directions that he could have gone with that based on how the team is, but immediately just burning down this Slowbro. That's actually a pretty unhealthy side of A through L, though, and there's a lot of really strong secure. I mean, specifically the Solar Blade is going to be a thing you have to deal with before you try to burn down that Regirock. And right now, it's just working as a poke. It's actually going to go in with the Emerald two-step as well. 2 KOs, 2 members of A through L going down, and now Rakir is in a scary spot. Do you really want to try to burn down this Regirock when you could be the next target that is getting jumped on? Maybe not, actually. It's going to be Mr. Mime first, and then Rakir second. I'm surprised that we're going to try for that steal. Isn't going to work out. So this will...
I genuinely thought the Hoopa got it with the portal. A great attempt from Ayame, but not going to find it. Sazuro instead on this Eldegoss, stealing it away. In fact, you will see a lot of supports will be taking these objectives. That may seem shocking, but in fact, in Pokemon Unite, support and defender Pokemon actually get a bonus amount of damage to wild Pokemon when at level 5 and level 10. So you do see some of these last hit secures go over to the support Pokemon quite often.
Yeah, also support players are just that good. It's true. Yeah, no, it's a requirement to be a pro support player. But we'll see if any of the defenders or support can last hit this Regieleki, as this looks like to be the next target. We are going to see two technical defenders kind of down there doing their own thing. So 4v4 up top as immediately the spin is going to be starting the damage on this Regieleki. They're waiting for a big initiation, though. They do have the Hydro Typhoon, so you know that they're ready for that. The Aura Cannon, though, it's going to immediately just chunk a huge amount of them. They are not going to quite be able to get that secure, though, as Blastoise is going to be taking down the Lucario and potentially this Gold Zone if they continue to push this in.
Man, there's been so many exciting picks that I feel like I'm getting distracted in game because of these plays. But what I'm getting distracted from is just how rock solid Oscatar is. Yes, they are playing maybe one of the best Pokemon in our current metagame in this Buzzwole, but Oscatar is truly a phenomenal player. The last hit secure with the enemy Pokemon, you love to see, but look at this push. Razmog and Lunder get to work. Gardevoir Unite does really nothing. No one that they can take down quickly enough, and that is a big team fight win for Illusion. Let's see if they can translate it into a score push.
And Glacial Stage came out as well. It seemed almost unnecessary. They were already winning that fight so well. Great beam, but the Hoopa Unbound is going to come out to try to bring in everybody else. And yeah, maybe the Glacial Stage would have been really nice right here. The Mime, though, going to be trying to take down that Glaceon along with pretty much everybody else. A great way to kind of split it off from the group, and that's going to enable this push extremely well. Their front line is going to get melted down that much slower. And the big reset, I'm assuming they're probably going to actually come back through. Yep, every single one coming back through. The dunks coming out from Oscatar. They're going to continue this fight. That Gold One's going down. And now we are in a threat of maybe getting like a half team wipe here. But most of the team kind of split up. You can actually see Illusion more on the right side than anything else. The Slow Beam coming out in a great follow-up as Illusion is starting to fight back. They could potentially have this as a turnaround, but the resets maybe a little bit too much. That is a huge amount of sustain.
Yeah, so much damage, a lot of good experience earned, but all of that for only a scoreline of 104. Thanks to that Hoopa, A3L can actually rotate down towards this bot objective extremely quickly. Incredible map awareness from Ayame on this Hoopa, and in fact, they're actually hanging out around the top side too in case they want to make a quick dash to that Regieleki. That's the benefit of having both their goal zones up. But a Registeel, this is so important for these teams to focus on headed into Rayquaza.
Right, this is going to be the last one. Oh, and the Unite is gigantic. Two big Unites actually coming out from A through L. And that's going to wipe out 3 members of Illusion. The Hydro Typhoon and the Fairy Singularity, both as a combo. I mean, if you can get like multiple with either of those, it could be a team wipe. But together, that is just a, well, I would call it a goal line at this point.
Yeah, they're going to be translating into a very large score lead. However, Razmog is able to dunk 50 in that top goal zone, and it breaks it. With that second dunk of 5, they're able to slow down the rotation. Incredible job from Razmog. They think of that very, very quickly, and now they have a great head start on the Regieleki. Ayame, the only one even in contention to steal Portal too early, and Lunder is going to grab that Regieleki, capture it, and send it down lane.
Now there is just about 25 seconds left before Rayquaza spawns. There's going to be plenty of time, but they are going to have to deal with the Regieleki, unfortunately, for A through L. And you can see there's actually 100% of the wild Pokemon spawns are still up on the side of Illusion, but they're not going for that. They're actually trying to stop the rotations by taking out this other Tier 1 Gold Zone. And at 209, this fight could mean everything. A great escape from Oscatar. Trying to get back in the portal. That was almost a huge mistake as the Aura Cannon almost got the KO at the 2-minute mark, but now they are without that for sure for the Rayquaza fight.
Oh, Super Luck is on Absol, not on Oscatar last I checked. But Razmog takes a ton of damage from that stun. They're able to make it back rather quickly though, with Sazuro restoring them to full HP. Blastoise locked in place, the slow beam used on them. Oscatar takes the engage, no Unite move drop from them, they don't have access to it right now. Ayame stunning so many targets, trying to focus on Klaus, and they are going to get the KO. The support core locked onto the hyper carry of Klaus to take them down, and Slow Rose next. Sadrecker whips the Gardevoir Unite move. There is Singularity Cakes, absolutely no one, but now they're able to reset thanks to that portal. No focus on Ayame means that Hoopa's been able to free fire.
And now there's still one gigantic Unite left. Oh my goodness, that's huge actually to just win the numbers advantage. But it's the Hydro Typhoon that's available. And if they are going to get any sort of team wipe here, it's going to be off the back of that. Nobody else in the game has their Unite. There is going to be a big regroup here, and the scoreline is so close. At 1 minute left, a 7-point difference. It says it's a close battle. I don't know if these teams really know whether or not they should be the ones pushing. I feel like this may not come down to a Rayquaza fight. We might just try to see some sort of backcaps. As you can see, a lot of defense on that tier 1 gold down on bottom. That's a juicy target.
Klaus does have Unite move. The Emerald 2-step can basically delete a single target if Pritzky or Ayame aren't watching too closely. They're chasing on that portal. Now the rip has begun. Rayquaza already down to half HP. They gotta watch out for that power-up punch. Oscar knows that, but it's a Gardevoir that clears it despite it all. Unite move used after the fact for just baiting the wall. And Oscar throwing some damage. Now Lunder goes down. The spin to win Blastoise continues. And Bordy cruises through an A through L with a Rayquaza secure and a huge push.
And I mean, there's a little bit of scoring from the other direction, but I don't feel like there's any chance it's enough. All the shields still up, all the goals going in. The dunks are simply too much, especially with that, just the Hoopa Unite just to end things off. But A through L, an amazing showing, taking down Illusion and moving forward into the top 3.
A big storyline in our tournament here at EU has been the name factor and how many team names we recognize and players. Well, I don't think anybody was recognizing A through L into this tournament, but you better now. 572 to 241. What a showing from this squad. You know what? I gotta hear what that desk has to say. Spraggles, Dewsnacks, what do you think of our loser semis?
20. Buzzwole seemed to win again.
Crazy, right? I mean, A through L, I just diffed them in the draft, I think. Because Illusion went all in. You mentioned it. We were talking while we were watching this match. You know, Klaus snagging up the Leafeon first. And then A through L literally just drafted a comp that we talked about. There was no real solid target for that Leafeon to ever engage on. And they had such a good front line getting creative, adding Mr. Mime into that equation to much success as we just saw.
I love Mime putting that leash on the Blastoise, just letting it spin faster, you know, chase down enemies better and do more damage. Big win right there for A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. Nailed it. I know about half the alphabet. Like
that happens.
Easy, I know half the.
That happens to be just the correct amount for this situation.
Like at the end, I'm like,
it gets a little wonky.
W, but
W? What is that?
It's so stupid. We already have you, and then they're like, throw it in again.
And it's shaped like a V. Chaos out here.
I'm pretty sick of the end of the alphabet, but I'm loving the beginning here, and they looked fantastic in this game. I also love that the caster curse strikes again. I say, there's really no way you can ban Absol, and then they ban Absol immediately.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the highlights and see how that Absol ban didn't quite come to fruition in any positive factor for Illusion.
Yeah, Illusion having a lot of trouble here. This match looking better than game number 1. I've noticed a lot of teams trying to play Lucario into Buzzwole. It's kind of like the Buzzwole that mom has at home, right? But it just doesn't seem to get the job done.
Much like me being bargain bin Spraggles, Lucario seems to be bargain bin Buzzwole for sure, and that's alliteration for you. Bang, nailed it. Here we go. This is kind of the big back and forth in the game where we thought, okay, Illusion has an opportunity here. They push one way, and then A through L just ransacks them back the other.
Yeah, it's just such a tanky squad. It's so difficult to push into this at all. Really, the only target for that Leafeon again is Guardy, but they did a great job protecting it throughout this match.
This was my favorite moment, A through L, where everybody seemed to be on the same page. Nice fairy singularity right into the Hydro Typhoon. They're able to push onto this path, convincingly take their Registeel, and then we went a little wonky in the finish line here. Things got a little crazy.
Well, you know, it gets to a point where obviously a team's looking for a win here. Illusion wants that Rayquaza, but they are able to not get it. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, able to secure that thing. And hey, the player of the game is playing one of the best Pokemon in the game. That's Oscatar on Buzzwole.
Oscatar had a great showing. In tandem with the Mr. Mime. You know, the leash was going to all the correct targets at the right time. You know, Oscatar, as Zoinks mentioned, yes, they are carrying the best Pokemon in the game, but they play it so incredibly well that it becomes a difference maker, much like we saw Buzzwole in the hands of Potato, is exactly the same for Oscatar here.
Yeah, just incredible stuff. I loved seeing the speedsters come out in game 1. I love seeing the interesting comp, you know, here in game number 2. We're going to go ahead and take a look at our bracket. we're going to see where we are right now and where we're going, Doob Snacks.
Well, where we're going is the losers final for free. Going to be squaring off against Alphabet Soup here, A through L. Waiting for them in the grand finals, Yellow Bingo, my team that I chose to win the whole darn thing.
Yeah, you're a genius. I've always said you're a genius.
I appreciate that. My self-esteem is so high right now.
I feel like I've always said it. We are going to take a short break. We're going to be right back with more incredible Pokemon Unite action here in the EU region. And you know what? We have a little treat for everyone. If you want some of your fan art featured by the Pokemon Unite Twitter, just hashtag it with hashtag Pokemon Unite. They'll look for it and they'll probably post it, especially if it has anything to do with me, Doob Snacks, and Stairs. Do I control what they post? I don't know.
Hashtag Unite Esports, I think, is the hashtag there. So we'll get it.
Okay, so I got the hashtag wrong. No big deal. They'll find it.
That's why I'm on the revenge tour list.
Mm-hmm.
Shreds it down, and now they're going to move through the players of time to shine.
Welcome back, everybody. We are in the midst of the EU region. It is so exciting, and we've had two incredible matches so far, and we're not going to stop that at all. We are headed into losers finals here very soon. Wonder Chef, these games have been fantastic so far.
They have. Europe is so fun to watch right now. Just the parity of the teams. Like we have had technically 2 sweeps, but it's been so competitive and really aggressive altogether. I mean, that last game we had just a fight just constantly up in that top pack.
We have Mr. Mime and Absol, I'm dead. But this is some exciting Pokemon Unite, and I am so happy to be here for it. This has been a fantastic tournament. I don't see that stopping anytime soon, and I know you don't want to miss any of the action, so make sure to follow here on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. It is Pokemon Unite everywhere you can find it, and make sure to go there, because I'll be there too.
Yes, and there's a long season ahead of us, which I am so happy for. I think right as the last season ended, I said, oh, I just can't wait for the next season to start already. I can't believe there's a break in between, but now we're here, and there's plenty ahead of us on the run.
Yes, and just in front of us is going to be our match number 3 of the day, which will be our losers finals. It's going to be 4 free versus A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, which of course have not taken a loss so far today. They are in the losers bracket, but that was via the open qualifiers, where they struggled a little bit in one of their games, however, still making it here and into the top 3, an incredible accomplishment.
Yes, and really, I would say kind of the most unpredicted top 3 that we have. They have been showing up so well. I mean, Oscatar has been really kind of like a pop-off player, but everybody on the team has been absolutely incredible. It's just, we've been looking at the Buzzwole so much.
It's true. But there is other draft strategies that are showing up quite often for this team as well. Krinsky almost gets that Slowbro every single time. They're not really moving into these double poke compositions. They're not in love with the Crustle. They really like to focus in on their hyper carry of Wrecker and Oscatar and how best they can enable them, who tend to go more melee style.
Right, and of course we can look at 4 free, who we just saw a little bit earlier in the winners finals, where Zervis, Chelvin, Soreyu, Zante, and Gotlu, just legendary names, by the way.
Absolutely.
I mean, this is just it's so cool that we're in the 3rd season and we can say, oh yeah, all the way back for years we've been seeing these players, and they are definitely proving that they are here to win.
Yeah, shout out Apprentice Unleashed, right? It feels like season 1 times there for them. But of course, the opponents A, B, C, or A through L, or alphabetical order, really depends on what you want to call them. But I think they are wanting to be called winners very soon. I mean, they have moved so well through this bracket. Krinsky, I just mentioned as a player I really want to watch, but I do think the star of the show tends to be Sadricker.
Sadricker, definitely, well, okay, I mean, with the Absol, and then also, I mean, we had such an amazing stuff. Definitely, I think the one who secured the actual Rayquaza last time. But, yeah, honestly, the whole team is looking amazing. It's one of those times where it's like, we're seeing a lot of the fights decided by certain Pokemon, but everybody on the team is really key in all of the fights, which is important. Like, when you see the teams that are like that and they're not dependent on one particular player, those are the ones that I think have the consistency to make it, obviously, into the top 3 here, fighting for that spot at the Aeos Cup.
Yeah. Now this matchup that we're about to see, I think is going to be really interesting between these 2 squads. Of course it is, we're in top 3 range, so it's going to be really exciting no matter what. However, stylistically, these teams are quite different. We have A through L, who really likes to play these individual fights. They can take 1v1s, they're feeling great because they're winning a lot of those. However, for free, tends to fall into those same tropes time to time. However, when it comes to final fight, they are definitely a collect and try to win the brawl altogether. They could be caught off guard by A through L's hyper flanking style. However, we're talking about 4 free here, and you mentioned how legendary these names are. I don't know if they're going to get caught off guard by much.
Yeah, they've been around a lot, played plenty of games, plenty of 2-minute fights, you know, in their lifetimes. But yeah, the positioning has been so strong with the A through L, and that's been a big deal because of all of the comps that they like, right? Obviously, you know, with whether they're going with the Absol or whether they're not going with the Absol at all, and like really depending on a lot of the flanks coming from the Buzzwole, or just there's so many different ways that they can go about it. But we saw them space people out 2 times, which is a huge thing to do in Pokemon Unite. Very not easy. You have to make sure that you're not the one who accidentally gets caught out and has one of your members picked, and then suddenly you're losing a 45 and you lose Ray and everything just goes badly. So we know how confident they are in their spacing, and that is really key, especially with just the comps they like to run.
Yeah, and we have our game, I believe, ready to go very soon. So I myself am stoked to see this matchup. So let's not wait any longer. Let's throw it over to Spriggles and Dupe Snacks.
Let's do this thing. 4 free versus A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, and none of the M, N, N, O, P.
Let's see where they go with the bans here. It looks like we're going straight off with the targeted ban on Rick here with the Absol out of the gate. We saw it not quite work out for the last team that squared off against A through L. And 4 free says, you know what, we're going to dip back into that pool, but we think we can make it work.
Well, like I said, you can't ban Absol, so immediately They're going to ban Absol. I'm dead. I'm immediately
You're
dead.
knocked out, my friend.
I'm knocked out.
You're knocked out. A more traditional ban on the other side, A through L, going with that Umbreon, of course.
Clefable hovering as a possible first pick here, but of course it is the Buzzwole. Buzzwole winning every single game it has been in on broadcast today. I'm starting to think there's something to this Pokemon, and I've seen Gotlu on it. It's mean.
It's very mean, and they're going to try and stem that tide as A through L by going back-to-back defender picks. Krinsky, of course, on the Slowbro. Zoinks mentioned it's kind of their go-to comfort. Back on the other side, though, Chelvin locking in the Crustle, which has been phenomenal today.
Crustle has just been an absolute treat to watch. It feels like it's really, cementing its spot as one of the, if not the best defenders inside of Pokemon Unite right now. We've got the Venusaur, we've got the Eldegoss on the side of A through L. For free is going to grab that Leafeon, something that a lot of teams have been banning out. They're grabbing it in the last pick slot.
Yeah, we literally just saw it priority picked first last game to not much success, but now A through L needs to contend with all the different stylistic plays that For Free is bringing. Brawling up front, long-range snipe shots out of Zante, Soreyu locking in the Leafeon, and they're going to combat that with a little Hyper Beam Dragonite.
We've been seeing more and more Dragonite make its way into competitive play. For a long time it felt like Dragonite was kind of out. People just weren't running it, and I think what we noticed is, a lot of teams in the ACL, the Japanese Winter Tournament, they were running Dragonite, and it turns out it actually has a ton of value still in this meta.
My big question is, we've seen how good Clefable and Leafeon are. For Free got to get them so late in this draft that it really makes it difficult for A through L to craft a strategy around it. We saw it happen last game. Leafeon was picked first, bang. They drafted completely to counter that and isolate it out. Not such the case here, but they're going to war with some of the best Pokemon you can pick.
Yeah, I'm looking at For Free's team composition, and this feels incredibly mean. I would be worried going against it, not just for the Buzzwole, but I just feel like they've picked up so many power Pokemon inside this meta.
The Gutter Leafeon to me is like the diamond in the rough. That is a huge last pick for them, and they get the Clefable to support the Buzzwole up front, and of course the pot shots out of Inteleon from the longest range, outraging even the Venusaur on the other side with that Solar Beam is going to be critical. That's what I'm saying. A through L last time were able to draft specifically to target down one Pokemon on the other side, but they've got 3 different brawlers out here, frontline, long range, and of course the Leafeon that can smite things down.
Well, here we go, Dupe Snacks. For Free, your purple team, A, B, C, D, and the rest of the alphabet all the way to L. Your orange team here in our losers bracket, looking for a chance to head to the grand finals, looking for a chance to win that ticket to the Aeos Cup.
Little prevention here, making sure that they can't get ransacked early in their central. As the Gossifleur peels off, Oscatar going to clear the rest, already ticking over to level 4. However, already level 4 on the other side for Free is that Leafeon, and that thing can do some damage.
Yeah, I was wondering exactly where they were going to throw all their Pokemon. This is not surprising to me, seeing where everyone went here from A through L. Dragonite obviously needs a lot of experience to get online heading to that central area. A Pokemon that needs very little to get online is Leafeon, already level 4, already has the Solar Blade in this top path, and it just makes it so difficult to secure any of these wild Pokemon against.
Yeah, incredibly difficult early as well, because you want to secure stuff for yourself, and the Leaf Blade might not secure, but it's going to deal so much damage for you just standing there that now all of a sudden what was trying to secure a wild Pokemon can turn into an engagement.
Here we go, the Dragonair coming down to this bottom path right here, looking to win this fight at these bottom birds, and they do a great job of that. We've got the Ivysaur online right now, as they're going to continue this push.
Yeah, and they're going to try and get some points, and Chelvin going to have to do everything under the sun to keep this from happening. Nice little surf through by Krinsky, peeling off to try and get the berry is Chelvin, but now Bordy's going to be able to get their 21 points, and Soreyu's pulling up for the smoke. The Solar Blade chunks Bordy, almost clefts that onion in twain, but they are able to peel back. Oscatar's caught on the backside of a Nightmare, and now they're going to try and collapse on them. Oscatar still standing in the pocket, but not for long. Solar Blade, who would have thought?
I think they knew that they were going down. They just wanted to do as much damage as possible, possibly grab Zante on that little Inteleon and see if they could make something happen. Unfortunately, they couldn't. They do go down there in the bottom path. Game incredibly close right now, 22-21. Both teams just stacking up a little, scoring a little. Nice KO in the top path. Gotlu is possibly in some trouble, but you know what? This is Buzzwole, so actually I think it'll be okay.
Yeah, sad record going to peel back and to go straight for the berries. Gatlu already level 6. You say they have a mean Buzzwole, and that's kind of what you need in this meta right now. Gatlu's no exception. Zervis going to be on the chase to make sure that Oscatar cannot hang out for too long as they springboard into the center.
Yeah, and they're getting ready to head down to the bottom path right here. The nice thing about a Pokemon like Leafeon, any of the evolutions, you know, is you get level 8 and you immediately have your Unite move. You're faster than a lot of central area Pokemon for that reason. Even once you hit level 8 with the Dragonite, you still don't have its Unite. Not as much of a game changer Unite either, so they're going to be a little behind in this bottom path. They're putting resources here into the top path.
Yeah, Wrecker just trying to get some of these wild Pokemon for themselves. Wartortle needs to tick up. Another KO versus Sorayu on the Leafeon, and Inteleon ticks up. Now they're crashing. The bottom gold zone is up here. A through L is just trying to hold fast in the face of 2.
Yeah, you can see they need to get this Blastoise online because they're just being dominated there by that Buzzwole. Bottom path right here. For free is taking this Regirock. For free.
Well, for free. Chalvin going to try and successfully screen out Krinsky. Not that there was much fear there with the Inteleon and the Leafeon ripping through that objective. But now the team gets to peel up top. Zervis and Gatlu doing great despite being outmanned in this top path.
Yeah, the thing about Buzzwole, especially with the support there to help them, my goodness, what a Solar Blaze. This fight is starting to kick off, Noob Snacks.
Nice engagement, of course, the little 2-step sliding down another one, KO streak of 2, and that's just a match made in heaven, my friend, as they're putting in more points in this goal zone, and everybody that's stepping up is catching for the smoke, but realizing we got baby lungs and we can't handle it.
Incredible stuff right here. I mean, I was just about to talk about how Buzzwole does so well with that support in the top path, and now you can see it right now. Already a level 9, out-leveling its opponent in the top path by 3. That Wartortle is still not a Blastoise, finally ticking over to it right now, while Gatlu has its Unite move.
Bordy working through the for-free central area. Really, they've got so much more to try and contend with right now, as you have a Regieleki peeling to the middle. They're just level 8. They haven't even picked up their Unite move yet, and now Sorayu has them in their sights. Already level 10 is the Leafeon. Inteleon Unite is out, and Bordy is gone.
Yeah, Bordy was done for. There really was nowhere they could run in that moment, as we see a little bit of a crash down here onto this Tier 1 goal zone, but I don't know if they're going to be able to stop it. They're trying. Record down here in this bottom path. Huge score right there. 40 goes in. 241 to 21 right now.
Amazing job by Gatlu and Chelvin to just buy the space so that Sante could get that 40 banger in plus 38 on the over dunk, and now a huge lead for For Free.
Here we have the timer ticking down in the bottom path for the next Reggie. For Free able to take the last one. We're going to see if they're in good position for it right here. Bordy right now has the Unite move on Venusaur. We have a Unite move on Dragonite, but I mean, look what they have to play into. It's so incredibly tough to get something done here. So Ryu possibly caught out right now, but you know, this isn't the worst thing in the world. They're able to actually break some ankles up here in the top path, long enough for Free to just easily take this Reggie steal.
Able to get some of those Swablu there from the Swablu and Altaria, and really just taking up time. Yes, they gave up a KO. That is good experience for A through L to get. However, the time they purchased is enough for them to secure this objective and have a decent rotation to protect this goal zone.
Yeah, right now, everything is coming up for Free. Big Unite move coming in. Blastoise trying to make something happen. Got caught right here, but no, the superpower to stay in the battle with that big shield. The Hyper Beam comes in and it finally goes down.
Nice little push, able to pick up a KO there for A through L is not nothing, but they are getting their receipts for that insolence. For Free still playing strong.
For Free doing incredible right here. And you know, Leafeon really excels, just like a lot of speedsters, when it has a big level advantage. And look at it right now. I mean, level 12. If it gets anywhere near the Eldegoss on the enemy team, or even the Blastoise as we just saw, it'll rip it to shreds. It's exactly where you want to be with a speedster. When you're winning big.
They're winning big indeed. Zervis about to take over to level 11, almost keeping pace with the Dragonite on A through L, and that's what we like to call, Spraggles, a problem.
Yeah, this is a big problem right here. Regieleki not going to do much damage right here. They're just going to be able to wipe it off the map, but they're way, way behind on score. So much so that they're going to need to make some big plays here at Rayquaza. Oftentimes, of course, games come down to which team plays the Rayquaza fight better, right? But when you're ahead on score in a dominant fashion, you have so many more options than your opponents.
Yeah, we literally watched a game yesterday where one team was so far ahead on the levels that they made a play that I was like, oh, well, that's an int. and they were able to get a KO streak of 2 despite making such a weird off-balance play because they were such high level. That is invaluable in this game.
Once again, we have another bottom Reggie here, and we have no one from A through L able to really contest it. For Free is going to take this one for the price of nothing.
For free, if you will.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Man, we nailed it. Ayame going to try and space out, figure out where the players for Free are, and they are poached and put down. Solar Beam comes through, but it is way too far away to save that Eldegoss, and that Cotton Puff is popped. Yeah,
I mean, once Buzzwole hits level 11 and it gets the resets on Superpower, it's just incredible. It's so difficult to deal with. Its combos can take down many Pokemon just in one, fell swoop, and that's going to be really difficult for A through L. They're behind on every metric. However, they do have some Unite moves. You got the Venusaur Unite, you have Blastoise Unite, which is a huge Unite move, and we have Buzzwole here just watching this top path goal. Obviously, For Free knows they're way ahead right now, so all they need to do is let A through L make a few mistakes, and they take game 1.
Yeah, and if Chelvin is on their 1s and 2s, they're going to be able to get great spacing and also use the Rock Tomb as a target for Zante to just put in the snipe shots, right? I've got a target here, just follow my lead, and they'll be able to really keep this central area spaced out.
And now you can see right here, obviously, A through L is trying to figure out exactly where For Free is, but For Free loves this. Just drain the clock. They don't need it at all. They're way ahead. Leafeon at any moment can peel to score, can also peel to move in this fight. Here comes the Slow Beam.
Slow Beam on Clefable. Hyper Beam follows them back through. Chelvin uses their Unite move, their Rubble Rouse, and their move forward. Hydro Typhoon kicks up a bunch of players, but where's the follow-up? There is none. They're putting through. We got a little fist flying out of the Clefable. Their Unite move has popped 2 players down for A through L. We're pivoting a little bit. Sad Wrecker's caught in the middle. They aren't pressing any buttons anymore because they're absolutely shell-shattered. Moving back towards their bottom path is A through L, but now it's 40 that's on the chopping block. Put down. Who else? Gatlu. I mean, this Buzzwole is too big, too mean, and so is For Free.
This is unbelievable right here. I mean, For Free just cannot be stopped. We're going to see if A through L can do anything. If Dragonite could get center, if it could rip down that objective, maybe something could happen right here. But they just don't really have the Pokemon power with them. They're outmanned here at this fight. They're trying to make something happen.
Yeah, Dragonite just used their Unite move, I believe, to get back into the middle. We're going to see if they can actually knock some KOs. They need to take the objective. There's 30 seconds left. Knocked out of the space is Wrecker on the Dragonite. They're put down. Excuse me. Oscatar on the Dragonite. Moving forward here, there's a Rayquaza Rip. There's 20 seconds left, but there's 2 players down on A through L. There's not enough firepower on this team to get this thing done in a meaningful manner. They might need to start scrambling, scoring now. For Free is all over them. No players knocked out for Free. 8 seconds left. Spraggles, this one's curtains.
It is over. For Free takes a commanding Game 1 victory right here. And even if they were to get Rayquaza, they can't even really score in time, but at the same time, For Free went and just dunked some points in both the top and bottom tier 2 goals right there. Huge win for them, looking extremely impressive. 456 to 83 in Game 1.
I mean, what a look, and who else but Gatlu, and what else but a Buzzwole to make that thing happen for Free.
For Free. We're going to send it back on over to the analysts at the desk. Gentlemen, what do you think?
Thank you, you two. An exciting game to cast, but I mean, especially if you're a fan of For Free, because they were absolutely crushing it from the draft screen all the way to the end of 10 minutes.
Yeah, this was a match that was a little For Free. I know we made the joke a million times, but really, truly, this was maybe one of the more dominant games that we've seen. And the thing was, there was a really good opportunity for them to lose this lead if they didn't play safely, but the way that they played all of the end of the game was very, very smart. They managed to play the time really well, which is something that we've actually seen now from both of these teams.
Yeah.
Knowing when you can press your advantage and when you can press your advantage by doing nothing. Sometimes it's the best move.
Yeah, and they earned their way to be able to do that, right? If you look at that score graph, we had every single Reggie going over to the favor of For Free. Every team fight went their way, and I really do think that we have to start talking, like, drafts went their way as well. They came away with Buzzwole, Inteleon, and Leafeon as their team comp.
I feel like I would be remiss to not mention what Spraggles would mention right here, which is that we still have it's literally a 100% win rate still, right? Yep. With Buzzwole. Yep, the element in the background. Thank you. Just yell all of your comments, and we'll listen from here. No, but no, it's true, and I'm really surprised that we haven't seen any team going second ban that Buzzwole yet.
Yeah, not yet. Well, we'll see in the future potentially. But of course, we do have some highlights to take a look at of that last match. Bit of a for-free highlight reel, so let's take a look at it. ABC had some moments. I see what they're trying to accomplish with this Dragonite. You can't really play any mages into a Pokemon like Leafeon. They're just going to eradicate your backline. So you got to play something a little safer. That's why they go with the Dragonite, but it certainly was not enough.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, just the fact that if you were to go something like Gardevoir, I mean, Snipe Shot is also a really good way of dealing with that, just slightly outranging you, even though you've got great range on that Pokemon. So I do like the idea of that shift right there, but overall it felt like it was kind of at the end of a draft that was already not necessarily looking super awesome for you, and having to flex late just kind of means that you were in a situation you probably didn't want to be in to begin with.
Right. And we just actually see the reason you're picking Venusaur Blastoise into composition just there a moment ago in that goal zone. The Hydro Typhoon into the Verdant Anger, those two Unite moves, it's a great combo play. However, there was just so much healing and shields on the side of For Free, they could basically ignore it. The Clefable support so strong, and when Crustle has no Umbreon to worry about stealing their shields, that Rubble Rouser Unite move has a ton of impact. And yes, it stuns as well, but honestly, the shields were enough for Shelvin to run all the way to the bank and start this match 1-0.
Yeah, I was actually about to mention basically what you just did, that Umbreon specifically, I mean, we've seen Crustle do really well into Umbreon, which is such a perfect hard counter to its Unite move. So I feel like that's really like a hard counter. The other way is once we see that Umbreon's banned, once we know that you can't choose Umbreon, Crustle is such a powerhouse right now.
It is incredibly strong. It enables one of the best compositions in the game of that double poke, and it just self-reliantly is incredibly strong. It defends goal zones great, and of course we've seen it win a whole lot of matches. Maybe not as many as Buzzwole, but we've seen it win a lot of matches, and we've been begging for it all day. Wondershep, is this finally the time that we see Buzzwole land on the ban screen in this game number 2?
I don't know why it wouldn't be, but I also don't know why it hasn't been already. Right. Again, you know, Absol also 100% win rate and higher ban rate than Buzzwole.
True
so
facts.
Maybe we should all be scared of Absol, but no, I really truly do not understand why the Buzzwole bans haven't happened. Obviously, all the teams that have made it really far into this bracket as well have specifically really strong Buzzwole players. And that's a big deal too. It's not like, oh yeah, like they just happen to have a good Buzzwole. It's like they've got Buzzwole players.
I'm actually very interested in a step even before the draft begins in what side of these teams actually elect to choose. So ABC did lose that first round, which means they have the choice of first or second pick. Depending on the metagame, it actually gets thrown around a lot of what teams, where they favor to be on either side. I'd say up until very recently, maybe that second side is where you'd rather be. But we're going to take a look at the bracket because obviously ABC has been having an incredible run, and let's take a look at what teams they've been able to dispatch. Red Pink to start off the day, Squishy Squad as well, and 2-0 Illusion. I think maybe the biggest showcase of their talent so far today.
It is. Squishy Squad, though, as well, looking extremely strong. So the fact that they were able to take them out is really big. I mean, it's kind of like a I don't know. It continues on. Like the props that you get for beating teams, it just continues. So the Squishy Squad defeated, multiple good teams, but then the team that beats them, do you take the credit then from that? It's like
the transitive property is great. Let's transition over to our casters. The Sprinkles and Dupes next. We're headed to the draft.
Here we go. ABC on the purple side here. They're going to get that first pick. Dupes next, something Zoinks was talking about. Which side would they actually rather be on here? For Free, going to get the next two. We're going to see what they decide to ban out right here. Absol actually looking like a great target. It worked in game 1.
It worked in game 1, but they're getting Buzzwole. That makes a heck of a difference here, the way I'm looking at it. And I will be stunned if A through L lets that Buzzwole slide over to For Free, because Gatlu will snatch that thing right up.
I'm not at all shocked, as we have Buzzwole picked as a first pick right here. Clearly, especially in this EU region, it is a dominant force. We're going to have to see if For Free can do anything about it right here, as they take 2 early power picks in Teleon and Leafeon, so they're bringing out the damage early.
Well, if For Free is going to have to buck the trend of the perfect win rate here of Buzzwole, and Oscatar themselves have played this Buzzwole spectacularly already today. We've seen it on broadcast. Nothing too wild. Krinsky locking up Slowbro again. Bordy on the Venusaur again. So we're going through our comfort levels here with A through L, but the big difference you have to point out, of course, Buzzwole.
Yeah, Buzzwole is a big deal right now. It's a really big deal. Gatlu locking in the Crustle right here. Zervis, the Eldegoss. No, moving over to Hoopa. I was going to say Zervis and Eldegoss just go together.
Maybe some good aggressive portals to sit on top of Buzzwole. As soon as those engagements happen, you can blink them out before the Buzzwole can actually close the door. However, Buzzwole is a perfect Pokemon to poach players out of the hyperspace hole as well.
Absolutely. And we saw Rick here earlier on this Gardevoir. It looked really, really good. They've got the Guardy, they've got the Buzzwole. Things are looking good. For free, trying to figure out this last pick, seeing what they're going to put in the top path right now. And again, Lucario coming out. We've talked about this. Lucario feels like a lot of teams attempt at countering Buzzwole. It has really good secure early. I just don't know if it has anywhere close to the value it does late.
Yeah, for it to have value late as compared to Buzzwole, it needs to be pretty far ahead. And that's just something we haven't seen materialize when people have picked Lucario so far. Sorayu, again, trying to flip the script, and they're going to have to if they want to move on 2-0 into the grand finals and, of course, break this Buzzwole win streak.
Yeah, it is the Buzzwole curse. Can any team stop it? I mean, it just wins every single game for free, deciding not to take it away from A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L.
You did it. I thought you were going to try and draw that out to use the whole timer we had as the final preparations are locked in. And I must say, it's hard to argue with Buzzwole and A through L in the lineup they've put together. We've seen them win with this time and time again.
I think it's so incredibly good. I mean, it's just dominating these games. Although, I mean, a huge compliment always is you getting target banned. When they say your Absol is so good that we don't want to play against it. We would never ban Absol otherwise, but against this player, we have to ban it. I mean, it's a huge compliment. The only question is, do you have enough other tricks? Do you have enough other tools in your toolbox to be able to beat for free right now?
Well, that's the big question that we're going to try and have answered here in Game 2. And we are underway.
Here we go. A through L, your purple team for free. Your orange team, they are looking to head up to the grand finals. These are your losers finals for the Aeos Cup play-ins in the EU region. Both of these teams obviously need to get to those grand finals. The chance to win a trip to London to compete in the Aeos Cup is huge.
Yeah, look at the spacing. Of course, we have an invade going both ways. Ayame coming across, but no, the Leafeon is here, and Ayame might be in trouble as, of course, Zervis went across the screen to try and bully this Ralts on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, Leafeon is just such an incredible Pokemon for heading into that central area, but Hoopa as well. You've got a support, you've got a speedster, everybody heading into the central area to really make their opponents' lives miserable, and we're going to have to see how that's going to impact the fight here for the Birds at 850.
I mean, the Hoopa already level 4 has bullied the Ralts, and now they're at level parity. That is an insane W in the early stages of this game for Zervis, as now the whole team has to pull over. They still have a Gossifleur on the side of A through L.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that, we talk about with an invasion strategy like this Hoopa is doing or like the Leafeon did. These strategies are so powerful because you're able to take a Pokemon that really needs experience, really needs to come online, like Gardevoir, and you're able to just completely shut it down. Right now, everything is great for free. They're the only team scoring, they're the only team with big levels, and the central area Pokemon for A through L is still not level 5.
Yeah, the recipe for success here isn't necessarily the Lucario, it's to draw so much attention and have such a high quality support player in Zervis to be able to buy that much time that now your Lucario is just level 6 because it didn't have to do anything else.
Yeah, and Leafeon being able to head up to that top path really helped stop Buzzwole from getting all of those secures. Buzzwole still not level 5 right now. That is huge.
They are absolutely bullying this team. Look at everybody's at a pre-evolution here, and Buzzwole would be too if it needed to evolve. They are dwarfing A through L in the early stages of this game.
Yeah, last game looked like a little bit of a stomp here, but this game is looking even better for free. They can taste those grand finals. They need to get back there and face off against Yellow Bingo once again.
Well, they're on their way here as we are 7:40 into the game, and they're really just truly taking over. A through L needs to figure out how they can start contesting here because Zervis is just running roughshod on them.
Yeah, and look at this. We have the Inteleon online right now, level 7. Lucario is 8. Leafeon is 8 with a Unite move, just able to bully this team so well. Yeah, we have a level 3 Dupsec just pointing to the screen. A level 3 Eldegoss still.
Yeah, and the Ivysaur goes down. They're sieging the goal zone. They're easily dunking at 21 points. Krinsky might be on their favorite Pokemon. They're looking down 3 bullies. memories right now. There's no amount of amnesia that you can use to forget that beatdown. I mean, For Free is taking over right now.
Yeah, For Free is just dominating right here. And I know at a point like this, you'd be thinking, well, we're probably going to have a big fight in the bottom path. Dubsnax, you got some play-by-play to call. Really isn't much else to say. Once again, it's just for free.
I'm pretty sure at this point the Regice has done more damage to For Free than A through L has been able to. And now that they're going to be able to crush them on the macro axis because Zervis has the hyperspace highways unlocked and open, Sorayu level 9 looking to bully. Ayame finally taking over to 5. Sorayu just getting the mix. Oscatar poaches and picks them up, puts them down. But who else is there but Chelvin and Zervis to make sure that Sorayu stays intact?
Now, obviously, this is one of those moments where if you're A through L, you know you're really far behind and you need to get back in this game. What they need to do is get as much experience as they can, get a Unite Move or 2 online, and make a big catch on the opposing team. If they're able to take down this level 10 Leafeon, which is a pretty squishy target, they can get right back in this game. But they don't have a single Unite Move on the side of A through L. They are so far behind right now. They need experience, but if you look at their side of the map, it's completely gone. Everything has been licked clean on their side of the map, and they're very hungry.
Krinsky is actually putting the chase onto the Leafeon as Bordy's trying to score behind them. I mean, A through L is looking for any opportunity to get points in. We see the bottom goal zone siege attempt. Not even a single point gets put in, Spraggles. There's an absolute donut on the side of A through L.
I am starting to worry that if this continues this way, we're going to have to take this off broadcast because this is some extreme bullying right now by For Free. This is just incredibly mean. I don't know what to say about it, but A through L really needs to get back in this game. They need to make a big play right now. They're so far behind. It's not over. There's still 5 minutes left, but it could be the worst 5 minutes that A through L has ever had to play.
All right, Chelvin goes down. In the meantime, For Free takes Regieleki. We're going to see how hard they want to push this thing, and they can push it pretty hard if they want to. And, well, they didn't even need to because there's literally one Sorayu, 3 players. They're collapsing. Half HP, Zervis is there for the support. Sorayu just needs to get out. This is not a KO they want to give up. But if they can close the goal zone out, maybe you get the parity on the scoreboard. 255, they do get the KO on Sorayu. Quality KO for sure, but that is a huge score line to try and overcome.
Yeah, it was a quality KO while Lucario was in their flux zone and 5 members of A through L had to do something about it. I mean, this is tough, but here comes a big push right now, Dubsnax, and they're looking to siege this goal zone.
Nice fairy singularity, almost catches 2 players. Buzzwell Unite pops out, can't find a target. They are walled in, screened in, and they are getting beat down. Sante's pulling up for the smoke, but it's everybody on A through L that are falling, and they're catching L's left, right, and center. A nice stun into the rock tomb, and look how violently they just got pushed out from their own attempt at pushing a path.
0 to 255 right now. This is For Free's game to lose. It's going to be very difficult for them as long as they don't get a few of their big-time Pokemon caught. They're just in such a commanding lead right here. And now they just have to continue gaining experience, can keep that level lead huge, and find moments to continue to put points on the board. It's getting to the point where even if they lose Rayquaza, they can win this game.
Yeah, A through L's score line really looking like my bank account right now, and it is low. They need to figure out a way to change that up and really get their wild Pokemon and get the catch we were talking about. That Sorayu wasn't even really a catch. It was Sorayu feeding himself to the 5 players on the other team so they could get the score line that they have now. They need to take this objective. They need to take a body, and they need to do anything they can to drag this thing back into their hands.
Yeah, you can see A through L right now trying to make a big play. Buzzwell actually picking up this Lucario KO right here as Regirock is being chipped up. Leafeon was away scoring right here, bringing it to 271. This could go the way of A through L as it doesn't look like they have good secure on the side of For Free, and actually a glimmer of hope right now as Regirock goes down.
Yeah, now we're sieging the goal zone. Gatlu's giving the cover. They're jumping back. Buzzwell Unite actually puts on the Chelvin. We're going back the other way. Burdenanger is there. Fairy Singulator right on top of the path. This is A through L's opportunity to push. 2-step tango right on top of the other team. Looks for KO, but they keep pushing. Chelvin is low. Krinsky's in the pocket. They're up front, and that's 2 more quality KOs. A through L is clawing their way back into this, Spraggles.
Yeah, after that buff, after the experience, they're getting back inside this game. A level 12 Gardevoir, a level 12 Buzzwole. They are online. They're starting to get some parity level-wise. Score-wise, not as close. 0 to 271. For Free is in such a great position right now. They could take this Reggie. They also could just zone out A through L here.
Yeah, Gatlu's feeling very bold, showing their positioning real quick. Going to use that Solar Blade to try and secure some wild Pokemon out from under A through L. Really starve them on the experience even more.
Now, Obviously, A through L wants Rayquaza. They need it. For Free doesn't. They do have a Hoopa. They can make some really sneaky plays. They, of course, could also send their speedster Leafeon to make some sneaky scores. They don't really want to fight here. They just want to, you know, have this clock wind down another 2 minutes and make it into the grand finals.
Krinsky getting boxed out a little bit, eating a snipe shot. Now they're pretty low on HP. The next snipe shot falls just shy of another critical hit on top of Krinsky. Chelvin, great spacing, great rock tombs, as everybody is just jockeying for position right now.
Yeah, right now we're just trying to figure out how this exactly is going to kick off. You can see Gotlu being a sneaky little gentleman in that bottom path, looking for a possible score here, hugging that bottom wall, noticing the Psyshock right there, so just making sure that they don't get seen by this Gardevoir as they're going to look to score. Obviously, again, more points on the board is better for Free, getting caught right here, but still wasting an insane amount of time, and Guardy can't come into this fight.
No, and they can't even catch. They didn't even stop the score either as the 66 points go in. Snipe shots are raining in. It looks like A3L is finally pivoting to Rayquaza here. Oscar is getting into the back line. They're looking for Zervis. Chelvin comes in for the smoke, pulls up for the screen. Krinsky back the other way, Surf, and we're seeing Vertinanger is back out. Chelvin pops their Unite with the Rebel Rouser. They're coming back through. Nice Aura Cannon out of Lucario. They're peeling back. The rings are unbound as well. The Leafeon is down. Gatlu is down, but so is Wrecker on the other side. It's a 4v4 square off, but Oscar so low. They pull out the Unite move, caught on the wall, and they get KO'd by Zervis. 2 players down, A3L, as we pivot back to the middle. Rayquaza doing great on HP, which means For Free is feeling great about their situation. Collapsing on top of Krinsky, the last member of A3L standing. It looks like they're going to catch an L. 0-3-37 For Free, poking out here.
Oof. I mean, not even a single point scored for A through L. They couldn't make it 1-3-3-7 for us. Would have been fun to see a scoreline like that. 4-17 right now. For Free is going to be heading to your grand finals. And finally, someone has an answer to Buzzwole. You know what it was heading into that central area and just being an absolute menace, stopping Gardevoir at the start of the match. They were ahead the entire game, and they never gave up their lead. They didn't make any mistakes. They played, honestly, a pretty perfect game of Pokemon Unite, and that's why they're heading to the grand finals.
This game did not feel particularly close, not at all, Spraggles. You mentioned the central invasion by Zervis was over there for almost 2 straight minutes without getting knocked out, hitting level 4 before the Ralts on the other side. But let's throw it over to the casters to break down this beatdown. Take it away.
Wow, yeah, I think beatdown might be the best way to describe what we just saw. Sarayu going extreme speed Lucario, that makes my heart sing, Wonder Chef. What a showing from For Free.
Yeah, I know you were literally, for anybody out there who doesn't know, behind the scenes, Zoinks was like, Sarayu could go easy, Sarayu could do it. We could go old school. And it's exactly what happened. So making some good calls back here. But boy, what a, I want to say just honestly, a pretty dominant set. For Free, looking so incredibly strong.
I think we could mark it on the UCS bingo board. We officially got a shutout in top 3 of a UCS tournament. I think ABC had a great run through the event, but For Free is just built different right now. I think they want that run back real bad. They've earned it in an incredible way. A dominant showcase of their talents, and I can't wait to see what they can do next, but I can't wait to see what they did just now. Let's run back the highlights of that last game.
This is a little bit brutal. Also, by the way, no longer 100% win rate on stream with the Buzzwole, so Absol still 100%. I don't know why I'm going to push that agenda, but yeah, this was just honestly such good aggression. You just stay ahead, or you get ahead early and then you stay ahead, and the level difference the entire game. I mean, that's really what you can look at in these. In the fights themselves, okay, but really just the numbers on the left and right side are so one-sided.
Great homework done by For Free as well. To ban that Absol, knowing that Wrecker will probably push into something like the Gardevoir, and we are going to go basically double engagement, or assassins as we like to call them. Extreme Speed Lucario and Leafeon, both amazing answers to that backline Venusaur, the Beamosaur, and the Gardevoir. Really, really good response.
Yeah, and one thing that I think is such a good combo is both of those, like you said, kind of like backline engagers, the Lucario and the Leafeon, combined with the Rock Tomb from Crustle is so disgusting. When you can't escape physically a Solar Blade, then you're just kind of out of luck. You know, you catch one valuable target out, and then suddenly the entire fight's over.
It can kind of feel like counter synergy sometimes. You run out of your dashes, but if we are going to give a player of the game, I think we have to award it to Sarayu onto this Lucario. Extreme Speed Bone Rush. Like I said, it's Season 1 love, but 74,000 damage. Obviously, this Pokemon can still work work and still look incredible these days.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Soryu playing incredibly here, showing off for the first time, and I don't even know how long it's been since I've seen it. We've seen an okay amount, I don't want to say a decent amount, but an okay amount above Lucarios, but they've all been power-up punch pretty much, so I love to see the extreme speed. I've always been a really big fan of extreme speed. I've also been terrible at playing it, so it's one of those things where it's like, I'm going to appreciate all the players who actually are quite good at it. Yeah. It is actually extremely skill-intensive to do well with extreme speed in a team fight, but you hit all of your marks, and it is beautiful.
Yeah, I love watching Soryu pull off a Pokemon like that, but we actually have an interview coming up with one of our teams, obviously for free, the victors there. We have Gatlu joining us here in the studio. Gatlu, thank you so much for joining us. Incredible showing. How does it feel to get a game win against Buzzwole for the first time on broadcast today?
It feels great. We said we just go for comfort picks and then we just win, and this is what happened. So I'm really happy about it.
All right. Yeah. Hey, comfort picks are really good. Okay, I gotta ask you, there's a lot of teammates in the entirety of the top of EU right now that are no longer teammates. How is that feeling kind of for the entire like scene? Like, are you feeling like is it kind of like, oh, it's really nice to be able to play against your former teammates, or you know, is it like there's some actual like serious rivalries? Just how has it changed the whole like scene in general?
I think it's really competitive. Already the first game that we played in the top 8 was really competitive. This game was really close and we almost lost the game. So it's definitely like every player in a different team makes a new team stronger, right? Having an experienced player with new players, helping them out, coaching them, and then just helping them to improve. I think overall the EU scene is really strong right now, with like a lot of teams, with a lot of good players in the team.
Yeah, EU looks incredible, and of course, your next matchup is going to be the run back against Yala Bingo. Last time you did lose that matchup, sent out of the losers bracket. What's going to be your response against this team again in grand finals? What's the energy headed in looking like?
The energy is kind of like the OG known loser bracket run energy. Every time I go to the loser bracket, I don't know, I wake up. Like when we played the finals, I felt like our team wasn't really calling as much, but we were just calling 10 minutes straight, so I'm feeling confident right now.
Amazing. I love that you're carrying the torch of the losers bracket energy, Gatlu. Thank you so much for joining us. Good luck in grand finals, and I can't wait to start watching that tournament. We are going to be taking a look, though, at our bracket now that we are sitting at our only 2 teams. Let's take a look at how we got there.
That's right, all down to 2 in the first event of the season, and it's going to be Yala Bingo and For Free, a rematch of winners finals where Yala Bingo came out ahead, but you know, like was just said, is actually kind of a lot of teams in the EU very strong coming from the lower bracket.
Exactly. They got that brand new energy. But make sure, everybody, to keep tuning in whenever you can to the official broadcast. You can follow on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube. You have, of course, Pokemon Unite wherever you can find it. We got some incredible games. But we have the grand finals coming up very soon, right after this break.
EUI. That's another hundo banger in. Can they get somebody's points in? That's it! That goes in!
It's time for one of these teams to earn their spot in the Aeos Cup at EUIC. We're down to just 2 teams, Yalla Bingo and For Free. They fought through the entire bracket, but now it's time for them to fight for the main prize. Welcome back, everybody. We're here at the Aeos Cup qualifiers, and I'm Water Chef, this is Zoinks, and it's time to get into it.
I can't believe the stakes are so high at the beginning of the season. Literally a paid trip to London. You immediately get added to the group stage at EUIC. I must remind everybody, at that event, there is a world slot on the line. So there is so much to play for. You'd love that boost by winning this matchup. And of course, the regional pride of being the first regional champion of a season, that is impressive.
It is, and it's all down to these 2 teams, For Free, Yalla Bingo. They've both been playing amazingly, and coincidentally, we happen to have some predictions for both of these teams on different, we're kind of split at the desk, I would say.
Yeah, down the middle, and now we're going to have one of these teams proven correct. Now, the team I chose to win this whole matchup is going to be For Free. We got a great interview with Gatlu a few moments ago talking about how they are bringing that loser's bracket energy into the grand finals, and they are going to need it. They took a loss to Yalla Bingo earlier today already. I'm going to have to come up with some kind of brand new answer to shut down. And honestly, whether Shelvin can get the Crustle or Marv can get the Crustle is going to be a very interesting choice in draft, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's a lot of copies as far as Pokemon used, but that's between For Free and, of course, their opponents sitting in the winner's side, which is going to be Yalla Bingo. Just an amazingly strong team right now that feels like they have all of the momentum in the world. You can see right there, Sixie's, Internal, Marv, Potato, and Sam. Honestly, a team of players that has been together for, these players have existed for a long time. Some of them have played together for a very long time. And they really, I feel like they haven't done quite this well because they are looking so dominant across the field of what is looking like potentially EU's most dangerous meta that we've maybe ever seen.
Yeah, we've had a few players kind of making it into the top 3, but a championship title would be a fantastic award they would love to add into their trophy case. And I think both these teams are obviously capable of it. They've made it to our grand finals, but I chose For Free to win this whole tournament. After seeing Yalla Bingo play in our top 4, they are playing so lights out. The metagame really favors a lot of their comfort picks, but they're also willing to break out of it. Must I remind everyone of Sixie's Chandelure to start today's broadcast, which really set this game ablaze. So I wonder, if anybody's going to crack the Buzzwole code, we had 1 win for the side of For Free, but Yalla Bingo's got some great answers too.
Yeah, they are doing so well with, honestly, both these teams. I can actually say both these teams doing really well with kind of what we're kind of seeing as the emergent meta picks, right? Kind of similar, a lot of similar Pokemon used, like I was saying earlier, where really we're going to see who's going to be getting the Buzzwoles, who's going to be getting the Crustles, and it's a lot of where draft is going to lead them as far as denying opponents things and then gaining something yourself. It's like a double win.
It's so important, especially with the players, the strength that we have in our game. We Sorayu versus Potato, which is going to be an incredible matchup, and depending who gets the stronger meta Pokemon, it'll be really interesting to see. But we are going to take one more look at the bracket because obviously we have to remind everybody this matchup we're seeing in Grand Finals was repeated here on broadcast in the Winners Finals. That was a 2-0 win.
It was. Now, it wasn't the most dominant 2-0 you have ever seen. There was definitely a lot of competitive play within it, and chances for Free to come back, but Yalla Bingo they held momentum, and that's really what it is. And especially, I think, with the current comps, there's a lot of opportunity to run over another team and really just hold the lead the entire time, right? Your Buzzwole pops off, or you get some sort of, invade that does really well, or you get a little bit too strong with maybe your backline, right? Your Inteleon is just unanswerable. They don't have the strength to be able to dive you fully, and then things can just run out of control, and that seemed to be kind of what happened. But if we do see slightly different early games, I could see it either way.
Yeah, well, we have our casters on deck to break down the draft, so Duke Snack Spraggles, talk to me about these teams.
Here we go. It's
Grand Finals time for the EU. We've got 4-3 versus Yalla Bingo. 4-3 coming from the losers bracket. They're going to need to win a lot of games to take down Yalla Bingo. And Yalla Bingo, I think they got the memo. It looks like they're banning out the Buzzwole.
I've been sending so many emails to these teams. Somebody banned Buzzwole, and I'm glad Yalla Bingo followed through. My pick to win the whole darn thing. And across the way, 4-3 quickly locking in Blastoise, another top pick for that top path, which we are saying is going to dictate the pace of all these games.
It seems to, right? But without Buzzwole, we're going to have to see what is going to be different here inside of game number 1 of these grand finals. We've got Umbreon and Inteleon as first 2 picks here for Yalla Bingo. Very powerful Pokemon. Crustle, no surprise to see this again. Zante on the Espeon, which is going to be really interesting.
Maybe 4-3 looking back and watch some replay against game 1 against Yalla Bingo and thinking, wow, that Rock Tomb into Psychic Solaire really buckled us at that raid fight. Maybe we'd like to throw that back into the direction of Yalla Bingo. Quickly locking in Eldegoss's internal. They've been on that every game we've seen on broadcast.
I'm wondering what we're going to see from Potato, and I was just about to say we might get the Garchomp, and here it is. Potato in that top path on the Garchomp for free, looking for their final picks right here. Sorayu possibly locking in the Zoroark. We did see it a little earlier today. Yalla Bingo with their final pick, and sadly it's not Duraludon. I can tell you that right now.
It's a whole new world out here in the grand finals. We've got some pretty unique compositions squaring up with a couple Pokemon we haven't yet seen. Garchomp and Zoroark are the 2 that I'm looking at, Spraggles. This is going to be a banger.
It's going to be a really exciting game here. Obviously, we saw these 2 teams face off in the winners bracket. Now they're back here in the grand finals, so it should be a really exciting match. Obviously, these are some of the best teams in the world. If you're looking to learn to play Pokemon Unite, Logan Paul, watch this match right here.
Okay, we've got Potati on the Garchomp. One thing is walking highlight reel in that Pokemon. They've set the meta ablaze with Garchomp in years prior, and now Buzzwole kind of leading the charge there, and they're going to be squaring off the top path against who else but Gatloo, who's been a menace themselves.
I gotta say, I love that Resonant Guard on Hoopa. We saw it, it was so useful at so many moments. Zoinks called that out a little earlier. When Hoopa especially is in that Unite move and getting the big shield from that Resonant Guard, incredible stuff. 4-3, Yalla Bingo getting ready for these grand finals, game number 1.
I just want to see where Internal and Zervis end up to support these top path players. Are we going to see the Zervis invade? Are they going to have to babysit the Central? Of course, we're going to have a Bulbasaur maybe moving the Central area for Yalla Bingo on the other side. That's a great invade target if you're your Zervis, but that's going to leave Gatloo alone as the Squirtle in the top path. There's a lot of early game macro decisions that are going to happen here that are going to dictate the pace of this one.
More than anything, I'm just so excited to see Potato on this Garchomp as we get ready for our first game right here. Gatloo heading into the top path with Squirtle, Zervis heading up for some backup.
Yep, no invade here. Zora going to be in the middle. Grand finals time, Spraggles. Pulling out the Zoroark, pulling out the Garchomp. We going to work, and I love that Gibble Hollowware.
I do too. It's so beautiful, and even more beautiful is what you win if you win this tournament. You get that ticket punch to the Aeos Cup, the all-important tournament where you could win a spot to Worlds early in the season.
Nothing to scoff at. Internal Zervis squaring off as level 3s. Zoroark trying to take over to Zoroark and jump into this top path. Meanwhile, as we saw, Sam going to be on the Venusaur in the middle, I believe, going to try and get that thing scaled up so they can get into the game. Excuse me, Sixie's picking up the Ivysaur.
Yeah, Sixie's heading to the bottom path right now with the Ivysaur. We've seen this a few times, you know, teams instead of prioritizing top path, which you see a lot, obviously, you want your top path to win, actually heading to the bottom path to get a little work done. And now we see Sixie's possibly trying to make the long run up the top path in time for this fight.
Zervis ticking over to level 4, which means the portals are going to be open. Internal struggling at level 3, needs another wild piece of farm to take over themselves. Sixties dodges the Astonished. Zervis trying to buy and engage, or at least buy some time for the team. Potati poaching that Altaria, getting the experience for themselves. Zora can't quite engage into that.
Yeah, they're trying. They're just barely missing their combos right there. Not able to pick up a KO. They would have liked to grab that Venusaur as it was heading to the top path, but just not able to make it happen. But it is heading into the central area right now, looking to see if it can steal away some of the buffs here from Yalla Bingo.
Amazing approach and well read by Internal to make sure that they're piggybacking on Sixties into the middle to make sure that Sorayu can't leave with their buffs and their experience. Finally, Elvidos is internal as we're pivoting down to see what's going on in the bottom path.
Yeah, we can see Espeon coming online right here, almost level 6, so they're going to have both of their moves very soon. Umbreon as well, level 5. You know, we have not talked as much about Umbreon today as maybe you would think we should, because this Pokemon is just so incredibly dominant, as it looks like Zeraor's moving and looking for a KO, and it gets it on the bite, but it goes down in return.
Each team, I'm going to call that, they each get a K opener there. Nice engagement, good follow-up, 1 KO back each way. Couldn't quite make it through the Xerxes portal to save themselves. Now 60s. We've got a Giga Drain, Petal Dance, Venusaur into the action. They're going to be brawling up front. Marv getting absolutely folded up here, low on HP, but picked up by the squad internal there for the save.
Yeah, it's cool seeing the Petal Dance Giga Drain right here. Obviously, you know, Giga Drain will be able to make sure that it doesn't get bursted down as easily by that Zoroark, and then the Petal Dance helping to reset that over and over again. It's going to be a different look from most Venusaurs you see, as Gottlieb's in a lot of trouble right here. The mean look almost putting him into a rock tomb that his own team couldn't bring him.
Yeah, another grab. The rock tomb was out. All 4 players are in the mix, but there's no real damage to be thrown into their direction here. Gottlieb cuts off the score. Sam able to dodge out of the way of Sorayu. Sorayu still going to the engagement. The War Turtle slows them down with a little bit of their own water, but it's Inteleon that uses Fell Stinger, backs away, gets to a safe distance, and chunks Chelvin while they're at it.
Look at those snipe shots, just pushing the Crustle back. Incredible fight right there, and a great disengage from Yalabingo. 26-29. This match is so incredibly close, but obviously they were close earlier in the winners bracket too. These two teams are great.
Zante able to take down Pataki in the 1v1, take the Regieleki, send that into the gold pad, score some points. But now it's about the basement or edge ice. Nice little reset here. Gatlu hits Blastoise just in time. Sorayu's in the dark waters, in the deep waters, and getting absolutely dove on and KO'd quickly. But is that enough time for 4-Free to take this objective? It is.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there for 4-Free, and they've been great at securing objectives in all of the games we've seen them in today. However, Yalabingo pushing on to this tier 1 goal zone, looking to take down Gottlieb. Huge mean look dragon combo. We have a Garchomp online right now, so trying to score 4 points here. We have Sorayu jumping in for this fight, looking to get one with the fake combo, and it does, but stuck in the mean look right now. It is able to get away. A huge snipe shot takes it down. 60's having to back up right now. It's in a lot of trouble, and it goes down as well. And it looks like Yalabingo is going to have to pull back here.
They're finally pulling back, 2 players down. Sam, I thought they were going to be on the Venusaur because they secured so many objectives with that Solar Beam, but they're picking up the other ranged attacker in this Inteleon, doing great work. And really the only reason that this Yalabingo showdown on 4-Free's tier 1 path didn't go way, way worse.
Sometimes it feels like when you're watching the best players in the world compete in moments like this, everyone's just trying to see if they can outplay each other, just continue fighting. And there are a lot of other things to do on the map here, guys. There are tons of these little yellow dots, lots of experience, but instead, you know what? I think we want to go back and forth in this engagement for a while. Sorayu in some trouble right here, looking to pick up the KO, and they do.
Yeah, they're able to eject in Potato and Internal in tandem, able to get that done. 60s, again, Giga Drain, Petal Dance, going to be great at brawling up front whenever the Zoroark wants to engage. I think that's a pretty clever choice out of Yalabingo.
Yeah, Unite moves lit up on almost every single player on the board right now. All 5 for free, ready to go right here. Hoopa can bring the team top or bottom, depending on what it wants to do. As you see Yalabingo starting this objective. Here comes the Hoopa Unite. The team can come up through this portal whenever they want, but they're scoring in the bottom path.
Nice flank by Sorayu, able to get the objective. Use their Unite move, dives on top of Potato. They want some more. Potato use their Unite move back the other way. They want to catch Sorayu. Xerxes is still topped off on tons of HP, and they're stunning so many players. Chelvin in the front line. They're going to try and collapse on Internal. They do. Now 60, Sam, and Marv all have to retreat because Chelvin is after him. KO streak of 2 for the former Cinderace main, making it look good on Custom.
Look at this mean bug just pushing forward right here. Finally, they just don't have enough anymore. After that Unite move is done, they're not able to push this Regieleki in. But things are looking good for 4-Free, up by over 100 points and winning some big fights.
Yeah, a really great rotations and good engagements by Sorayu, able to get that huge flank on Yalabingo, almost coming up their top path from their tier 2 goal zone, and they're able to get a big jump on Potato and leverage a big fight.
This feels like the For Free that we just watched, you know, absolutely stomp in the losers bracket right here as we have YOLOBingo pushing up here towards this tier 1. Here come the snipe shots. Big Blastoise Unite.
Oh, there's a follow-up Marv Unite back to the other way. Well, of course, the Bird and Anger right on top of that. They want this goal zone. Psychic Solaire picks up 2. Marv and 60s are pushed out. Eternal has to retreat 3 players down. And what looked like a great opportunity for YOLOBingo is snuffed out in an instant by an Espeon.
It feels like For Free is playing the exact kind of Pokemon Unite they want right now. I'm not sure what we saw earlier, but this is the For Free that can win these grand finals right here. They're dominating all these fights. They're taking every objective. Both goal zones are up. However, level-wise, YOLOBingo is not out of this game yet. We've got the 12 on Inteleon and Garchomp. You do want to see your Venusaur, however, at about level 13 right now.
Yeah, they're going to have to focus that. They do have some wild Pokemon to take. And look, you can cry wolf all you want here, but 180 to 74 is not the biggest gap, considering they have 2 tier 1 goal zones gone, Spraggles. So that means they're mitigated the overdunks a little bit, and they have a really solid opportunity to get some quality scores themselves under that 2-minute mark.
That's right. It's great having those tier 1s up because it's easy to peel back and score, but it's also easy for Free to defend in a situation like that. However, in the bottom path right now, we've got a push happening. YOLOBingo looking to make something happen here as this Regieleki is going down in the top path. Some points are going in. Nice big overcap there, bringing the game a lot closer within 100 points now, and that's a great position to be in, as you talked about. Now you can just peel off to this tier 1, score a quick 50 in double time, and you're ahead.
Yeah, this thing's going to hit. Soreyu does have full pockets of 50 and great mobility to get into the action. Oh, huge engagement by Potato. Jump right out of Gatlu. The rings are unbound. They're pushing back forward. Hydro Typhoon only kicks up Potato. 6 is on the backside. They're screened out by the Rock 2. Potato able to jump over the wall, but it's Soreyu pulling up the smoke. They're getting everybody. That is 1 KO down. Tons of damage rained in, but Soreyu also knocked out for that endeavor. They're going to have to insulate this goal zone. 200 to 102. 98 points separate them.
Yeah, it's still within 100 points. Anyone can peel off with 50 right now, and YOLOBingo is ahead if they do that. You see the Unite moves. Inteleon, Umbreon, Venusaur. We still have Unites. On the side of For Free, once Zoroark gets back, they have something, and Espeon, but they're definitely behind in the Unite move category, your most powerful move in Pokemon Unite, as they're heading towards this Rayquaza right now. Big snipe shot coming in. Here comes Garchomp.
Surfing in the mean look, and we're going for the follow-up. Marv is there to use their Unite move, try to grab any shields from Chelvin. Chelvin is getting low, and a nice engagement there by Potato. Nice surf back the other way, but it's the Espeon Zante getting a KO streak of 2. 2 players down for YOLOBingo. They need to make some plays here. They need to either decide to the Ray or scramble to score. Chelvin's actually going to go screen off the scores, so now YOLOBingo is sitting in the middle, and they've got an objective they need.
For Free knows they are up. YOLOBingo knows they are behind. Time is ticking down. There was a beautiful fight for Free. Unfortunately, the Umbreon Unite really got nothing as the team went back through that hyperspace hole. Rayquaza is getting chipped right now. Blastoise using surf. Here comes the Zoroark with a massive play, looking for a KO, and Crystal comes in to clean it up.
Forces out the Bird and Anger. We're pushing back the other way. Marv is trying to get in the way, so 60s can take this thing over. Gatlu is still half HP. Potato jumps over the wall. Marv is still standing. We're scrambling to score. 60s wants to try to get this 50 banger in, but Zante's there for the cover. Now they're scrapping it out. Chelvin's in the back line. Potato's trying to deal with them. Gatlu surfs through and pulls in and tries to take care of Potato. Chelvin is down, and now we're trying to push the top goals up. We got a back tap Hundo Burger by Service. Is that going to be enough in the top path? No, they can even get their points in. For Free, I think, is going to secure this thing for themselves.
For Free taking a big win here, in command of that whole game. I love the play in the top path. That was a beautiful, mean look. Venusaur up there trying to score, but at the same time, For Free knew what they were doing. They sent players to those tier 2 goal zones, and they put themselves in a great position here to win game number 1. Woo! What a start to this grand finals. Doobsnacks, let's send it back on over to Zoinks and Chef so they can break this whole thing down. Gentlemen!
Way to start the grand finals. What better in a score race to the very end? Great finish from both these teams, but of course, For Free coming out ahead. Soreyu engages on the back of Chelvin following up, and honestly, Zante, a defensive hero in this matchup on the Espeon.
Yeah, everybody played extremely well. I mean, this was honestly looking a little bit close at the end, surprisingly, but this was such a good game for Free across the board, and I love the fact that in general, they decided to go a very different comp than what we saw in winners finals. They had time, of course, to play their losers finals match. They had time to think about their loss, and they're like, you know what we were doing wasn't working. Let's try something different, and that something was kind of Zoroark.
Yeah, I like it. It's a great fresh look. Now, speaking of compositions, though, I'm glad you brought that up. One thing that's been very interesting about Yellow Bingo's run through both qualifiers and this top 8 event is that they have almost always been banning away the Umbreon. But now when they are in this position, I think Buzzwole has just been too much of a phenom. They decide they need to ban that Pokemon and pick the Umbreon instead, and it put them in a bit of an awkward position. They tried to play this like a freight train composition, the big bulked up, you have Petal Drain, and you have a lot of Pokemon, even Garchomp, who could just rush together and play around that healing source. However, it fell a little bit flat. Let's take a look at why.
Yeah, it was a lot of the early fights, to be honest, that just did not go their way at all. It was looking like pretty decent for them for a bit, but they really needed to, I don't want to say be ahead, but they really needed to not be behind with how late game their team's scaling was. And because of exactly like you said, the fact they really committed to everything, especially the Venusaur as well, not going Venusaur, going Petal Dance was really interesting, but you really need to stay at least parity with levels and strength and score and everything to be able to run a comp like that and not just be at a disadvantage.
Yeah, it's an all-in style of strategy, which obviously has some natural cons to it as well. And around these big fights, Rayquaza, I mean, Blastoise forced to Hydro Typhoon in a really disadvantageous situation. We have a great moment from Zoroark charging in, and that really changes the game. You take out Venusaur, that is the center point of a composition like this. The damage reduction of Pollen Puff, the self-restore of Giga Drain, so many pieces can work out, but if you KO them too quickly, they don't even get access to any of that. So it was a great targeted attack.
Yeah, and another big thing of how this last fight went, or this really last long series of fights, I should say, is that really with the comp the Yellow Bing was running, like you said, they really want to get all together and just run over the other team. But the way that For Free was playing against it, they were not letting them initiate in ways that would let them run over the entire team. So there were a lot of these weird little trades. You can even see right here, there's 1-to-1 gone. There was 2-to-2 gone earlier at the 2-minute-ish mark. And throughout all of that, they just weren't able to get their entire team comp working the way that they wanted it to.
Yeah, a great, fantastic play from For Free to really shut that down at every turn. And if they're going to make this Grand Finals a miracle run of success, they're going to need to keep on doing that the entire matchup. Because obviously they're coming from the losers bracket side. They don't need to win just one best of 3. They need to win 2. They need to win the first to reset our bracket and the second to take home our EUIC or Aeos Cup Play-In Championship title. Yellow Bingo, if they can surge back though and win 2 games in a row, they close it out and it's a done deal here.
Yeah, this is such a high stakes match, right?
Yes.
Now, normally, obviously, everybody wants to win, right? Everybody wants to win. There's more prizes, there's more money, but to be here at the start of the season, where the first Grand Finals is the difference between you get a good amount of money in championship points, or you get your free trip to EUIC, where you could just straight up qualify for Worlds there. You know, one of the earliest guaranteed qualifiers. That is such a huge difference. Like, you want that extra experience, that extra offline experience as well, which is invaluable, which we've seen over the course of the past 2 seasons. It's all so important to make this happen.
Of course, there's a lot on the line that these teams are competing for, and so far they have shown a lot of passion behind it. And speaking of that, I actually wanted to talk a little bit about this For Free roster that's coming from the losers side. When this roster was first formed, I do think it took a little bit of criticism. You have a role swap for Chelvin, who has historically been a Central Area player, and you have players like Sarayu and Gatlu on this team, which are incredibly skilled players, so strong. But I think sometimes they could be critiqued by just getting a little bit in their head, going too deep, things like that. However, with the way that For Free has been playing, they have been able to channel that in all the right ways. If Sarayu is going deep, Chelvin is right there hand in hand to shut down any escape route from the enemy team. If Gatlu is going so hard on the top path, that's okay, because they have one of the best supports in Zervis to back them up. And when they really channel these two incredible synergies they have across the team, they just make it look good in every facet of this composition. So if you were a doubter of this team based on the players on it, I think you need to discard any idea of that, because this is a team that could easily be the best team in Europe.
Yeah, clearly we're looking at it being very close right now, but I think that's one of the coolest things about this entire season in general is I really do feel like more than ever, we've had more role swaps amongst well-known players than I've ever seen before. We've seen so many players that are like we're used to seeing play even completely different things, like completely going from like attacker to even like, you know, defender or supporter roles. That it's really interesting, and I feel like the start of this season is going to be very different to the end of the season once people get comfortable with those roles.
Yeah, that's true. We'll see if these rules pay off. But of course, it is going to be all season long. We're going to see incredible Unite like this. And if you want to keep watching, you got to remember to follow here on the Twitch channel at twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite, or subscribe to the YouTube channel at youtube.com/Pokemon Unite, where you can see all of this incredible action. I know I'm tuned in. My eyes don't leave the screen.
Yeah, no, yours definitely do not. You are watching everything, and I know that as a fact, Zoinks. But no, this is going to be such a great season. I mean, the stakes as high as they've ever been at the start of the season. The meta is probably as wide as it's been. I mean, honestly, just the amount of Pokemon that we've seen within the past, whatever, the last 4 broadcast games, I could even say sets, have been, we've probably seen more Pokemon in just those 4 sets than we've seen in sometimes entire broadcasts. The meta is so incredibly wide. We've seen a bunch of different species. We've seen Lucario do well. It's not just 2 that we've seen picks, they've done well.
Yeah, and this is of course the Aeos Cup play-in tournament for Europe, but don't worry, we have North America on the other side of this tournament too. We're going to finish out our grand finals, but after that we have a whole nother region to cover, and every region that is competing for the Aeos Cup play-ins is participating. LATAM, North and South, Brazil, OC already finished up their tournament, but of course there is an incredible Unite action happening worldwide right now. All these teams competing for that same prize of the auto invitation to the Aeos Cup, that group stage.
Right, not just the invitation, of course, but the travel award as well. So we can see just all of the different broadcasts that we're going to have, at least for us. Like you said, there are a lot amongst the entire world. It's too much to count. We don't have enough time to read all those. But right now, obviously, we're here at the Aeos Cup play-ins happening currently right now. NA coming up right after this. March finals is going to be the only thing in March, but in April, this tournament is leading up to that Aeos Cup at EUIC offline. It's going to be an amazing event. And then right after that, we've got the April finals. So basically mark off your entire calendar for April, because you are not getting anything else done. And I'm talking specifically to you, Zoinks, of course. No, but everybody at home too. Regional finals after that. The stakes are super high in the second half of this. And then, of course, the final stretch, open qualifying tournament to qualify for the World Championships alongside the NA Regional Finals at the North American International Championship. So we are just spoiled with huge, high-stakes, awesome events through the next 6 months or so. It's going to be such an exciting event. That will be the final event before the World Championships as well. I will be awarding multiple Worlds invites at that event, whether it's a regional final winner or the final stretch winner. Either way, those teams will be qualifying for the World Championships in Honolulu a little bit later this year. So I am stoked to get to that event, but honestly, I'm having so much fun in these Aeos Cup play-ins right now. How is a play-in tournament this exciting? That's just Pokemon Unite. That's just competitive European region action, and it's been paying off a ton already. And these 2 teams, I think, obviously they're standing above the rest in placement and being first and second, wherever this match goes. However, I think they have proven to be the 2 clear front runners in this season. Yeah, that's right. We can take a look at those teams once again as we're getting this next game set up. Of course, for free with Zervis, Chelvin, Soreu, Zante, and Gatlu. And, we just talked to them talking about, feeling good from the losers bracket. Obviously, that was true. That was the case, right? But also, this is a team that just has so many strong players on it in general that we expect them to do quite well. There's a reason why half of the desk was guessing that For Free was going to be our champions, going to losers bracket or not. Yeah, and it's great that they found the download onto a team of the caliber of Yalla Bingo, because obviously when these teams matched up earlier today, it was Yalla Bingo, the roster coming out on top. 60's playing some interesting stuff that I already called out, but I did love the Chandelure play from them. Potato brought that iconic Garchomp in that last game, though, Wonder Chef, and, well, it certainly didn't strike fear into the hearts of For Free, and honestly, not me either. Yeah, it wasn't like it got completely shut down, but it just felt like it was never able to hit its stride and kind of get those big full team chunks that it really wanted to do. But of course, Potato very well known for that Pokemon. And I do feel like it is a strong pick right now. It's not a super meta pick, just because we do see so many other kind of, I don't want to say like exactly the same roles, but similar-ish, really strong Pokemon on the rolls. But we'll see if we see that or something else. We're going to send it over to the casters to continue this grand finals.
That's right. It is grand finals time. Game number 2. For Free is up 1 game, but they are coming from our losers bracket. So they're going to need to win this, reset the bracket, and beat Yalla Bingo all over again as we're looking for our first bans right here. Buzzwole, not surprising. You and I were talking about it a lot, Dupes Next. We expected this Pokemon to be banned a lot more.
Yeah, glad to see it. 2 consecutive games, once by Yalla Bingo, once for Free. And the real tragedy here is the dance moves we were doing when we thought we were going to be on camera before going to the draft screen. So,
I think it's nice that we just got to share that, me and you.
That's fair. That's fair. Am I off the list?
Yeah, you're off the list.
All right,
I can't believe I had a revenge list.
I can't believe it either. I can't believe my name was on there 3 times. Internal going to be the first pick, and they're locking in. Potato is going to be locking in the Blastoise here to take what I presume to be into the top path.
Yeah, Blastoise feels like one of the most incredible picks in the game right now. Great in the top path. Even good against Buzzwole, but without Buzzwole up there, this thing should dominate pretty well. We don't have a top path Pokemon yet for Free. Obviously, Buzz is not an option. Blastoise is not an option, so they can kind of shelve that top path for now. Nothing Yalla Bingo is going to take is going to hurt them too much in whatever they decide to pick.
The first time we've seen Internal pivot, they're going to be locking in the Clefable here, not Eldegoss, which means Zervis has an opportunity to lock in Hoopa, which they've been playing incredibly well on, but also kind of known as the person that can hit the highest levels of heals with Eldegoss themselves.
Yeah, I think their LD is absolutely insane. I expected to see it a little earlier. The Hoopa was looking pretty good right here, but no, they do lock in that Eldegoss. Yalla Bingo right now with their final 2 picks. We're going to see what they want to bring out here. We saw Sixies on the Candle earlier. It looked really good. We're just going to have to see what this final pick actually is. The nice thing about Chandelure, too, is if you run that Curse Incense, it's really tough for an enemy team to heal through it.
Something we kind of glossed over very quickly as Sam and Sixies lock in Chandelure and Venusaur we've seen is that Trevenant. Marv has a terrific Trevenant, and I keep calling back to this moment on stage at EUIC where Marv really transcended and really hit the next gear in their game and have been riding that wave ever since. On the other side, though, Sorayu, is it going to have the right number of hats?
That's the real question, but it's heading over to Gotlu, and I trust Gotlu. I trust Gotlu has the correct number of hats. For everyone at home, just remember that Dodrio has 3 separate hats as a possible piece of Hollowware, and that, I think, is very important. We get the dance moves in. We still get them in. I'm sure we do.
Nailed it.
Incredible dancing, really. Gotlu on the Dodrio. Dodrio is such an interesting Pokemon because it's been one of the, on and off dominant picks inside the game as a speedster. It recently got nerfed, the Drill Peck build, and a lot of teams dropped it, but Tri-Attack is incredibly good. It's still really powerful. We're going to have to see what they want to bring into this match. I can tell you, into a Clefable, I never really want to play Drill Peck at all because you have to deal with that gravity.
Right, the gravity can definitely cause a problem. However, a player of Gotlu's skill knows how to bait the gravity out and then go for the follow-up re-engage while that's on a cooldown and get those quality KOs. But like you said, Tri-Attack also phenomenal for those little drive-bys coming through, just laying in pot shots as the rest of the team.
You call it a drive-by? That's pretty good.
Like that.
Can you just come up with that?
Right, with my brain.
Come on,
Nailed
really?
It. Nailed it.
Oh, I gotta come.
Whatever I was saying. Tri-Attack is also good. There you go.
he was making a point, and I didn't seem to care. I really just wanted to point out that Drive-By was a good way to talk about Tri-Attack. Here's game number 2. Yalla Bingo, your purple team. For Free, your orange team. These are your grand finals right here. For Free not only has to win this one, but they have to reset the bracket then and win again. But if they look anything like last game, they can do it.
They have definitely been stepping up their game from the last match against A through L to the first game here against Yalla Bingo. They've been playing incredibly well. Internal trying to get a cheeky score in because they are stacking with their special attack specs, and that is shut down immediately by Zervis.
Take a look at this. Dante in the bottom path getting really aggressive already with that Hyper Voice. We have Inteleon in the top path. For Free really switching things up. Not exactly what you would expect from them, but Sylveon is one of those Pokemon that you can kind of put anywhere and get insane value out of.
Yeah, going with the Screamion build here, and in tandem with the Rock Tomb is really nice because you can trap them and then it makes it very easy to strafe with the Hyper Voice up and deal tons and tons of damage.
I expected Crustle to do well today, obviously. It's a great defender, but I didn't expect it to be the superstar defender of the day. One we haven't seen, but is incredible, is that Trevenant. You talked about it a little before. I'm excited to see what they can do with it in this game.
Yeah, just some key wood hammers and horn leeches can really shut down any fight opportunity. Quickly into the mix is Gatlu with the Dodrio, correct number of hats I might add, and they are kind of stunned down and immediately have to run away.
They've got the correct number of hats, but they are running Drill Peck because I said they probably wouldn't, which means they have to at this point. I'm actually surprised to see Drill Peck into Clefable. I think a lot of times that can be a real tough way to play this Pokemon, but there's no question that you can still get a lot of value out of it. It'll be good into the Chandelure for sure, but I don't know, really tough into a Gravity Clefable.
Well, in the first stages of the game, it's, you know, the Clefable can't be everywhere, right? So you can still find some premium targets, you know, Ivysaur is certainly one, Chandelure is another, and the Clefable can't run coverage for everyone all at once with that Gravity in the early stages of the game. So maybe thinking, I'm going to get early value in this, and in the late stages, I will bait out the Gravity and then make some adjustments and some engagements.
Well, one thing for sure, they are getting a ton of value right now. You can see the levels on the side of 4-3 are looking great. Sylveon already ticking over to 7, Dodrio 6, about to hit 7. Inteleon has evolved. There's Dodrio within 7. So things are going great for 4-3. Once again, I mean, they're just playing the start of this match really incredible.
Yeah, one of the biggest downfalls of Trevenant is that it evolves at level 5. Finally hitting that is Marv, but puts them a little bit behind in that power spike, whereas Chelvin, level 6, hit level 4 and was ready to go. Nice engagement, Rock Tomb straight to the Hyper Voice, tons of damage. Gatlu's there to try and shred down the back end of this Ghost-type tree. They have to grab both berries, but the points are going in. They're going for an early break, just 10 over.
Yeah, small overcap right there, but at the same time, they just want to make sure this goal is gone. 4-3 going to take that bottom Reggie because of it, and no one from Yala Bingo is even contesting it. This has been 4-3's, you know, way to play all day. They've done such a great job at zoning the enemy out from these objectives, and I feel like they've taken just about every single bottom Reggie in their games. Huge Unite move coming in. Dodrio with the jump kick now, looking to get a KO right here. Not able to pick anything up yet. Down goes Clefable.
That's what I'm talking about. You know, Clefable was there. It chose follow me this game, Spraggle, so it doesn't even have to contend with the Gravity now. But that would be a quick KO and a clutch KO, and they do get it. Potato, the one's getting credit for that, and that means they are now a Blastoise and probably feels like they can finally scrap with the other team.
Here we go, Regieleki just being tapped by both teams right now. You can see it's at about half overheat hitting it right here. They got good secure on the side of Yala Bingo, and they're gonna look to take it right now. Snipe shot coming in, but it's blocked by Potato. Regieleki now walking back, getting a little bit of his HP back, and still secured there by Yala Bingo.
Chelvin in deep waters here. Yeah, Potato is down, tons of damage in. Rock2 bundles up 3 players of Yala Bingo. Where's the follow-up? Zante's there with the Screamion. They get a KO on 60s. Gatlu is all over Internal. Internal's low, but Zante gets credit for that one. Now Sam is way, way far back, and Gatlu does not care. Jump kick, drill peck, damage, surf to get the spacing, and really protecting that big Venusaur. But that goal zone is decimated. 191-47, Spraggles, and this is getting bad.
I gotta say, when you're watching 4-3 right now, and maybe it's just that energy like Gatlu talked about coming from the losers bracket, those 2 really dominant games, maybe they're just on it right now. They're doing so well. But looking at this, it's kind of shocking to think that they lost to Yala Bingo because they're playing so well.
They really, really are. And a great shout to Gatlu, formerly on Nouns, used to those Nouns losers bracket runs that we were talking about. It's kind of stitched into the Nouns DNA, and you don't just completely lose that when you join a different team. So Gatlu likes the pressure of the losers bracket run, and they're making it work for them today.
Well, we're going to find out if it was Nouns or if it was Gatlu all along, because Nouns could make their run today. Gatlu possibly doing it right here for 4-3. We've got Reggie in the bottom path spawning here in just about 10 seconds right now, and you can see 4-3 positioning themselves for it. Yala Bingo leaving it completely. Once again, they're getting this one for free.
And we got there.
How mmany times can I say?
Regice is on the map. This is what I like to call the Dupe Snacks rip here, where you're just a solo support on an objective and you're trying to make it happen. They decide to go ahead and back and say, oh, no one's here with me? All right, let's put the pressure on up top. Nice rock, nice Horn Leech to isolate Chelvin a little bit. The surf comes through, the Inteleon Unite is out. Saray's looking for a prime target. Screamion on top of Marv. That defender is playing behind their back line. 60 is looking for an opportunity. They have a great angle to get some damage in, but the rock tombed out on Potato. Now Potato's isolated back out. Internal has to step up, and they need a snipe shot. And now 4-3 is just peeling back gently to their tier 1 goal zone because they can scrap from every angle here. These rock tombs keep trapping Yala Bingo. They can't even engage. They're getting yelled at by a pink ribbon Eevee. I mean, it's just a chaos.
It feels like right now, Dupe Snacks, that we are playing 4-3's style of a Pokemon Unite match. Yala Bingo looks a little lost out here. They don't know exactly how they want to engage with this. They're not exactly sure how they want to push for this fight. Do they want to? They're just kind of dancing back and forth, hugging the walls like it's a middle school prom. I don't know if they know exactly how to shut down For Free, and it looks like For Free is dictating everything inside this match.
Yeah, and while Yala Bingo has to babysit this Regieleki, For Free has already gone and pivoted to that Regice that's just been sitting on the map looking at its watch. Is like, does anybody care about me anymore? Finally, For Free says, we care about your Regice. We'll take you. As Zante is going to scream that thing down, and the rest of For Free pivots to protect that Tier 1 gold zone.
I like that you're worried about the emotional state of this Regice in the bottom path. I think that's important. It shows that you're an empath.
I'm worried that you're not concerned.
Honestly, I'm not as concerned as you, but I do appreciate that you're here and you're concerned. Big Hyper Beam possibility here from the Clefable, looking to see if they can get a KO. Shelvin right now just continuing to defend right here. The Hyper Beam hits Zante, but it really doesn't do anything at all. Big snipe shot. Sorayu taking down the Blastoise. Internal in a lot of trouble right here. For Free, I mean, this is their style of Pokemon Unite, and Yala Bingo just seems to be tripping everywhere.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, Marv forcing the back. They're going to have to try and protect some of their players here on Yala Bingo. As For Free comes in, grabs some buffs, like, yeah, we'll go to our side of the map. We've got our buffs to take. We're feeling pretty good. They're up by about 153 points, looking into going to the final stretch with a big lead and putting all the pressure on Yala Bingo.
Now, Yala Bingo, speaking of pressure, it's not exactly on for them right now, because even if they lose this game, there's a bracket reset. They can, gather their thoughts, try to figure out a new strategy, figure out a way to beat For Free. But For Free is on a hot streak right here, and they're in a great position right now to win this game, reset this bracket, get that much closer to going to the Aeos Cup. You can see right here the snipe shots, just looking to see if they can find a target, get a little damage early. As everyone is waiting to decide how they want to engage in this fight. We really haven't seen Yala Bingo, pick a lot of great engagements yet in this match. So I'm interested to see what they do here at Rayquaza. They're behind. They need it. They need to make a play. And level-wise, they're really not looking good either. Blastoise Unite move finally ticked over. We're going to see if they're going to be able to start something.
Yeah, they're getting the spacing, picking up the berries. That's a fast little turtle there. Not racing against the rabbit in this one because they are way behind and they need an opportunity. Hopefully the rabbit's resting and For Free falls asleep at the wheel. That's the only chance that Yala Bingo's got.
I like that you're concerned with the rabbit's well-being as well. Hopefully it's resting. It's very impressive. We see Venusaur right here looking for something. They're looking for this Dodrio, seeing when it's coming in. It looks like they're just kind of trying to poke them a little bit right here. And once again, it feels like Yala Bingo doesn't know what to do.
Oh, nice flank, but a good surf picked up by Potato. That's going to kick off this fight. Gatlu's going to get out of dodge. Rock Tomb isolates Internal from Marv. Tons of HP is drained from Marv with those snipe shots, but the clock is evaporating under Yala Bingo. They need to make a move. Marv pushes forward. They're looking for Chelvin. Chelvin, great spacing. Woodhammer out is one. The Screamion falls on top of Sam. Sam is KO'd, and they're still having to deal with Gatlu in the backline. Sylveon Unite, they're jumping through. They're screaming through. They're trying to put him down. The Poltergeist is out, but we ain't afraid of no ghosts out here, as the rest of Yala Bingo is still scrambling to try and figure out how to approach For Free, and they truly look lost.
And here we go. Rayquaza is being hit right now. They need to make something happen right here. I don't know what to say about Yala Bingo right now, but like, what are you doing? I don't know what you're doing. It doesn't seem like you're making any decisions in this fight. For Free is just absolutely dominating this right here. Yala Bingo in our grand finals right now looks completely lost. For Free taking game number 2, and they look great. If it continues like this is going to be an easy grand finals win.
I mean, it really is. I don't know if Sorayu's Hundo Burger went in, but it doesn't matter because Zervis's Eldegoss points certainly went in to make this scoreline even more egregious. For Free 2-0. They just reset this thing, Spraggles.
Yes, they did. I gotta hear what Zoinks and Wonder Chef think about this, because I have to be honest, that was a confusing game to watch from the side of Yala Bingo. It just felt like they were lost throughout a lot of that match. Let's throw it back on over to them so they can break this thing down. Gentlemen.
Well, Wonder Chef, I think I have to agree with the sentiments of our caster pair. Yala Bingo definitely didn't showcase what they are really capable of. I mean, the highest damage number they're getting on their team right now is 30,000 damage on the Chandelure.
That is definitely rough. Yeah, we may have heard a little comment from off stage, but that is accurate. And honestly, I really don't exactly know what was going on either. For Free was looking so good. I mean, honestly, at the start of the game, I saw the Dodrio pick going into Drill Peck, and I was like, that might be a throw. I don't know about that. And I was clearly 1,000% wrong. So I'm going to write down on my notes here. Okay, Dodrio, Drill Peck into Gravity equals win.
All right, we're going to review those notes, but on the when we come back from this break, we are actually going to have a bracket reset between these two teams. I can't wait. I know you can't either. We'll see you right after this.
That's another hundo banger in. Can they get somebody's points in? That's it! That goes in!
Welcome back to the EU Aeos Cup play-ins. We are in the grand finals and the bracket has been reset for free. Coming from the loser's side, resetting this bracket against Yalla Bingo. If you're a Yalla Bingo fan, you gotta hope that that small break was enough time to mentally reset, because For Free is coming in with every last bit of momentum.
Yeah, never maybe have I seen a winner's side advantage more needed than the recovery from what just happened, essentially. Yalla Bingo coming into this with so much momentum. I mean, obviously getting into grand finals on the winner's side, defeating every single team that they could, but it seems like maybe they've just hit a brick wall. It's very strange. Spraggles has been off stage, literally talking nonstop about it since it happened. He's bewildered, and it is actually completely true, because this is a very different Yalla Bingo than we saw even just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, and let's make it clear, we asked Spraggles to stop many times. We tried our hardest, but if you try to stop Spriggles from talking, well, it's a fool's errand, if you really honestly think about it.
Yeah, I think it's actually in his contract that nobody can ask him to stop talking, and it will not actually do anything if we do. But here we go. We can see again that path that I was talking about. Yalla Bingo making it all the way into the grand finals on the winner's side, defeating For Free 2-0, which you'd never believe if you'd seen only this pre-reset grand finals. Also defeating Squishy Squad, who took a bunch of names themselves. So a great run so far, but again, like I said, you got to figure out how to get past this.
Well, let's take a glass half full approach to this, maybe have a brand new look. We're now sitting at a very, very even scoreline. Both of these teams have won twice, so maybe it's just a fresh reset, new look. If you're Yalla Bingo, you're hoping the momentum is a bit of a pendulum and swinging back your direction, but I do think it's going to start on draft. Obviously, the Buzzwole has not been in the hands of Yalla Bingo. Potatoes had to play things like Blastoise or the Garchomp. Neither have looked the same caliber that the Buzzwole has in the past, so if they can chase that down in draft, that would be amazing to see. We're going to take a look at the highlights of this matchup so far, and just in case you're just tuning in.
That's right, and boy, again, a pretty strong set of highlights this is. For Free, Yalla Bingo on the other side, just never able to find their footing. And one of the things that I want to point out during these highlights is that not only has For Free changed up their play style and managed to take away, the Buzzwole, they've been choosing completely different comps, like a lot of this entire set, right? Like this is earlier than that, so we get to see the Zora come into play. We got to see the Dodrio doing well, the Drill Peck in a strange place. The Sylveon came out. I'm a huge Sylveon fan, by the way. I hope you're ready to hear me talk about Sylveon every single time it comes up. But it's just so many different things that constantly Yalla Bingo is having to adapt to.
Yeah, that is a great asset of For Free, is their comfort level with so many different Pokemon. If we were to call it a specific player for that, obviously Gatlu really comes to mind with a lot of their variety, but can we talk about Soreyu going from Zoroark to Extreme Speed Lucario to playing the Inteleon for some of these compositions when we have Zante rotating onto different long-range attackers. So the versatility that this team has been incredible, and honestly, it has been an amazing asset in this Grand Finals because Yalla Bingo has not found a response yet. I love this Chandelure and Winners Finals. It did nothing in that first Grand Finals game.
Yeah, Soreyu, you can ask Soreyu, like, hey, what Pokemon do you play? What role do you play? And they're just like damage. And you're like, well, what, like attackers or like all-rounders or speedsters? They're just like damage. Just damage. Yes. And it's accurate. We've seen actually a few people like that. Reggie, I know I keep talking about ND7 as well, or Rework Respawns currently, but Reggie, the same thing, does switch over to that. So some of these players, they're just damage.
Yeah, they have the adaptability, and that takes a lot of trust on your team. I mean, to switch up your playstyle completely, obviously it takes mechanical skill to do so, but your supports and tanks have to adjust. And let's take a look at the player of the game. It is going to be Gatlu on that Dodrio, rocking Drill Peck and Jump Kick. We were concerned about this moveset when we saw the Clefable on the other side of the game. However, it went Follow Me, and that actually allows for a whole lot of impact from Gatlu, not just in the damage numbers, but in the scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing about Dodrio with its unique scoring mechanic where you kind of score in thirds. It is such a good, not even necessarily like back capper, but it's just so good at just getting these little bits in here and there, and then of course also back capping. But sometimes it's just front capping, just right immediately in their face. You walk up and you're like, well, I can't stop you from getting anything in. You're a Dodrio. That's unfortunate, but I'll do my best. And then they just run away and they just get out of there.
Right. Yeah. If you enjoy the game of Pokemon Unite, and you're not playing into competitive tournaments or watching competitive tournaments, back capping might be a scary word. I'm sure a lot of people have lost games because of that very thing. However, with a Pokemon like Dodrio, of course, has just a high move speed stat in itself to really have that scoring power. However, its Unite move is also a move that can take you across the entire map. You can use that to score and then immediately return. The flightless bird really gets moving when you can drop that Unite move and return back to the fray in a final team fight scenario.
Yeah, which we obviously got a chance to see right there, just how strong that is. There was a time where we saw a lot of Dodrio, right? A very, very lot of Dodrio, really kind of controlling the meta. There was like the Speedster meta era, which I want to say was a little bit under a year ago, but we are still seeing a lot of good uses of Speedsters today, right? I mean, just thinking about all the different Speedsters that we've seen. We've seen Dodrio, we've seen Zoroark, we've seen
Absol?
The Absol, yes, of course. There we go. I knew I was missing
And
one that was
Leafeon.
weird. And the Leafeon. So we still haven't seen the Talonflame, but we could definitely see the Talonflame. That's not out of the question.
Yep.
I've seen a few teams play it. Gengar?
Hopium? Yep, absolutely. Well, speaking of all these Pokemon that we really enjoy, we actually have a really cool setup of top Pokemon to watch in the European region. Obviously, we have Leafeon ranked extremely high. Leafeon does well in a lot of stats. Win rate, of course, is 61% in competitive play, but a 44% ban rate is also a pretty large number.
Yeah, you know what's really interesting is looking down to the second option here, and I actually want to talk about the fourth as well a lot, but Inteleon, for how well Inteleon's been doing, we saw some of the stats for some of these top teams, and they've had like 90% win rates when they get Inteleon, and you can see right there, the highest pick rate percentage on this board, second highest win rate percentage, and one of the lowest ban rate percentages, so maybe teams need to start looking kind of at Inteleon more.
I think they're looking at trying to grab it as quickly as they can, but all I'm looking forward to is our casters covering this game. Bring us into that Grand Finals reset.
Let's do it. Right back into the Grand Finals. The slate is wiped clean. Yalla Bingo for free, winning 2 games against them, resetting this bracket. Now they have the opportunity to be the champions here and win that ticket to the Aeos Cup. And it looks like they can definitely do it. Yalla Bingo looking lost out there this last game. They had a little break, Dupe Snacks, so let's see if they can bring a different look here into game number 3.
Well, what I mentioned at the top of the show was what is the mental fortitude of this EU region to be able to bounce back after a beatdown like that. And we're going to see what Yalla Bingo has, because we know that the for free mental and momentum is together and moving here after this Grand Finals bracket reset. Quickly locking in Blastoise's Gatlu. Across the way, we're finally going to see Marv back on Crustle, which was truly something special in the first match we watched today.
Yeah, Marv on Crustle looks incredible. Honestly, everyone is dominating with Crustle right now. It looks absolutely unbelievable. We've got Umbreon on the other side. It's always scary to play something with a giant shield like Crustle into an Umbreon, because it can just, boom, use that Unite move and take it all away from you. Crustle's still unbelievably powerful, but it's unfortunate when all that Unite shield can go right over to the enemy.
Interestingly enough, Zervis locking in the first supporter, letting Eldegoss fall into the hands of Internal, taking Hoopa and thinks that's going to be true value, which makes sense. If your whole team gets rock tombed in, and Chef just the absolute savant coming through and picking Hanks. We could see a Talonflame, why not?
We could see a Talonflame make it happen, and everyone agreed we can't see Gengar. We all agreed, just not going to happen. I'm sorry, Zoinks. I'm so sorry, buddy. But it's just not going to happen. What do you want these teams to lose out here? Yalla Bingo locking in the Talon. I love Talonflame. I feel like competitively it can be in a really good spot, right? But unfortunately, it doesn't seem to have the value that some of the other speedsters do, specifically something like Dodrio.
Well, it depends how the team facilitates it. And one pairing that I really like if you are going to go into the Talonflame camp is with Hoopa, because you can put the portal where the Talonflame's going to engage. If they don't get the KO, they have a quick way out through the hyperspace hole. So you can see there's a little bit of synergy there. Of course, Chelvin being able to mean look down a target so everybody can focus fire in, and making sure that if the Talonflame does engage, that it's getting quality knockouts. So you can kind of see where they've come together to make that lineup for them. And I think we had the names swapped, and I just got jumbled up for no reason.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard. There's so many words on this screen. I just disregard almost all of them.
I can barely read.
Talonflame, by the way, it's running the Charging Charm and the Float Stone, so this thing is going to be zooming out there. It's just going to be speeding around Thea Sky Ruins. I mean, it really is going to live up to the name of a speedster, and I also love those items. When you're playing something like Fly Talonflame, which now immediately is going to be Brave Bird. When you're playing something like Fly Talonflame, when you're in the air, that extra move speed, especially from Float Stone, helps out so much. And here we go, game number 3 or game number 1 of our bracket reset here in the Grand Finals. Yalla Bingo, your purple team, for free, your orange team, for free on a run right now.
Yeah, for free actually going to be on the purple side here, as Yalla Bingo is on orange. We'll get that sorted out. Internal getting into 60's pocket, making sure that these buffs stay into the hands of the orange squad.
Yeah, here we go, just moving through that central area, getting Venusaur powered up. You can see the Hoopa in there, looking to try to stop the Potato up here in our top path right now, just getting all the experience they can. We've seen a lot of different looks from Potato when they're not running the Buzzwole, and unfortunately, none of them seem as dominant.
It almost feels like they're trying to figure it out on the fly. Like, okay, I don't have Buzzwole, what do I do now? We've seen the Garchomp, we've seen the Blastoise, now we're seeing Lucario. They need to find success without Buzzwole in their hands because I don't think 4-Free is going to ever let them have it again.
Nice little early stack there for the Talonflame in the bottom path, and now it looks like it's running up to the top path, something it can definitely do with all of that movement speed, going to make it up to the top path here by 8 minutes 50 seconds for another fight. That means Potato could be in some trouble, but they do see Talon at this point, so they know what's happening in this fight. Easy secure there for the side of Yalabingo.
Great job by Gatlu to push those wild Pokemon towards the side of the map that 4-Free is on, allowing just a safe engagement by the Talonflame to just jump in there, get their experience. Zervis, what else but being an absolute bully into the face of Yalabingo.
Yeah, now we can see Zervis just playing that horribly mean, invading the central area Hoopa. So difficult to deal with, especially for a Pokemon that takes a long time to get online and power spike like Venusaur.
The only real win here out of this invade for Yalabingo is the fact that Potato is able to get a couple stacks in. But Zervis has taken them for a ride. 3 players having to collapse on Zervis and still not knocked out yet, as I believe it's Soreyu on the Talonflame jumping into the fray and getting a KO on Internal, who's still a Gossifleur.
Yeah, and you can see here, I mean, Talon just is able to make a lot of plays like this with the Hoopa by its side. It's already level 7, so it does have Fly. I finally don't get the caster curse on something I'm talking about inside of a match. We see the Fly Talonflame, and it's really powerful. Every time it lands one of those flies on an enemy Pokemon as well, it lowers the cooldown of the next time it has to use Fly. So it's a great way for this Pokemon to fight in a lot of these big engagements. I know a lot of people, when they play Talon, they're very, very scared to engage, but you want to fight with these huge flies.
Look at this attempt at a push that is thwarted immediately. Quick rotation by Zervis and crew with the Hyperspace Highway. Everybody collapses. Marv gets a stack in, gets a couple points in, but they're scoring more the other way. They're getting real close to shattering that goal zone. They did close the one up top. This is a crime scene, dude.
Yeah, I mean, 4-Free looking incredible right here, as they have the last 2 games as well. If you're just tuning into this, you've just watched these few games right here, and you found out that 4-Free lost to Yalabingo earlier, you wouldn't really believe it. I think you'd be pretty shocked to find that out.
I would agree completely. This Yalabingo team is not the one we watched to open the day. That is for certain. I don't know if they all decided to play one-handed, setting down their controllers, or going into a very unique strategy where they're trying to lull 4-Free into a false sense of security and then win the last 2 games of the day. I don't know what they're up to, Spraggles, but right now, it's giving me reasons for concern.
I can tell you, if they are going with the rope-a-dope, let them beat you for a while and then finally turn it around. It doesn't work as well in Pokemon Unite. That's more of a boxing thing. That's Muhammad Ali right there. And we're looking right now at 4-Free just taking over this tournament.
I mean, they are dwarfing this Yalabingo team. Yalabingo throwing all their eggs in one basket. They want this Regieleki, they get it, but nice Psychic Solaire picks up the Venusaur, puts down Sam very quickly. That's a KO streak, a 2 for Zante as they are looking for more. They got more. Everybody else had to peel out. Look at the scramble score by Soreyu. They're getting more points in.
Yeah, great stuff here from 4-Free, and Talonflame is one of those Pokemon. You know, it's one of those Pokemon that can make it anywhere in the map. They can put pressure on these goal zones all the time. That's what they're doing. It's also level 11 right now, so it is a powerhouse here. We're going to have to see if they're going to be able to take down this Venusaur, though. Once it gets online, it is very difficult to deal with. Soreyu in a lot of trouble right there. The KO getting cleaned up by the Inteleon.
Yeah, getting a little bit in deep waters there. Didn't have Zervis for the support, and now they're crashing this bottom tier goal zone. Zervis is there by themselves. They're going to have to put open the Hyperspace Highway if they want to get Shelvin down here. They do. 60s is trying to get points, and they rip the root rings unbound, and they're putting tons of damage. Look at that big stun, getting everybody set up for Zante to come through and get some KO. Zervis bites the dust, but it's 2 players down the other way. That push was about as successful as hitting a dry slip and slide. That was awful.
Oh yeah, I've done that before. Very, very painful. But, you know, you keep going back to it because it's a slip and slide. You don't have any water.
People tell you that it's fun. I don't believe you, and neither does the absolute skid burns that go on your legs when you hit a dry slip and slide.
4-Free right now, taking this bottom Regirator. 60 saying, all right, I'm done with this. We need to get some KOs. We need to get some points on the board. We need to turn this match around right now. Picking up a big KO on the Blastoise. Obviously, Regice heads right on over to 4-Free. Not going to have to worry about its emotional state anymore, as once again, 4-Free just secures an objective where Yalabingo really doesn't fight for it much.
No, I mean, they literally let Zervis rotate to the top half just to try and insulate the goal zone, make sure it doesn't get broken in too big of a way, and they're able to stem the tide of 2 players pushing as the rest of the team gets the basement Reggie. I mean, 4-Free is cruising right now.
I gotta tell you, one thing that 4-Free needs to watch out for is this Venusaur that is already level 12. The level 13 power spike is massive for Venusaur. You get that huge pedal dance. Your resets are super simple on Giga Drain at that point. Massive amounts of cooldown reduction, and they're gonna have to deal with that as this match goes on.
Without a doubt. We've got 3 players sitting on this goal zone. They're trying to break it. They do, but Talonflame is scoring back the other way. Can they get a quality KO? Zante's one. There's Chelton, the next one on the chopping block. It is. Nice follow-up by Sam on this Inteleon to get the KO. Now we have another Rings Unbound at 330. This is the last opportunity to use it. Nice X-Scissor to space Zervis out. They're still stunning on top of the pad, though. Internal gets so low, they're peeling away. Hydro Typhoon is late. 3 players down, and now it's Sixies that gets buckled. Sam is on the retreat. Are they going to rinse the whole team on that little scrap? Taking to the skies with a fly and getting a KO streak of 4. Eating good.
Beautiful stuff right there. I mean, incredible. You got the KO streak of 4 from the Talon, but it really was a team effort after they all got brought through that hyperspace hole. Blastoise, by the way, just ripping them to shreds with that rapid spin as well. EUIC now looks like it's going to be in the hands of 4-Free. Possible secure attempt from Yalabingo, and they decide to actually just back off. They really can't make a play for it.
No, they can't. They just need to catch this EUIC, burst it down as quickly as possible, get as much wild Pokemon that they have on their side of the map, and really cross their fingers that 4-Free gives them an easy catch to kick off this raid fight.
I think Sixies could be a real problem for 4-Free. Now, so far, Yalabingo hasn't been a problem for 4-Free in these grand finals really at all, but that's a level 13 Venusaur. Very, very scary now that it's hit that huge power spike. It's going to be pushing onto this goal zone right here. We're going to have to see if 4-Free wants to give it or wants to fight here. Talonflame takes to the sky and takes Venu out. Yeah, it's going to be a big threat, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, nice flame sweep, buckling 2. We got 10 minutes to Rayquaza, forces out the Cotton Cloud Crash. Now Internal has to use that for almost no value. Marv tries to trap Chelvin, tries to trap themselves behind their own rock tomb, just saying it's safer in this tune 6 feet under for some reason. 3 players down in a heartbeat. This Talonflame is an absolute menace. Chelvin getting on the board for 1-2, and now they're just on the chase. They're having fun. This is a solo queue game, and there's no respect going in the way of Yalabingo. Forcing out the Sixies Unite, they're moving forward. They're looking for an opportunity. Rayquaza's pretty low, but they get snuffed out instantly. Spraggles, what is happening?
Look at this Rayquaza. It is very low right now, and there is an opportunity right here. A possible steal. We have the Inteleon, and no, they are not able to get it. Who was able to secure that? Espeon picking up the secure right there. 4-Free securing Rayquaza. But, like I said, that Venusaur could be a huge threat, apparently.
It's the biggest threat, my guy. It's the biggest threat. Too bad it didn't see the meteor about to crash on Earth and end that dinosaur's career, my friend. 4-Free taking this in a convincing fashion.
4-Free is just playing lights out Pokemon Unite. They're playing so well. They're winning almost every engagement. Every time Yalabingo finds a play somewhere, 4-Free is punishing them for it. They're scoring. They're taking more, wild Pokemon. They're taking objectives. Everything Yalabingo does is at least countered by 4-Free, and everything 4-Free does, it just feels like Yalabingo unfortunately can't do anything about it, as 4-Free is now going to be 1 game away from winning this whole thing, coming from the loser's bracket with that bracket reset.
Just putting all the points in they can. I mean, Zervis is 1v1ing Potato here pretty successfully, I might add, because they are a higher level than Lucario, and they get KO'd too.
Yeah, this has been tough for Yalabingo. This is their moment. They're going to need to pull everything out. They're going to need to change what they've been doing. They need to change. This is their intervention. Yalabingo, listen to me. You need to change. You need to do something here.
Sit down. We got a conversation to have. Okay, so Yalabingo, 1 game away.
That is how that matches. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Dude, I don't know what to say anymore. I don't know what depth of analysis I could add to the scrubbing we just watched. Listen, Yalabingo feels like they're jumping in the shower with their clothes on. Like, yeah, you get wet, but you ain't getting very clean. It's not very useful. And whatever they're putting up against this 4-Free team is not working.
I've never heard anyone saying something like that. Yeah, they're jumping in the shower with their clothes on. They're not getting very clean. You're right. Let's send it back on over to our analyst, Zoix Wonderchef. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Speaking of clean, Wonderchef, 13 knockouts on that Talonflame. Sarayu is so back. Wonderchef, that makes me so happy to say. Watching this player pop off is just a dream come true.
So back on, I mean, how many Pokemon have we seen Sorayu pop off on today? This is like number 6 or 7. And yes, with the Talonflame, the Fly build going so well into this other team, especially realizing that it is the Petal Drain Venusaur. I think that is such a smart move because they are very, I want to say, predictable as to where they want to be. They're not going to be dodging the flies. And we saw, even when, you know, Spraggle so expertly said how much of a threat that was. It's not a threat when you get hit by a fly and 75% of your HP is gone in a second.
Yeah, exactly. An amazing burst damage Pokemon. They can avoid a ton of damage as well with the fly. Sorayu was making it happen no matter what. 13 knockouts, you're walking away in a grand finals matchup. That is so much momentum. And speaking of which, I mean, we got to watch that matchup again because that was such an exciting game. Let's take a look at our highlight package from this last one. Yes, the Talonflame was putting on a show. By the way, For Free has not dropped a single game ever since taking their 0-2 loss to Yala Bingo. They have woken up, and we're talking about ice in the veins. It sounds like it's this roster.
Yes, we were talking about, well, specifically Doomstax was talking about the mental fortitude. We definitely know the mental fortitude of For Free, and it is extremely high. They're like, oh, we lost? What if we just dominated everybody else after that? So they are looking so good to me, and these are the moments where it really counts. You don't know what a team's going to react like when they're in the highest pressure situations, even if you've seen them in other tournaments before, but for sure, we know that For Free is in there.
You mentioned Sage experience as an incredible asset for a lot of these teams. Yes, EUIC last year had a lot of these players playing within that top 8, but on the side of For Free, we have so many multiple-time Worlds qualified players who have, if you were going to add trust of team members to have just a lot of fortitude like you were mentioning, that is going to be the roster to do so. Loving what For Free is putting together.
Yeah, and honestly, Yala Bingo, they just can't find what they're looking for. We can look again at the Pokemon to watch. Buzzwole looking up there. Pretty low ban rate, all things considered. But again, I just really got to point out that Inteleon, it's the exact same thing I said before. Almost the highest win rate here with the lowest ban rate by a lot.
I'm honestly shocked to see a 52% win rate on the Buzzwole. Shockingly low considering how often we have seen it dominate games today. But the highest win rate, of course, is going to be still that Leafeon, still catching a lot of bans in our competitive games. Between these rosters, so far, Yala Bingo has been targeting that Buzzwole ban again and again. I have to imagine they're going to flip a strategy, especially if they're going into this next game in first pick.
Yeah, I think that the big difference here is that when the really strong teams with the dedicated Buzzwole players play Buzzwole, it's a whole different game than when we see people who are just like, oh, I'm just a top path player and we're picking Buzzwole because it's the current Pokemon. We've seen players that have been really the specialists with the Pokemon for a long time, like nearly since its release. And it is a Pokemon that it's very easy to potentially shut down if you're not at 100 with the Pokemon, right? If you don't get your stacks going, if you're behind in level early on, things can go very badly for you. So I think that's maybe why we're seeing that. But once we get to this higher echelon of our top teams, I think that if we were to cut off like the bottom 75% of the bracket, we would probably see that win rate would go way up.
Yeah, well, if any team needs that win rate to skyrocket, it is Yala Bingo. Obviously, their backs are against the wall. A auto invite to EUIC in that top 16 group stage is on the line. All they need to do is win 2 games of Pokemon Unite, but against an opponent like For Free, that has seemed like a nigh on impossible task. For Free with so much momentum, so much so that we have Sorayu going Talonflame, walking away with Quadra knockouts. It is so exciting. I mean, this team they're playing with house money, it feels like.
Yeah, you know another really cool thing that we can look at? You know, I knew this season was going to be so incredibly close and you really have no idea what's going to happen, but the only team so far that has qualified was we got to see, Kello, our good friend Kello, stream the OC qualifiers where the winner of that bracket won through a bracket reset from the losers bracket. True. We could have both of our first 2 qualifiers for Aeos Cup be coming from losers bracket, and that would just say so much about like the current closeness of all the teams.
Oh, I'd love it, you'd love it, all the players would love it, unless you're on the winner's side. I know production, maybe not so much, but all the rest of us are definitely going to be enjoying that level of play. So far, For Free has been living up to our expectations that we would love to see from them. In fact, they were my pick to win this entire tournament, and they are now 1 game away from accomplishing that goal and making me look very good on broadcast.
Yeah, I did. I may have voted a different team. We won't talk about which team, and you know, we don't have to worry about it. I think we'll, you know, there's a chance they'll come back. I still believe in them, but for free, definitely. I mean, okay, so we knew that a lot of teams were going to be we're going to kind of see who to watch right now with so many teams splitting off from other different teams. Yep. But for free, clearly, people are going to be looking at so much more after this tournament.
Yeah, this is a team that obviously is getting the band back together with a few of the members. I mean, Zervis, Shelvin, and Zante bringing together their roster, and also their coach getting Junkie from North America to coach this team again is a huge asset that they have been working with. And we talked a lot about mental fortitude in this set and how good For Free has been able to bounce back. We talked about maybe the Nouns effect and the energy. However, teams that Junkie has been involved with have been very, very good at playing the mental game. Great credit to them.
Yeah. The mental game is everything right now. I mean, I know we just keep talking about it, we keep harping on it, but really to be down, and especially to lose 2-0 to a team and then come back and not even just like manage to win 3 games, but to confidently win 3 games with 3 very different comps.
Yes.
With lots of very different unique Pokemon picks that were kind of coming out of nowhere. It is like, it's how you topple somebody who's already off balance, right? You start getting off balance and you're just like, here's Zoroark, here's Dodrio, here's, it's just infinite. Here's Talonflame, you know, I'm not going to say just the speedsters either. There's been a lot of things in general.
Yep.
And so it's like, literally you're on the back foot if you're Yalabingo, and you're like, whoa, we gotta like figure out where we're gonna land here because we don't have that much time left. We gotta figure out, 2 games of right now or we lose.
Yeah, it is all on the line, and these teams are competing for more than just that EUIC spot we talked about. This tournament is awarding championship points, this play-in event, so first place will obviously be walking away with 300 championship points. When you are trying to compete to be the top team in your region at the end of the season, these are paramount.
Yeah, there's also a lot of championship points at EUIC, so to be able to qualify and get there with the travel award, that's going to help you even double. But of course, all the way down, you can see through here 9th through 12th, that's just basically showing you what we have with the players that are here today. But I just want to remind everybody out there that you get championship points all the way through 128th place. So there's definitely time to sign up. Even if you don't do really well, consistency is always key to qualify for Worlds. So be sure to sign up for basically every single monthly cup that you can, no matter if you do, we've seen teams that we expect to do extremely well do not as well as we thought. But even, a team like Nouns, maybe, for example, that they still made top 8, so it's obviously still extremely good. They're still, the points that they make today could be the main difference between them qualifying for Worlds or not later in the season.
Yeah, it comes down to super close margins by the time the season reaches its finale. And even within this event, you can see that difference between some of these rosters. The top team right behind them. And we've talked a lot about Yalabingo and sort of their placement that they have been finding themselves in. They earned their way all the way to the grand finals with a lights out win, but we got to see if they can bounce back. Spraggles and Dewsnacks break us through this draft.
Here we go. For Free, Yalabingo. For Free up 1 game already. Doob Snacks, they beat them twice, reset the bracket. Here we are, beat them 1 more time. 1 more, and they get their ticket to the Aeos Cup.
Listen, Yalabingo needs to clean off the whiteboard with whatever strategy they had. They need to roll that thing out the door and throw it right into the dumpster because whatever they have planned ain't working. They need to come up with something brand new on the fly right now. Unsurprisingly, For Free is not going to let Yalabingo have Buzzwole. No surprise there.
Well, I want to see what their first pick is. So Inteleon's been taken away, and it is Blastoise right away. Blastoise has just been a power pick, again, in that top path. There aren't a lot of things that can even contest with Buzzwole. Blastoise is one of them, and now we're going to have to see what Yalabingo wants to bring out. It does feel like For Free has dismantled the top path of Yalabingo.
Yeah, Yalabingo now is just throwing anything at the wall internal, picking up Hoopa for the first time that we've seen on broadcast today, which means For Free is going to get the Chelvin Crustle, which has only been getting better every single game. Sorayu picking up Leafeon. I mean, I just don't know why, but whenever For Free makes a pick, it's like, that's a high-octane pick. And whenever Yalabingo makes a pick, it's like, that looks kind of lost.
Well, we're going to have to see. One Pokemon that's always exciting to watch. Blaziken is out right here. Potato bringing that up to the top path. You know, Blaziken doesn't play that well into Buzzwole, but maybe it will do all right into Blastoise, get a couple of secures, get a couple of stacks early, and see if they can win some big fights with it. As we're seeing the final picks here for free right now. Soreyu on that Leafeon could be very scary. Zante on Sylveon. If they do decide to go with both of these evolutions, they could have insane early pressure.
Well, For Free has really just been saying, go, go, go. We are putting the gas pedal to the floor, and we are coming at you as hard as we can, as fast as we can. And Yalabingo has not been able to deal with that. They haven't been able to sustain. They haven't been able to weather the storm. And I'm hoping that this roster of 5 gives them another crack at this thing, because if they take an L, well, guess what? They're going home. And For Free's winning.
They are going home, and For Free would win. They would punch their ticket to the Aeos Cup, which would be huge. You know, at the start of the day, it looked like Yalabingo was going to cruise right through this whole tournament, win this whole thing. Right now, they are, you know, with their backs to the ropes, they're going to need to make some big plays right here. I love Metagross. I love this pick. I want to see if they're able to play into this composition of For Free, which honestly looks extremely scary. For Free has been winning the early game in every single match they've played, and now they have Leafeon and Sylveon. I'm worried for Yalabingo.
Yeah, I mean, the Metagross Unite, you know, trying to lock everybody down in the Coliseum looks pretty good. 4 out of those 5 players on For Free are packing eject button. So they've got a get out of jail free card out of that Unite specifically. So that's going to mitigate some of the impact that Metagross is going to have. Yalabingo really needs to get clever to leverage that Metagross, because they threw their last pick of potentially this tournament at Metagross. It needs to look good. Yeah. And honestly, their damage numbers haven't measured up for the last 3 games.
Yeah, they've had some really unfortunate damage numbers, right? I mean, we saw Venusaur with under 20,000. We saw Lucario with under 20,000. So we've not seen a lot from Yalabingo here damage-wise, and they're going to need that. Damage wins games, Dupsex. I know it's scoring, but you got to actually do some damage to the enemy team as well. For Free, your purple team. Yalabingo, your orange team. These are the grand finals. For Free is looking to win this whole thing right now.
Yeah, Yalabingo, it was mentioned before, back against the wall. They are 1 loss away from being sent packing For Free, taking this crown and punching their ticket to the Aeos Cup. You mentioned it. I'm repeating it. Yalabingo, this is it. You've got 10 minutes to sort this thing out.
It's interesting, we have 2 evolutions on the other side as well. I was just noticing the early pressure from For Free, probably because they put so much early pressure on, but we have an Umbreon and an Espeon on the other side. Nice little secure right there. Marv's in some trouble, but able to make it home. I mean, Umbreon is so incredibly tanky. It does not go down in that moment.
Marv did leave a lane Bunnelby back there if they need some help hitting their level 4. They're probably just going to try and contest this and do it in path and leave that piece of farm maybe for Sixies, who's on the Metagross right now. So Rayu quickly jumping into the bottom path. Just a doable here for Chelvin. Chevel looking to take over to level 4, be a Crustle, and help the team by rock tombing out Yalabingo.
Here we go, up in the top path right here. They definitely want to get Potato online. Gotlu needs a last hit on something right here to get their level 5. So far, not able to make it happen. They don't get a single one. Great stuff for Yalabingo. We have Potato evolved right now to Combuskin. That is excellent, and an excellent top path fight.
Combuskin looking a little bit like a sentient bowling pin up there. Weird looking Pokemon that one is. And now, at least Potato is 1 step closer to Blaziken, which is its true evolutionary target here. Internal, jiving a little bit. Playing pretty well with the Hoopa so far. Looking good.
Yeah, things are looking good for Yalabingo in the top path, obviously. They were able to get that early level 5, and now it's ticked over to level 6 right here. Gotlu in some trouble. He needs to get some experience right now so that he is able to evolve. They're going to leave him in the top path, make sure that he can hit his War Turtle evolution right now as we have our teams getting ready to fight here in this central area.
Sixie's level 7, going to try and go for an engage. The 2 Eevees scramble away as Chelvin is caught in a mean look. Couldn't help out the squad. Sixie's quickly retreating and turning to put it down a portal, but nobody's interested in that. They're pivoting down to the bottom path.
You know, this Leafeon is not as high a level as you would expect. Of course, it's very powerful still, but here we go, picking up a couple big KOs. Maybe it'll get its 8 right here. That's exactly what it needs, obviously, to get that Unite move, pushing onto this goal zone. Hoopa could possibly come on down. We're going to have to see if they do. They do. Hyper Voice is going to be thrown out here by Zante, or as the move back. Wow, that's a tough sentence. I don't know why, but it was hard for me.
Yeah,
but I got through it. I never quit.
I guff up words all the time, my friend. It's all good. We're on the same page here. And honestly, you're just stunned from Yalla Bingo falling prey to the exact same trap that 4-3 set for them 2 games ago. So despite picking up 2 EVs and trying to match in terms of tempo in the game, they still get caught in the Rock Tomb, Solar Blade, Hyper Voice, and now they're just rinsing and repeating over and over and over again. Tell you what, Yalla Bingo may have jumped in the shower with the clothes on. They didn't get clean, but they're getting scrubbed down by 4-3 right now.
Yeah, 4-3 is doing an amazing job here. Still in game number 2, I guess, of this reset right here, but they have been beating Yalla Bingo here. They beat them 2 games in a row, reset this whole bracket, beat them 1 game now. Yalla Bingo, again, they have to win right now or it's over. We will have a champion here in the EU, the first one of the year. And I know a lot of people would say, oh, it might be down to esports, or there are a lot of teams it could be. But right now it's looking like it's 4-3.
Zixie's kind of going off on their own, getting some good spacing. Regieleki is low. They want to secure this thing. Zervis is hanging out, no interest in making a play for that. Nice little cotton ball on top of Gatler to keep them standing a little bit longer as it looks like they're going to give up this goal zone, Spraggles. Nice opportunity for an overdunk here. Somebody can step up and get a lot of points in. A couple players holding 30 might be a good chance for them.
Yeah, well, look at this here. They've got some stacks raining in here, and they absolutely need this. This is a great look for Yalla Bingo. This is the best they've looked throughout this entire series. They took a fight. They decided what was going to happen. They pushed forward. They're scoring right now. They're getting their stacks. Very, very big for them. Obviously, Espeon trying to counter Unite almost that Leafeon. There was nothing they could do in that moment. Nice big KO right there as Leafeon is already level 10. Level 10 Metagross, however, on the side of Yalla Bingo. And that's a tough Pokemon to take down when it hits one of those gyro balls.
Yeah, as long as it stays and leads the level pace, I think this Metagross is going to have a good opportunity for some engagements. However, Yalla Bingo has to be there, and specifically Internal has to be there to make sure that this Metagross has the sustain it needs to get these knockouts. Of course, Sam, going to be using that stored power. Espeon needs to be there too.
You know, you got to say, Yalla Bingo, this is, I think, the first time in this series where they've actually been ahead on points, where they're actually tied up on levels. We talked about them needing this match. They needed to turn it around. They needed to try something different, and we do see that. We've got the Blaziken, we've got the Metagross. This is a different look from Yalla Bingo, and it's finally looking good.
They have to just keep their heads on a swivel. They can't get caught in those rock tombs, as they have been. Multiple players at once, have multiple player hyper voices, multiple player solar beams. For free, it's very easy to see what they're trying to approach, what their approach is here. Yalla Bingo needs to be privy to that.
Here we go, pushing towards this goal zone, just putting a little pressure towards it right now as we have objectives in the top and bottom path right here. Obviously, Hoopa at any moment can bring the team top. They could also send the team bottom right here. It looks like they're going to decide to rip this Regieleki, and 4-3's Blastoise is just off farming right now, getting some experience, so this might be a great opportunity for Yalla Bingo to get both objectives.
Yeah, they're ripping the Regieleki right now. That's definitely their priority target. Now is Internal. I think they have their Unite move online. They're going to be able to pull the squad through. Regirock's at half HP. Are they going to make a move? Marv is getting great vision for the squad. Regirock is so low. They don't pop the Unite move secured by Zante. Moving forward, though, is the 60s using their Unite move. Trapping Serrated, but on the goal pad, they quickly Solar Blade down Marv. And now it's 60s that gets buckled by Chelvin. The rings are unbound, but they're not there to stun anybody. They're just chucking fists so they can retreat as Sam is almost KO'd by the Solar Blade.
Great stuff here from 4-3. I mean, they don't get to fight the way it looked like they wanted to with that objective as Yalla Bingo starts pushing towards them. But actually, it looked like a bit of a trap. As soon as Yalla Bingo moved in, they pick up a ton of big KOs. Gotlu just sitting pretty in the top path, dealing with this Regieleki. Never needed to come down for this fight.
Yeah, silently level 11 as Sorayu hits level 13. And now they're just the biggest things on the map. And we know Gatler likes to bully when they're in a position of power here, especially with the Blastoise. They're going to be able to help this team take over the game.
Yeah, Leafeon, as you mentioned, being a higher level than everything on the map is where you need to be for these speedsters, right? If you're not there, you're not able to be effective, really. You have to be a higher level so you can pick up all these massive KOs. And he's been doing that. Level 13, we could easily see 14 by Rayquaza.
Yeah, the biggest boon that Yalla Bingo has right now is they're up on the scoreboard, despite the texture of the game feeling like 4-3 is getting the better of them. Now, they need to get levels. There's no wild Pokemon on their side of the map, so they need to figure out how they can do that because they are still lagging a hair behind.
Now we have 30 seconds until what could be the final Rayquaza here of our grand finals. We can see the timer hit the map, and their teams are getting ready for this here. There really won't be any time to take either of the top or bottom Reggies. For Free actually behind for the first time score-wise in this series. They're behind heading into Rayquaza, which puts them in a tough spot. They've kind of been leading this game when they're able to let their opponents make a lot of mistakes, but now they're the ones who need to make a play. Tier 1 goal zone up top and bottom, so there are places they can run to if they'd like to look for a score, but of course they'd probably like to just win a big fight here, given that their Leafeon is level 14.
Yeah, Marv getting vision as Sixies is trying to get this Metagross to level 13 quickly. Little tornado here. Nobody's really interested in making a move in this dance just yet.
You know, for the first time, Yala Bingo is not doing something at Rayquaza, and it actually makes some sense because they're ahead. So we're going to have to see how they decide to play this fight. For Free now moving in. We can see Blaziken up in the top path watching that tier 1 goal. I don't think it's going to be easy for Free to make a score happen here, but they could put some pressure on one of these goal zones and jump in. It looks like Leafeon is taking a look at the bottom goal zone, but everyone right now is playing pretty safe.
Yeah, I mean, Yala Bingo almost like, oh, we have the lead, we don't want to lose it, we don't want to do something foolish. But now, I thought we had an opportunity for engagement, but they're just chunking into Rayquaza, Spraggles.
Yeah, they're chunking Rayquaza, just taking some damage off of it here. Obviously, there's some great secure on the side of Yala Bingo. Moving in, here comes the Metagross Unite move.
Tried to catch the Leafeon, unsuccessful. Internal puts the portal right in the middle, they're going Raptor's gonna water spot right on top of Sam. Sam is so low, Sam is gone. We're pivoting back the other way. Crustle and Chelvin is pushing for that action. Marv is gonna get trapped. Yes, right to the Rock Tomb, right to the Hyper Voice, right to the Solar Blade, and it's Gatlu that gets credit, pivoting back the other way. Sixies is trapped, Sixies is stuck, Sixies is going down, and another round. Now they're pushing the bottom goal zone. Sixies Internal gonna sit on it. 3 players on their team are scrubbed. Internal has almost no HP left. They get Hyper Voice down. Now it's Sixies, 1v4. Can they get it done? No, the score lead is now into the hands of For Free. Can't a 2 for Sorayu. Where are they gonna pivot? Doesn't really matter. Yala Bingo needs to get to the central Rayquaza and take this thing.
Incredible stuff from For Free. Sixies does go down swinging, but it's not enough as we see the Leafeon scoring in the top path. For Free right now is punching their ticket to the Aeos Cup. They're all saying, what are we going to wear? Are we going to do fun jackets? What's it going to be this time? Because they are winning this thing. For Free, the bracket reset, not losing a single game to Yala Bingo. And I hate to say it because these are the grand finals, but they made it look pretty easy.
I've never seen a team come from a loser's bracket look like make the other team look like such underdogs before. It was almost like once For Free showed up, it was like, actually, really for us, we just got to win 4, doesn't really matter. Who are you guys, the winners, finalists? Okay, doesn't matter. Kick them right in the chest into the pit of despair, and that's exactly where Yala Bingo's going to stay until they compete in March.
Beautiful stuff, kicking them right in the chest into that pit. We don't quite have 300 points on the side of For Free, but they did get 285 to 118. Let's send this thing back on over to our casters. Zoinks, Wonder Chef, break this down.
We have a brand new European champion For Free, taking home the first tournament of the season, and of course qualifying for that group stage in EUIC. What a start for them.
Oh, this is the best start you could possibly ask for. I mean, it's almost even better that they didn't just dominate the entire field. The fact that they had to go down in the losers bracket and then come back, and that makes it feel like they're even stronger, you know? Like you're like, well, what is going to happen if they actually lose? If they can't run into speed, run into somebody they can't actually beat. But you know what? They won. They won in a dominant fashion when they ran into that team that they couldn't beat because their adaptation was awesome.
What an exciting team to watch for this season in Europe. They have the player caliber to be the best on rolls on the good day. They have amazing draft strategies that they were able to take down opponents. The caliber of Yala Bingo and A through L. Amazing stuff from them, and Illusion earlier today. Let's take another look at this grand finals though, because I do think this was the best showcase that we have seen from this team yet today.
The best showcase, well, I mean, this was a really good showcase from Yala Bingo as well. Like, the best one that we've seen in this set for sure. Yeah. Although, realistically, when we looked at the end of the game, the stats were that the fact that there was only 1 KO in the entire game for Yala Bingo is pretty tough. But honestly, Yala Bingo, they had a great showing. Second place, of course. We did get to see them fight back quite a bit here. You can see them, taking that Regieleki, taking that first push. And the fact that they did manage to get second, lots of, prizing, whether it be championship points or money. Dubesnax was saying that it's like they were getting into the shower with their clothes on, but if you get into the shower with your clothes on, at least your clothes get clean.
Yeah, Yellow Bingo going home at second place. They will be taking some of the prize pool home as well as very, very valuable championship points. But For Free just showcasing such an amazing way. Look at that Gatlu Unite move on Blastoise, hitting every single member of Yellow Bingo and scattering them to the winds. Poor Internal was playing so far back from the team because they couldn't get hit by either the Solar Blade or Hyper Voice. It's just too much damage on that side. They had to play so extremely safe. For Free takes advantage of every single part of that team fight.
I gotta point out too, I love the Hyper Voice. That was one of the coolest things I think about this draft. I would say aside from that, relatively normal, but I think it was so perfect as the counter. But we're gonna give a little bit of love to some support with the player of the game, Zervis.
Awesome, and yes, it's just EXP Share Muscle Bend on screen, but I believe the Resonant Guard was the third item on this specific Pokemon. Zervis really liking that Muscle Band to auto attack as many times as they possibly can with this Eldegoss, often taking the red buff for their team. And well, we've talked a little bit about the structure of this team. Zervis has been known to be the team captain of this squad and is so extremely good at doing so. I am loving this specific player on this specific role.
Yeah, they are so incredibly good. Obviously, yeah, like being the captain of the team while you're playing the support, I feel like it makes a lot of sense, right? To be able to make calls, to be able to kind of see everything from the back. It just all together, it fits really, really well.
Yeah, I am a huge fan of this player, a huge fan of this team, and I genuinely can't wait to watch more games from them.
Me as well. This is just an incredible thing, and it looks like we do actually have maybe our interview. I'm not sure if I can hear you. Could you possibly?
Yeah, we got no audio in our ears, but Zervis, congratulations on winning that tournament. Amazing showing. How does it feel to get the run-back win against Yellow Bingo, losing to them in winners finals, and then bouncing back with a dominant series in Grands?
It feels absolutely amazing, especially to be here again. You can hear me? How lucky.
We can't hear anything.
No one can hear.
All right.
Okay. Well, Zervis, thank you very much. But now you have obviously qualified for EUIC in that top 8. We gotta hear, is the team gonna slow down? Are you gonna obviously get back to practicing? How important is March now that you've already qualified for that top 8 or top 16?
I mean, every cup is really important, but the first cup obviously gives us a really good. They can't hear me, right? No, can the screen hear me? Good, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, Zervis, you had an amazing showing today. We cannot wait to watch more from your team this season. I am very, very excited to watch For Free in the remainder. So good luck in the future of the UCS. I can't wait to see more from your team going forward.
Yeah, honestly, they're such an impressive team to me. I mean, I know how many times we've said it, right? But I'm just so impressed by their resilience. I'm so impressed by really just like the fact that they were able to adapt in so many different ways, right? We saw them adapting with like not just like play style, but also we got a chance to see them choose so many different Pokemon. Like ideally, hopefully at some point we could get the stats on like how many Pokemon they played, right? But we saw them pull out the Sylveon. We saw them pull out the I mean, like 4 or 5 different speedsters that were completely different, and I don't know. I feel like too. I talked about this before, but we really didn't know which teams exactly were going to come out on top, right? EU was such an interesting time where, you know, we're seeing like these rebuilding of these teams. We're seeing the like role swaps from different members that we've already known have been extremely good at quite a few different like roles already themselves. But like, how are they all going to come together is the big question.
Yeah. And it's a long season, but obviously we started with a victor for Free. I believe we're going to be looking at the championship points, or the bracket, sorry, of how this looks up. For Free at 2-0 in that grand finals, obviously having an amazing run. And the championship points leaderboard, of course, will have For Free sitting atop of it, and that auto invite to EUIC. I can't wait. This is going to be an amazing event. Very excited that For Free is going to be a part of it.
Yeah, so now, by the way, we can talk about this as well. You know, like we said, this is the second team now that we know for sure has qualified for the Aeos Cup. Again, huge shout outs to Kellosaurus, our great friend that really helped showcase the OC broadcast. We'll talk about that a little bit later, though. We can see now the championship points earned. Of course, this is the first event of the season, so it will be essentially in the placements, but you can see that the top 3 really got a huge chunk of this, doubling essentially everybody that's below that. All the way down through Red Ping, and I always want to just keep saying this, but it's not that you just have to get into this top 8, this top 12 to make points. There are so many different points available to players who place even in the top 128.
Absolutely. And now we can take a look at the teams that have qualified today for free in the EU. Of course, Legacy from Brazil. So Brazil finishing up their tournament already, and Greater Zenith in OC, which happened last night for us, of course, today for that OC region.
That's cool. Actually, I did not personally know that Legacy had already qualified. That's been happening at the same time. I know you mentioned this earlier, but there is so much across the world Pokemon Unite action happening right now. Like, this season is starting off, and it is starting off so incredibly strong. You can literally see like 4 or 5 different broadcasts. I mean, we were up certainly far too late, more late than we should, because we wanted to see OC.
Yeah, and of course we have North America coming up very, very soon, and that is just going to be on the other side of a short break, so don't go anywhere. NA right after this.
It's here.
where Thea Sky Ruin's finest combatants will do battle.
And the points are going to rain in as they dive in and pick up some more KOs.
Where winners become legends.
That's a full team wide. That goes in. Oh, shit. They take it in commanding fashion.
And for others, dreams are crushed.
The favorites for the World Championship title have just been knocked out of the tournament.
Game, set, match!
It's time for the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series.
Hello trainers and welcome back to the next season of the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. With the new season comes new changes, some of which are poised to shake up the competitive landscape. Players will compete in monthly cups for their regions, awarding championship points and boosting their chances to qualify for the World Championships in Honolulu. Instead of competing in the Aeos Cup within their region, qualifying players will now be competing internationally at EUIC in London. Winning here secures an invitation to Worlds and a big chunk of the $100,000 prize pool. Regional Finals still grants another chance for players to secure an invitation, but this year NAIC introduces the Final Stretch, an open bracket last-ditch effort to earn a shot at the World Championship title. With so many paths to get to Honolulu, we expect to see fierce competition in every single event. Join us for all the games and follow along to see who will become the world's best Pokémon UNITE players.
Welcome to the Aeos Cup play-ins. This time around, it's for the North America region. We just completed EU, and of course, we got all of us back on the desk to celebrate this very special occasion, the first tournament of the Championship Series Season 3.
Exciting stuff. I mean, what a run in EU. Yala Bingo looked pretty dominant, but holy, for free, incredible.
I mean, that was no joke. When you have a team streamlined and led by Zervis, of course, they push for success. They did it with Talibobo Believers last year, fell short. This new squad looks ramped up, ready to go off the back of Zervis and Gatwood.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm just so excited to see kind of how EU builds up from that, right? Because every team that was there was doing pretty well in certain areas, but it was all areas that they lost in that they could look back and be like, okay, for the next tournament, we're good. It's not like everybody's just getting out-microed every single game. It's like this is going to be the building blocks that lead up to, I think, a really good EU season.
Yeah, it's going to be an awesome one, but this North American tournament that we're actually jumping into has already started. So let's take a look at the bracket and where we've gotten to before we even start this broadcast. Winners Finals is going to be Alter Ego versus Exile.
I mean, I don't think everybody would have expected these two teams to be in Winners Finals. There are so many good teams in North America, and if you remember last year, it was extremely competitive, obviously. If you take a look down into our losers bracket, you have Team YT, a team that could go far, being taken down by Luminosity. Luminosity then taking down TTV, and now they're going to be up against GT in the losers semifinals. GT is like Luminosity's kryptonite, as I've said many times. So this is a wild match between the world champs and GT.
When you take a look at GT, you said, kind of LG's kryptonite, if you will. Their track record against LG is particularly strong, but there is no tournament that they need to dispatch LG more important than this one right now. This is such a large advantage to go deep in this event and, of course, get that ticket to the Aeos Cup.
Yeah, and of course, this tournament is as well, by the way. They lost to GT. So it just continues on and on and on. I can't count how many times it's actually happened. Don't know why it is, but hey, GT, they're looking good. They've always looked good, but Luminosity, reigning world champs, they've got their demon here,
Exactly. Now, while we might have not got to watch the matches on broadcast, we do have some stats. So we actually have the top bans that have been happening so far today in our top 8 bracket. Umbreon, actually #1 public enemy, is getting the ban rate the most.
Yeah, Umbreon obviously is incredible. It's one of the best defenders inside the game. We saw Crustle do so much work in EU, so I'm wondering if Umbreon's banned out, if that's what we're picking in NA as well. Obviously, Buzzwole very, very high on the list. We saw how dominant it was in EU, to the point where we just started to see games without it completely. Banned out every single game into our grand finals here. So, yeah, what a crew.
Yeah, it's been amazing. Sorry, Deuce, thanks to cut you off. I feel like we gotta start talking about these teams already, because we have only 4 teams remaining in our bracket, and we, of course, have to make some of our own predictions. I'll kick us off. I actually have Alter Ego winning this whole tournament. An incredible squad. I think JL, one of the best supports that we have worldwide. I actually included them in my top 5 fantasy team, so I am very excited to see what this team can pull off. But Spraggles, how about you? Who do you got winning today?
Well, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to change my prediction. I predicted TTV earlier, and while I think it's unlikely with them being out of this tournament, I'm still predicting that TTV could win this whole thing. I'm not changing my mind. They were in the winner's bracket. I think they're looking incredible right now. Unfortunately, they did lose, so me continuing to talk feels useless.
I can't really remember who I picked, but I'm going to say I picked GT, and we'll see how good my guess was. Bang, we did it. All right, we got there. GT was starting on the winner's side, dropped down to losers, of course, have what they could feel confident in a decent matchup with LG, right? They've always been able to kind of overcome the LG hurdle, unlike many other NA teams. So I'm hoping that they can keep the pressure on and keep on pushing.
And I agree with you, very much so. I also chose GT. I'm very proud of you for correctly remembering exactly what you guessed. But
it was the glasses. Once I put on my glasses, my brain just grew, and I was like, I can do this.
It's too large. You got to take them off before too long, or you're gonna headache. But GT, like we said, especially the fact that they get to play against Luminosity again. That feels like so good for their path. But it's really hard not to say Alter Ego. I kind of feel like Alter Ego, especially in the community tournaments, has been super dominant. They're dominant today so far. But GT, that was my pick with my heart, because they've been so close so many times, and I think that this could be their time.
Now the question is, obviously, we have all of our picks. Who do you think is going to win everything here in NA? There is a poll in the chat right now, so let us know what you think, because look, we're just yapping up here. We could be right, we could be wrong, but I bet you're going to be right as a community. I just feel it.
If they pick Alter Ego, absolutely. I completely agree. If that's where chat goes, then I will agree with chat.
All right, well, we're going to send Zoinks and Wonder Chef out of here to go cast this first game. And you know what? I'm excited to see this first game. This is Alter Ego versus Exile. I mean, Zoinks is really hot on this Alter Ego squad.
It's tough not to be, right? You have some former ASU players on here. You've got JL, Kratos rolling it down, Joey and Machizzle. If anybody's been watching a lot of community events, you are familiar with Joey and Machizzle, two really strong players that have found their way onto this Alter Ego squad. I believe that it was JL that kind of QB'd putting this squad together, and they've put themselves together a winner.
Yeah, I got to see a good amount of Alter Ego in some of the qualifying games. They looked really fantastic. So I'm not surprised to see this team doing so well in this tournament. And like you're saying, I mean, a lot of names that you know here, top competitive players on the side of Alter Ego. And then we have Exile. And while I've seen every single one of these players compete, I have not seen Exile this season. So I'm really interested to see what they want to bring to, the Aeos Cup here.
Well, you can't deny their power as a team anymore. They made it to the winner side of this bracket today without dropping a single map. They are now in the winners finals, dispatching quality teams. You can make an argument that they had one of the softer paths to the winner side of this bracket this weekend, but they're dispelling that myth that it was anything easy, because they are now in the winners finals. But let's get this thing started. Let's kick it over to Zoinks and Chef. The camera's gonna zoom and do a bunch of cool stuff. Whoa! There.
Thank you so much, you two. Yeah, Wonder Chef. Let's start talking about North America, shall we? We're going to go into a very different playstyle shift. Europe and North America tend to have different Pokemon choices they really like to focus on. And already, Umbreon and a Clefable ban from Alter Ego.
Yeah, that was one thing that we saw. Clefable way up in the bans compared to EU, and Leafeon way down in the bans compared to EU. So we're definitely expecting to see some different things. Already, I'm actually surprised we're seeing the Crustle quite so early, right?
Yeah, lock that one down. I think you are playing at risk here from Exile. You are giving up a very powerful attacker pick, namely Inteleon, over to Alter Ego. And honestly, in my opinion, the best Inteleon we've seen in North America is Roland. They are incredible on this Pokemon in particular, so that is why I think we are seeing the hover and the lock in.
it just makes sense to pick it there. And then, of course, they're going to be picking up their second defender, which is going to be the Trevenant. That's really been a great go-to so far as kind of the third string defender once we see, you know, for example, Umbreon either taken or banned and then the Crustle gone. So well, I'm actually a little bit surprised we didn't see the Blastoise a little bit earlier, but getting your second set of picks to be Blastoise and Glaceon feels really strong as far as meta picks that were kind of floated over to you.
Yeah, Exile's playing that meta composition quite well. They're actually taking away the Blissey from JL, which I think is a Pokemon that JL really likes to play in coordination with their top half player of Machizel. Machizel really getting a lot of value from those Unite moves. We see a bit of a swap, but now Exile, their last pick in their composition, they need some kind of damaging Pokemon to line up alongside this Glaceon. Currently is going to be the Venusaur, and Freak is going to lock it in. Venusaur plays very, very well into both Espeon and Inteleon, especially with that double defender backup. I really like Exile's draft.
And kind of everybody else on that team. I mean, Venusaur does quite well against a large majority of these. I mean, you know, knowing where people are going to be with the Hoopa portal, that's such a huge advantage when you're trying to aim things. The extra range is always super strong. And yeah, they really needed the range, so it definitely makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I feel like these are pretty balanced teams, though. What do you think? I feel like we saw a lot of like weird kind of lopsided type drafts more in EU, but to me, this feels similar-ish.
Alter Ego, in my mind, is playing for the neutral. We have a lot of great value from the Espeon and Inteleon to get last hits in path. Exile, combo game. You have that Blastoise Unite move that knocks everybody up in the air. If Oblivion and Freak can line up great plays together, that is an incredibly explosive start to any team fight and will really give them a huge advantage. So I think it is going to be all in on these team fights. However, Exile is going to have to join those a little bit later, but the Glaceon is there from Simp to kind of cover their early game and make sure they're a bit safer on that side.
I think my biggest question as far as these comps go is really what is going to be Bliss assisted by the Blissey, right? There usually is like some sort of pop-off target that's a little bit easy to be like, oh yeah, at some point we're going to have to deal with that. It's going to be unstoppable. But in this comp, there's a lot of options, but none of them that you usually expect. So I'm curious as that's going to go, but it can be used in so many good ways, right?
Absolutely. Potentially the Blastoise. We could see Petal Drain Venusaur is technically an option. However, I really do like Solar Beam into a lot of these specific lineups.
Yeah, I also feel like you really need the range, right? Like, there is not a lot of range on this team. So being able to get that little extra bit of just the range from the beam, otherwise you really don't have a great counter to the Inteleon. You have no way to check it. It's just going to be sitting behind, like, you know, 300 meters away, snipe shotting you, and you're like, well, maybe we'll figure something else out. But that is going to be the one true thing.
So I talked a little bit on the desk about how much I value JL support play, and when they're on Hoopa, they really are at different beats, and you already see it happen with a great Astonished Stun, and Machizel capitalizing perfectly with their Buzzwole. They dunk in 18, a very, very large early game score. Machizel hits 5 even before the 9 minutes. Superpower already unlocked.
Can I go on a small side rant as we're starting this game? Sure. I am so happy to be able to cast Alter Ego's game without calling them all Kratos.
Oh, yes.
the nightmare that will haunt me forever. There's a reason why they're called Alter Ego, but I'm glad that this team has stuck together. There's a reason why we had to cast them so much when they were all named something and Kratos, but I'm glad to be able to see Machizel and say, look, it's Machizel!
Oh, Machizel playing that so well. Poor Squirtle not standing a chance. Normally, Squirtle having a very solid push in the early game, mostly with that push and pull. You have that water gun, the skull bash, that boosted auto attack, so much pushing ability, but when Machizel is already at level 6, I don't think it matters. Machizel taking the fight to basically anybody who will stand in front of him.
Yeah, right now we're seeing just an attempt to kind of stick together and try not to get run over, which is immediately what's going to happen. It's like, wait a minute, come back, I needed your help, and there is no help to be found. So Alter Ego, this is one thing that I think you're going to see a lot more from a lot of the North American teams and the European teams, is that aggression. Yes. They don't really sit around and say, we have the lead, we're going to time you out. They're like, we have the lead, we're going to push all the way to your center base.
Exactly, yeah. You got to break both their goal zones and their spirits. Yes. I think you got to make sure that it's an even split. And there we have it, rolling at that level 7. I'm telling you folks, if you have not seen this player on this Pokemon, pay attention. Roland does not miss. Please don't. Okay, good. They do hit really that snipe shot. I don't know why I'm playing around with caster curses. It's not the time.
You needed to wait until it was on cooldown. Yeah. Luckily, it was a stationary target. If that was a miss, that would have been very embarrassing, but certainly not the case here. Machizel currently on top, being a bully exactly as planned, but there's some anti-bullying. The anti-bullying squad is joining up. Looks like they're barely... Oh, the big ball! That was the egg ball, right? That knocked him off of the portal. That was a beautifully timed one from Neon.
Clutch from Neon, but Shizzle actually became a really interesting choice in that engagement. They had the smackdown trigger on Oblivion. They probably could have chased that down for the full KO and take that knockout. But instead, they try to play for the reset portal. Neon lands maybe the easiest egg bomb I've ever seen to stop that reset and gets a great shutdown. So clever play from Neon, and Exile with this 4-player rotation to top, win the fight, break the goal zone, and send Regieleki down to tier 2. Exile starting to scale, Wonder Chef.
They are, and that can be very scary later on. They've got a lot of late game scaling Pokemon that can be very scary, especially when it's Blitz assisted. And those late game fights are really what's going to matter. I feel like that tends to be how it is with It's a Blissey, because you really want to get that one big particular fight with one big pop off. But we'll see if they can control that in any sort of way. Currently, Cross is the only one down, going to be coming up soon. And we're kind of in an awkward spot where people could fight, or they could just go back for some sort of EXP, but there's nothing really that everybody wants all at the same time.
It's true. The give and take of Pokemon Unite kind of showcased in that last engagement, right? It was an amazing 4-player push from Exile. They get a lot of top half value. They get some presence there. However, they give up bottom side. And Teleon able to get a decent overdunk. We're sitting at 142 with only 1 goal zone broken, so good math by Alter Ego. And now Pure caught out. Unfortunate slam shot there. It could have closed out the KO, and just barely missing Pure. That's all right. Kratos has got that sure hit move. Follows up with the stored power.
Best Inteleon ever. Thank you, Zoinks.
Thank you.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah,
level 10.
It worked out. Yeah, obviously leading the EXP in the game. So I just got to make fun of you for caster cursing that so hard. But again, we're still in an awkward spot. There's still one tier 1 goal zone for each team, and so those are really going to be, I think, like, I don't want to say the vulnerable spots, but definitely the spots that they can watch out for when the objectives start hitting. Right. And you can see they're actually prioritizing each team the one that they have more of an advantage for. So yeah, they're actually sitting right next to each other. That's really scary. Like, I wonder if anybody else is sitting next to me. They're having a little invisible party here, and oh, the huge surf initiation. They knew. They saw the jump in, and the Chisel going to be using to try to get out, but to no avail. That is going to be also a resource just completely gone off of being picked, and now giving up this Regieleki, probably mostly for free. The Espeon could potentially try to steal it. That would be a pretty amazing miracle, but instead they might just be the ones that get picked.
Oh, so Power Psychic Solaire brings up all 3, but the Solar Beam is right there, but no shot! Kratos walks in and commits robbery in front of Team Exile. Regieleki going to be easily caught, but it was captured by Alter Ego and pushed towards that first tier goal zone. Regice now going to be eliminated, and Alter Ego going to have an HP recovery buff for the next 90 seconds, I think. 7.
How did they also get out of that without getting KO'd, by the way? They just walked in, united, stole it, and just walked away casually. They're like, all right, thanks, see you later, see you at the next team fight.
Yeah, Exile just reeling too much to really be able to understand what they needed to do in that situation to chase down the KO. Now, so we were talking about kind of the late game effects that Team Exile will have access to. Venusaur, Blastoise, and Glaceon are all incredible Pokemon at team fighting. They have a lot of value they can bring to the table there. However, we have a bit of a response. JL kind of panic Unite moving, bring in the folks to help him out. Machismo grabs Russell, but they're pushed all the way out of the way. Venusaur Unite move is perfect for Freak, tees up multiple targets, and that's 2 members of Alter Ego down as Exile responds in a huge way. Espeon joins the fight as well, but Freak does land the Solar Beam and sends Kratos running.
Now, this is something that definitely Exile needs to watch out for. They won that solidly, and there's a good chance that they're going to have an advantage as far as the fight goes in the Rayquaza spawn, but the time that was used, well, I mean, I guess there's plenty of time to build it back, but basically they just have to be careful because there's such a disadvantage as far as points now, just because of how that all played out, even though the fact that they're kind of winning in fights, that they've got to be careful of JL, I think, uniting later to get some back caps. And that only really happens once you start getting the big leads, right? And they're almost at a 200-point lead. I think that's really starting to hit that lead.
Yeah, whether it's JL themselves doing the back caps or just enabling their team to, thanks to how good the Unite move is at pulling you back in the fight. So you really have good options. However, in this specific case against this team comp, I actually would prefer if JL drops an aggressive Koopa portal into the midst of the enemies like we just witnessed, so that Buzzwole and Trevenant can really have big moments. We're about to see another team fight. Huge wood hammer from Joey, lines up perfectly with a snipe shot from the Inteleon, and Exile decides they cannot take that fight in the scenario. Get Neon and Helia back up to full and try to reach take this fight, if at all. I mean, this is a dangerous one. We are about to see most likely our final fight if both teams engage on this 22nd Reggie.
Oh, well, there's already a charge to start things off in a gigantic wood hammer, and we're already going to see the Blastoise get very, very low. But there is a... They're basically trying to trade tanks out over here, as most of these tanks from the side of Exile are going to get extremely low very quickly. Regirock getting melted. Looks like confirmed by... There we go. Probably the snipe shot. Actually, I don't even know if the snipe shot. It might have just been an auto to take it, but the 5 members up for Alter Ego. Exile down to 2, as a lot of Unites are getting popped. The realization for Alter Ego that this is the final fight as well has started to dawn on them. But they do have to be careful. The chances for steals are very much there with the Pokemon that are still up from Exile. The Beam, of course, is one really big thing. And then, of course, the Egg Bomb. We've always got to be afraid of that.
Absolutely. Now, Joey's does get a reset off. The Egg Bomb not stopping them from returning through that portal. So very, very important from them, because we are looking at a refight territory. Venusaur Unite move is available, but if they bulk up like this, the Trevenant Unite move will hit every single target. Great snipe shot up here. They're sent running, but Ray is getting rather low. Kratos takes out the Crustle, but that's not the secure threat you're worried about. Freak does secure the Rayquaza. Thank you, Bird and Anger, as they secure that one. Roland trying to fend off a few enemy targets, but eventually they go down, as JL does as well.
Well, the Crustle was down, so there are a good amount of shields. I'm not sure how many they can actually break. The lead was gigantic as far as points go for Alter Ego. So far, they are still holding on to the advantage. There's definitely a chance to score. However, it seems like most of the shields are gone. I'm not sure if anybody is holding on to their shield kind of in the back line, but if they do, I don't think they have that many points in their pocket.
If Neon had one, it's absolutely vaporized thanks to that sword power from Espeon. So now Exile, even after securing the Rayquaza, have not found a point lead. I made a mistake earlier. Roland did not get KO'd, and in fact was able to return to this tier 1 goal zone to help defend. Freak's Venusaur was the only member who tried to push into the enemy side, but like you said, no Ray Shield to stop it. Hydro Typhoon to try to clear space for their team to score, but an amazing play by Joey to find a way to thread the needle, line a perfect wood hammer, and Kratos gets involved as well. However, the HP bar is getting rather low on Alter Ego's side when Shizzle is trying to come back and join the fray, but Joey putting on an absolute clinic of how to defend these goal zones. Freak trying to score 50, Rolling with a back cap of 50, doesn't even need to score it, as Alter Ego lose the Ray and hold the lead.
Very impressive. They really controlled the entire situation no matter what was going to happen. And even then at the end, holding off long enough that they were able to get that like back-capping position, I guess I could say, with, of course, the Hoopa Unite, which is always going to be a threat. But a great first game from Alter Ego. Let's send it over to the desk to see what they thought.
I mean, you love a match of Pokemon Unite like that. You love it when a team gets Rayquaza and can't score because Alter Ego is in their face, stopping them at every single moment. That was a great play by Exile to run around the Ray Pit like that. I thought it was really impressive, and they set up a great secure. But man, Alter Ego just on top of it, breaking every single shield.
Yeah, that was the most impressive part to me. There's still 4 players standing for Exile, all with shields, and those were absolutely eviscerated before they could take and turn the tides of this match into their hands. And like you said, Exile found their opportunity. They were getting the break speed off them on the scoreboard, and they said, okay, we need to get Freak up top. We need to have that Verdant Anger Solar Beam combination, try and clutch this thing out, something we've seen Venusaurs do over and over again. Alter Ego is not unfamiliar to that territory, though.
Yeah.
Able to stop that from happening.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some of these big moments right here. I'm sure we're going to see that Rayquaza fight inside there. I mean, this was quite a game. Alter Ego really up for a lot of it, and I can say this Buzzwole just dominating in path early.
Yeah, especially with a Hoopa. For me personally, that's one of my favorite tandem partners with Buzzwole is the Hoopa support. And as they're just staring at each other, popping over, nice little surf here. But Hoopa is truly a difference maker to me, and I'm constantly surprised we're not seeing it more in the Thea Sky Ruins.
One thing I, interestingly enough, didn't even really clock when we were watching EU was how little Glaceon we were seeing. And I know I assume we're going to see more of it here in North America. Glaceon extremely popular, but we didn't see much of it from the top EU teams. Obviously, here in Game 1 of our Winners Finals, we see it from Exile.
Yeah, you and I are particularly high on Glaceon specifically because of how strong it can be. Both kits are fairly useful as well. As we're going into the final throws, this kind of ended up being the pivot to the final fight. Quickly knocked out is the Crustle. Alter Ego sees that this is the opportunity. They hit a pivot and are able to really buy a lot of time on the clock that they need to run it down. So Exile had less time to make the moves that they did.
Yeah, you can see Alter Ego right here fighting over that Venusaur. And here's the moment where they're moving around this raid pit. Beautiful play there from Crustle to push the Trevenant away so it couldn't hit with that multiplayer Unite move right there. And you see Venusaur is able to secure player of the game here, Kratos on the Espeon.
Yeah, stored power, just was able to rip those shields at the very end. That was pointed out by our casting partners over there. And a great look. Overall, Kratos kind of always in the scene, always a top tier player. Glad to see them get their flowers here as the player of the game.
Yeah, they were incredible. I mean, Alter Ego's looking great. When you're the kind of team, and a lot of these top teams are, that can lose Ray and still control the match and win it. I mean, I think that's what separates a really good team from a champion level team.
Yeah, and they showed it there, right? Alter Ego, Zoinks chose it as the team to win in North America, a region stacked with tons of teams. We had over like 150 teams sign up for this event to get to the top 8. Alter Ego is now one game away from hitting the grand finals.
Yeah, and again, as I mentioned earlier, I haven't got to see Exile in this season yet. I have not gotten to see this, team play. And I think they're playing extremely well. Just the way they played around that Rayquaza, the way they were able to zone out the enemy, just rip it down. They knew that they needed that win condition and they went for it. You see a lot of teams in that moment, I think, choke, but Exile didn't. They didn't win the match, but they did what they needed to do. They fought for Ray and they took it. They did everything they could to win the match. This is an impressive two teams going up against each other, and no surprise, it's our winners finals.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the scales that were tipped so far into one direction in EU is finding the center yet again between these squads. Alter Ego, yes, they won, like you said. They are one game away from the grand finals. But Exile have something to prove. If you check the social medias and you're watching folks talk about these teams, they had an easy path into the top 4 winner side of the bracket. Oh, can they beat the top teams? Well, they're showing that they have that opportunity, and Alter Ego is just the next box for them to check to get to the grand finals.
Yeah, I want to see what they bring out here in game number 2. This was one of those games where they were behind, but not by that much, and their final fight looked actually really good. And they had incredible secure on Rayquaza, which most games will come down to which team can fight better around Rayquaza and which team, of course, can secure it.
That's without a doubt. Let's see this bracket here. As we now know, Alter Ego is up one game, and down in the losers bracket, LG dispatching of Team YT. LG dispatching of TTV, and GT is there to meet them. Again, you called them Luminosity's kryptonite is GT. GT looking to make that happen one more time on the big stage.
Yeah, Luminosity, it's a really interesting situation for them in the losers bracket. They had the plot armor to actually get here because the team that beat them and would have sent them home was not able to play. Luminosity then gets that final spot, and I know that Luminosity has changed a lot of things up. I was watching a video from Slash, and he was talking about how after their kind of loss, essentially, in the qualifiers, they are switching things up for Luminosity. I can't wait to see what they're doing right now, because clearly it is winning. And also, it's funny, none of us had predicted them to win. These, again, are the world champions. I feel like it's
number 6 in the power ranking.
Number 6 in the power ranking. For some reason, it's easy to count them out when they consistently win the world championship. So I think we're going to see a crazy game from Luminosity and GT.
I want to think about this a little bit more over on the steps. Will you join me?
Oh, we can't.
No, we have to toss the casters.
As soon as we say we want to go to the steps, we have to throw it over to our casters. Zoinks, Wonder Chef, take it away for game 2.
I'm sorry, I guess. I'm really bummed that you guys didn't get the stairs, but very excited, Chef, that we get to talk about Alter Ego versus Exile in this game 2, because we got to see an amazing showing from Alter Ego. And Chef, take a look at this. Exile actually choosing to be second draft pick position again.
Yeah, that's something that is new for people who haven't been watching the UCS for multiple seasons, or well, I guess to say one season. We didn't have a draft last time. But if you lose, you get to choose whether you're first pick or second pick, and that really changes a whole lot. Whether you want that first double pick or the first single pick, also based on just how the bans go, you really want specific things. But we are going to see the Fable band, like I said, a much more popular band in NA than we saw in EU.
Wonder Chef, do you want to dream with me a little bit?
Sure.
I would love, well, the Buzzwell Lucky Good already ruins his dream, but I know that Machizzle, his name insinuates it, and you best believe he's got one of the best Machamps you've ever seen in Pokemon Unite. I would be so excited to see Alter Ego bring that specific pick out, but not going to be the case so far. Going to lock in the Buzzwell. Roland gets Inteleon yet again. I'm really going to have to get our stats team to take a look at the win rate of this Pokemon on this team. It's got to be through the roof. It's more than 100, I believe.
That is pretty impressive.
Dream with me.
All right, I'm dreaming with you. Going back to your pick, as we're going to see the Blaziken picked on the other side, back with your dream, I do feel like we've actually seen in maybe a few other regions during their UCS runs a decent amount of Machamps. So maybe if we get to a situation where we do end up seeing a ban or a stolen away Buzzwell, we could see the Machamp again. But this is Pokemon. No, we're not going to see it. Never mind. Oh, maybe we are. All right, hold on. Don't bait me. I was going to say that you were talking about a little bit earlier about how you would like to see some Mimikyu, although we haven't seen it yet on broadcast. Here we go.
Yeah, Mimikyu, a Pokemon I love to watch, and yes, a response with the Meowscarada. So these two teams, maybe not playing for broadcast, but just really enjoying these new Pokemon and the power level that they can really bring. And it looks like Kratos will eventually be the one that ends up on this Mimikyu, which insinuates to me we were looking at a central area Mimikyu.
That is very interesting. I'm mostly interested, I think, to kind of understand why we're seeing the Meowscarada, because most of the times that I've seen the Meowscarada, a lot of times it's to deal with the EVs or like people that have like the auto-hitting attacks, but I'm not really sure exactly what it's targeting out here on this team.
Hey, you can block Snipe Shot with Double Team too. It takes some skill, it takes some effectiveness, but Freak has already shown a mastery of Pokemon in this matchup so far. Their Venusaur did secure the Rayquaza, not the game win, but definitely looked amazing. I have to imagine their Meowscarada is going to be looking fantastic too. So let's see if Exile can bounce back in this game, Wonder Chef. They certainly put together a composition that I think is quite strong. Honestly, the Sylveon is a really interesting tech to me. Sylveon, a Pokemon that has been buffed recently in the game, has a lot of tools to be able to win team fights. However, we normally see it into these double defender compositions. A Pokemon that is great at shredding down these big HP pool targets. However, Buzzwole can be a pretty good option for it to target down too.
I mean, there's a lot of flexibility with Sylveon. We've seen a little bit recently the more like defensive Sylveon with a little bit more defensive items, using the Mystical Fire with the Draining Kiss. We've seen, it being able to Hyper Voice down these tanky comps, but I don't know. We'll see exactly what we want to run it with this time around, as we are going to have at least several members kind of fighting on the front line from Alter Ego. That's probably going to change the decision.
Yeah. Pure on this Crustle, I think looked really, really solid in that first game, but the only thing is Joey looked incredible on that Trevenant, right? It felt like a bit of a defender dip in that bottom side. Joey really getting the better end of those trades. Also helps that they got one of the best attacking players in the region, backing them up. Pure losing that focus band early, however, a quick little rock slide is going to make sure they return to that goal zone safely.
Yeah, very annoying Pokemon in early path. We are going to see the Hyper Voice, and that does mean they're probably trying to target down a lot of these kind of frontline Pokemon that we are going to see. And speaking of that, we do see Kratos kind of sneaking around, actually the same height as the tall grass, so that actually does work out pretty well. But just waiting for some target, and there's nothing. They're just in there like, where is everybody?
Technically, we will see its moveset. It'll most likely be Shadow Claw, and there we go. It chases down multiple targets. Sim first. It wants to go after Oblivion, but Freak returning to this fight is scary. It's just a Florigado at the moment, but it can still do a ton of damage. Kratos can't get enough damage done to regain that HP, and they go down a trade in the top path.
Could have been a lot worse, and honestly right now this is a pretty scary situation for this poor little Torchic who's just trying to stay up, trying to evolve, trying to get into any situation that is not the worst. Wow, the stealth actually worked. That is very rare that you actually don't see somebody, but it worked out pretty well right there. Getting a little bit, probably not going to make it out. Oh, that was almost good.
Interesting, it's Night Slash Meowscarada, which we do not see very often at all. A great tool to rip down big objectives, and obviously they want to be fighting and getting in the fray. Normally we see Flower Trick, the more signature or iconic move on that Pokemon. However, I've watched the Sprinkles video on the Night Slash, so I think it's definitely got some value.
I mean, we don't even see Masquerada in general very much.
Sure.
So especially seeing a different move on it. But once again, this seems to be a little bit of bullying, or maybe a lot of bit of bullying from Alter Ego up on this top path, which has been a big decider. Initiation, though, is going to start a little bit of a fight. Masquerada doing a ton of damage, and at least going to be able to scare everybody away. We're not quite able to get the resets yet. Trying to get the dunk, but you're not going to be able to get out of there freely. Oh no, neither of them got out there.
Great play by Oblivion with that Blaze kick to kick everything off. Pulls multiple targets and yanks them all the way back onto that goal zone. Allows Pokemon like the Aeos and the Sylveon, who are just doing short-range damage to absolutely obliterate those two targets who were pulled back. And in fact, we're going to have Alter Ego actually clearing out the Indeedis that just spawned after that goal zone is broken, instead of rotating down to these fights. And it is a Registeel, high value on the bottom side, and a Regieleki on the top side as well.
Well, luckily for them, I mean, of course they can rotate very quickly with the Hoopa, but there's not really a challenge from Exile on this basement Reggie at all. They're really highly valuing pushing down this top tier 2, which is very telling, I think, of what their strategy is right now. They're being very aggressive. They're trying to build this space, but the counter initiation, they weren't able to get quite the damage they wanted to. Maybe they're finally going to build it up, especially with the help of this Regieleki to charge out, just to build a little bit more space. Freak's getting very, very low, and finally we're seeing a little bit of assistance from the team of Alter Ego. We are going to see 2 members, 3 members go down, and only trading for Joey, which is not the worst trade in the world, although they do have to turn around and deal with this Regieleki.
Roland had 4 KOs. If he gets 1 more, he gets 5. Kratos absolutely griefing me, removing the Penta knockout. But at least we get to see a showcase of how talented Roland is on this intelligence. And just honestly, the power level of this Pokemon. When it has those automatic critical hits, even with the boosted autos, it becomes threatening. An auto attacker and a sniper with its move damage. So powerful. And take a look at this. Kratos having to chase down Oblivion in the opposite side, 1v2ing, quickly becoming a 1v3. Bliss assistance called out, and Neon takes the body check for the KO.
Honestly, I feel like you got to be kind of happy with that. You're like fighting a 1v3 and they have to use a Unite on you.
Yeah.
You're like, sure, yeah, whatever. I mean, you used your Unite, but you did get a KO. So at the minimum, you traded. And I feel like that overall, the math is pretty good.
Yeah, we take those. Alter Ego definitely valuing that trade specifically. And now the first objective that will be respawning is going to be that Regieleki due to how quickly Exile was able to knock it out. Well, very shortly after will be that bot side. You'd think that Hoopa would be a great asset to be able to rotate back and forth, and we're there a little bit of danger. The overheat putting out this aura of gigantic damage, but in the end, again, it's another 3v1 against Kratos, and they get KO'd.
Yeah, Exile is really running together as a team and really defending their own central area, while Alter Ego's kind of just trying to be annoying, trying to sneak in and find little spots. Once again, look at this. This is a 3v1 again and again and again, and I feel like they're kind of just like feeding in a few KOs more than they necessarily need to. They are getting a bit off it. It looks like down on bottom, we did see JL pop that Unite, that Hoopa Unite to pull everybody down, and there is a push on the tier 1 as, of course, this Regieleki is going towards the tier 2, but they may be able to break that one.
Yeah, most likely get down to that second side. Here does go down. Kratos only up right now thanks to a shield, and Sylveon going to deal with that very, very quickly. Now, of course, this bottom side Reggie is available, is a Reg Ice, and now everybody from Exile's rotated down towards it. Alter Ego looking for a steal, potentially no one to block the snipe shot. Snipe shot gets a free Reg Ice, no one from Exile positioned in a defensive manner, and now that Reggie on the bot side is going to go right over to Alter Ego.
And that's pretty big, because it does feel like Exile's winning a lot of fights, and they've got the point lead just kind of barely, but the level advantage is very much in the favor of Alter Ego. They just haven't been fighting together as a team. Oh my goodness! That was like whack-a-mole, but it was whack-a-blissy. It was just like, bonk, just immediately going back down into the hole. And oh, this is good. Finally, an attempt for Alter Ego to kind of move up together, and look how powerful they are.
Yeah, and look how they're able to do this. Of course, there's 4 players pulling this off, but pay attention to where Machisel is on the mini-map. I love that. They were able to have vision on the 2 enemy targets in the central area, so they knew to communicate to the rest of their team. There's only 3 on bot side at maximum. Pull the trigger, push towards that goal zone, and now we see a score lead for Alter Ego, and Machisel walks away, not getting KO'd and earning 1 for themselves.
And a lot of free EXP as well, as we're about a little bit over a minute away from the Rayquaza spawn. I do feel like Alter Ego does have the strength advantage, especially getting that Inteleon up. It seems like despite all of the kind of weird skirmishes that they've had, the Inteleon hasn't really been answered, I don't think, almost even a single time.
Right. Yeah, you'd think Meowscarada on paper may be one of the best answers to try to chase down this Inteleon. However, the Fell Stinger and even just the protective Unite moves of Alter Ego, they were a very pokey composition. Buzzwole Unite, Trevenant crowd controlling you, even Mimikyu Unite make it very difficult to get in the face of Alter Ego, and they've been playing to their routes quite well. However, one thing they have not done is show any attention or love towards their Regieleki. That has been Exile's home, and they are living in it. Regieleki sent down towards that tier 2. I think that's 3 for 3 for Exile and Regielekis.
Yeah, they've been really focusing on it, especially even from the first one. But this one cleared out at a time where there's not a whole lot to lose for Alter Ego. They didn't have that much EXP in their center area, or really on their side of the map. They're getting a few as we talk now, but they're fine as far as positioning, so they dealt with it, and that is a super early Hoopa Unite from JL to start this initiation, and the team of Exile is getting split up. We do see the check button to get back ball to the side, but immediately we are up to a 5v4 with Sylveon going down.
Huge snipe shot from Roland at maximum range. Oblivion is just running. They do not want to get hit by a Shadow Sneak from Kratos, who can really circumvent so much range thanks to that Shadow Sneak working through walls and tall grass. The Hoopa portal not going to grab anybody as Freak's actually trying to play the backline, showing with a perfect stun though, and Roland capitalizes. Currently Machisel 1v3ing on the backside. Kratos joins the fray, and Machisel's walking away and gets Hoopa reset. This team is so good, Wonder Chef.
The way that they've come together for this fight is unbelievable. There's one Pokemon left, and we do know the Egg Bomb can do it, but I don't even think they're gonna get a chance as they're going back to base, and Rayquaza is going down to what else but the snipe shot one final time. Alter Ego with everybody up, 50 Aeos energy in everybody's pockets, and those Hundo Burgers going in everywhere.
A lot of Rayquaza shields to break, however, Exile going down is not a good sign of that going to be happening. Roland throws in their own Hundo Burger. They have 0 points in pocket. They're still running towards that enemy goal zone. We best be farming damage, folks. Joey does have their shield broken. Hundo Burger, tough angle for them. Mimikyu Unite, play with me, Blaziken, as they fall down and are knocked out. And well, I think Exile will be falling down as well to our losers bracket, as Alter Ego have just earned themselves a place in Grants.
What an incredible team. They were playing so, sparse, they were farming up, they were staying ahead on EXP, and when they came together for that final fight, that was one of the strongest executed final fights that I've seen in a long time. That was a beautiful play. They split them up, they coordinated all their unites, just the aggression, the immediate, 215, Hoopa Unite, we're going in, That was just everything about it. You're like, okay, they had a plan, they executed it, and that earned them their spot in the grand finals.
A composition with Buzzwole and Mimikyu loves to get up in the action. JL enabling that play style so well. Of course, the Hoopa Unite not being used for that portal, but like you mentioned, that gigantic stun from the Hyperspace Fury. What a match from Alter Ego. 2-0ing a team the caliber of Exile and going to the grand finals, rolling with 13. Incredible showing. Let's hear from Spraggles and Deuce next on this winners finals match.
Well, obviously, game number 1 looked a lot closer, but that final fight from Alter Ego did not look too close.
No, not at all. Rolling, popping off on the Inteleon as called out. Machisel 1v3, and then the perfect JL portal resets. I mean, Alter Ego's humming.
Yeah, Alter Ego is playing great. It's exciting to see. I love watching NA because you never know what is going to happen.
Are we there? Did we do it? And now we're here. I jumped the gun. I missed it. But we're here in front of our beautiful screen.
Take a look at this because we did just have a team
win!
Oh! Do we control it? Is someone somewhere else controlling it? You don't know. You'll never know.
What I do know, though, is we are on the stairs.
Oh, yeah, important stuff. We've made our way to the stairs right here, and production said, do you have an idea of what you're going to do at the stairs? And we said, absolutely we do.
Every single time we know things. And we're going to show you that, but instead we have highlights, so we'll show you those instead. Take a look. Thought you were going to say words there. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I was going to say words there, but I was excited to possibly say win again and see if it just popped up as we're taking a look at this match. I got to say, I love seeing the Meowscarada, love seeing the Blaziken Mimikyu dominating this thing.
What did you think of the Knight/Meowscarada? Did it deliver?
I didn't expect it. It had some really big moments. I feel like Knight/, it's a little tougher to play, I would assume, into a coordinated team. It's just one of those builds that absolutely rips things to shreds, but it doesn't seem to have the outplay potential of Flower Trick, so I was surprised to see it.
Yeah, I was expecting Flower Trick as well when we do see a Meowscarada locked in. However, I'm not too sure if the Meowscarada was the problem here. Alter Ego was just playing incredibly well-coordinated Pokemon Unite, and this Ray fight is no exception.
Yeah, this Ray fight just looked so good for Alter Ego. You know, we saw a great Ray fight from them in game number 1, but Exile had some sneaky moves. They were able to make something happen here. Not really the case. Just perfect fighting from Alter Ego. They're heading to your grand finals, and they could be punching their ticket to the Aeos Cup for North America.
Well, let's take a look at the player of the game here, and who else but Roland on the Inteleon. We saw them get almost the Penta, griefed a little bit by Kratos there on that tier 2 goal zone push, but Fell Stinger Snipe Shot is definitely the go-to build this day and age.
Yeah, Inteleon is absolutely dominant in this game right now. 112,000 damage from this Pokemon. And when you have someone who can nail those snipe shots and a team that will help you set that up, I mean, this thing is just brutal. You'll see 50% or more of a Pokemon's HP bar just gone in an instant.
Yeah, if the follow-up is there or the setup is there, of course, that's just a KO, domino effect, one after another after another. And Roland, as Zoinks mentioned it, I'd love to see what the win rate of this team is with Roland on Inteleon, because every time I've watched them play and they've gotten Inteleon, they've won the game.
I'll tell you what, they're heading to our grand finals, so I assume that win rate's pretty dang high. They're not really losing to many people right now. Let's take a look at our bracket here so we can see where these teams are at. Again, Alter Ego in the grand finals, and they have got to wait to see who's going to make it there to face off against them. Could be Luminosity, the former world champs, GT, or it could be Exile once again if they win the losers finals.
Losers semis is definitely a heavyweight bout. LG, of course, the current world champions. GT, historically known to be one of the few teams that can dispatch LG. Now they're squaring it off for their tournament lives in our losers semis, and that is a match to watch for sure.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see it. I think you would want to see this game. If there was some way to write this out, you would want to see Luminosity and GT go against each other again. I didn't get to see them in their qualifiers match, but GT was able to beat them already. So this is going to be pretty exciting. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break, but make sure that you're following us on Twitch. Make sure that you're subscribed on YouTube. Make sure that you're doing a third thing that I haven't thought of yet. Stairs, I'm leaving!
middle. Rayquaza at 20%. Towards the follow. Take a Wicked Blow. Wicked Blow seals and TTV makes the magic happen. And Waterspout is still ripping and gripping on nobody, but Sugrub's about to score on it. Booger back the other way. KO Shrika 2 for Overlord, and then goes straight to score.
Boy, you just never know what's going to happen here in North America for the UNITE Championship Series. This game is going to be very, very exciting. We have Luminosity against GT, the world champs versus the team that beats the world champs kind of consistently.
Yeah. It almost seems like LG's biggest nemesis resides within their own region, and that prime nemesis is GT. However, both of these teams not really used to fighting through losers brackets, but they're both down there fighting for the tournament lives, and to move on, they got to dispatch the other.
You know, I'm really excited to see what Luminosity is bringing out here. Obviously, through qualifiers, they had one sort of team setup, and I think we're going to see something different. We could see Overlord back on that top role. We could see Slash playing more of a support role. They just picked up Zugrug for this season, you know, widely known as one of the best defender players inside of Pokemon Unite, so I don't think they'd want to switch Zugrug off of that. It's going to be really interesting to see how this new composition works, and then, of course, Jungle Book is back.
Yeah, the book is back, and they're trying to do whatever they can to fill that massive void that is Elo on support, who is just a key component of the LG squad. But on GT's side, we have Espo, who has taken more Rayquazas off the map than I've ever seen on a broadcast. Maybe him and Ender contend for that. And nice little stickers, Season 1, Season 2, Season 3.
I mean, this is a stacked team, obviously. So many superstars on that team. You've got Black in the jungle, you've got Stockings there. It's just an amazing team to watch. GT was one of those teams, too, that was right there for qualifying for Worlds last year. They were so incredibly close. And it looks like we're going to be throwing this thing over to our draft right away.
Right now, right there.
Take it.
Thank you very much, you two. I can't wait either. Luminosity Gaming versus GT. And yes, GT's got a pretty solid record, but Luminosity's got some W's in their lineup as well. 2 world championships and currently hovering over an Inteleon band.
Just 2 out of 2 of the world championships.
Top six at best.
Top 6 team, yeah. No, but you know, one thing I will disagree slightly. Dubesnack's saying these teams not used to fighting for the losers bracket. I feel like LG's always in the losers bracket. They had a really rough time last season, and this is kind of a repeat. So we'll see how they exactly play. We are going to see the Inteleon ban. One Pokemon that I was mentioning, I felt like was just never banned, but has such a high win rate.
Interesting. We have Sugrug actually grabbing that Umbreon immediately. Now, Eggnoob is the defender player for GT. It actually has maybe one of the wider variety of defender Pokemon that they will play. This is a team willing to play the Wigglytuff these days, which in Umbreon might be a bit too much to ask, but GT definitely has those options behind them. Luminosity Gaming going to grab the Jungle Book Glaceon and the Clefable.
You gotta love the Glaceon picks basically all the time, especially once you start to see the first 2 picks being great targets for Glaceon immediately off the bat. And actually, they're just continuing to add great targets for Glaceon, so I think they're going to be very happy with the fact that LG managed to get that, as we're going to have an extremely tanky front line from GT. They're definitely going to be picking some range damage later, but what are we going to get here? Oh, the Lucario! Oh!
Interesting. So Overlord going to be matching up against OG, a matchup I could watch on repeat for the rest of the day. I love that specific 1v1. Final lock-in for GT is going to be the Stockings pick, and they're going to go with the Gardevoir. So Gardevoir into the composition of Luminosity, not terrible, especially if they can get some lockdowns with either the Eggnoob Rock Tomb or even some Unite moves or pushes by Black. That could be massive.
Yeah, this is really an interesting comp from Luminosity. Now, getting the triple evolutions, not uncommon. Evolutions are great. You can run 5 evolutions, and it's a pretty good team, surprisingly. Yeah. But to see 3 evolutions alongside the Clefable is a little bit interesting, and then especially alongside the Lucario, I feel like this is not a comp that I've probably ever seen fully run a single time in like a really competitive game, but it's LG, you know, they try a lot of things that maybe other teams won't really go for. They've definitely got like intent behind every pick that they make.
Absolutely. And on the other side, we got some kind of fun item picks. Black specifically running that Cursed Incense on the Blastoise and the special attack specs. So really leading into the special attack damage for that Pokemon, but not bringing the Spoon, an item that we see so frequently on special attack Pokemon. Instead, electing for that anti-heal option of the Incense. Maybe it'll allow for some early game pushes, allow the Blastoise to get a bit better of stacking, so they're going to need it. Special attack specs pay off big, but you need to get that early score.
Yeah, that is a very interesting pick, but definitely, especially like, I feel like LG Luminosity, they were a team that really did a lot of kind of like labbing with Blastoise, so maybe you got to bring something different to the table against them when you're playing it.
Interesting. Yeah, you got to find new creative solutions to teams that are, let's face it, some of the best in the world. All right, game number 1 between these two squads. We are in the losers bracket now, so win or go home territory. Of course, these teams are competing for so much. We talked about it all broadcast, but championship points, prize pool, a paid invite to the top 16 of EUIC. So much on the line for these squads, and they're just starting their journey in losers right now.
And then, of course, just the momentum. But here we go already. Overlord. Oh, just saying, get away from me. I'm trying to stack. Leave me alone. And finally, Slash coming back in for that support. But in fact, there's already some stacks in. You can tell there's like a little bit of mutual respect, but no mutual respect here when they're just going to be kind of punching each other over here in the top half.
Yeah, you can take that time if you're Luminosity to get a bit of this early farm when you're not worried about OG picking you up and throwing you all over the place. So Overlord a bit comfortable in that scenario. Black trying to race back towards their own goal zone, but Zugro going to cut them off and earn that level 4 evolution. Noticeably Curios, not Sylveon quite yet. As I say it, they do find that evolution, but a bit of a slow turn for Luminosity Gaming on these EVs so far.
Right, yeah, especially the fact that the Sylveon was the one that doesn't have EXP share. You kind of wanted it to be earlier. It did just get a little bit of a boost right there, and it's going to get some more goals in, so things starting to catch up. But so far, nothing really super offensive from either side. I feel like they're starting to feel each other out. Again, I mean, first of all, you're playing against Luminosity. They are the double world champion team out of 2 world championships, so you definitely do not want to rush things against them. And then Luminosity's got to look at GT and be like, hold on, they've beaten us like 9 out of 10 times that we've played them in tournament in UCS. Let's take this a little slow.
Yeah, we really do need to get the definitive number at some point, but OG now hitting that level 5 obviously has a lot more they can throw around. Espo going to have that focus band, allows them to escape all the way back to that home goal zone. And look at this very, very crowded 8-minute middle fight. Jungle Book going to immediately get those icicle shards, throw them in, and Luminosity Gaming getting all of the experience. GT playing very, very safe.
That was like looking like a Rayquaza fight for a second. I was like, wait a minute, who's initiating here? But no, they just managed to get the farm. Nobody really actually going for any KOs. We've seen a lot of just straight up fighting today. This feels like the safest game by a gigantic margin, which is also why we've been 4 points in. It's just been a ton of tiny scores that are going uncontested.
And with GT's composition, that makes a ton of sense. You were waiting for Gardevoir and Blastoise to be a relevant threat before you ever want to get these fights started. On Luminosity Gaming side, it's coming as a bit of a surprise to me. However, we are seeing that top path play that is so famous for Luminosity Gaming. They love double downing right near that 7-minute mark on that top side, and even really stalling that bottom side Reggie fight to allow Overlord to get close to level 9 or as much as they can get it.
Well, this is a first big push. Love the sound of the mean look boom. That's one of my favorite sounds in the game, but still not actually that heavy of a push. And I do have to say, I'm a little bit, I don't want to say worried, but I'm interested as to why Luminosity isn't pushing even harder early on, because they have a team that is fully evolved like 1 minute into the game, right? You have nothing past that. You're good, basically. And the other side has a bunch of multi-evolutions, especially ones that scale really well into late game, and you kind of want to shut them down. So playing pretty safe here could be a mistake. We'll see if it comes back to bite.
Bit of a slow and steady angle, it seems, as Overlord throws in the Bone Rush. Power-up punch not good enough to secure it, as Stockings is going to secure the Regice, and, of course, Espo going to take the last hit onto Zugrug. So Overlord swings in with one of the best secure tools. However, Capital Magic was probably body blocked by GT. The one downside of Power-up punch from Lucario, unlike Wicked Blow on Urshifu, is it can actually be stopped by an opposing Pokemon. So good placement by GT by just getting their big old bodies in front of the objective.
Yeah, if you're doing that against Urshifu, you're just giving them a double KO on top of a Reggie.
Yeah.
So, yeah, do good, smart stuff, but also not everybody's practicing that much. The big fairy singularity that completely whiffs. They want to take down Overlord. Everybody is chasing, but nobody can quite catch. Great mobility. We are going to land that Moonblast, but all the Glacial Stage to counter, and the counter push. Umbreon coming in from the top as well. The spin's coming out, but we are going to see the Exeter start to split everybody up. Overlord very, very far back as well, and nobody on GT is all that hurt quite yet. It looks like it's going to be Eggnoob first primarily. Wow, gets the KO with the Rock Tomb, as 3 members of Luminosity are going to be engaging from the northwest, but they're not going to be pushing all that much further. They really wanted the damage from Overlord. The fact they're not going to get it, they say, we don't want to take this fight.
That's the Espo and Eggnoob show. You have a Gardevoir who gets caught out by a Lucario. Fear not, we have Bliss Assistance, which of course gives you a lot of shields, healing, some damage buffs, but it also redirects damage to that Blissey, who's going to absorb everything that Lucario is going to throw. Intelligent play by the Espo, and of course Eggnoob's Crustle doing a great job of splitting that fight, and of course in the end taking the knockout onto the Lucario like you mentioned.
Obviously we know these players, but it's criminal that the player named Eggnoob is not the one playing the Blissey. I think they need to just change names as players because, you know, it just feels fair.
Well, let's get the noob off the eggs, you know? Let's get Espo, the true master, out of that Blissey, even though Eggnoob, I believe in regionals in Season 1 had a pretty amazing Blissey to see. But all right, we have our next set of Reggies on the field. Luminosity Gaming, really the only ones to show favor towards that Regieleki. Buzzwole gets involved, but this bot side, really where our parts of fight is about to start. Zugra getting a couple of stunts with that Snarl, and Jungle Book takes down OG on the top side.
Ooh, the Moonlight coming in to try and just keep these two up. They have so much disdain, but there's just so much damage coming in from both sides. And now we're going to see Overlord chase down Stalking. Stalking's going down to, I believe, that Unite move. The Aura Cannon coming out from the Lucario is trying to clean up everything here. Only one player left. It is going to be Eggnoob, but using the Unite might be able to steal away this Registeel with some nice timing. And actually does. That is incredible. Is going to be able to make it out of there as well. All right, definitely changing the name to Egg Pro at least.
Yeah, there we go. So Rumble Rouser's Unite move, obviously you can see the X-Scissor and auto attack wasn't in time to secure that basement Reggie. However, Rumble Rouser raises rocks around Eggnoob that float around and actually do damage. So that's where we see that last hit secure on the bottom side. However, I don't think Lucario or Overlord can be too upset about that specific engagement since they were able to take out Stalkings and bait out her Unite.
Yeah, that's at least going to be nice, but of course it will be back up in time for the 2-minute mark, which is, I feel now, what we're going to be targeting towards. We are going to get a pretty nice overdunk up on this top tier 1, which is going to barely give GT the lead. Overlord still just fighting down on the bottom. Why is Eggnoob just running forward? What? Just managed to get the KO. That's the answer, that's why. Does manage to trade 1-for-1. Jungle Book coming in from the side, which honestly would have taken out probably a much higher HP Crustle at that point, but that's definitely a trade still that you really, really want. Overlord, very well known for being kind of the EXP funnel, the star, I don't know, like they play around Overlord, so the more you KO Overlord, the better chance you have a win.
Absolutely. I love watching Eggnoob chase out that KO. They get the Resonant Guard shield, which gives them just enough HP to really hang, and then of course, with a Gardevoir ready to do damage at any moment, the second that Overlord stops in place, that psychic damage is just too much on the side of Stalking. They would have immediately got KO'd. But another set of objectives are going to be arriving, and like so far this match, another Regieleki appears, another Luminosity Gaming push for it. However, Black has arrived on this top side. Rapid Spin not going to be available in that gravity, and what Water Spout is, and GT steal another objective, and they're getting some bot side scores as they break that bottom tier 1, and GT going to be headed to this final stretch right now with a very solid lead and a Regieleki walking.
And immediately GT looks like they're holding a forward position. They're getting some picks here, and immediately we're going to go down to a 5v3 before the fight even begins. Zugra getting caught off behind as well, cut off from basically everywhere that they could want to be. Kyrios is going to be stuck in the very, very far corner as Overlord's is going to get focused down. This initiation is not working out at all for Luminosity, but GT has the lead. What will they do? Will they choose to continue burning down this Rayquaza as the members of LG start to funnel back in?
Huge Fairy Singularity does grab Slash with their Unite move, gives them enough HP to bounce back. Black KOs them on the other side. Skullgrov's walking with a gigantic shield. I have to assume they stole quite a bit of that. And Rayquaza almost brought down to a third of HP. However, they have Jungle Book to secure. They, of course, have Lucario showing back up. Unite move streaks through, not going to find it. Ray is brought down by GT. And with all 5 members earning Rayquaza shields, GT is most likely going to be starting this match 1-0.
An amazing way that they played that. They started burning and then they stopped. And as they stopped, you saw the Aura Cannon just fly in from the left and trying to get that steal, which was honestly great timing if they'd continued to burn it down. But GT altered their timing so incredibly perfectly. They fought that last fight so well. They got the picks, everything about the final 2 minutes with the side of GT. And The bracket demon for Luminosity continues to be that way, at least for a game. This is not the end of the set, but GT, who has already knocked Luminosity down to losers, is going to go up one game on them, unless we see some sort of miracle in 20 seconds.
Yeah, GT having a phenomenal team fight. Of course, their competition a lot better suited at these big, huge moments with the Hydro Typhoon or even the Gardevoir Unite move. But Luminosity's composition built to kind of take these scrappy fights all over the map. Lucario can hang with basically anybody. Sylveon and Glaceon also having that amount of respect on them. However, it's GT who capitalizes on the strength of their team comp and begins this match 1-0. GT, what a showing.
An amazing showing. There's a reason why they're my prediction, but Doobsnacks, Spraggles, what does Luminosity have to do to shake off this curse?
That is a great question, because we just saw GT absolutely handle them at that Rayquaza fight. I gotta say, that Rayquaza fight was so impressive, and I was also so scared the entire time. Ray was kind of getting low. I'm thinking, hit it, please. They're respawning. Are you going to take this or not? But I have to give it up to GT. This is why they're the pros. They handled that masterfully. They juggled KOs on the side of Luminosity perfectly and secured Ray. That was really wonderful.
It really was. And like you said, their communication is on point. This is a team, as soon as the World Championships ended, they formed this squad, one player in, one player out, and then all of a sudden it was just practice. Every grassroots event they've been in, they've been gearing up for this moment. They're also the reason I chose that team for this particular event, because they have not changed. They have been playing. They have been working on this communication, and you saw it right there. That was incredibly impressive. It felt to us like they were out of control in what they were doing, but it was truly very much so in control. You're attacking Ray. You're moving here. You're taking this KO. OG, box out Kyrios, and then pivot to Jungle Book type stuff. I mean, they were all over the place. Great game, and Egg Noob, flashiest tank player ever, I just learned.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible match right there. I totally agree with you. It's like they had ice water in their veins. They were calm, cool, collected throughout what could have been a really chaotic race fight, but it wasn't for them at all. Let's take a look at some of these big moments here from this last match, where GT, as we said before, possibly the kryptonite to the world champions, taking game number 1.
Yeah, almost a prophecy fulfilled here, as they were able to peel off that first game. And really, you can see what LG was going for, right? Early scaling Pokemon hit level 4, that's their power spike, and then we try and take over the game. GT, later scaling, and we always talk about this, when you're a later scaling team, it's bend, not break, because once you can hit that threshold, if you're not too far behind, you can rally back into this game. GT never really felt like they had to bend at all. They were just kind of in it the whole time, and then they're like, okay, now we're just bigger than you, stronger than you, and we're going to take you to task.
Yeah, when I saw that many EVs on the side of Luminosity, I thought they would, easily be scaling very, very fast, taking over the game early, and they just really didn't. GT actually held them pretty well at the start of that game, and then you see the big time scaling from a lot of the Pokemon on GT. Blastoise level 13 here at Rayquaza, Buzzwole level 13, out leveling, the enemies here. And again, this fight, really impressive right here. Just slowly deciding when they're going to use their Unite moves. They've still got one for Crustle. They've still got one for Blastoise. Just carefully taking this Rayquaza when it is time. Overlord did have a possible steal with that Lucario Unite move. You see it fly in from off screen over here, and that could have been one of those heartbreaker moments. But again, GT played that masterfully.
Yeah, and credit to Black CH, going to get the nod here as our player of the game, playing that Rapid Spin Water Spout Blastoise. We just saw them get a KO streak of 2. They clutched out with just a cheesy Water Spout, that Regieleki, to snake it out from under LG as well. Truly, GT seems to just have all the wins at their backs right now, and they're sailing towards a victory.
Yeah, I mean, GT must be feeling obviously great right now, and then of course GT is also feeling great because they've already beat Luminosity, but this is a new Luminosity. They've switched up the roles here. They're changing what they're doing inside this game. You are seeing Slashdown on that support role. Jungle Book is back in that central area, so it's really interesting to see Luminosity like this. They've kind of had to scramble from what they thought was going to be their strategy throughout this season to this new look for LG, and we'll see if they can do anything against GT in this next game.
Well, they're currently on their third life in this double elimination tournament, so LG is certainly not one to want to squander that, but their back is against the wall. They need to win this next game just to push this thing to a game 3, and GT, there is nothing that would make them happier on behalf of NA to get rid of LG out of this bracket and crown somebody else on top.
Of course, and LG is in that really interesting situation, right? You're the world champs, so of course people are excited for you, and then there's also a part of them that's kind of happy to see you lose. You know, they want to see the big dogs go down, obviously. Let's take a look at our bracket right here so we can see. Oh, we don't have a bracket. I thought we had a bracket, but
does that mean stairs there?
Oh,
you almost got me.
We do.
Mahoney's on the ones and twos. He was ready. He's ready. Can we do stairs though?
You want to do stairs?
Let's do stairs.
I mean, if you want to do stairs,
please. Let's just do the stairs.
Oh my God, you can do whatever.
The people at home,
I absolutely love
they
it.
message
If you
us
want to do stairs,
consistently.
I 100% support you. I would never not head to the stairs if that's what you want to do, buddy.
I love it here.
I love it here too.
It's terrific over here. I'm glad we're back.
I'm glad we're back.
Such good structural integrity in here. Not that I would know like how to build a set of stairs, but I feel like this is a good set.
I tried to make my own set of stairs at home. Chaotic, twisted my ankles, horrible.
Just absolute pure chaos.
I mean, I'm falling off these things. They're not well made. It's not my forte.
Well, it wasn't well made because you made it.
I made it.
Right.
I know.
Okay, that makes
While
sense.
I was making it.
That makes sense.
You know when it feels bad and you go, I shouldn't, I really shouldn't play around with these stairs. But when you get something like this, you try to do it at home, right?
Right.
You're watching Gordon Ramsay cook and you're thinking, well, that's how I'm going to make a steak.
I've seen Gordon Ramsay make eggs and they were like liquid. What's up with that? Scrambled eggs.
I actually made those eggs.
That was you?
That wasn't Gordon Ramsay. I actually made those.
That wasn't GR?
No. I have made Gordon Ramsay eggs. How important is this to the broadcast? We didn't have a bracket, but we have this.
We're here. Listen. There's 2 people on Earth that can make this happen. Unfortunately, those people aren't here, so you're stuck with us, and we're doing our best.
Yeah, and we're having fun, and I think that's really important.
I think people can feel that through the camera lens.
At the end of the day, I want people to walk away from this broadcast and say, I think they had fun. Not sure how useful some of these moments were, but without question, I think they had a good time.
Somehow, people are going to leave this knowing less about Pokemon Unite, but way more about stairs.
About stairs. I think that's also pretty important. I guess
to someone.
To someone. To us.
To someone. A carpenter, maybe.
If you were Luminosity, I can't believe it here on these stairs. But if you were Luminosity, I'm wondering right now what other options they have in that central area. I feel like Glaceon is amazing, but at the same time, I'm wondering what else they've put Jungle Book on, because this is kind of what he was known for at Worlds. He brought up the Cinderace. He was a strong carry player, so I'm wondering if they have any other looks for that central area.
Well, they better find one, because the look they just threw out there lost in the game.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. Possibly. It could have been the central area. It could have been the fact that Lucario, just really isn't Buzzwole.
That's a problem.
Just joining us. Hi.
Yeah.
We want to talk to you seriously for a moment about how Lucario really just isn't Buzzwole. And I think that is a problem. Hey, we got a team profile up on the screen, Dupe Snacks.
There are 5 players on this team, guaranteed minimum here. Slash, Zugrug, of course, Curios, The Book, and Overlord. I kind of feel like this team's rattled.
Well, maybe. Maybe they're rattled, but this is their second chance and kind of their third chance inside this tournament. They are
3 strikes, Regals, you're out.
Is that true?
That is a thing that I've heard about sports.
They did that with baseball?
Is that the sport?
I hope.
Maybe.
Luminosity right here is a legendary team. They're the 2-time world champions. I think an interesting topic of conversation talking about Luminosity is a player like Slash, who has said he wants to be known as the best player in the world. This was the reason he wanted to play top path. He wanted to play a carry role. And I'm curious, do you think that a player would be named the best player in the world if they weren't playing a carry? I think a lot of times the carry feels like the lead singer of the band or the stairs inside of a broadcast studio. It's what everybody is focusing on. But could a support player be considered the best in the world?
Depends how many votes you give to old Dupe Snacks. Because I pepper those things in for support players. But if I only get like 1 vote, probably not.
We've got a game actually for you right now, but you know what? We're not going to go to it. We're saying, you know what? Actually, let's go to this game.
Let's go to the game.
Pretty good idea. Let's throw it on over to Zoinks and Wonder Chef for the draft.
That was fun. I really liked that.
Yeah, let's go back to the stairs, actually. I don't think I want to watch Pokemon. Just kidding.
Please.
High stakes match here. Luminosity fighting for their life against GT, who is looking amazing. But you know what? Thank you so much for all of your stairs, love. And I do got to say, I'm excited to see what we are going to be bringing.
Yeah, another Luminosity Gaming choice will be moving onto the first pick side yet again.
Yeah, this is the Crustle ban. I'm sorry, that is a really interesting ban.
Yeah, I mean, it's a call-out, certainly. Actually, Zugro picking this Pokemon, I was looking at the stats earlier today, 13 times, including the qualifiers and, of course, this Aeos Cup play-ins top 8. So banning the Crustle, actually picking the Umbreon, is obviously a clear call-out to what they think GT is trying to accomplish. So far, haven't seen the results from it. However, I'm never one to doubt Zugrug.
When we are going to get that double kind of top path powerhouse combo with the Buzzwole and the Blastoise, the two Bs. But on the other side, it looks like we do get the answer as to what we might be seeing from Jungle Book again. It looks like the Glaceon is, again, maybe that answer. But I do feel like it fits well into at least what they're already seeing against the draft.
Yeah, really solid. Now, one thing we didn't talk about too much, which I feels I want to apologize, is the central area Blastoise from Black. We saw it basically stayed there the entire game, running that rapid fire scarf to really improve its clear, especially early game. But okay, Luminosity Gaming decided to sport some new looks, and that is going to be the Meowscarada. I love North America as Wonder Chef.
I love it sometimes, but no, this is actually really cool. They're also going to be going with the triple evolution again, so essentially similar comp, not exactly the same across the board, but we are going to see 3 of evolutions, the Clefable, and then now the Meowscarada as opposed to Lucario, so maybe not a dog, but a cat.
Interesting adaptation from GT. Eggnoob going to be locking in the Slowbro instead of the Crustle, which we saw last game, which honestly, the Crustle looked phenomenal from Eggnoob. It looked lights out and kind of untouchable from what Luminosity was trying to accomplish. However, this feels like a clear call-out. You could shut down, of course, the Meowscarada Unite move in the middle of a team fight. Very, very important.
Yeah, and I love this as far as, I mean, of course, the ban there. I mean, such a targeted ban, you're like, okay, what are we going to bring afterwards? So I think Slowbro, in my opinion, I think it's so underrated right now.
Yeah.
It's not like it ever got worse. It's been good forever. And every time we see it, we're like, wow, that was a game-winning slow beam. Nice. And then it's just like, oh, well, maybe we'll play something else. And it's like, oh, it can actually be pretty good against very meta Buzzwole. But we'll just pick someone else. So I'm so surprised we don't see it more.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shakeup. However, with the Blissey, I think it's phenomenal because you have the Blissey is a very solid out to the slow beam. You can immediately restore a ton of HP, redirect that damage that, of course, is trying to be aimed at that target who's immobile. But having both the Blissey and the Slowbro on your composition really help protect you against the anti-strategy, if you will. Also, we were taking a look at the numbers of these teams on their picks. Actually, we have GT playing, I think it was 13 games on the Blissey today, and of course the previous weekend when we were playing in the qualifiers.
Right, the group stages. That is wild. That is a lot. But here we go. We're going into the game. Game number 2. Last chance potentially here for Luminosity. I mean, if they win, they got to win one more. But if they lose, they are going home for sure. And GT will have double eliminated them from the tournament. Of course, Luminosity, the most successful team in all of Pokemon Unite history with 2 out of 2 World Championships. So, GT, that would be a great statement. Not that they haven't probably done it before.
Right, and LG having also multiple monthly cups behind their name as well. The only thing, GT just had a 2nd place finish last year. It was their best performance throughout the season. Obviously trying to shake that up. Overlord and Slash are trying to score as many times as they can. The Florgato is sporting the attack weight, so we're going to be trying to score that up as much as possible. And wow, despite GT's track record, 53% of Twitch chat agreeing with the Luminosity picks.
Yeah, there's a lot of Luminosity fans in the chat. Understandable, especially for NA players. You know, they've been our representative at Worlds, pushed all the way through. And, oh no, Espone is not in a good spot right now. Just trying to waddle away on those cute little pink feet, but not able to make it. By the way, we didn't really get a chance to talk about this much, but this is the Stockings Mew, right?
Yeah, Stockings Mew, and they played through Central on our first rip. So leaving Black to the bottom side, which they did last game as well. After this first rotation, we got to see an adaptation between Black and Stockings switching around. But yes, Central Area Mew can be an impactful Pokemon. It just feels like it's a little lackluster compared to how many other options we see. And another switch up, Eggnoob on the Scald.
I love Scald personally, especially depending on who you're up against. Scald here is actually a little bit of an interesting choice.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Scald up against the Buzzwoles currently, but when you have the Buzzwole, I'm interested to see exactly what it's supposed to target. But regardless, I love Scald. I'm a big fan of kind of all the alternate movesets from Slowbro. But here we go. We're going to see Slash try to get maybe a little bit of a check at least to see what's going on down here, and probably not going to be able to get all that much out of it.
Yeah, if they can take away that wild Pokemon, of course, they will prevent Espo from hitting level 4 and evolving, but going into both Blastoise and a Chansey at the time, very difficult task for Clefable to come away with that last hit secure. And we do got to take a look into the top at the levels. Level 6 on the Meowscarada, level 5 on the Buzzwole. So OG having a bit of a slower start than we saw last game, and of course LG really starting out strong.
Yeah, they're about at one level, I think, ahead across the board, right? Even their center area Pokemon is 8 to 7 currently, but this is a pretty big push, and we'll see if they can get much off of it. The combination of the Scald on top of all of the damage from the Mew is actually pretty significant. I expect, especially with Eggnoob, we're going to see a pretty high damage game coming out of that Slowbro, which is a wild thing to say, but it's not unexpected.
It might be necessary, actually. If there was anything that GT's composition would be lacking, I might actually lean into the damage. They don't have any true Pokemon that deal a ton of damage. Blastoise, of course, can, but has a few prerequisites to be able to actually pull that off. And Buzzwole, of course, could do a ton of damage, but they're more looking for big KO finishes. So seeing a Scald Slowbro might be indicative of what their composition might be lacking, and great coverage by Eggnoob.
Now we may have a fight for this Regirock down here in the basement. It's a 3v3, 4v3 now. If we can see any of these Unites come out, Yu does have one, and it does look like it's going to be able to get away from that spin fight. Oh no, so that was the Mew, there we go. The initiation coming in. Stockings now in a really unfortunate spot, getting mean looked, not going to be able to escape. No saviors there, but Regirock, surprisingly, completely undamaged, just walking back saying, all right, why don't you all fight with each other instead of me? I'm just trying to enjoy my time. Here's the chance, though. We can get a steal. We are going to see Overlord running from the back, and like you mentioned, you can get a lot of burn on objectives from Meowscarada, depending on what you choose or do not choose.
Yeah, they're opting into Flower Trick this time, which of course is an incredible team fight tool. If that Flower Trick, the little flower bomb we see above the enemy Pokemon heads on GT side, if it takes the KO, it resets the cooldown and allows you to reuse that move. It's not like Mimikyu's Shadow Sneak, where if the Pokemon is knocked out in general, it resets, but if Meowscarada is the one to do the job, then we will see Overlord get multiple Flower Tricks within a team fight. And that is so strong, especially with a player the caliber of Overlord.
Right, and now this is looking a lot more like what they want to have, and they're popping off, but this is going to be a fight with this Regieleki. Black CH getting extremely low, and Jack running in with the Hydro Type, we're only going to manage to hit one. OG, though, going to follow it up completely regardless. The Glacial stage going to come out, really stop that push in its tracks from Jungle Book, and now, especially with that beam, that was actually a really nice way to stop them from potentially pushing. I don't think they have the sustain, or at least right now, to be able to fully heal this up, but I guess there's just not enough members of GC to defend this. So they have plenty of time. The Unite's going to come out from Stockings to try and stop this, but not in time. Moonlight is one good move, let me tell you.
Yeah, great coverage by Luminosity to make sure that doesn't get too wild. Overlord chasing down Stockings. Flower Trick deals almost half their HP, but they are able to escape. Espo going to be constantly healing their team up. And despite Luminosity breaking both these school zones, actually only sitting at 207, and wow, Fable called out. Very, very slow follow-up from GT, but they are going to take that KO. Zugrug thinks better of taking that fight. Overlord, on the other hand, really wants to brawl, leaves the double team Mimic within that fight, and escapes back.
Yeah, I like that. This is scary without your Clefable, and they really want it to come back, which is exactly what's happening. Which you see there. I love the little pictures and pictures up there. We're going to see a little bit of a dunk up top coming from the Buzzwole, just playing its own game, you know, trying to pop off, trying to get strong.
And finally getting those attack weight stacks in. I mean, Overlord is a very tough opponent to try to play path against it. Well, OG took a little bit longer to really scale up to the damage they wanted to be at. Now they are at that moment. They have to be able to stack all 6 scores in. But Overlord is just racking up these knockouts everywhere. Like, it doesn't matter where GT is positioned. That Slowbro was all the way down their own path, and Overlord was still getting the chase down knockout. And I don't think Black's going to be able to get away from this one either.
I mean, hey, anything can happen here, but no, once we get the one more reset on the moves from Jungle Book, yeah, that is going to be that. Almost managed to get a nice little pick on Overlord, but just use the Unite at the kind of last chance that they're going to be able to. Gets the fly out of the Unite from the Clefable to try and get this big jump. The Unite defensively, kind of from the Espeon, kind of offensively as well. I mean, it kind of works for both. It's going to give them a numbers advantage, and Stockton's the only one left for GT.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming playing a very similar composition to what we saw in the previous match. Of course, Lucario and Meowscarada filling the different roles. However, the rest of the roster, very, very similar, but a way better performance from Luminosity Gaming so far. Now, GT have found some scoring opportunities in that top side as of recently, and have brought this scoreline much closer. However, the way Luminosity has been playing as of recent, especially in these back 5 minutes, have been incredible, even in the team fight department. So GT is going to have to really show up with some big plays if they want to take Luminosity by surprise.
Yeah, one big weakness, as we're seeing this red can go down uncontested, that I think Luminosity's team last game had, is that they didn't have as great team fight potential, but I think switching to the Espeon is really big there, because that Unite can be game-changing. On top of now, a few other really strong Unites that team has. Obviously, we've got to see what the Fable ends up rolling, but I do feel like they have a lot better chance when we get to those final few minutes. However, I still think the team fight capability of GT, if they land everything, might be a little bit stronger.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting choice for Zugrug on this Umbreon. That Moonlit Prance, that Unite move from them can steal so many enemy shields, and they're going to be trying to steal either the Slowbro, the Blastoise, or the Blissy's shield. Optimally, all three, but I don't think a team like GT is going to use all three of those Unite moves when they know that Zugrug is still available. It's a great countermeasure, but there's a lot of things that they're going to need to answer. A big amount of responsibility on this team fight is going to fall on Zugrug.
2 minutes left, potentially Luminosity's last chance here if they want to qualify for the Aeos Cup, automatically get that travel reward, but they've got a lead, they've got a level lead, they've got the only level 14 on board. Looks like they're going to get a little bit of pokes. That is GT getting melted. They took so much extra little damage right there, but can they get the full initiation on them?
Yeah, good patience by GT to not drop any Unite moves in that scenario. There we go, max range Bliss Assistance following the Blastoise all the way to the backside, and it is a Clefable Unite move. One shield gone, but unstoppable Thor Slash keeps them up and running. Zugrug steals some shields from the backline. Now GT caught in a tough spot. Espo does go down. Curios gets that KO, but Zugrug also knocked out. Egnu able to find one, and we're going to kind of reset this fight, but not if Overlord has anything to say about it. They're going to try to chase down these KOs.
This reset is so advantageous for Luminosity because of Moonlight. They just instantly heal back to full. As you can see, members of GT still not fully healed from that little engagement, and GT is the one that has to make the next move. They've got to force this game. 1 minute left, and they're down by just a few points, but it's a big few points, and they're going to be the first ones to move in.
Yeah, they grab the Clefable with that Unite move. That means Slash is going to go down. Black takes that KO. Buzzwole does get a super swole slam, but no KOs found. Light Screen does prevent Overlord from getting into the backline, but it doesn't matter. They just wait till it's gone, and then follow up with all of their damage as LG are dispatching every single member from GT. Only one walking away from that fight is Espo as they attempt to backcap, but the rest of Luminosity Gaming are just going to chase down these numbers.
And those are a lot of Hundo Burgers. That is probably unrecoverable. Once Luminosity got that reset, got their heal back to full, and ended up with more resources, it just didn't seem like GT had a chance. So we've seen a lot of 2-0s on broadcast today, but not this time. Luminosity is going to be tying things up 1-1 against GT in the lower bracket.
Ooh, this is going to be a competitive series. Obviously, it has been so far. And in the end, the Slowbro Unite move goes on to Clefable to try to swing an entire team fight their direction. They fall a little bit short. Meowscarada able to walk away for free and deal a ton of damage in return. You see the MVP crown above Overlord right now. But let's throw it back over to the desk. Spraggles and Tube Snacks, let's talk about Game 2.
Well, you gotta love seeing Overlord here on the Meowscarada. There are a few moments of his Meowscarada play that I just think are so phenomenal. And again, as I mentioned at the top of our show in EU, I think people are sleeping on this Pokemon. When you see it in the hands of a top player, it's so impressive.
94k damage as well coming out of the Espeon here for LG. And Chef mentioned it a little bit, and so did Zoinks. The damage that GT could actually bring to the fight kind of paled in comparison to what LG was strapped up with. So we're taking a look. It was kind of just LG keeping control of the game, pace of the game, and in the final fight we saw that rinse repeated again, that same strategy. Moonlight, as Chef said, is a really good move.
Yeah, Moonlight is absolutely incredible. Obviously, the heals are insane. Team-wide, you never have to head back to base. They were ready to take a refight at any moment. Because of that, they caught multiple members of GT. Let's take a look at some of the big moments in this game number 2 as we're about to head to game 3.
Well, the things kicked off the basement Reggie here as we were just general spacing here, trapping Egg Noob, of course, and then Regirock helping out the squad as Black got really deep into deep waters.
Yeah, Regirock is always a paid actor for one side. It's so unbelievably powerful. I don't know why it's the objective that's stronger than any other objective in the game, but it absolutely is that Regirock. We see Overlord here in this top path head on up, jump in and then actually back out there using his double team. It's just such an impressive play, and I think a lot of people haven't even realized some of the things that you can do with this Pokemon, with Meowscarada. You can make some really incredible outplays with it.
Yeah, it looked particularly solid in this game. We've actually watched Overlord play Meowscarada before, and it looked good then too. OG not really able to keep up to speed with the Meowscarada, but here, pretty much the prime engagement you could ask for if you're GT. Black got into the back line, the longest possible range on that Bliss Assistance, and they still couldn't quite leverage that engagement.
Yeah, they just weren't able to make much happen here. You know, you and I were talking as we were watching this about the choice for Scald on Slowbro. And I know one move set is not going to be the difference maker necessarily in a match, but I do think it's interesting that they went with a set like this. I don't see a ton of advantages, but maybe it was just simply for raw damage output.
Yeah, very well could have been. Taking a look here, Overlord going to get the nod. Never said that before.
Yeah, he's never been the player of the game, I don't think.
No, this is the first time for everything. Overlord, player of the game. The points are whatever. The damage, 63,000 damage taken, 30k. Really, the credit to me, the thing I want to point out is not a ton of damage, but efficient damage where they needed to put it to get KOs. Not a lot of flashy, crazy plays, pentas, or anything like that. But you don't need that to necessarily win the game.
No, absolutely not. And I really do think Meowscarada's biggest, advantage in this game is the outplay potential from it. It's not that you're going to put up necessarily 150,000 damage or something like that when Zoroark was just a tad too strong. I think what you are going to see, though, are big, important KOs and moments where you slip out of fights in some really impressive ways. And that's what we saw in that last match. I wonder what GT is going to do to try to counter this, and I also wonder if we're going to see Mew again. Mew's a really interesting Pokemon because it was used so much competitively, and then it got a slight nerf, and all of a sudden it feels like you never see it anymore, but it didn't look that fantastic on one of the best Mew players out there, Stockings.
Yeah, I think that's one of the pivots that I would start with, put Mew back on the shelf here. Of course, Eggnoob would love to get that Crustle back. That first Crustle game looked so good. You could tell they were in the zone, playing incredibly comfortable. And I don't know if the Slowbro didn't look as great because it was Scald, or if it was truly just the comfort level wasn't there. As was mentioned, Slowbro kind of fell off. Like, it used to be ban or pick consistently last year. Just a different world.
Well, we had an insane run of defenders into Pokemon Unite that changed that. Let's take a look at our bracket here in North America. We can see where we are, where we're going. Luminosity and GT are in the loser semifinals right now, tied up 1-1. Alter Ego already sitting pretty in the grand finals. Alter Ego sent GT down to this losers bracket. And who sent Luminosity? GT actually sent them down here. So this is a really interesting run back between these two teams. One of them will face off against Exile that we saw earlier on broadcast.
Yeah, Exile with lots to prove to themselves, to everybody else that's doubting them. And of course, the journey doesn't end there because Alter Ego, like you said, is waiting. And if they're playing like they just played against Exile previously, it's going to be a tough team to beat. But we just saw it happen with Yellow Bingo. Same type of thing. Winners finals, they looked super impressive.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, the run back happened. It was like, what is this team? What are they doing? Can they figure it out? I hope Alter Ego doesn't fall prey to that.
Yeah, and of course you never know if Luminosity is the team that makes it up there. They haven't faced off against them in this tournament at all. Luminosity might have, the secret weapon, the thing that's easily able to stop them, but they're looking great. Alter Ego just looks fantastic.
JL was on point. I mean, Machizzle was there too. These are two players that
JL was on point, and Machizzle was there too.
Yeah. just have, you know what? Let's pitch to the casters. There's a game.
Yeah,
let's do that.
Take it away, boys.
All right, a deciding game between Luminosity and GT. This is going to be a very, very exciting match.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's great to see that we are going to have a competitive match here. I mean, it would have been really interesting, as usual, to see GT take down Luminosity, just because it's such an absurd thing to even think about with how good Luminosity is. But Luminosity back in this for sure, and I agree with basically all the switches that we've seen. And now we're going to see two very, I guess I should say, 100% picked Pokemon from LG's side, both being banned.
Yeah, Glaceon banned, and of course GT, Luminosity, banning this Umbreon quite a bit on the enemy side. So they get OG grabbing the Leafeon, giving up the Buzzwole potentially to Luminosity Gaming. However, Overlord not going to lock it in. It's going to be Zugrug on the Crustle, their most popular pick in the Aeos Cup play-ins this tournament.
I mean, hey, you know, if you're not going to ban away the Crustle, you feel like you can pick it up. I feel like that's a great choice. Crustle doing extremely well right now. But we're going to see the Blissey go to GT's side here, and the Sylveon, another pick that I know Stockings has played a lot.
Yeah, it actually might fall to Black. I'm not going to lie. Who
That's
likes
true.
to play it a
It's
lot
true.
in Central area, and I think it's a great lineup into the Crustle. Obviously, the X-Scissor does so much damage, but you got to get within range, and at that point, you're just hearing that Hyper Voice way too loud. And Luminosity Gaming gets the Buzzwole on their third round of picks, or second, I suppose they're on orange side. A pretty big shocker there. However, I'm sure Overlord's Buzzwole can hang.
Yeah, that's easily the latest that we've ever seen the Buzzwole. I do feel like if we do see this Gardevoir, you're probably correct, and we're going to see a switch between Stockings and Black CH right there. But we're going to see actually Eggnoob go over to the tree.
Interesting.
I mean, I feel like that's a really good pick. I feel like Trevenant and Crustle have a lot in common in their own weird ways, like the way that they control people and push them around, and they're very mean, you know?
Absolutely. Look at how anti-healing GT is, or the healing stoppage, as some of our co-casters love to say. We have Stockings running the Cursed Incense, Gardevoir running it as well, and of course Trevenant's Unite move amplifying the damage whoever is hit by that targeted attack. I mean, Clefable, yes, it can output a ton of healing, but GT already in draft putting up a ton of countermeasures in their draft. I'm a big fan of how the style that they've put together.
I agree as well. One big thing that I want to point out, by the way, is the Chandelure pick from Curious.
Yeah.
I think that's really cool. I know we've seen Chandelure work really well today and not so well today, but I think that Chandelure is extremely strong still. It's just there's so many good picks. That's the world we're in. There's just infinitely good picks, right? Like the Slowbro they were talking about earlier. So I like this a lot, and it's actually one that I'm surprised we haven't seen GT pick for a while. But Curious on it. Perfect.
Yeah, Curious, an incredible Chandelure player. I've actually messaged them for tips on how to play that Pokemon better. And I'm interested to see if they go with the Overheat or the Flamethrower style of build. We have seen Overheat on broadcast so far today. However, Flamethrower could play well into a few of the specific matchups. But honestly, what I actually think the Imprison or Poltergeist maneuver might be interesting. Obviously, Imprison locking down a lot of mobility potentially from Leafeon, but so does that slowing effect in that Poltergeist.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we've seen a lot of Poltergeist usage recently for very strong effect. But here we go. We are in the losers semifinals to make it into the top three. Only one of these teams can make it, GT or Luminosity, the reigning double world champions. And only one of them is going to make it to the top three to potentially fight their way to the end.
This is a weird thing to say, but this might be the two weakest bottom paths early I've ever seen. We have Ralts Trevenant, who are going to be very, very weak early, and then we have Russell Chandelure, who also are not great at getting last hits here. So it's a bit of a handshake. They'll be like, let's just play fun stuff, and we'll evolve and really throw down later, which is kind of cool.
Pokemon that could very easily be in the center area. By the way, nobody's in the center area right now. They farmed half of each center area and then just immediately left, which obviously that does make sense in a lot of situations. It's just funny that so quickly both teams are just out of there.
Yeah, shout out Evolutions, you know? They really get you a lot of value, namely the split central area play from GT, and Luminosity, I think it's just more of a preventative measure. We have the Espeon, I believe it's Jungle Book's playing that Pokemon, takes just one buff and then shows back up to make sure that OG's Leafeon can't go too crazy early.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Curious on the Litwick right now didn't actually take more of that once they kind of half farm that center area. But it's going to get plenty of EXP at least just with the assistance there of Jungle Book. And Zugrug, unfortunately, still a very cute little unevolved.
You say unfortunate. That Rock Slide move is so incredibly strong. I mean, I think they're going to be totally fine playing around that. Stockings barely making it back towards that goal zone. And yeah, you were correct. I was wrong. The Sylveon is in the hands of Stockings. Gardevoir this time being played by Black CH.
Wow, you see, I changed my mind later in that draft. We'll just pretend I didn't say that.
Correct.
And that I was smart. But I suppose it probably also depends on I mean, there's so much it depends on. I do like this, though. The hyper voice. We've seen a good amount of hyper voice today, more than I thought we were going to end up seeing.
Yeah, it's a great move, especially when it reduces that defense. So this Sylveon Gardevoir is actually quite a common pair in North America. Every Hyper Voice tick, I think up to 4, shreds that special defense and makes them so susceptible to special attack damage, and that's when your Gardevoir swings through and does so much more damage than you would expect.
Makes you just explode, basically.
Yes, correct.
You just close your eyes, you blink your eyes, and suddenly you're back at the home base. But yeah, right now, Overlord, of course, sticking up top. We've got basically not a huge amount of aggression. We're pretty far into this game already and only 8 points scored. That doesn't mean that GT, though, for sure doesn't have any stacks. They're stacking. And right now, they're giving kind of free reign to stack up here to Overlord, which I feel like is a pretty scary thing to do on what is considered one of the strongest Pokemon right now. I mean, I don't know. Just saying.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering where GT was at that moment. They're playing for the mid-birds. Maybe they just took a really long time clearing those, but Luminosity takes full advantage of that scenario and gets in quite a few scores, and now already moved themselves up to a score line of 43. And we're going to get that even higher with more Buzzwole stacks. As Overlord almost at level 8. This top half Sylveon catching up slowly, but level 6 while being 2 levels behind Luminosity Gaming's top path player. That's dangerous territory.
Yeah, and just from what we've seen, I'm assuming Overlord is probably fully stacked already, which is a pretty scary thing to see because we've seen 3 to 4 at least on stream already. Oh, wow, that was a really fast melt on that ice Pokemon. And on top of that, the tree as well. 2 things very vulnerable to fire, so they just got burned down for sure. Right now, just trying to escape this poor Leafeon. It is really fast, so it's going to be able to get out of there pretty well, but that was just a lot of damage all at once.
It's a lot of damage. They have good secure thanks to that Espeon, and honestly, the anti-dive out of Luminosity Gaming is incredible. It's a great answer to Leafeon. It was GT's first pick in their draft, right? We have Crossu, who is bulky and tough to take down. We are running Imprison on that Chandelure, and then of course Clefable doing so well there. Black with the solo Unite move onto Overlord, but now they have to 1v1 Jungle Book, who's got that Reg Ice buff, and of course Slash is going to join the fray as well. Black chooses KO1 Pokemon, but then gets deleted by the rest of the teammates.
Yeah, again, we've just seen GT put so much emphasis on trying to take down Overlord no matter what. Wow, that was not in time. That's unfortunate. And now without that protection, they are going to be going down as well. So this is looking very strong for Luminosity early in this game. Although, when you actually look at the levels, they're not really ahead by that much.
Yeah, but having so much objective pressure is definitely helping them out so far. It could be pushed into a score lead as well, with Regieleki being captured and sent down path. GT's composition, very susceptible to this Imprisoned Chandelure combo. I mean, they don't have Mean Look on their table, but they have something very, very strong as well. If an Evolution is trapped in that, very, very difficult to make it out.
Oh, the big Unite coming out just to try and continue to push this in. But we did see the Fairy Singularity. I think that was what that was, to try and counter it. Regardless, it's not going to matter in the end. Maybe that wasn't Fairy Singularity. I actually did not know what move that was. There was a lot of effects right on top of each other, but there's no Gardevoir in sight. Regardless, the point is that Tier 2 goal zone is down. There's a 163-point lead for the side of Luminosity, and every Regieleki running down path is going to be extremely scary.
Yeah, this is worrisome. I mean, GT hasn't really had an answer for any of these targets. If their dive doesn't really work out, then they have nothing else to fall back on. Black's been forced to solo Unite move a few targets, but maybe a Registeel buff could be the game difference maker they need. Zelgrog, the only member from Luminosity Gaming getting involved, but that's still a threatening Pokemon. But Leafeon's Solar Blade, good enough to take that Registeel buff.
That experience, I feel like, is really important because they were starting to fall behind, but that's getting close to evening them up. They just have such a points disadvantage. I feel like, really, GT at this point, they don't have the opportunity to really push down too many gold zones, so they might just need to focus on farming EXP as much as possible, scaling into the late game, which they can do very well with the Gardevoir, and then just trying to dominate the late fight.
Oh, it's so scary to do this, though, when you're this far behind in points. You want to translate some of these big pushes or early KOs into some goal scoring opportunities, but Luminosity Gaming playing so safe, so defensive, and relying a lot on Curiosa's Chandelure to really hold down the fort.
Oh, here, this is actually a potential really big fight over basically nothing over here in center, but we are going to see Slash just kind of walk away from that, saying, no, actually, I don't want to get picked. Wait, going back in, that's a lot of aggression, trying to be the initiator, but just immediately gets melted, and we're going to actually see Unite come out from the Trevenant to try and get a counter push. They do want to push down this tier 1, it looks like, as Kyrios is trying to back up Jungle Book, both with the ability to do a ton of damage. That was a gigantic Unite coming out from Jungle Book. The turnaround, getting 3 KOs, 4 KOs, potentially a full team wipe. I think it's just a matter of time, and there we go. Full team wipe off the back of a beautiful Jungle Book Unite.
Yeah, so good to stop that push in its tracks. The Trevenant Unite was really solid. Hit so many targets all at once. However, the Espeon locking them in place gave Kyrios just enough room to capitalize with the damage. Great play between these two special attackers in our game. And Luminosity Gaming with a very, very strong lead. And we're only a minute away from the final stretch.
Yeah, that really pushed them considerably further ahead. This last stretch, like, he really needs to go to the side of GT, but Luminosity could try and defend it. They don't have that much. Oh, that was a really good attempt. I actually thought that was going to happen. So they could potentially break down this tier 1 if they really wanted to, especially, I mean, I guess they don't know, but there's 3 members down on bottom that are taking this Registeel pretty freely. Nobody's going to get there in time, and that is a great role for them.
The plot armor discussion was happening earlier. I mean, Registeel right before final stretch, so strong. However, Regieleki did land, so GT going to be able to get a few scores in, but only breaking with 16, so not a huge overdunk by any means, and GT just going to be taking the points where they can get them. Final stretch beginning, Luminosity Gaming with a huge team advantage. GT's win conditions are available. Obviously, a lot of it depends if OG can finally step up. I feel like this Leafeon has been taking objectives. We have not found a lot of KOs from them at all this game.
Yeah, getting one big pick. Like, if you can manage to get Jungle Book off the table, I think you just auto-win the team fight, basically. Or Kyrios. You know, there's some great targets, but you just gotta find the targets. And right now, oh my goodness, you do not want to peek that. There's a lot of damage on the side of Luminosity's team, and they're holding a really nice position, and you gotta watch out for those rock tombs as well. One misposition, and you are donezo.
All right, a great play by Egnu to take some space. However, Leafeon is able to find that pulse wall and walk away from that engagement. So no Unite moves used in that scenario. Egnu is going all in. A Unite move used to try to trap Zogrug in place, and a few Unite moves together make it work. A great play by OG in the backline. However, they can't find a way to KO Slash. The Unite move, too much shielding going the other direction. It's a trade, 1-for-1. Both tanks are eliminated, and the teams are retreating. However, LG, all based on the top side of this Rayquaza, have not started hitting it yet, playing for their lead.
Oh, and you gotta see the reset. Yeah, that's a strange positioning right there. We're gonna see GT get really pushed on right here, immediately losing the Blissey, and that is not one that you want to lose. Black CH getting very, very low, getting chased down. Oh no, follow me. Black CH is gonna be able to get away just slightly, but getting walled out so effectively with 37 seconds left. Something huge needs to happen from the side of GT, but multiple of their members are not gonna be up even in time, and this feels like they just do not have the time available to make this comeback.
Oh, GT really had one shot in that final fight when Leafeon was able to get into that backline. Clefable's Unite move, earning them some shield, and Luminosity Gaming holding strong. And yes, GT might be their kryptonite, but Luminosity Gaming finally finding an answer, and they are going to take down GT and move on to our losers finals.
That's great for them. They now no longer have to fight anybody that's defeated them in this bracket. It is entirely now in their own hands. Even if they've got to reset the bracket, if they want to win the entire thing, I feel like they are there. So great job to Luminosity. They're going to be moving forward, and let's get a recap from Dupsnax and Sprague.
Well, Dupsnax, Luminosity able to take down GT, the team that just seems to stop them. Well, they stopped GT today, and Jungle Book looking great there on the Espeon. You know, I was talking to you, I was wondering how much Jungle Book had in that toolbox, how many Pokemon he was prepared to play. Looked fantastic, even though they took the Glaceon away from him.
Yeah, the big issue to me was that LG, on one of the best players in the world, got what we can argue is probably the best Pokemon in the game right now in Buzzwole, and that is just a recipe for success in and of itself.
Yeah, the second we saw that Buzzwole go over to Luminosity, it seemed very, very scary, obviously, for the side of GT, right?
It really did. It really did. I want to highlight Zug's play on the Crustle. There's a reason that they keep choosing it over and over and over again. It's because they play it very, very well. and they were able to get tons of great spacing in the raid pit, so much so that GT actually fully engaged just to knock out Zug because those rock tombs were a problem. They couldn't even get to the engagement targets that they wanted, so they had to kind of throw the kitchen sink at Zug first to actually get to the Chewy Nugget Center.
Yeah, I mean, Zug is obviously an incredible player. Let's take a look at the player of the game right here. Jungle Book on the Espen. We were just talking about him and how, you know, good he did in this match, even though they took away his Glaceon. I think they thought, maybe Jungle Book doesn't have a lot of looks right now. Maybe they're, you know, sitting on that Glaceon because it's a little easier to use than some Pokemon, but looked amazing there on Espeon. Some big plays. You know, I'm thinking that all of these evolutions are actually pretty dang good.
Yeah, they are really, really good. And I'm going to tip the cap to the complementary evolution called Crustle, which is really good because it spikes at level 4. It has just a very dominating presence at level 4 and facilitates a lot of the stuff you're trying to do. So it's an evolution, I think, right? It's the rock type evolution. We figured it out.
I do believe Crustle is an evolution. You know, there's something I wanted to show everyone at home, and it's stairs. No, I'm kidding. Come on, I actually have something I want to show you. Over here at the big screen with the Telestrator. I was talking about this play earlier, and it's something I absolutely love. I'm a huge Meowscarada fan, all right? I don't know if you're at home throwing up over that, but you shouldn't be, okay? I'm telling you, this thing is fantastic, and not enough people are playing it. Overlord, one of the best in the game. This is a really small play, but it's just so impressive, and it's something that you can do with this Pokemon. So let's take a look at it right here. We've got Overlord, the Meowscarada. He's gonna move up in this area, and he's gonna throw his double team behind him so that he can fight right here and then bounce back to this. So let's take a look at that in action right now. Hiding in the bush, waiting for Blastoise, moves up, throws his double team behind, and then bounces back to it right there. So I think a lot of people, when they position this double team, they're positioning it in a way where they're making sure that it runs in at the enemy. So you're trying, you know, baiting out moves. Maybe you can get a Unite move from some unsuspecting Slowbro on the enemy team that doesn't realize that that is your double team clone. But Overlord did it in a really impressive way, and he does this a lot on Meowscarada. I think it's a super, super smart play, and he's one of the only players that I'm seeing make such an incredible play. So I just really wanted to highlight it. I know it seemed like I was just going to come over here and start doing a lot of this, but I actually had something I wanted to show you. I guess you were wrong. I guess everyone was wrong but me. I'm coming back!
He's coming back, all the way back to the desk. Well colored at the end. Well, like, that was a nice squiggle.
Yeah, I felt like it was a good squiggle. I was worried it wasn't going to be good, but it was good.
It wasn't as good as the Baja Blast, but we don't have blue available, so you did what you could with yellow, and I'm impressed by it.
Thank you very much. Obviously, Luminosity feeling good right now. They have the plot armor to make it into this losers bracket, and now they're beating GT. They're looking great. Let's take a look at this bracket, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, Exile LG, losers finals. LG is cruising. They are the world champs, or according to Zoinks, the 6th best team on the planet. Facing off against Exile, who again, I keep saying this, have a bunch to prove because they've been discounted by almost everybody in the NA community as individuals that can push far into this bracket. So they are trying to dispel that for themselves, and waiting for them is the Titan that is Alter Ego, formerly the ASU combination of a bunch of different players, have stepped up, found each other, and look at that, grand finals already.
Well, we've also got an interesting, you know, kind of face-off between a former member of Luminosity, Overlord, into Luminosity with this next match, which should be really exciting. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere because I'll be mad at you and I can actually see through the computer. I know what you're doing, so please don't go anywhere. Also, we have something that you can participate in. We would like you to show us your trainer cards. So you can share them with the hashtag Unite Esports. I'm not gonna mess it up this time because I see that it's right down there right now. So share your trainer cards and we will possibly retweet that on the main account. I think ours should be up there too, right? We sent ours in.
We submitted ours. We thought we were gonna get a little bit of shine right here.
There's no question. I thought
as long as we're not showing Lutano's trainer card, I think we're in good shape.
Yeah, if anyone has a trainer card like Lutano, I'm going to be furious. Don't you dare share that.
I will be more furious, but I also care about you more, and I want you to remember that.
Don't back away! We'll be back.
They're still playing in the middle. Otter goes down.
TTV takes Rick Waves up. Ender hops up. Ender tries to score. The points didn't go in. 64 points going for TTV. TTV wins it. Woo!
It's losers finals time here at the Aeos Cup play-ins for North America. Wondership, it's your and I's turn on the desk. So we're going to be handing over the caster range, the Spraggles, and Dupes next. They got some incredible matches up and coming.
They do. We've had such good matches. That was a really close one. And before we get into it, I just want to point out that I got onto the desk and I picked up this card, and all it says on it is stairs, ? This is genuinely the card that's up here. I don't know who I'm calling out over there, but that really does encapsulate our coworkers. Oh, yeah, that's yours. Sorry.
He'll get it on the way.
You're going to need that later.
If you want to see more stairs action, there's no better place than here on the Twitch channel. If you want to give it a follow, or of course on YouTube, you want to like, comment, and subscribe. Of course at Unite Esports on Twitter or X as well. If you want to follow all the action in all the spots, including stairs.
Stairs? When's Stairs' official Twitter account? But anyway, really amazing matches coming up. Honestly, NA, I mean, EU was amazing, by the way.
Yep.
We almost didn't even talk about that. We'll talk about that later. But NA is equaling up to be the same. We're getting such good matches from across the globe right now. I feel like I should be tired because it's been a long day of Unite, but I am jazzed right now.
Yeah, how could you be tired with the caliber of matches that we are seeing? So exciting. I have been having so much fun watching and, of course, casting these games with all of you, and we have another incredible matchup on the horizon. It will be Team Exile, who was knocked down by Alter Ego, but Alter Ego looking to be playing on another level today. Let's not count out Exile's skill, because they are extremely strong, and they're going to be going up against Luminosity Gaming, two-time world champs, number 6 ranked.
Yeah, this is, a pretty strong for a number 6 ranked team.
Worldwide, I will say.
Okay, yeah. Not like they've won the World Championships before. But no, understandably, of course, Luminosity, as we can see right here, 2-time world champions. I don't know how many more times we can say it, but, we want to be friendly to everybody who has not been following the scene for 2 years. Sure. But infamously, especially last season, did not do very well in a lot of early cups or even some of the late cups or just cups in general, and then just dominated Worlds. So that's just how it is sometimes with them. They're in the losers bracket right now, but that's not going to stop them.
And this, I think, is the best performance we have seen out of Team Exile. Pure, Oblivion, Freak, Neon, and Sim. They are, of course, a ton of amazing players, but I think this is one of the best results we have ever seen from them. A top 3 finish, and obviously they could go even farther if they could take down Luminosity Gaming. A lot of reasons to be securing this victory. Of course, we have championship points, prize pool, and of course, the Aeos Cup in April. But enough of us. The casters are going to take us away because our game number 1 is ready.
Oh, hey, there you are. Just organizing some cards right here. A little housekeeping, no big deal. We're about to head into this game. Luminosity versus Exile. We just saw Luminosity against GT. Obviously, they are looking fantastic. They have a lot to prove right now. Being the world champs means if you lose, everybody's laughing at you, and if you win, it's expected. So they are expecting to win.
If you win the World Championship, Zoinks will rank you 6th.
Whoa, 6th place? Incredible.
Easy. Quick bans here. Buzzwell, no surprise. Umbreon has been at the top of that list too. It's gone. First pick, Glaceon out of Luminosity. Thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are Jungle Book loves this Pokemon, but also we saw Exile playing this earlier, and I think they want, to get 2 birds with 1 stone right here. They want to take it away from Exile, and they want to hand it on over to the book. We see Leafeon, Blastoise, amazing power picks on the side of Exile right now. Slash locking in that Clefable. He's been on Clefable duty all day, it seems like.
Yeah, Luminosity loves Clefable. Its raw healing power is the highest in the game, and that's what they lean into. They think if they can sustain in these fights, they can outskill the other players, and it tends to be true. That's why they're 6th in the world.
Take a look at this. We got Trevenant coming out here on the side of Exile. Final picks coming in. I was so excited to see that Gyarados just for a second. Man, I can't wait to see that thing in competitive play. Overlord possibly back on the Lucario. Not sure if he's tried this Pokemon out before. It'll be interesting to see how he uses it.
Yeah, definitely doesn't have it in his trainer card or anything like that, which puts the gutter pick on Exile. We're going to see where they're going to go. Please tell me we're going to see a Charizard.
I know they're just teasing me, but if that happened, I would lose it.
It would be terrific. Ultimately, it looks like we're going to pivot and eventually lock in the Gardevoir. that buff that it got to its Unite timer is so darn good, Spraggles. Fairy singularities, left, right, up, down, center, everybody's catching one.
You know, Gardevoir used to have this interesting problem that while its Unite move was amazing and just overall as a special attack damage Pokemon, it was really, really great, it also couldn't unite enough inside of a fight. So if you miss one, it felt like you just threw the entire game. Now, this thing gets its Unite move back basically every minute if you're consistently getting wild Pokemon, and it is a game changer for Gardevoir.
Ultimately, Gardevoir is going to have to land these moves and catch multiple players on LG because LG is a juggernaut. You know, once they start moving, they're crashing through every single wall and they're almost impossible to stop, and they are on one today, Spraggles.
Yes, they are, and it's going to be interesting to see if Luminosity can crawl all the way through this losers bracket up to the grand finals. Obviously, they've got a tough team in front of them right now. We talked about it a little earlier. Oblivion was on Luminosity. I'm sure Oblivion wants to prove that he is better than the team that replaced him, and I'm sure Luminosity just wants to show that they are still the champs right now.
A lot of these players on Exile are trying to show that they're not flashes in the pan, that they can get this done, and now we're in game one of the losers finals.
That's right, Luminosity, your purple team, Exile, your orange team. We're here in the losers finals, which means the team that wins this, heading up to the grand finals. The team that loses this is done in this tournament. It's almost all sorted out here in North America.
We have both Eevees taking the center for either squad. Simp gonna be that Leafeon, gonna try and go make a big time impact with Solar Blade. Meanwhile, Jungle Book on the Glaceon, gonna jump in the path. Typically has been going Icicle Spear, but there's opportunities for Icy Wind as well.
Yeah, of course, you could see a different look out of the book, but I think we're gonna see Icicle Spear. It's just so incredibly good with Ice Shard right now. It's kind of unbelievable. Simp right now, already level 4 in path, using that Solar Blade, getting pretty aggressive right here. And interesting to see Overlord in this bottom path. I didn't even clock that earlier. We've got the Lucario going bot.
Yeah, Lucario bot, Bulbasaur top, maybe trying to bait a weird engagement by Exile. It seems to have worked. Simp is down here, Jungle Book waiting in the wings, looking for an opportunity to deal some damage. Overlord making it out with a sliver of health.
Just barely making it out there with the Lucario. It's interesting, all the Eevees get pretty good early, but Glaceon's the only one that really needs to wait till level 6 before it's very, very useful. You have Leafeon already at level 4. Up in this top path, big one secured there by Kyrios. Actually, pretty great.
Yeah, Neon's having some problems evolving, but he's able to get that quick 2-point dunk in to evolve themselves. Oblivion and Neon taking a ton of damage, but it looks like they're going to be able to stand just a bit longer here and make it back to Pat.
Yeah, seems like a pretty even top path for both of these teams right here. Scoreline pretty close between these two. And it is really interesting seeing a classic top path Pokemon like Lucario played in this bottom path. Extreme speed is the build, so we're going to see if Overlord's able to break some ankles out here with this build. Often considered one of the highest skill builds inside of Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, and Overlord is one of the highest skilled players. Now, they want to have that 1v1 versus Freak, and that's their target that they really want to get into. Jungle Book has all the spears charged up. Simp trying to run a little bit of a diversion there with the Solar Blade to keep that engagement from going, but Slash is on the chase. Kyrios already level 6, not a bad look either.
Yeah, looking great here in the top path. Luminosity doing very well. Simp not really able to capitalize on too much yet as Leafeon. Oftentimes when you have Leafeon on the team, you hope you're picking up a lot of big KOs early. As the bottom path is going the way of Luminosity, 30 points being put in by Glaceon as they're fighting here in the top path. Here comes Simp right now on the Leafeon, possibly looking to take down Slash or Kyrios. But it looks like we're just waiting for these birds.
Despite the top path pressure that Exile has put on, Luminosity has held strong. It's been almost 2v3 the whole time. Here comes Freak to make it a 4v2. Are they looking to push? It looks like they are. Curious at a half HP, catching some Moonlight, but Slash is watching the pad. Neon tries to get some points in, is successful, but now peels back, and it looks like we're gonna go Pedal Dance Giga Drain, Spraggles.
And here we have Book heading up to the top path, the only Pokemon right now with a Unite move. The question is, are they gonna try to push their advantage right here? Are they gonna head back down to the bottom path? Obviously, there's not a lot happening in the bot path right now. Everything's happening up here, but a more important objective oftentimes is that bottom Reggie.
Yeah, decent rotation out of LG to show up and not quite match numbers, but at least make sure that Exile can't get too crazy and get too big of an advantage in the top path. Meanwhile, Overlord's rotating down, and Jungle Book is babysitting this tree. Registeel already at half. Pure's just going to wait, hold out, and try and make a big play for the team.
Yeah, we can see that Reg Ice just being chipped up here, and then we head up to the top, Registeel being chipped up. Regieleki now in a lot of trouble. It's getting very low, and it looks like we're looking for a secure here on the side of Exile. They do get it.
Nice fly rolled by Slash. They're able to get the buff going, so Curio stands. They're going and chasing after Freak. They get that KO. There's 2 players down suddenly for Exile. Oblivion caught in a rock tomb. Goal Zone getting closed downstairs, and LG marches on.
Yeah, LG's looking fantastic here. And one of the biggest problems with Regieleki is if you're not able to push with it, if you're not able to do anything with it or even distract the enemy team for quite some time with it, it's hard to get some value out of it at times. So this Regieleki, unfortunately for Exile, really doesn't do anything for their game.
No, not at all. But you take what you can get at some point. It's better. It's of course better than nothing. However, Exile has a lot of work to do. Too many level 8s, quite frankly, sitting on the side of Exile right now.
Yeah, a ton of level 8s. They need that Blastoise Unite. They need Trevenant to level up right here. They do have the Gardevoir Unite move, which, as we talked about before, is on a real low cooldown. They can make some big plays happen.
Yeah, and that's, again, the synonymous engagements as we've been talking about. Simp able to peel up, not quite ready to join the squad here, but Zugrug, nice X-Scissor straight into Oblivion, who surfs them back the other way, but that's an engagement back on Curious, who's looking for their target. That target's Oblivion. Very Singularity right on top of it to try and insulate them. Hydro Typhoon, eject button. Slash is the one getting low, but that's not really the courtesy KO you want. Here comes Overlord with the backdoor. Slash is on top of them. Blitz assistance from the longest range. They pick it up, they meet up, and now they keep pushing forward. Simp is going in. They want this goal zone. Force that to Jungle Book Unite back the other way. Birknanger as well. Curious is on the pressure. Nice Giga Drain to get their HP back. Oblivion's getting low. They get the KO. And all of a sudden, LG finds themselves pushing towards a goal zone.
I gotta say, that fight was really impressive from Exile right there. The way they comboed some of their abilities together was really, really great. They picked up a couple big KOs. Obviously, Luminosity able to push them back from that goal zone, but they were able to get a couple big plays right there. Simp in some trouble right here. Overlord already level 11 on this Lucario. Jungle Book, the same thing, level 11 on the Glaceon. They're doing really well experience-wise, beating out Exile right here, and they're gonna get some more of it for the entire team with that second Registeel.
I don't know if you noticed, but Overlord from like a middle of the map firing their Aura Cannon to stop the scores and preserve that bottom goal zone. That's the type of pivotal play that most people wouldn't consider to use their Unite move for. Seeing that opportunity, using it immediately, and now they're going to have it back as they run Rough Shot all over the map.
Yeah, his gameplay obviously is fantastic. It's great to see him on Lucario again. And, you know, in a world without a Buzzwole, maybe Lucario is the king.
Yeah, kind of like, you know, in the Land of the Blind, the one-eyed man is king type thing.
What? He's the king?
That's what I've heard.
But everyone else is blind. Why'd they vote for him? Forget it.
Yeah, who gets it? Who gets it? We don't. Slash get caught out, getting eaten up, and that's a nice little KO for Exiles. They get experience. They're going to make a push here. They're going to surf in. Little eject button as well, trying to get on top of Jungle Book. The spears are charged up. Nice move by Pure. Very Singulator right on top of the pad. Forces out the Birknanger. Trevenant Unite back the other way. Oblivion's looking for a target. They're trying to put the pressure on. Book is down by Simp. Now pivoting back around. Pure is trying to get on top of the goal zone, but they're KO'd. Nice surf from Oblivion to re-engage into this. Slash rolls the Hydro Pump. They are on top of Oblivion, KO'd by Curios, and of course LG has a big time lead. They're taking all the bodies now.
I gotta say, that was a beautiful fight from both teams. I mean, they really are working so well together. Obviously, this is what you'd expect from some of the best players in the world right there, but the combos set up by Exile and then the reaction and the counters from Luminosity, just so incredibly impressive. But look at these levels right here on the side of Luminosity. We're both about to hit 13 in this top path. We've also got a Reggie spawning in the bottom path. If a team's there quick, they can rip it in time. 10 seconds is enough time to take that off the map. The question is, does either team care to do it?
Yeah, Exile unfortunately has the responsibility of catching this Regieleki, and Overlord looks like they're going to escort it, drive it Miss Daisy all the way down the path. Simp has no interest in stopping that thing. That's going to hit, which means they're going to be a 10-second window for double time.
Yeah, this is really big right here. Now, obviously, it looks like Exile doesn't care. They're running straight to Rayquaza, and this might just be a full rip situation. And I think Overlord's kind of getting the idea that that's what they're going for, as he's peeling back to this fight right now.
We're going Rock Tomb right in there. Jungle Book is their Unite move. They're looking for a target. Pure is all but eliminated. eliminated right now. Giga Drain Pedal Dance right in the middle. Nice Hydro type by Olympian to cover. Force out the Trevi Unite, but now there's instantly 2 players down for Exile. They're looking for their next target. Aura Cannon right through Sim. KO Streak a 2 by who? Overlord, of course. Now we've got the Zugrug back cap action for an 80 banger going in. Rayquaza's at half. Is there anybody from Exiles that can get in here and make a play on this Rayquaza? If they stop hitting it, they're still in good shape. Pure tries to make it in, gets put down. Now nobody's around Rayquaza, and they're going to let this thing leash.
Yeah, it looks like they're letting Leash know, heading back in, putting some more damage on it right here. But interesting fight right there. That actually got a lot closer than I think Luminosity would have expected right there. It felt like either let that fully leash or take it right there. But obviously they had control of that fight. Even with Trevenant coming in, they were in a commanding position in this match. 439, 539 now to 115. It's all but over for Exile here in game number 1.
Yeah, they're close to that score break point that we like to talk about, which is a 500-point difference. Jungle Book picking up a KO streak of 4. Welcome back to the central area, my Hey, you don't need to be literate to read that book. That is 5 straight KOs for the Glaceon. It's good to be back in the Jungle Book library, that's for sure.
Yeah, Jungle Book, just an insane carry player, and I really think the combination of counter-picking that against Exile and giving Book clearly the comfort pick Pokemon for them right now is a big difference maker. But something that you can't overlook, Overlord back on the Lucario, and it hasn't missed a step.
This is purely what I like to call garbage time. There is no shot Exile wins this game. And ultimately, some really nice bright spots out of Exile. However, LG just far too dominant.
Yeah, LG looking incredible. Obviously, they are eyeing those grand finals. They've got a lot to prove here, being knocked down to the losers bracket early, and they're proving it right now. Looking great in this first game against Exile. Obviously, I want to hear what the boys at the desk think about all this, so let's send it on over to who's next. Zoinks, Wonder Chef, take it away.
The Jungle Book show in full effect, Wonder Chef. 11 knockouts, 89,000 damage. Curious, though, with 96k on the Venusaur.
Wow, yeah, on the Venusaur that we did not expect to go the build that it did. That was a really big twist overall, just the way that they decided to split things up. And I know that LG's really been working on their flexibility and role switching, and the fact that Overlord managed to didn't go top with the Lucario, and then we see the Venu go top with the Pedal Dance, and everything about that was just so interesting, but clearly it worked out.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming going with a kind of a clever play, actually, putting that Venusaur into the top path, into a Pokemon like Blastoise, who you're expecting to be a slow scaler on the opposing side. It's not the worst idea in the world, and of course, Pedal Dance Giga Drain, a iconic selection for Kyrios. In fact, we actually interviewed that player recently. They were saying that I think it's really good. I honestly don't know why more players aren't picking up this Pokemon, especially when Glaceon is not available. But let's take another look at that specific matchup, and we'll see why Luminosity Gaming is cooking so hard in our tournament today.
Yeah, I know. I felt like a few days ago, we were like, wow, we're not going to be able to see Luminosity on stream. And now all we're doing is seeing Luminosity on stream. And it was like, oh yeah, I guess we deserve that. But they really just held onto such an early lead, and they just never let it go. The way that they decided to split up their paths, exactly like we were just saying, it worked to their advantage so well, and I just feel like Exile did not have the opportunity to really adjust back. And while things did get a little bit sketchy, I would say maybe near the closeout of actual Rayquaza, it just felt like Luminosity was in control.
Yeah, they were responding so well. Exile would have big moments. Even at the start of this team fight that we were witnessing, we saw a large Gardevoir Unite move. Simp is able to isolate Jungle Book and take the KO, but Luminosity Gaming just always have the response every single time. We see a big Trevenant engage. This is what Spraggles and Dupsnax were calling out. I mean, so many Unite moves utilized, but Luminosity Gaming just weathering the storm time and time again.
Yeah, they time and time again. We're just going to keep on going with LG, but they're on a path right now. There's a tornado warning in front of them for whatever they're going in the bracket, and right now at the Eye of the Storm, Jungle Book, as expected, gonna have to change their name to Jungle Book 11 because they got 11 KOs in this, and they're gonna have to change every single other time, I think, just to be fair.
89,000 damage for the Glaceon. That damage over time, of course, a bit of healing stoppage with a Cursed Incense, I believe, would be that final item. So extremely, extremely great showing from Jungle Book, which I mean, yes, it comes at a surprise that this player is on this role. Very, very recent swap to play in the central area. But of course, historically, this player has a World Championship title on this role when they were able to play it in our Season 1 World Championships.
So great to see Jungkook back. If any of you are not familiar, you see so many clips in all of these highlights that we have of Worlds of Jungle Book cheering on LG at Worlds this last year. I feel like 90% of it is just Jungle Book just standing up and cheering in the crowd and just being like, yeah, yeah. And if you can't recognize who it is and they're in an LG jersey cheering from the crowd, you know exactly who you're looking at.
Absolutely. Jungle Book always supporting the squad, whether it's in the substitute role or they were actually playing a bit of a coaching role for a few teams throughout the region, throughout North America at that time. But now they are back playing in a full-time roster with visions of getting another World Championship behind them. They were pushing for this because, I mean, what else is there to chase, right? You already got that World Championship. You gotta do it again and really prove that you are the greatest of all time.
I mean, hey, it's hard to argue with that, right? No, you just keep on stacking up World Championships, and honestly, they're on a path to do so once again. This has really become the classic LG move to be like, oh yeah, we got knocked out earlier, knocked in the losers bracket early by teams that nobody expected to beat us, and then it's just like, okay, well, how many losers run matches are we gonna see? Oh yeah, what, 8 losers bracket matches in a row from you, and you're gonna beat everybody that's strong, and you're gonna make it all the way back, and you're gonna win. And yeah, it's like, it should be more surprising than it is, but we just know because it's LG.
Yeah, they are incredible. They've already earned themselves a 3rd place, but they're gunning for that 1st spot. And let's actually take a look at the other teams throughout the globe that have reached the 1st spot in our EUIC play-ins for free in Europe, Legacy in Brazil, Greater Zenith in OC, and Rework Respawn in Latin America North taking it home.
All right, now where are all of these teams on the coveted?
Legacy and Rework Respawn
I know, they're
and
both
For Free
really
are
high.
all on
They're
the
all
list,
high.
actually, okay? Just saying, I'm doing okay on my list so far. 3 out of the 4 teams, but shout out Greater Zenith. Maybe they'll make one of my lists soon.
I mean, you're kind of rude. You didn't even give OC 1 spot on your list. I mean, let alone 2. So, yeah, you got it. You're going to have to put them there. No, honestly, if anybody didn't get a chance to watch that, the OC finals were awesome. I'm sure all of the other finals that we didn't get a chance to see were great as well. Yep. I'm a huge Rework Respawn fan. I know I've been gushing about them pretty much all of today, considering the fact that there's 0% chance of them being on broadcast. But you know that I'm really happy that they qualified because they've been one of my favorites to watch. Especially, I mean, I know you agree with me on this. Reggie is one of the most fun players to watch in the world.
One of the best players in the world. I love watching that player in particular. If you want to watch any of these teams compete, of course, all of this will be on the YouTube channel for Pokemon Unite. Go check out some more Unite esports from other regions as well. But thank you for joining us live for Europe and North America today, because the teams that we've been spectating today have been fantastic. And this match, of course, no exception. I want Spraggles and Dukes next to bring us into game number 2.
All right, here we are. Game number 2, Exile on the purple side, Luminosity on the orange side right here, which means Exile has that first pick inside this match. You know, Doomsex, a lot of teams, are deciding whether they want that first or second pick, obviously. Second, you get 2 power Pokemon, but you don't get one of your absolute favorite choices. Exile deciding to ban out the Glaceon.
Yeah, banning out the Glaceon is a good look, especially the way Jungle Book just treated you with it.
Yeah.
Get that off the map. Let's not even deal with that. Unsurprisingly, LG removing Buzzwole from the equation, and they're going to get 2, as you mentioned, power picks right in a row. One of them might have just disappeared, though, as Exile picks up Umbreon, which leaves Zugrug to probably nab Crustle.
Yeah, I would say so, but it looks like we're grabbing a Leafeon right here, maybe wanting to steal it away from a player from Exile right here. You know, interesting thing about Exile, they all have that EX tag after their name, which I thought were banned in this tournament. But clearly not.
They're just so powerful.
They're very powerful.
Venusaur, Sylveon, I like the Screamion look here. I love that Pokemon. I think it's particularly good, and I'm surprised we haven't seen it more throughout the day, so I think Exile getting a quality pick there. Zugrug, of course, easy to queue up the Crustle at this point. It is just truly a premier defender.
Yeah, Crustle is been getting so much play, North America and EU, and these teams are looking insane on it. Obviously, we have Book. We saw their Espeon earlier. They were the player of the game with it, so I don't think they're afraid to not have Glaceon. But after a match like that first one, you kind of want it. It was that good. We're going to see the final picks here from Exile. There's no way it's Greedent. I'd like it too much.
No
way!
Greedent game, baby. Greedent game.
I love this. I love this so much. Oh man, I'm so excited to see Greedon in this game. You don't get to see Greedon anymore, Doob Snacks, and here we go. Exile bringing out the Greedon. This is going to be so fun, and it might be really fun for Luminosity.
Yeah, it might be very fun for Luminosity. Curious, eyeing up that Mew that you said you were a bit unimpressed with earlier today. Because of the nerfs it's gotten, not quite as much as an impact as it had in tournaments previous.
You know, I gotta say, the interesting thing about Mew is it's extremely slippery. It's so difficult for, you know, someone to shut that Pokemon down. Even a Pokemon like Greedon right here, who has great dive and can be really, really annoying, it even is gonna have a hard time to do much against Mew. But look at this build here on Greedon. EXP share, Resident Guard, attack weight with a potion. I mean, this looks like a build I see in solo queue and I get stressed out.
Well, buckle up, buddy.
Yeah.
We're about to watch it on Pure and on the Team Exile here in the Losers Finals. Curios has, I just want to touch back on you, Curios has a terrific Mew. So if there's any individual, it's going to be Stockings or Curios that can really leverage that Pokemon in NA. And we've seen players such as Night Mew, Foxy also play a phenomenal Mew.
Otter.
Otter's terrific too. So there are great Mew players. I just want to see them pick it and me be impressed and go, heck yes, that's why they just picked that Pokemon up.
Absolutely, and I'm a little disappointed to not see it anymore because it's such an exciting Pokemon to watch and it's so difficult to shut down. But maybe, you know, with the changes to it, maybe that damage change actually was enough to make it not the best pick anymore. One thing is for sure, the best pick is here, Greedon on the side of Exile.
I'm just hoping it has the Cowboy Holloway. I didn't get to catch it out of the gate here, so fingers crossed for that for you, for us.
Obviously, that would be huge for me and huge for you too.
Huge for your branding, honestly.
I'm always thinking about my branding. How can I work it in? Could I get a yeehaw in here? I'm only allowed to do 5 on the stream now. Very frustrated about that,
yeah,
but it's fair.
Use 3 of them up by writing it on that Telestrator board. Quick score, and of course we know that the Greedon is stacking. You called it out. We saw the items. Overlord coming up, following up Jungle Book. They're going to be able to put tons of pressure on, and a quick KO by the Bulbasaur on the Dwooble is a good look. They're crashing his goal zone, trying to get some points and tons of damage, and Neon just level 3 gets a big KO on Overlord.
I mean, really nice stuff there from Exile. Obviously, Overlord thinking, hey, we've got 3 of us standing on a goal. I can get this in. I'm just mashing that score button right now, but unfortunately not able to make that happen. They go down. Jungle Book here is at 5, which is great, but you know, when you're playing Leafeon, you really expect that you're going to get an early advantage, and they did not get that.
Yeah, pivoting over to the Squovit here, trying to score. Now, Greedon does need level 5, like Trevenant, which is a tall order this day and age when we have level 4 power spikes, Spraggle.
Yeah, level 5 is a little tough, and this Pokemon also does need a lot of stacks. It scales really well off of its attack stat, but you can see why it's focusing so much on just getting in there and making sure that it can score. It needs the XP, it needs the stacks, and if it can get those, it can make a big difference in this match. But you know, it's going to be interesting to see if it does. No one really plays Greedon anymore, which in some ways is an advantage for Exile because you're not used to playing against it.
What isn't an advantage for Exile is Overlord with these Solar Blades absolutely keeping Oblivion from being able to hit level 5.
Yeah. Perfect precision there with those Solar Blades to make sure that they can score exactly when they need to. And look at how fast they rip that together. I mean, you've got the Solar Blade, you've got the Stored Power Psybeam, just really, really quick. Freak is in some trouble right here as Overlord is on the chase, looking for the KO here in their central area. Not going to be able to do too much with a Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, feeling great is Overlord. You know, they had the big misstep, not even big, had a decent misstep at the start. Neon was able to make them pay. KO streak of 2 with the same Solar Blade, make it 3. They are going in right now. Overlord, what an unstoppable force.
Yeah, and now you can just see him stacking up right here. Very, very scary to have Leafeon with a great level advantage, with a Unite move, fully stacked up, just ready to absolutely dominate, especially on a top-tier player like Overlord.
Yeah, Jungle Book, no slouch either. They're moving down, and just levels across the board for Luminosity looking good. Zugrug here has to try and insulate this goal zone. Starts off with a Rock Turn, gets caught in a mean look, but they are standing on the pad. Curios pulled up to give a little bit of an assist here. Points go in, Rapid Spin Water Spout right on top of the goal zone. I think LG is going to be okay. They're just going to fade a little bit to their side of the map.
Here we go. We got to fight over this Regieleki in the top path. However, in this bottom path, Luminosity basically just gets this for free right here. Up in the top path, Regieleki getting very, very close and secured by
Blastoise from Exile.
Yeah, nice play by Oblivion to literally make something happen for Exile at this point, as the goal zone is broken behind them with a decent overcap there. Spraggles, I'm wondering when this green is going to become a relevant factor, because they've been playing away from the rest of the team.
Well, it is interesting, right? Because it's super annoying, and I think that's something that you can't really quantify how important that is. Obviously, Jungle Book able to take it down right there, but it's something that Luminosity is going to have to deal with a lot. Maybe it'll be an easy thing to deal with, maybe not, but you are going to have to put a lot of focus on this Pokemon. That's kind of Greedent's job. It's not really a defender, it's more of just an annoyer.
Overlord able to make it out, but Simps on the chase. They want this KO, and they get it. That's a quality KO, good experience for Exile, but not before Overlord popped that Emerald two-step and was able to take out the Venusaur on the side of Exile.
You know, Exile's got some nice special defense shredding abilities here. You've got Sludge Bomb. On top of that, you've got the Hyper Voice. These Solar Beams could hit like a truck here, like a semi. I mean, they could just be so incredibly powerful.
Like a train.
Like a train, maybe.
What are other big things with wheels?
I don't know. I think that's all of the things with wheels.
A cruise ship on wheels.
Yeah, actually smart. That way you don't have to go on the water, and you get all the fun of being on a cruise ship.
Boom, we did it. We're the smartest. We're the smartest.
I gotta go, broadcast. I have an important business meeting right now. I have a really good idea.
3 level 10s on the side of LG, only 1 level 10 on the side of Exile. And like I said, I know Greedent is more of a harassing Pokemon, plays off of the team, but at some point you have to be able to get into the mix and make some moves out here. And yet again, we see it get knocked out before it can have much value up front. Mean look on Zug, but the Rock Tombs are still reigning in, Book and Curios in the back line.
Yeah, here we go. We've got a Reggie spawning here in the bottom path and the top path. It looks like Overlord's actually going to start heading down to this bottom path. This is just being ripped up here by Exile. Blastoise heading on in.
Heading on into the back line, they get hit with a Follow Me. Rapid Spin Water Spout is there, and it's run out of juice. They're pivoting to the Regice. Nobody's quite down yet. Nice Hydro Typhoon to kick up too and get the spacing they need, but can they get the Regice? They do. That's a great start for Exile. They need to pivot towards and get more KOs. They need to crash the goal zone, get some points in. They are up on the scoreboard, but they want that experience. Can they get Slash? Can they get Book? A nice mean look, and they're pushing. 4 players there. Hyper Voice rings true, hits the right note. Sugrug pulls up for the smoke, but Slash says, no, dog, follow me. They're pivoting back, but they're still getting knocked out. And I'm wondering, when is LG going to stop feeding here, Spraggles? Hyper Voice is there. Finally, Overlord pulls back up, and the Greedent is doing what but getting hit with a Solar Blade. Oblivion trying to space out this LG team, but they are looking relentless.
A look at this here. Exile trying to peel back right now. They do pick up a KO on the side of Luminosity. They're really unpunished for all of that. Extremely impressive stuff by Exile. They are not only back in this game, they're leading score-wise, and they're doing really well experience-wise. The only one that's kind of beating them over there is that Leafeon.
They did all that with a Greedent, my friend. That's the most impressive part to me.
It's exciting.
Clawing their way back into this game in an impressive manner, as now Oblivion is just ripping this Regieleki. Overlord is there, of course, great secure option in the Solar Blade. Is this going to be an engagement they go for? You have to believe that Overlord wants to battle here. Nope, they're just going to secure it, then they're going to go in for the fight, forcing out a couple Unite moves back every which way, but it's a KO on Overlord. The Eevees take each other out. Oblivion fades back to Pad, and now the Greedent's going in with their Unite move, finding some purchase a little bit. Curios is scrambling, running away, saying, what happened to this squirrel? It's coming at me, dog. Jungle Book fading back, and everything's going to settle out at least for a moment. Zugrug is just on a sliver of HP, and Simp wants that KO, and they get it.
Huge stuff, and you love to see Greedent actually get some value in that fight. Big Unite move jumping on. You saw the KO when the little Sheriff badge popped up. It is the Cowboy Greedent, which is very exciting to see. Obviously, this is huge for me.
The biggest thing possible just happened on screen, a Greedent KO in the Cowboy Hollowware. Spraggles, live on.
I will, my friend. I'm just going to keep on living. Regirock here in the bottom path. It's being ripped up very fast. Hyper Voice, the Solar Blade takes it again. Overlord is on point with these secures, out-securing the beams from not only his team, but the opposing team. Beautiful Solar Blades. Nice level there, level 13. And unfortunately, they only have a level 11 Venusaur on the side of Exile, and I know that's not where they want to be heading into Rayquaza. Rayquaza is dropping here in just a few moments, and Exile needs this right now. Exile is slightly ahead, but level-wise, position-wise, it feels like they're a little behind in this moment, and I also wonder, what is this engage going to look like from Exile? Now, Luminosity is slightly behind, but I think they're pretty calm and collected here in this moment, and it looks like they're looking for a big catch. They've got Zugrug positioned pretty aggressively down here, looking for members of Exile.
Yeah, just posturing a little bit, but Exile's rolling through the top of the Ray pit, chunking into Ray a little bit, trying to get LG to step up and play ball, maybe get into this fight in a manner that they don't really want to.
The nice thing here for Exile is they have been waiting and just biding time for this Venusaur to hit 13. We can see Overlord using the Solar Blade on the green. Not really the target you want. You definitely want that Venusaur, the Wish healing it up right now. And here comes the Unite from Crustle.
Rapid spin, water spout right into the middle. Zugrug rubble rouses, but they're pivoting back. Neon is looking at, going to snag some shields all the way back. Rayquaza's at about 40%. Oblivion jumps to the middle. They're looking for a Hydro Typhoon target. No, but they're causing Psychic Solaire. They don't get quite knocked out yet. They pull the trigger on the Hydro Typhoon, but they get knocked down in the middle of it. And LG secures. Jungle Book secures. Now they have to flip the script. They just have a couple points to get in, Spraggles, and it's going to be a 90 banger off rip. And Overlord to KO Streak 2.
Overlord picking up some KOs, and I have to be honest, I didn't even see how he secured that. I didn't see what happened exactly. I saw the Espeon right there. It must have been a side beam, but I just did not even see it happen. Luminosity able to take that Rayquaza. It was close from Exile. You have to tip your cap to him or your cowboy hat for the fact that they brought Greedent into this match. But with only 25 seconds left, it looks like Luminosity is going to take game number 2. Exile's heading home, and LG's head to the grand finals.
LG in the grand finals. Two things that seem very synonymous every time you and I are on broadcast. 8 seconds left. Spraggles and Exile is just basking with the last few moments in the sun before they are sent packing.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at it here. Luminosity looking fantastic. This is why they're the 6th best team in the world.
6th best team in the world. Indeed, my friend. You and I have said a bunch of stuff in the last 10 minutes, specifically about this game, but there's an opinion that also matters. 2 opinions, in fact. Chef and Zoinks at the desk, please talk to us.
All right, Luminosity Gaming finding their way to another grand finals all the way through the losers bracket, taking down some incredible teams. Exile, the most recent team to topple.
Yeah, honestly, I at this point, I know I keep saying it, but you just have to expect it. But of course, the standout to me in this set and the last set, kind of, Jungle Book. I mean, what can you say? Really coming back in a big way. I mean, we talked about the entire story of coming back to playing this role again on this team that he won the World Championship with. And boy, you know, it's like, oh, you take a year break. Like, are you really going to be as good as you were? And it's like, oh, maybe better.
Oh yeah, if anyone doubted Jungle Book, which already a foolish decision, I think you can put those doubts to rest, because Luminosity Gaming has now found themselves in the grand finals, and thanks a lot in part to the prowess of Jungle Book in that central area role. Honestly, Luminosity Gaming really seems to be humming on all parts. Like, they are, these role swaps, definitely very strong for this team.
Yeah, we know as a fact that they did not do all that great in the group stage. They were looking super duper shaky, but I didn't get a chance to see their matches of them looking super shaky. And the way that they're playing right now, I just can't imagine it. I do know that they made a lot of shifts around, but it's hard to like look at this gameplay and be like, yeah, that team basically almost didn't qualify.
Yeah. And of course, Luminosity Gaming making it this way will send Exile home at top 3. So let's take another look. The final look we'll have of Team Exile on our broadcast today. They did look really solid in the matches that we got to see from them, but unfortunately 0-2 for them on broadcast.
Yeah, 0-2 after being pretty far, but this was at least cool that we got to see the Greedent. I don't know if the Greedent really brought anything to the table as much as we wanted it to. At the very minimum, we get to see the Greedent Cowboy KO, which was a big win for at least our casters. But, I mean, compared to the other defender choices, I mean, especially Crustle right now, I'm not sure how I feel about it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't mind this very heavy get-in-your-face composition against these multiple evolutions. And even a Pokemon like Mew might have some of the similar effects. Greedent, great at moving in front and getting in the face of these enemies, but how do you know there's an enemy Greedent that strong on the other side? You just watch Zugrug play. They have played so much Greedent on their own time, I guarantee it. Perfectly timed Rock Tombs, waiting until Covet is at the end of its run or just until they start it, and immediately Rock Tombing them and holding them in place. So even if you have these great mobility options, they just fall flat when Zugrug is shutting you down at every turn.
Yeah, Rock Tomb, almost a direct counter at that point. I mean, in the last 3 highlights, we saw 2 of them that were KOs just catching a running away little guy, little squirrel right there. So, I mean, not to say I don't appreciate them trying that. I get the idea, but overall, I think it just didn't really bring exactly enough to the table when they had such good counters to them.
Yeah, I mean, this team has counters to the enemy comps. They have a response to starting in the losers bracket. I don't know what else this team can't do at this point. But we actually have an interview with Luminosity Gaming's Jungle Book. Jungle Book having an incredible performance today. Great job today, Jungle Book. How does it feel to be just dominating all the way through the losers bracket, and now you're having a great game? You're in grand finals. How's that feel, Jungle Book?
Yeah, it's definitely a crazy feeling. You know, 2 of our series against YouTube and GT, we went down the first game. So definitely had our backs against the wall, but honestly, that's kind of what it's all about, just being able to clutch it out in those moments and keep the fortitude together and the teamwork together to win those. So it feels great.
Yeah, we're all very happy to see you back. You've been doing incredible. I know we just keep saying it, basically. We keep saying it on broadcast, but so obviously, you know, it was a little bit shaky for the team going into today. Were there any big changes you can talk about? Because you are all looking undefeatable today, basically.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, of course, the biggest thing is obviously many people probably noticed the role swap between Overlord going to top, me going to jungle, and Slash going to support. And honestly, we just kind of figured, you know, after we struggled in the qualifiers and we got that miracle second chance from a team DQing, we just kind of figured, you know, we already have the foundation with Slash, and you know, he's been playing Blissey his whole career, and you know, he's picking up Clefable just fine. So we kind of just thought it just made sense, you know, for people not to have to relearn their roles. And like, for example, me learning support, I wasn't super comfortable in certain months. So ever since we made that swap, it just kind of feels a lot more natural, and I would attribute a lot of our success to that. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, obviously, I think it's paying off, seeing as you were in the grand finals. However, you're going up against Alter Ego, and I know you're good friends with a lot of players on that team. However, they are looking extremely strong, Jungle Book. What's Luminosity's game plan going into a team as tough as Alter Ego?
Yeah, I mean, I can't really say as for draft and what we might be picking and stuff, but honestly, I just want to say I wish them best of luck, and we're coming. We're definitely hungry to win, and we're not going to give any easy maps at all. So, that's all I can say.
Sounds good. So we don't know the plan, but we know there is a plan. I think we'll take that. So congratulations on your run so far, Jungle Book, and good luck in grand finals. But folks, we are going to be headed to that matchup very soon. So let's take a look at our bracket, where we have gotten to at this point, because it has been an incredible day of matches, and North America has not disappointed.
An incredible day of matches featuring Luminosity, and Luminosity. No, seriously though, look how long that run is through the losers bracket, and they've got one more to go, trying to take down Alter Ego, who has very much and very literally been looking unstoppable. We asked earlier, we were like, I wonder what their win rate is when they choose this Pokemon, and we were like, oh, actually probably 100%, because I don't know if they've lost yet.
Right. Yeah, it really helps the win rate when you literally haven't dropped a single game in our matchup. So we will have to see this legendary game between LG and Alter Ego. We're going to take a very short break, so don't go anywhere. Grand finals right after this.
final yeehaw to you and yours. Thank you so much to the Unite community. You are absolutely unbelievable, and this does not exist without your passion and support. I love you.
Welcome back, everybody. We have the grand finals coming up very soon. But before we get to that, I thought we should take some time to talk about what is making this Luminosity Gaming team tick. I mean, they have had an incredible losers bracket run, and they have made their way all the way back to the grand final. So I think we really need to talk about how good this squad is. And to start, I think we really need to focus in on the damage trio or duo of Overlord and Jungle Book. These two already starting on the Rayquaza, doing incredible damage to begin. Now, if we can hit play on this clip and see where Luminosity Gaming actually decides to rotate to. Venusaur, the biggest threat that they have to deal with, and Oblivion already pulled all the way out. Zogrug is currently isolating 3 enemy targets completely and increasing this area to be free for Slash to walk into. And if you actually take a look on the far right-hand side, we are covered up a little bit by the Pokemon selection, but Overlord and Jungle Book still within secure range, despite how bulky we have in terms of Umbreon and Blastoise. Tough Pokemon to break into the Ray Pit, but as we play this clip again, you'll understand Luminosity Gaming not deterred in the slightest. Psychic Solaire to really get the Greedent off their back, and the secure moment comes in from Jungle Book a second later, and that Rayquaza Twister interrupts that knockout, and the Rayquaza goes the other way. So Luminosity Gaming, we like to describe it as ice in the veins or clutch factor. Jungle Book hits those, and that is why this team is already in the grand finals. So we put this back. We are going to be jumping into the grand finals coverage. I don't want to lose that pen. That's all I'm saying.
If you lose it, you have to pay for it. That's the only rule here at the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. But yes, one more set, the grand finals, to see who from North America is going to be making it to the Aeos Cup with the travel award, with the automatic qualification, and we're down to it now.
And they're joining the caliber of teams that are so amazing. In fact, a lot of them were on my list. Really? I am a lot of respect towards some of these teams. Luminosity Gaming also on this list. Alter Ego, I would have put it 11th. If we really want to have that checked out. But Luminosity Gaming coming from the losers bracket side, of course. If you're just tuning in to a Unite broadcast for the first time, Luminosity Gaming, since they are coming from the loser side, will need to win 2 best of 3s to take the championship today, where Alter Ego only needs to win 1.
Luminosity has already won a ton of best of 3s today, coming very early from the losers bracket. Of course, I'm going to keep saying it because, you know, we love to see new people here in the scene, but Luminosity, LG are 2-time reigning world championship winners out of 2 world championships, going up against Alter Ego, which is a essentially fully new team to this season.
Alter Ego, so phenomenal. I mean, a lot of members of Amaterasu of last year, and then a few other just wild card, incredible players. Joey and Machisel, 2 players I think are kind of having their breakout year, if I was to really call it. And Joey and Machisel have both put on a show. Joey's Trevenant in particular, I think, has become one of the best in the region, or at least in this tournament, it has rose above the rest because it has been phenomenal. I don't think we've seen a Trevenant really perform to the level that Joey has yet.
Well, not for a long time. I think we've seen some before, but you know, let's see if we get to see it in this game, as we're going to send it over to Spraggles and Dupe Snacks doing whatever they're doing over there. Get it on, boogie down.
It's called dancing, my friend, and we're doing it well. Here we are in the grand finals. Luminosity versus Alter Ego, the 6th best team in the world, versus apparently I think the 11th, if I heard Zoinks correctly. So this is pretty exciting when the world champ's the 6th best.
Yeah, well, we're just making up numbers at this point. Here we go. Buzzwole banned. Unsurprisingly, it has been a dominant force all day long until NA finally read my emails that I've been sending over and over again that said, just ban this thing.
Wow, Jungle Book, first pick on that Glaceon. So they're taking away the Buzzwole. And obviously, if you have first pick, you might want to play Buzzwole, but they care a lot more about getting Jungle Book, their, big-time carry Pokemon in that Glaceon. We see locking in Umbreon and Blastoise, probably the 2 top-tier defenders in this game for different reasons. Blastoise, more of that brawling type Pokemon a lot of the time, and then Umbreon is just Umbreon. It's disgusting.
Absolutely, and we are looking right down the list. Overlord on the Leafeon had a great game last game. Jungle Book on the Glaceon, great game last game. Slash,
historically one of the best Blissey players on the planet, and they're getting everything they want here as Zugrog is going to be able to get Crustle very late. On the other side, though, what I'm most excited about, JL's Hoopa.
Yeah, JL, an obviously insane player with something like that. On the side of Luminosity, we might be seeing another evolution. You know, I think if Luminosity could, they might take all 5. Maybe if we get Vaporeon one day as a supporter, maybe we could round out a team composition a little bit easier. But Luminosity, they are loving these evolutions.
Yeah, they have the rock-type evolution that we mentioned before called Crustle right here, spiking at level 4 as well. And Alter Ego, not to be left out of the evolution mix, they're going to grab, looks like the Espeon to support the Umbreon. This is a hallmark of how strong evolutions are and how strong level 4 spiking Pokemon are.
Yes, Pokemon that do well early are so important in competitive play because a lot of these teams are good enough to where if they get that advantage early, they're not going to give it up. Now, of course, in your solo queue games or something like that, people give up important KOs all the time. But when you're dealing with top pros like this, they're not going to let their level 13 Leafeon go down so easy and give up a ton of catch-up experience. So it's really important to have these early power spikes. If you look at Luminosity, by the way, every single Pokemon spiking in some way at level 4.
Absolutely, and that's what I'm talking about. To your point, that is the strength. Every single one spiking at 4 here, this is the strategy they want. They believe if they can get ahead, they will stay ahead, and they won't int that back into the hands of the opposing team. And while it might have been a little rocky up until this point, it's looking pretty good today.
Luminosity has a tough road ahead of them. You know, they've got to win twice, reset this bracket, and do it again. And it sounds like it would be really tough because the team from the winner's side obviously is crushing it right now. They haven't lost to any team. However, we just saw this happen in EU with 4Free going up against Yala Bingo, and they looked absolutely insane in those games. We're going to have to see if NA mirrors that or not.
Well, NA better try if you're LG because we are kicking off our grand finals. Let's get after it.
Here we go. Luminosity, your purple team. Alter Ego, your orange team. These are the grand finals here in North America. One of these two teams is going to punch their ticket to the Aeos Cup. And of course, that tournament, Doobsnacks, matters so much. The winner of that guarantees their spot at Worlds, and it happens in April. They got 4 months to just hang out and wait.
Yeah, it puts a rocket pack on the back of your team and shoots them to the moon, putting yourself in a great position for the World Champions to begin with. Joey playing very far forward. Zoinks pointed them out, and I agree. Coming out party here for Joey and the Machisler, as I like to call him.
Yeah, I call him the Machisler too. I'm cool as well. As we see that this Sylveon looking for the secure right here, they don't get it. They would have been able to evolve in that moment, and of course that is huge. As we talked about, that level 4 power spike on Sylveon is unbelievable. They do pick up the last hit right there. We're going to see what type of Sylveon we have been seeing. A lot of Screamy on today, playing that hyper voice, and I would expect to see it again.
It's incredibly good, it's incredibly strong, and now that both of these spikes on level 4, they can actually go in and almost have an opportunity for engage. What they do is they wall up the other team. Here comes Overlord, and they're looking for bodies. They don't care about the Swablu and Altaria Spraggles. They want an Eevee and a Bulbasaur, and they're putting all the pressure on JL with that snap rotation, quick Astonish, and JL saves the day here.
And look at this here, Kratos coming down to the bottom path here. Great stuff from Alter Ego. You talked about JL, you talked about how crazy they are on this Pokemon, and they stopped Luminosity in their tracks right there. That could have been horrible for Alter Ego.
Because of the rotation with Kratos as well, they actually got most of the Swablu and Altaria in the middle. So while LG was trying to make a play for the bodies, they ended up stopping that push and getting the experience for themselves. Nice little eject headbutt tandem. Almost got themselves out, couldn't quite get on top of the hyperspace hole, and now we're raining in a bunch of points.
Here we go, Jungle Book with full Icicle Spears right here onto JL. JL is in some trouble right now. Obviously, Jungle Book using this, Overlord using this as an opportunity to stack up that attack wave.
JL going to take their own portal home, and they're able to keep that goal zone standing for now. So incredibly important that the Tier 1 goal zones stay up for Hoopa for those quick rotations.
Yeah, for Hoopa it's extremely important. In fact, you'll see a lot of teams break goals really aggressively against the team with the Hoopa, obviously, because they want to cut off their ability to move around the map. I remember when Hoopa was shown off for Pokemon Day 2 years ago at this point, just thinking, oh my goodness, what is this going to do to competitive play? It's so unbelievably powerful to be able to move your team around the battlefield like this.
Well, it shaped it in a very important way, as every team was playing a Hoopa in the World Championships last year. It was just so good. Caught in a mean look, Hyper Beam takes half that HP away. Joey goes for the follow-up, but it's Zugrug with the X Scissor to get the space that they need so that Kyrios can stand up a little bit longer. We
got that Solar Beam on the Venusaur. That's looking pretty good right now, Doob Snacks. The level 7 right there is huge. However, if you look across the map, Luminosity got the level 9 on Glaceon. That thing really comes online at 10 too, once it gets the max HP shred on its move there, and it's almost there. It's going to be such a force to deal with. Unite move moving in. They're looking to get really aggressive.
That Solar Beam just dealt so much damage that JL is able to clean up a KO here. Now they're going to pivot around. The Regice is going to be taken by Jungle Book, who was on such low HP, but JL couldn't pick up both KOs, so Jungle Book says, well, I'll take the Regice then.
And here we go. There's this level 10. Just going to be able to rip apart some of these tanky Pokemon. The Blastoise, the Umbreon on the side of Alter Ego. Of course, you know, anyone who gets those Icicle Spears on him is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, without a doubt. Nice cover fire here with the Solar Beam as Joey is desperately trying to stand back on pad, realizing that there are two people to contend with down there. Zugrug just peels off, and Overlord goes to be a menace somewhere else.
Yeah, Overlord's just trying to find another place to be a real mean person as he heads to this top path, seeing if he can punish Machizzle. Machizzle having to run away from this here with Blastoise. Almost level 9 on the Blastoise. They hung top to make sure that they could get a ton of experience and get powerful up here. Kratos on level 9 as well. Here comes the Bliss assistance onto Overlord.
Able to rapid spin and get out of there is Machizzle. Psychic Solaire is popped. Can they get the KO that they want out of Kratos? No. JL is still there doing a little Phantom Force maneuvers to get back towards the goal zone, using Magician to pluck a berry, but we are way downtown on the Blastoise and they get sorted out with a Solar Blade real quick.
Yeah, it was an extremely aggressive move from Blastoise. They didn't use their eject button, you know, for their Unite move. They used it to pursue there with that rapid spin water spout. But Jungle Book was a higher level and had a Unite move of their own to make sure that they could shield themselves. Pretty easy play there for Book.
Yeah, Overlord going straight after JL, going to try and space Kratos out as well, because they've got an opportunity to secure. Nice attempt at Avert and Anger, but it's Slash that takes it with that boosted damage that they deal to Pokemon. Hyper Voice isn't hitting all the notes, but it is certainly hitting the right one from a Chisel. That is a Hydro Typhoon for 0% value, maybe just the shield, and ints right into a KO. This is wild times out here in the Thea Sky Ruin Spraggles as the Hyper Voice comes in, gets a KO. Overlord gets credit for 2, 4 players down, almost the whole team wiped, but the respawns are kicking up just in time, and Luminosity buzzing.
Yeah, Luminosity looking great here in this fight. Jungle Book able to put 40 points in that top path, 155 to 38, and as we talked about, that does cut off one opportunity for that Hoopa to make it to the top path right here. A little harder to use your tier 2 in the top path to rotate down, but not impossible. They still have that tier 1. Regirock now being chipped up by Alter Ego, and here comes Zugrug to try and stop him.
Putting a mean look, but now all the damage getting rained in on Zugrug. They're able to pivot back as Jungle Book is working on some wild Pokemon. Overlord jumps in, gets a huge KO with the Solar Beam on their Evolution counterpart. Caught in the mean look is the Sylveon. They use the wonderful escape tool that is their Unite move to prance right out of that Moonlight action. Solar Beam comes through, can't quite clutch it out. Overlord takes another one for the team, and now LG's looking to push KO before they can reset, and LG's come alive. Jungle Book uses their Unite move. Psychic Solaire back kicks out too, but the damage is still raining in. Curious on the bottom side with a Hyper Voice. Can they get back into the mix? They use Shedinjal to Slasher on the front line. Curious gets KO on the back line. And all of a sudden, LG says, man, we're back, baby.
Yeah, LG is definitely back. What an incredible fight for them. Blissey does go down, but if anyone's going to go down, let your support go down. Keep those valuable high-level carry Pokemon alive right here. And as you can see, level 13 Sylveon, level 13 Glaceon, and we still have a minute and a half basically until Rayquaza. This does not look good for Alter Ego. They need to get some experience quick, especially on that Venusaur.
Yeah, it's Slash trying to keep that hyperspace hole reset from happening. Joey times it well, jumps right back through, and looking to protect this goal zone. The tier 1 goal zone is pretty important for Alter Ego. It lets them move with the positioning of the Hoopa right into the Screamion as Joey taking tons of damage. Shedinjal right on top of the hyperspace hole, doesn't reset, but it's Overlord getting another KO on backline players rolling. I can't believe we haven't even mentioned their name. They've been a non-factor, Spraggles.
I mean, Overlord's doing a great job right there, but they did give a KO up the other way, obviously, so that was really nice for Alter Ego. Alter Ego, They have full Unite moves except for Espeon, and I'm sure they could charge that up pretty quick. They're dealing with the Regieleki in the top half, and they're getting ready here for Rayquaza that hits the map in 30 seconds. Level-wise, things look great for Luminosity. It's been really hard for Alter Ego to catch that Glaceon. If they can, they have a real shot to win this thing, but look at these levels. A level 14 Glaceon, level 14 Sylveon. Brutal.
You're going to need JL to make a phenomenal play here with that Rings Unbound Unite and get a multiple player stun so they can figure out their way to this backline.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how they want to engage in this fight. Obviously, Luminosity is up. They're up by over 100, which is an amazing place to be. See Alter Ego just kind of trying to decide what they want to do here. Jungle Book not really attacking Rayquaza, just building up those Icicle Spears so that they can use them on their opponents. The question is, how does Alter Ego want to play this? They know they're a little bit behind, but they have a couple big tools. Like you said, they've got those stuns. They've got a Venusaur Unite move with a Solar Beam. They could really make something work here. They're just going to have to decide how they want to engage. Pushing forward a little bit, pulling back now using the Hyperspace Hole to heal right here. Minute 30 on the clock as we see Machisel possibly deciding to move in for this fight as they end up dancing back.
Well, that's going to be, that puts them down by 1 point, Spraggles, and they might think they're in the lead right now. Rings are unbound for JL. They're pushing on Overlord. They isolated a target, but they can't collapse on them. I don't know if they know where they're at. That's a big 4-player stun, but nobody was there to follow up. Alter Ego, JL's making some plays, but we need to get more people into this action. Roland peeling back, caught in the mean look is Zugrug. Nice Solar Beam. Hyper Voice isn't telling anybody right now. Burden Anger back the other way. This is the fight they're going to kick off. They're moving around. Bliss Assistants get caught straight into a Shedinja. Jungle Book is unleashing all the Ice Fish, but kicks up a Hydro Typhoon. Machisler is on the chase. Jungle Book goes down. Joey's still scrapping up front. And Gyrios is Hyper Voice, but is it going to be enough? Rock Tooth blocks them off from their portal, but JL catches the reset.
Beautiful stuff, and while this was happening, Luminosity managed to score 100 points, so they're now up 255 to 154. 30 seconds left on the clock. Alter Ego knows they're behind. They know they need to make a play. Sylveon in some trouble right here. Zugrug had a massive moment inside that fight, by the way. That X-Scissor that caught free might have been what saved that fight for Luminosity as they push forward right here. Alter Ego has very little time. They need to make some big plays. Only 10 seconds left on the clock. We've got the Solar Beams, but the X-Scissors are coming in to try to stop them. No one is able to score on this goal zone, and it looks like Luminosity is taking game number 1.
There's actually the Altaria that stopped Machisel from scoring 66, but I don't think it would have been enough. Overlord cleans it up with a KO streak of 3, and Alter Ego falls on the first game of the grand finals. LG keeps the train rolling.
Yeah, the question is this a run back of basically what happened in EU? Well, we're going to send it on over to Zoinks and Wonder Chef to break this whole thing down. Gentlemen, take it away.
Momentum from Luminosity Gaming paying off big in our game number 1. Overlord almost 100,000 damage on a Leafeon, a Pokemon completely designed to take those last hit knockouts, and putting up that much damage, impressive stuff.
And I know I keep saying good things about Jungle Book, but Jungle Book level 15 on the Glaceon for the final fight. That is ridiculous. But a really great match, by the way. You can see that moment on this graph right here that we're looking at, right near the end in the final little, I don't know, little section right there where we were basically like, what, we're like 3 points away from each other. And that was really the shift. It really all came down to the final even like 20 or 30 seconds of just pure scoring. An amazing way to start this grand final.
Yeah, Alter Ego had one huge engage. A Venusaur Unite deals a ton of damage, but not really having any mobile Pokemon to capitalize on that damage and dive in and really double down. Fortunately, they're lacking that in an extreme way, and they come up a little bit short. But let's rewatch that match. Of course, pay attention to that final fight because it was an exciting one.
Yeah, it was also a very long one. We could basically have the entire highlights just be the last 2.5 minutes of this game, but there were other things that happened in this game, believe it or not. It just felt like that last 2 minutes was longer than the rest of it. Again, really cool to see every single evolution in this game, and they are definitely strong. You see 4 pretty often, but all of them having very big impact in this one.
Yeah, all 5 a fun showing for sure. On different teams, we did split them up, but together they'd be too powerful.
Oh, of course. yeah.
Yeah, but in this game, I actually think one Pokemon that didn't get called out maybe enough is it's Zugrug. He's so consistent on this Crustle, right? And we got to see some really fun techs. I don't know if they'll show up in this highlight package. However, when you see these Hoopa portals, you think about a lot of defenders like Snorlax or even Slowbro if you time it perfectly to counter these portals back to base, but Zogrog was actually walling off the enemy from going into their own portals from time to time, which was really, really cool. Obviously, Zogrog, a master class defender. I think a lot of people have them best tank NA for a good reason.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people were very excited to see them join LG for that very reason. It's like, all right, can you please not get any better? But also, yeah, you can actually push people off of it with the Rock Tomb because it kind of pushes you away if you're in the spot that it's in. And anyway, we kind of get to see it right there a little bit. But yeah, a really difficult Pokemon to play, Crustle, to play effectively with Rock Tomb because you have to place very, very well every single one of your moves or you're walling yourself away from where you need to be. So it can definitely backfire. I'm not going to say that I've done that plenty of times myself, but it is absolutely true. And also there's that little bit of travel time, so it takes a really skilled player to play like Zogrog does.
That's true. I mean, on broadcast we've seen them steal objectives with that Rock Tomb,
yes,
which is a ton of fun to see, and obviously proof that this player is as good as you're gassing them up to be, truly. But Luminosity Gaming, it started strong. However, we know what Alter Ego is capable of. We have seen them on broadcast today. We have seen their record in the tournament this weekend and prior. So Alter Ego obviously are going to be having a big response at some point. I am hoping that it is in this game too.
Yeah, we see the bracket right here, exactly how we got here with Alter Ego. This may be their first round or game that they've lost the entire tournament, and two, of course, the champions. But we did see a lot of reset wins so far in other regions. EU had a team reset the bracket and win from there.
True.
OC had a team reset the bracket and win from there. And I'd love for somebody to tell me if any of the other regions, you know, LATAM North I know is finished, Brazil's finished. Did we get any other reset wins? Because that would be pretty exciting. Because we're looking pretty close to potentially having that happen again. However, I do feel Alter Ego, they were in that the entire time. They were in the fight. It was just they didn't win the last one.
Yeah, and we saw a very interesting draft from Alter Ego in this last game. I definitely had some questions. Notably, we dropped the Inteleon in favor of the Venusaur for Roland, and it had moments. It definitely had moments. You're lining a Pokemon like that up with Umbreon Mean Look, and they were playing the Wish build as well for Joey, so they had great team fighting options. It just felt like, I mean, sometimes when you have a star player, taking away their star Pokemon feels a little questionable. However, the Evolutions are a challenging matchup for Inteleon, but trust Roland. Like, they can make that matchup work.
Yeah, and I feel like landing those raw little like snipe shots that you just managed to get barely on the Evolutions means a lot. And not to say that like one Solar Beam or something couldn't do a lot to an Evolution as well, but I feel like specifically snipe shot can be like one snipe shot, one follow up, boom, and you're done. Because most of them, they don't have all that much HP and it can just turn the tide of battle. But I mean, it did work out well, you know. I mean, it's not like Venusaur is any slouch. I feel like Venusaur is a Pokemon that is literally never bad. Like, you're never unhappy to get that Pokemon. So I kind of get it, but Inteleon, one of the highest win rates, one of the lowest ban rates. Might as well choose it, I'd say.
I'd love to see some success on it, as well as these Pokemon too. We talked about them at the start of the broadcast. The new Pokemon that have been added to Pokemon Unite since the World Championships: Blaziken, Mimikyu, Meowscarada, Metagross, and Gyarados, but Gyarados not available for play today.
I'm very excited for when that happens, but I feel like we've actually seen most of these Pokemon lose today, just by pure chance. Meowscarada popping off. Actually, did the Mimikyu win when we saw it on broadcast? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I was getting confused. And honestly, we've seen really good showings from every single one of these today, but they've come out pretty rarely. However, the Meowscarada way more than I expected.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously I thought, you know, there was a chance we're going to see Overlord play the Meowscarada, and it turns out we were a lot more than we thought. We'll see if it happens again. Let's send it over to the casters for Game 2 of Grand Finals.
Here we are, game number 2. Alter Ego down 1 game right now. If Luminosity wins this, they get a bracket reset, and they have to do it all over again. But they look pretty dominant there in game number 1, Noob Snacks.
Great look, and especially with Alter Ego getting a lot of their favorite picks, but not all of them because they didn't select it. Inteleon, rolling on Inteleon's win rate, if the stats guys are on point, 9 for 9 when they pick that Pokemon in this tournament so far.
Interesting. I wonder if they're going to bring it out here. For sure, they want to steal away this Glaceon. This Glaceon is a power pick for Luminosity, and they definitely want to take it away. Zugrug locking in the Umbreon, Slash on the Blissey. I mean, one of the greatest Blissey players in the world, winning worlds with their Blissey. So even if you take away Clefable, I think he's doing just fine.
Yeah, I think Slash feels very comfortable in that role. JL locking in Hoopa, that's a comfort level that cannot be ignored. And yes, rolling on Inteleon. Let's see if they can turn this thing into a 10 for 10.
Well, the question is, what does Luminosity want to bring out here? Because, you know, as they were mentioning on the desk, these evolutions are fantastic, but a Snipe Shot really hurts them. You talked a little bit about the possibility of a Dragonite, and we might see it right here. There it is. Jungle Book locking it in.
Yeah, we were talking about what is Jungle Book's central area pool look like anymore. They switched to support. They haven't touched it in a minute. Pivoting to Glaceon, an easy Pokemon to pick back up, but they do have miles and miles from year one on that Dragonite.
Dragonite is a Pokemon that I did not expect to get so much play, and it seems to be doing really well here. Alter Ego locking in the Chomp for that top path, it looks like. We've got Trevenant as well, and Overlord might be bringing the Meowscarada back. They are two speedsters on the side of Luminosity here. That could either go really well or really poorly. I feel like that's every game with speedsters.
Yeah, it's kind of you're either popping off and taking over the game, or you're like Dupe Snacks on Leafeon, and you go 0 knockouts, 0 assists, 22k damage.
Hey, that's okay. You'll get there. You'll get there. I mean, you should stop playing it, but you'll get there if you keep playing it. Just stop.
Theoretically.
Yeah.
But stop.
But stop. We all love you, and you can play whatever you want. Don't play that. Don't play that.
Well, clearly.
No, why would you?
Well, it looks a little bit different in the hands of the LG players,
Yeah,
or
I
even
think
the
so.
Alter Ego players, than it looks in the hands of old Snacks. However, I'm pretty excited about the Machisler Garchomp personally, and I love to see rolling back on this Inteleon.
Yeah, I love Garchomp. I think it's got a lot of competitive value, and it's just a really strong early Pokemon, too. It's deceptive, because you would think that little Gibble really can't do too much, but once it gets that attack speed whirring up, it's really able to fight in that top path.
Yeah, it does great. I mean, it's great if JL wants to go on an invade. It can even hold its own despite being a Pokemon that needs to evolve twice to get to Garchomp. So we'll see which direction Alter Ego wants to take this. JL is a fiend on the invades.
Yeah, that's true. It's going to be an exciting match right here. Alter Ego, they need this one. Now, of course, they can lose this game. They can get a bracket reset. But when you have the advantage over the world champs, you don't just want to give it up, have it wiped for a clean slate, and have to do it all over again. You want to win now.
Game 2 is underway. LG up 1. They're looking to reset this bracket right now. Win 2 more on the hop and call themselves the grand champions here of this tournament. Kratos going to go to the middle, quickly trying to get this Glaceon online.
Yeah, that's right. Glaceon, the only Eevee that really needs level 6 to fully get online early, so they definitely want that central area if they can get it. Jungle Book in the central area with Dragonite. This is another Pokemon that really needs that extra experience. It's all right once it hits Dragonair, but it needs more. Overlord in a lot of trouble right here. Nice eject button. Eject button right back the other way. Machisel picking up a big-time KO early on the Meowscarada.
Yeah, and that's the strength of that Gibble that you were mentioning. It's not as much of a slouch as some of the other Pokemon that need to evolve twice to get to their final form here. Forcing out the Shedinjidal. Nice little look by Kratos for fully charged on these spheres and immediately go away.
Yeah, we can see we are playing Icy Wind here, so a different look than all the other Glaceons that we're seeing. Still extremely competitive build. It's just a lot of people are choosing the easy button on Icicle Spear.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a decent look, right? Because you have the Garchomp for the rip, and then you have 2 secure mechanisms in Icy Wind and Snipe Shot, and I assume that's where Roland's going to go. A quick KO on Overlord means that Kratos keeps getting bigger.
Yeah, really nice stuff so far from Alter Ego. They're winning a lot of these fights here. We're not seeing a ton in this bottom path right here. Obviously, Roland would love to secure a little bit more of these wild Pokemon KOs, but things are going really well for Alter Ego in the top path.
You hear that little... And that's Kratos using their eject button to get out of dodge there, as Luminosity really thought they had dinner served to him on the plate. The Glaceon was not willing to get eaten up just then.
Can I hear that sound effect one more time? And one more. That's enough. All right. Thank you. It's really good.
Hey, you're welcome. Joey needs to hit this Trevenant. Zoinks pointed out specifically, Joey is great on this tree, maybe the best in the region on tree. However, they need to be the tree to act like the tree to, be the tree.
I can't tell. Was that an eject button in the game, or was that you? Now I really can't tell. Luminosity here doing a little bit better than when this match started here, obviously. The Leafeon getting online. Both the Leafeon and the Dragonite really want their level 8 here for different reasons. Level 8 gives the Unite move over to the Leafeon. We get the evolution finally for the Dragonite so they can get their Hyper Beam.
We got Joey going to lead this train conductor to try and lead the team to a win. Quickly secured by Curios, and we're immediately throwing leaves all over the tree. And you'd think it'd be used to that, but it's like, ooh, icky no.
Yeah, this tree is just such a diva right here in this bottom path. Book looking for their level 8 right now, not able to get it yet. Overlord now on level 7, so we've got some moves for the Meowscarada. They've got the Flower Trick right here. Really great at securing last hits on wild Pokemon and picking up big KOs on enemy players.
Yeah, despite Machisel getting a KO on Overlord early, Overlord is now in the lead in the experience race here, and Luminosity going straight towards this Regice. They want this bottom objective. Here comes Book. They're looking for a target here. They're dancing around, looking for an opportunity. That Hyper Beam is stunned down, but that's the good tree play, and somehow Book still gets it. That was Banana Lands to me.
Jungle Book secures things even when Jungle Book is stunned and can't secure things. The Hyper Beam was ready to go. Even though he was stunned out, it was able to secure it right there. Book putting 33 in this bottom path. Really nice score here for Luminosity, leaving the goal at 3 so they can get a big overcap here.
You have to be a little frustrated if you're Alter Ego. That was a great play by Joey to isolate down Book. It still didn't seem to matter. I mean, you want to talk about momentum, Luminosity has it in spades, and when things like that happen, you almost have to feel like, what else can I do right now?
Yeah, really great stuff from Alter Ego early, but you're right, Luminosity has the momentum right now, and they are pushing right here. Overlord using that clone to move in right here, and they actually just let that walk into this top path. Now they're deciding how they want to score this. Slash with 17. We've got 40 for Overlord right here. They're just looking for a big overcap as Slash is going to continue scoring in this top path.
Yeah, we're going to wait till that thing ticks down, buy it as much time as possible. We're going to go 3, and then we're going to get the perfect 39-point overdunk, 196.51.
Perfect, because it's Meowscarada.
I get it.
It's a perfect overcap. It's a cap. You didn't get it.
Why don't I get things?
I just don't think you did.
Am I back on the list, dude?
You're on the list, man.
God, this is a nightmare. Hyper Beam coming through. Icy Wind's charged up, but I haven't really seen Kratos, after that first KO they picked up, leverage that again. Nice snipe shot, picking up Slash from deep range, and now Roland is starting to get rolling. It makes sense. Machisel on the chase with Slash. They've got an opportunity to close this gap and get a decent KO. Might let them off the hook, though.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to get much done here. They do have a Unite move if they really decide to commit to this, but we have Jungle Book already, my gosh, level 12 here at 5 minutes. This is not looking good for Alter Ego. It's so weird because the beginning of the match, it felt like they really had something, but Luminosity has completely taken over.
I mean, like I said, Machisel got the first KO of the game on Overlord and has been completely dwarfed in experience ever since then. They're pulling the Registeel and they're letting JL box up front. They need to stun with these fists and make sure there's no true engagement. They're isolating Jungle Book. They know that's a crucial secure tool. Glaceon Unite pops out. The Icy Winds are charged up. They're going to go to the Regice. Snipe shot by Roland seals it up. Hyper Beam moves mega late. Trevor Unite comes out, catches 2. They're looking for a pivot. Overlord peels back and it looks like they're going to take a deep breath. But no, Poach is Slash, Poach is Jungle Book, and they want more KOs. Now they're starting to rein it in, Spraggles. Alter Ego picking up some KOs for themselves.
What a beautiful Horn Leech into that Wood Hammer right there, grabbing 2, rolling. No, it looks like they accidentally extended a little too far. Curios just cleans everything up right here, and he says, all right, enough of this. I'm just going to score here. We're going to get rid of this little area that we can fight in.
And now Joey comes back through the portal, unfortunately, is met with just a terrible welcome there. Beat down immediately.
Yeah, the big old slap from the Blissey there, taking him down. I'm not sure what they thought they were going to get out of that. Maybe wanted a quick score, but Blissey being there made it pretty hard.
Very hard indeed. Now they're looking to bully a little bit. LG is up in a big way. They're pivoting around. They're seeing where they can get an opportunity. If they can keep jumping on top of Kratos to keep them from being an impact, they've got a real chance. As soon as I say that, we're seeing on the map, Meowscarada is all over the Glaceon.
Here we go. Nice big snipe shot onto the Meowscarada. Really good stuff right there. Rolling. Going to make sure that they have to peel back because of that. Jungle Book looking fantastic here on level 13. and I thought his level was impressive, but take a look at the Leafeon here, level 14 on the side of Luminosity.
You almost have to wonder what does Alter Ego have to do. They've made some great plays this game. They've got some KO streaks. Roland's online. They've taken objectives, and they still feel miles behind.
I feel like Luminosity knows when to push their advantages. They're so extremely good at that. And at the same time, they're great at Stardew Valley. They are just farming up all the time, making sure they're big and powerful. That's a level 15 Leafeon with 30 seconds here before Rayquaza. It's just going to be a force.
Yeah, now all Zagrog has to do is be Kyrios' bodyguard like Kevin Costner. Make sure nobody's getting a Whitney Houston.
That's right. Regice getting ready to go down. Big Woodhammer, big Hornleech, catches 3. They're going to continue this push. We have the Garchomp coming down here. The Snipe Shot misses everything. And huge move there from the Glaceon. Icy Wind.
Icy Wind, again, as I mentioned, is another secure tool. And they're able to lock that up for the team. That at least gives them some amount of experience. And we're going to see how LG is going to approach this thing.
Jungle Book right now can use Rayquaza to kind of charge up that Dragon Dance here for Dragonite. Obviously, they want to know exactly where Roland is. It's a level 13 Inteleon. If those Snipe Shots hit, it could be a real big deal here. Nice play there by Overlord, just seeing what they could get done on that Garchomp, seeing if they could really get that Garchomp to overcommit to something.
Now Roland pushes very far forward. Joey nowhere in sight. I'd like to think they'd want to tuck behind the tree. Barely dodges the Solar Blade as Kyrios is trying to suss out where the tree is actually hiding. But Chisel is sitting on top of this Rayquaza, and they're spacing Overlord out pretty well.
This is a nice situation for Luminosity. Obviously, Alter Ego needs to make a big play. Zug in a little bit of trouble right here. Roland pushing forward. Here we go. We have the Unite moves going in. Here comes Garchomp.
Garchomp is going straight for Zagrog. They try to nab the shields back. Not a lot of damage. Rain didn't. She didn't go out on Slash. JL pops their Unite move. They're trying to stun. Nice tree push. First player down for LG. They're looking to pivot. That's level 15 Curious. They're looking to flip the script. Overlord is getting in. The beam comes through. Overlord gets KO streak of 2 back the other way. But Chisel's still pretty topped off on HP. Has an awesome engagement if they want it. They're looking for Overlord. They're trying to do all the damage they can. They can't quite suss it out as the body double here. And on the backside, pop Roland! Roland gets it done for Alter Ego, but they still need to score, Spraggles. They need to score a lot.
That was from another county. I had no idea that Snipe Shot was coming. What an insane play there from Roland. Alter Ego needs to score right now. Slash trying to stop something right here. Here comes the 50. There you go. That puts them at 251. 4:02. They need to make something happen. 22 seconds left on the clock. There's Aeos energy that they can find, but I don't know if they're going to be able to make another score. Garchomp getting caught right here. It only has 11 points.
And they're going to need way more than that. They're looking for a split push. There's under 10 seconds left. LG looking in a position to hold on. Slash use their Sedinjal. Right come through is Curious, and they're going to be able to stop this thing. A couple points going. Oh, no banger goes in. The Inteleon still had the shield.
The Inteleon had the shield, but I still don't think it's enough for Alter Ego. They were so far behind. We're going to have to see the score line, but I think Luminosity might have taken that game as well. 351 to 402. Luminosity is resetting this bracket.
What a showdown, what a close game, what a clutch by Roland. Unfortunately, they fall just shy. You said it's a hallmark of a great team when you lose right and still win the game. LG is truly a great team. Number 6 in the world. Let's have the desk talk us through it. Take it away.
Thank you so much. I want to remind everyone that those are official power rankings. I will back those. Luminosity Gaming with an incredible showing. We have now reset the bracket. This team is not interested in losing in our losers bracket today. What a phenomenal run.
They said, we've lost enough. We've lost 2 sets already. We do not need a third. It's essentially like, you've lost so many times you become immune to it, build up an immunity to it. It's like anything with your body, and they've definitely done that. But wow, a bracket reset that is gigantic. But I do have to say, we did see some pretty dominant, I guess I should say bracket resets earlier. This is looking extremely close towards the end every single game.
Yeah, Alter Ego need to pick up their game, or Luminosity needs to close this thing out, because we are headed to one more best of 3 to close out our Aeos Cup play-ins. All that is going to be happening on the other side of this break.
official. Team YouTube is going to Worlds in Yokohama, Japan. TTV wins it. TTV wins it. Takes it A.
We are now at the second bracket reset of the day. Europe saw the team coming from the losers bracket, making it all the way and qualifying for the free trip and past the group stage at the Aeos Cup. And we'll see if we can get a repeat here at the Aeos Cup play-ins for the UNITE Championship Series. I'm Chef, joining Zoinks, and it's time. It's time. The bracket's been reset. We are fresh, and it is time for a pure 2 out of 3 to see who can win.
Yeah, back in just one more best of 3 between these two teams. Now, they have not matched up outside of our grand finals, so we are kind of looking at a brand new look from either of these teams, but Luminosity Gaming has started off this grand finals in an incredible fashion.
Yes, these have been close matches, but LG has been winning the entire day. I mean, This has been their game, an absolutely incredible streak of losers bracket wins all the way until they are now not the only team in the losers bracket, as both of these teams in grand finals are on even footing now.
Chef, I love that we got the chance to talk to Jungle Book after their losers finals victory. We asked them if they had any plans for Alter Ego. Now, Jungle Book did choose to withhold that information. I think we should pull the rule book out on that. But obviously the plan involves this double speedster composition that is so exciting to see from LG. We have the Leafeon and the Meowscarada, 2 Pokemon that can truly just win a team fight on their own.
I don't think you can pull out the book on book. That's just against the rules itself. But yeah, this is really interesting as far as picks in general. Now, we've seen the Meowscarada today before, and already that's a pretty rare pick. Overlord playing it currently like almost nobody else. But yeah, combined with the double speedster Kyrios on the Leafeon, level 15 so early in that match, just absolutely destroying. It was incredible. And then, of course, also I got to mention the Dragonites coming out from Jungle Book himself. But you can see here how the day went. I mean, if you see right here, look at Luminosity's path. They just reset Alter Ego. They defeated Exile 2-0. They defeated GT 2-1. They defeated TTV 2-0. They defeated Team YouTube 2-1. Those are legendary names. That's like most of last year's North American Regional Championship teams.
Yeah, I don't think you could come up with a harder bracket, honestly. I mean, yeah, they didn't get to play against Nemesis, but GT were the ones that dispatched Nemesis earlier on. So Luminosity on their revenge tour, like Spraggles was attempting to plan for theirs, did have that option available to them as well. Now we are heading into, like we said, a new best of 3, and that can really shake up a whole lot of stuff. So let's see how it shakes out with game number 1 of our reset with Spraggles and Doobsnacks.
That's right, here we are, the grand finals reset in North America. Luminosity. Can the world champs do it again? Can they come from the losers bracket and prove Zoinks wrong? You're gonna find out very soon. Here we go, Doob Snacks.
Do you like the sound effects?
Yeah, I really love them. Eject button? Somebody?
Somebody. Buzzwole, Clefable on the chopping block here, Spraggles. Let's get this thing into the game.
I think Luminosity is very, very smart. They are banning Buzzwole. That's what I would also do. I think I am very, very smart. That's how I'm putting that together.
I'm not super smart, and I also said you should ban Buzzwole, so I just think it's that obvious at this point. Now, what is Alter Ego going to do to keep Luminosity off of all of these evolutions that they've repeatedly brought to battle, because nobody's really been able to solve this mystery yet?
I think what you can do is counterpick them because they're incredible Pokemon, but Luminosity's strategy of winning early and keeping that advantage has been working against Alter Ego. Crustle, a huge pick. Obviously, Leafeon has been a thorn in Alter Ego's side throughout a lot of these games right here. Luminosity now, hey, they're grabbing another evolution. What are the odds?
Yeah, the pick rate also on Blissey from LG specifically seems much, much higher than every other team in the event so far.
Yeah, I feel like there's just such a comfort there, right? Alter Ego on the other side, we see the Hoopa getting locked in, and now we see a final pick here. The Trevenant. I love Trev, and we've seen so many big Trev plays. The Horn Leech into the Woodhammer, sometimes a single Horn Leech can be the game-changing play.
Yeah, my question is it going to be Crustle bottom and then the tree going to the top path?
I think it could be. I think you can play it in the top path as more of a brawler, and it's still good throughout the entire game. It's great with stacks on it, so we'll have to see what they want to do with that. Overlord now, back on the Lucario that we saw earlier. We have Kyrios getting this evolution as well. They just love these things. They got 3 of them.
Yeah,
They're collecting these.
Yeah, everything's spiking at 4. Obviously, Overlord on Lucario doesn't need to evolve, so that is all sorted there. Are we going to see the Machisler Dodrio? That is a nice pick and a lot of fun to watch them play this Pokemon. They lock it in.
Ooh, I would love to see the 3-headed bird, an absolute favorite of mine. I'm interested to see exactly how they want to play it. We're going to see who they send it on over to. I don't think it's JL.
No, I'm watching where they reposition these players here, and it looks like Machisel's going to be taking the Crustle into the top path here as Joey is packing the experience share and looking to go downstairs.
And we've got Kratos on this Dodrio, and if they keep their build here, they are double stacking with this Pokemon, which oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes means you're playing Tri-Attack, because Tri-Attack's going to give you extra healing based off your max HP. But then again, I'm saying this now, so it won't happen.
Well, a Clefable not being in the mix at least theoretically opens you up to more opportunity here. But then again, we saw Gatlu play Drill Peck straight into a Clefable who picked Follow Me anyway, so I guess like we debunked our own theory through me telling that story. Why am I still talking?
Here we are, Luminosity versus Alter Ego. The reset has happened. Luminosity has a chance to come from the losers bracket and make their way all the way up to the grand finals, win this whole thing. It happened in EU, it could happen again here. I think a big question here, Doobsnacks, always is Alter Ego completely shattered right now because they've already lost 2? Or did they feel like those were games to give and they still have a great mental state? Because if they're in trouble like Yalla Bingo was, this is not going to go well.
Well, I think we can easily say going into the grand finals bracket reset that Alter Ego has been playing a little bit closer games than Yalla Bingo and for free.
Yeah, here we go. Kratos in that central area with the 3-headed bird. Will it have 3 hats? The question is, do we root for this Pokemon and this player, or do we shun them?
Well, we're about to find out if Kratos gets added to the list here in a few moments once they hit level 5 and evolve. Overlord getting the beat down a little bit, plucking the opposing berry, and actually nice little rocks dropping from the skies to try and leverage this KO. JL wants it, and JL gets it. Nice pick.
Jeez, that was a great play right there. I mean, I thought Overlord might be able to find a way out of that, but just extremely aggressive stuff right there.
Yeah, that's what Zoinks was saying. I mean, the Dwooble has such a good early kit that sometimes you're like, maybe it's okay that I haven't hit level 4 yet, because I can still make some moves out here.
Here we are from the top path. There is that Tri-Attack looking to pick up the KO on Slash. You got a Shedinjadal, but I don't think that's going to do it, buddy. As soon as you come back, you are going down. Even though I think his plays with that Shedinjadal have been really good here. We see the birds are now here. Big time Rock Tube looking for Overlord right here. Overlord's looking to get some experience. Jungle Book heading back to the central area. Again, Glaceon is kind of mid-Sion until level 6. I was trying to put mid in there somewhere. I don't think it worked.
I think you got there.
Yeah.
I mean, like you tried.
Thanks.
Yeah, no worries. The punch was a little early on the Swellballoon Alteri, which actually let Kratos get all of that experience. And now they're finding themselves in the opposing central. JL trying to help out Kratos. Kratos says, I don't need help. I'm like a roadrunner. I'm trying to get away. Now. Nope. Machisel was like, no, you got it right.
Yeah, I think it might have been the Coyote running right into the brick wall that was Overlord right there. But Chisel here now having to run a bit from Overlord, see if we can get a little payback for what happened earlier, or at least a score. 29 would be huge, and of course Lucario needs to stack up.
Yeah, now they're rock tombing Overlord in, but I don't think that's really a cage they want to jump in either, as Machisel can really take a lot of punishment from Overlord's Lucario.
Here we go, Jungle Book trying to clear this up for the side of Luminosity, secure those wild Pokemon. Kratos in the central area here on Dodrio. You can see they're going to be in some trouble. Sword Power Espeon is a really frustrating build for Dodrio to play against.
Yeah, and they picked it into the Espeon knowing that LG was already going in that direction. So I'm thinking that Kratos at least has some sort of strategy plan, but right now they're caught in a mean look. Jungle Book is there, all the Icicle Spears are raining in on Kratos. They are so low HP. Curios now trying to lock up Kratos, but no, they get to the double berries, they pivot back, and they'll take the tree as a consolation prize.
Here we go, JL coming down to the bottom path, bringing the team down. We've got Roland on the Leafeon heading down here. Only level 7 right now, needs that level 8 for a Unite move. The only Unite move on the board, though, is on the side of Luminosity with Glaceon.
Yeah, the fact that the Evolutions also get their Unite move at level 8 is incredibly strong as well. Forcing out another Shedinjal approach. Kratos would have loved that KO, but it actually goes to Roland here, who's on the Leafeon, playing a little bit closer range this game from the Venusaur and Inteleon we saw in games past.
Here we have this Secure looking for it up in the top path. We've got a power-up punch. We have a lot, but they decide not to go in for it right here. Alter Ego able to pick that one up.
Yeah, without too much trouble either, and when you're picking up a Leafeon, you hope that's exactly what goes on. There's two defenders on the side of Alter Ego, and they need to find a way to get them to the front line so that Roland can get some KOs and not get KO'd themselves. As I say that, nice KO on Overlord.
Yeah, they pick up a nice KO there. 3 members of Luminosity defending right here. They're throwing in the Rock Tomb, but they might have to actually peel away from this fight, and it looks like that is what they're doing. Both Speedsters, Dodrio and Leafeon, heading down to the bottom path right now, and we can see Dodrio does have 3 separate hats. I'm sorry I didn't catch that earlier, everyone. I apologize.
Now Zugrun trying to make it back to the pad, but it is broken right underneath their feet. The engagement is there. Nice little push by Joey, gets the KO on the defender counterpart on the other side. Now, however, they're stuck between Overlord, Jungle Book, and Curios, and they quickly get dispatched.
Wow, interesting to see Future Sight here on the Espeon. I understand the thought process behind it. I still think Psybeam is just too dang good to let go, but we're going to have to see what happens. We also have Overlord on what I think most people would consider a pretty unconventional way to play power-up.
Yeah, like just trying to get some level of secure within the team, right? You got some decent shred and Glaceon. You need a secure tool, and that's what Overlord's going to be responsible for here in the later stages of the game. Pop as the Shedinjal from Slash, but they're still taking in a ton of damage, forcing out the Dodrio Unite, and that is pretty low for the KO. I was going to say, no way they let Slash off the hook. Overlord look for the backline engage. Kratos able to make it out. However, we keep pushing on Roland because Roland finds themselves in the deep waters, and they're a grass-type Pokemon. They don't like being there, Spraggles.
Yeah, here we go, having to run away from that engagement. Almost getting picked up by Overlord, the Lucario right there, as Dodrio is going to be heading up to the top path right now. We have the Umbreon there for the side of Luminosity. That's Zugrug, a new addition to the crew. One of the best defender players in North America, possibly the world, at least top 6.
At least top 6. I will say Alter Ego very quietly up by 100.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like that just happened in an instant, and you're like, wow, is that... They're putting in a lot of work across this map. JL pops the Unite move, there's a Rock Tomb trap, Slash can't get to it, and their counterpart. Nice Horn Leech by Joey, but they're caught on the backside. Listens in the middle, Trophy Unite back the other way. Roland's looking for a target. They might have been a little early. No, they get 2. Joey with the tree, leveraging everything under the sun that they can. Call this the Canopy Comp, because that tree's on top.
Big time stuff here from Alter Ego. They're looking to take down this Regieleki and extend their lead. Rolling a little bit of trouble right here, picked up by Curios.
Zugrug right in the Rock Tomb, get X-Scissor down with a little bit of help with Joey, of course. Joey, great fight by them.
Nice stuff here from Luminosity, just ripping that Regieleki to shreds. Dodrio in the central area of Luminosity right now as this Regieleki push is continuing. We've got the Icicle Spears pushing towards Joey, going down right here thanks to the Espeon. And here comes Overlord looking to make something happen with a big power-up punch.
That Glaceon shred is insane, dude. Like, they are locking into a target, and then Turios can clean up the trash very easily. Kratos tries to jump in the mix, Psychic Solaire buckles them, folds them like laundry. Holy smokes, KO Shika 2 all over the map for LG, and now they're going to shatter themselves a goal zone, and all of a sudden that really cool lead I was just talking about, it's gone.
That's right, 193 to 164. Luminosity is back in control of this match, and if you take a look at the levels, they're doing really well. Level 13 Glaceon, level 12 on the Lucario. We don't have anyone level 12 on the side of Alter Ego. They need to get these speedsters online. When a speedster is under-leveled, it's a sad thing.
Yeah, very much so, and Alter Ego is trying to find their way into the game. These objectives are just getting torn up before they can even show up, and even when they are taking convincing team wins, they're still not getting the objective. That one's secured by Overlord.
Nice secure there from Luminosity, and it is what we talked about with Power Up Punch. You've got a great secure tool, and of course you have Glaceon, one of the best, Pokemon for ripping through these objectives and enemy Pokemon in the game. Set them up, knock them down on the side of Luminosity right here. We're going to see if this 3-headed bird can make more happen for the side of Alter Ego. It's had some nice plays, some nice moments, and of course, it's a great Pokemon for running to the enemy tier 2 and scoring some points here under the 2-minute mark. We're going to have to see if that's what they want to do, because this match is extremely close score-wise.
It is. Now we're getting some early positioning. Is Alter Ego, Machismo going to be throwing in some rock tombs? They got the double defender, but all of a sudden JL is caught. They're absolutely eviscerated. They can't make it back to their portal, and they are buckled. We will not have the rings unbound unite for this final team fight here in this game. Joey's caught out. They're caught in a mean look, tons of damage. Trevor Unite is back the other way, or a cannon right through them, but it's a Glaceon with the shred and rip and Jungle Book that gets credit for that. But Chisel is so low, they're getting boxed up, boxed out. Now it's all on Kratos. Kratos looking for the pivot. Can Roland get in here? Roland is stacking Solaire deals so much damage and they are gone. The Espeon sorting out the three-headed bird, eating them up like chicken. JL is back, caught in the rings unbound. They're looking for some stuns. Joey's back as well. They roll through the portal. Rayquaza's so low. They're trying to eyes this thing down. Is somebody going to make a hero play? No! Luminosity clutches it out.
Huge secure there by Luminosity. This is exactly what we talked about. They're able to rip down an objective in the face of Alter Ego as they continued coming into this fight, getting KO after KO after KO, and then boom, able to get the big secure with the power up punch. Nice stuff from Luminosity as they are going to take game number 1 here against Alter Ego. You know, I have to say, Dupesex, it's kind of funny in some ways seeing Luminosity pick so many point-and-click Pokemon. So many Pokemon like Espeon with stored power, Glaceon with Icicle, Spirit, mean look Umbreon. I think with players of this high of a skill level, I feel like they might say something about players who played Eevees and stuff like that, but who knows?
I don't. I'm sure there's nothing out there that would say otherwise right now. However, if you're LG, you're going back to the basics, and the argument that can be made is Alter Ego can pick those Pokemon too.
Oh yeah, of course they can. And look, these picks are huge for them. These have been massive picks for Luminosity. The Eevees are so good right now, especially early, but the crazy thing about them is unlike a Pokemon like Tyranitar, who's not good early, but gets good late, these are good throughout the entire match.
Yeah, as long as you stay at parity or ahead in any sort of fashion, you're in great shape.
Absolutely, as the clock is counting down right here, Luminosity gonna take game number 1 against Alter Ego. And you gotta feel like Alter Ego is maybe mentally done right here. They are just getting beat time and time again by the world champs.
I know we keep saying, hey, how do we solve this mystery? How do you stop these evolutions, these early spiking comps? But there are plenty of other Pokemon that Alter Ego could take to battle on that front, and they're electing not to. But let's throw it to the desk to see if they have the answers to this mystery. Zoink, Chef, take it away.
Yes, this composition from Luminosity Gaming, whether it's the Leafeon or Espeon, either way, it's got an Eon at the end of it, and it is looking fantastic. To Alter Ego's credit, though, they have been trying brand new looks each match. This time we have the double speedster, even a Crustle top path. We are desperately looking for answers, or at least Alter Ego is. We have not found the correct one yet.
Yeah, I do appreciate the change. They're flexing around, and I mean, of course, we got to talk about Joey. Just honestly, kind of an MVP player of this entire tournament to me. Win or lose, whatever they end up doing, that has just been some amazing Trevenant play, which is always really clear, right? It's such a game, like winning type Pokemon. Like you just see it make the plays.
Yeah, exactly. Your huge pushes, huge stuns. I mean, Joey's doing it all out there, which is exciting. However, it has not been enough. Luminosity Gaming, we're entering into this grand finals with the momentum, obviously, and that is carried on into game 1 of our reset. Let's take another look at that matchup because it was one of the most exciting ones yet. It was closer than you'd think. However, Luminosity Gaming, just dominating the final team fight and really, really sealing the deal for them. That catch onto the Hoopa, devastating for Alter Ego.
Yeah, I do feel like one of the big issues about this comp that Alter Ego tried this time around was they just didn't really have the damage. Like, you have some damage, but it's all in these weird little bursts, and it didn't seem like they were able to really follow up a lot of their potential initiation. But honestly, it's just Luminosity looking so good, right? I mean, we saw some really strong early action, I would say. You can see Alter Ego ahead, at least for a while in points, if that means really anything. But it's been the same story now for 3 games straight, right? It's like Alter Ego was in there, they were fighting, they stood a chance, but Luminosity, they just won. They just had that X factor.
So, Alter Ego has been pushed to the brink now. They have that winner's side advantage. They have not won a game in our grand finals yet, and obviously Luminosity Gaming is now sitting at tournament point. Alter Ego is at the brink. I think now is the time. We light the beacon. It's Machismo Machamp time. It's finally time.
We have seen a lot of opportunities for that to potentially happen. Right now we're going to talk about a different player, though.
Sure.
Overlord, yes. Overlord, believe it or not, player of the game. Again, no, this is just so common, but so cool to see the Lucario coming back, honestly.
Yep.
And now today we've seen really dominant performances from 2 different Lucarios with 2 different builds.
2 different builds, and even if they're going power-up punch, we've seen alternate movesets there as well. Close combat for a lot of close-range damage, especially if you're playing with something like an Umbreon. But if you're not, Bone Rush to reset the cooldown on power-up punch looks excellent as well, especially in the hands of a master like Overlord.
Oh yeah, just pilots that Pokemon so extremely well. But back to your point, you know, the Machismo Machamp, we've seen it highlighted many times so far. It's been really close. We ended up settling on the Garchomp one time. We ended up settling on something else that I can't remember, but it could definitely, the Dodrio, that's what it was.
Yes.
But we could see it, and honestly, I've seen a lot of other regions playing Machamp recently and doing very well with it. We're just in that type of meta. I don't know if that's the key, I don't know if that's real, but...
Right. Yeah, let's make this clear. I'm not saying this is the perfect analytical swap. I am saying you have lost 3 games in a row to the 2-time World Championships. We need to come up with something brand new. Alter Ego, we need a fresh new look. Now, I'm suggesting the Machamp. However, I know Doofsnacks is a specific request. So this is going out to you, JL. Maybe it's Sableye time. Maybe we bring the goofy little gentleman to Theosky Ruins to try to bring this match back.
I mean, I love the Sableye. JL is so excellent with that Pokemon, but I just feel like it's going to be really difficult, right? With how early of a power spike Luminosity is going for in every single one of their team comps, I just don't know how you make that work. But you do got to try something. So, you know, that's one that's a lot more common, right? Like, we've seen a lot of different tournaments where JL, whatever team he's on at the time, has gone and flexed over back to the Sableye, and it's worked a lot of the time. It is truly like the ultimate wrench to throw in somebody's plan. It's like, it doesn't matter what kind of game plan you have, you never want to deal with Sableye. Win or lose, it is just always just like, okay, well, we've really got to deal with this right now.
Now, we said it a few times today, we're already in our grand finals. The winner of this matchup will be headed to EUIC, automatically qualified for that group stage. But they're not the only ones. We actually know some of the teams that are going to be joining them right now. In fact, North America, the last team to be qualified, and wow, my list is just so incredible.
I groaned the minute that I saw this. I just want you to know. We got the update here with Fusion, which may or may not have been your top 2?
They weren't incredible. No, they're definitely not.
There were top 2? I don't remember. I actually do not remember your list. I just remember a lot of the names on it. But honestly, I think almost everybody here was on your list. So only one more name to be put on this list, the more important list. I'm sorry, Zoinks, I gotta say it. This one, the qualified for EUIC. Every one of these teams is automatically floated into the group stages. Oh, thank you, production, for being in on making fun of Zoinks. So,
making fun, I'm killing it.
You are kind of all right. Legacy right up there. Rework Respawns right up there. Luminosity looking pretty close. Wait, is that all it? Oh, Fusion.
For free as well, also on this list. Listen, I think at the end of the day, we've all decided that power rankings are too early, but Zoinks is just absolutely crushing it. I think those are the 2 facts that we can all agree are absolutely true. I know Twitch chat is agreeing with me and not cooking me right now. I think so.
I'm sure they have nothing mean to say about your list at all, and I'm sure you don't have a ton of DMs that are definitely coming your way. But
oh boy,
no, honestly, you did make some really good calls. Of course, a lot of these teams like APAC West, they're not in this particular qualifier, so we do not get a chance to see them actually, potentially make it to that Aeos Cup via this exact same system.
Well, an exciting thing is going to be our grand finals as it continues. Luminosity Gaming on tournament point. Spraggles, Doofsnacks, bring us home. Here we are.
We got the pivot. The camera's finally coming to us. Let's take a look. We did it. Here we go. Luminosity, 1 game away from being the pseudo 8th, #9th seed, coming through, trying to make this thing happen as we are seeing all their wonderful...
We're getting ready for this draft right here, and there's a lot on the screen.
And somehow I put a circle, multiple circles.
You actually highlighted what we were trying to hide. I want to point that
and
out.
that is why I'm
Like,
never
just so
on
everybody
Telestrator.
knows what's up there. Oh, there it is. Hey.
That is why I am quite literally never on the Telestrator, and I'm not allowed to play with the toys. And I was in my sleeve accidentally. Whatever, dude. Let's take a look. Buzzwole is banned by LG, unsurprisingly. They've got it figured out. They read my emails.
Here we go. Alter Ego possibly banning out the Meowscarada.
Okay.
Interesting choice right here. I wonder if Alter Ego is done, or they're actually worried about this Pokemon. Because you'd probably ban out Glaceon or something like that. Oh, they're just going to first pick it. All right, I see you, Alter Ego.
All right, they've got a strategy here. Picking Glaceon first, and one of the games that was the closest was the one where Kratos was on the Glaceon as well. Moving back across the way, Slash looks like going to be locking up a Clefable and a Leafeon for, I suppose, Overlord. Well, we did see Curios play Leafeon as well.
Here we go. Slash on the Clefable. He's been trying to get it all day. People have been taking it away from him, and here we have Alter Ego locking in their next couple Pokemon right here. I don't know if we're going to see an Aegislash. It'd be cool if we did, but we haven't seen a ton of it. Sylveon here. They're taking all the EVs. They say, we get what you're up to, Luminosity. These are ours.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier when we were talking about new Pokemon to the game that Meowscarada specifically was pretty solid into the EVs. So they banned it, so they didn't let Overlord get the gutter pick of the Meowscarada, pick dead last, and now they're going to be able to grab all the other EVs that they want.
Now, this is interesting. Let's see what they want to pull. Oh, they get one of the other EVs. Man, these are just in every single match. All 5 once again.
Oh, we might be making Zoink's dreams come through. The Machisler picks up the Machamp. We've got the 4-armed brawler going to work.
Look, I love Machamp. I don't think it does well right now. I'm happy to see it, but I'm sad to see it go possibly because this is not a top pick right now. However, this is one of the top players for this Pokemon.
Yeah, we'll see where Overlord ends up as they're scrolling through. Hovering the Lucario, not a bad choice. They've been playing it very well today. And this is kind of like a year 1 top path matchup between the Machamp and the Lucario.
Absolutely. And Lucario would win that every time. And now here we are, and it might still be happening again. You know, Machamp is a Pokemon that I would love to see more competitively. I do think it's a Pokemon that's going to need some, you know, a nice balance patch for it to actually get a lot of competitive play. It, of course, has that Unite move that can change the game, but I feel like more and more it's hard to even connect with it.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Machamp Unite move reminds me pretty much exactly of the Talonflame Unite moves. Everybody chucks it straight into a wall for no value.
Yeah, or you start throwing those fists and people can kind of just walk around the punch. That doesn't seem fair, but that is what can happen.
I mean, yeah. It just hasn't scaled to where we are now. It needs a little something, but listen, like Zoink said, send out the beacon. You've got one game left potentially in the tank. If you're comfortable on your Machamp, well, Machisel, go to work, kid.
Well, sometimes you do lean back into that comfort pick. It's something that, you know, Luminosity probably hasn't practiced against really at all. And you could have some big moments with a Pokemon like this. We saw an attempt earlier to do that with Greedent. I assume that must have been a comfort pick for them as well. We're going to see if Machamp looks any different here than that Greedent did as we head into game number 2.
Game number 2 is underway. Luminosity on match point. They take this one. They take down the whole darn thing. However, on the other side is Alter Ego and a Machamp.
Here we go. And there's a possibility here that Luminosity will do the exact same thing that happened in EU with For Free and Yala Bingo. And that's just, I mean, just a crazy coincidence that we have 2 bracket resets back to back here for our broadcast.
Yeah, quickly hitting the path as a Glaceon is Alter Ego, and they want to put the screws to Overlord right now. Tons of damage being rained in. JL playing incredibly far forward. Nice KO. Nobody going down on the side of Alter Ego is great. K-opener, Alter Ego.
Yeah, really nice stuff. Jungle Book here now is level 4. Looks like they did split some of that central area up. Curios level 4 as well, heading down to this bottom path, and I think the developers would be very happy to see all of these EVs in tournament play. I think they wanted this for sure.
Well, level 4 Power Spike and the level 8 Unite move will do that. 2 more EVs hit the map, hit their evolutions, I should say, as now Sylveon and Umbreon are online.
Here we go, the birds up here in this top path. Here comes the Machamp jumping on in there, seeing if they can secure any of that. A decent amount of it heading over to the side of Luminosity / Evolves.
Yeah, JL also hitting the Blissey. Great look here. Kratos is looking for a quick reset. They're level 5. Nope, they're going to decide to pivot to the middle.
Level 5 on Machamp is a really strong early power spike. It really does give you some incredible engage, incredible secure. Down here on the bottom path, however, it looks like they are stacking up. Overlord actually using the full heal to get out of that mean look. Perfect timing.
Pivoting down to the bottom path to try and get some sort of value on this map because, to their credit, Machizzle level 6 and doing pretty good in the top path alongside JL.
I'm curious, Dupes, can you do the full heal sound?
No.
Oh.
It's not in my arsenal.
I didn't know. I was hoping you could.
Yeah, we all have hopes and dreams, Spriggles. I wish I could do that too. Quickly dispatches Joey. Rock Tomb is out. Kratos decides they want to brawl up front. Zugrug is low, but JL kind of just running in there and said, I can do this! I can't do this! Just pivoting back and immediately getting out of there.
I mean, all of these EVs are very, very low on HP, but Slash is there with the Moonlight, and they're healing them up very quick right here. Jungle Book heading back to that central area here. A lot of damage coming out from those Icicle Spears as all of these EVs are scrambling to hit their level 8.
One of the things that's the most gutting playing Glaceon is when you have all your Icicle Spears charged up, you throw them into a target, they step back on pad, and it's like you just did nothing. It's like, man, I just built all those up to do no value. Here we go. We're moving back through. JL scrambles back, 3-player push by Luminosity. They want to attack this goal zone. They're doing a pretty good job. Jungle Book on the backside, follow me, says Slash, to get into the hands of Jungle Book to get a little Moonlight healing action going on.
Here we go, Overlord in this top path, just crushing it, getting all the secures they possibly can. They're chasing out Zugrug right here, seeing if they can get anything done with these Icicle Spears. But before level 10, it's going to be hard to chunk down a Pokemon like Crustle there. Reg Ice at about half right now, and we're going to see which side wants to try to secure this. They've got pretty great secure on the side of Luminosity right here.
Nice box out by the Rock Tomb as Kratos dials into the Reg Ice, tries to make some happen, but Zugrug steps up, takes all of those to the grill. Joey gets quickly KO'd by a Solar Blade. Zugrug still getting shelled with these Icicle Spears, but it doesn't necessarily seem to matter. Rock Tomb comes out, boxes out, and they get a goal zone closed out.
Here we go. Curios in a little bit of trouble right there, but coming right back in, picking it up with the Solar Blade. Dangerous plays here as Roland is looking for a KO right now, not able to make it happen. Curios able to pick up that berry and get out of there.
Yep, now JL scrapping out with the other pink blob across the way as they're smacking each other up right now. Slash going to pivot back to Overlord, and JL's like, can I get some help up here, please?
Yeah, and here comes Overlord into this top path, just looking to secure some of this wild Pokemon experience. And we do have a Machamp online, so we're going to have to see how this Unite move goes for Machamp. It could be a game-changing Unite if it can hit enough members of Luminosity at once.
Preferably all of them right now. Rock Tomb is out, Machizzle goes straight for it, Bliss's this directly in the middle, Slash is looking to pivot. It's going straight on top of Machizzle. Machizzle pivots back, takes out Overlord, 2 players down all of a sudden. The Machizzle feeling the 4 arms, each set getting a KO as now this Regieleki is swimming into the face of Luminosity.
Big stuff here for Alter Ego, and I think they are feeling this Machamp pick. It does go down here as Curios makes their way to this top path and cleans up this fight. It felt like Alter Ego had that for sure, but all of a sudden the Leafeon arrives and it's over.
Yeah, call an ambulance, but not for me. Really just materialized in front of our eyes right there, Spriggles.
Absolutely, and it seems to happen a lot with Luminosity. They are so good at counter-punching. They're so good at countering what their enemies are trying to do. The second you feel like you have an advantage against Luminosity, a few more players of the team show up and they prove you wrong.
Unfortunately, just these Icicle Spears always seem to be 1 or 2 spears worth of damage shy of getting knockouts. If Kratos was a little bit higher level and competing, outpacing the LG team, they would be locking up KOs and starting to take over this game like we've seen Jungle Book do time and time again.
Of course, this is why you want so much experience for your, valuable carry Pokemon so they actually can close out some of these big KOs. Zugrug's inside of a mean look using a Rubble Rouser. It's all completely stolen by the Unite move from the Umbreon.
Nice play by Joey. Now they're looking and pivoting. Registeel has been leashed out, stored power on top of Joey. Slash is going to the front line. Looks like they might have to hit a couple follow me type action as Joe Slash eats every single one of those spears. But that lets Zugrug get some spacing, and Joey and Machizzle are hiding out. We're going to see if we can rip a nice Machizzle Unite move here. They're lining up. They pop the Unite move. They're lining up their target. They're going to go for Book. Put them against the wall. Checks out. Cross chop gets the KO. Registry goes down. Alter Ego takes it. Carry trigger 2 for the Machisler.
Incredible stuff here from Alter Ego, and this comfort pick of the Machamp is looking incredible. They could have a huge overcap right here. 50 going in this bottom goal, 165 to 198, and they still have that tier 1 goal zone up in the top path. Alter Ego is in this game.
They are in this game, and looking across the way, the levels are starting to slide in the hands of Alter Ego as well. So great look, great push, solid engagement, making it happen.
Yeah, Machamp, they're making the plays. Beautiful eject button to take down the Espeon in that fight. Jungle Book went down. Curios now up here in this top path as they get ready to take down this Regieleki. No one from Alter Ego is going to do anything about this. They are just looking for all the experience they can get on the map.
Yeah, they actually put Luminosity in a position to kind of rip this thing off, so they're going to have plenty of time to catch it, get it off the map, and then focus on this Ray fight.
Yeah, and of course, there could be a moment where Luminosity decides not to rip this really fast, not send it to their goal until they're ready. Jail kind of caught here in this central area. They're just going to have this taken down, and then they're going to get ready for a big Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, JL able to reset though. Zagrod couldn't quite suss out where they were hiding, and they make it back to base. So ultimately, this scoreline is very close, Bregos. This is the closest game I feel like we've had between these two teams, and it's truly off the back of this Machamp.
Yeah, the World Machamp difference right here is looking pretty great for Alter Ego as they're getting ready to head towards this tier 1 possibly, or just looking for a big Ray fight. If they can connect another Machamp Unite, which they've done, 2 big ones right here, they could win this game, and they're right back in this thing. Luminosity wouldn't be your grand champions.
I can't imagine what Machisel picking Machamp and having a game like this can do to their mental if they were to win.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it could change it entirely right here. Joey getting some aggressive positioning right here for Alter Ego. They're starting to get Rayquaza ready, but at the same time just charging up those Icicle Spears. We see the Leafeon in the top path. They could peel off and score if they want, or they could set up for a fight. It looks like they're actually pushing in right here. Dangerous moment here for both Luminosity and Alter Ego.
Slash able to catch a lot of those Icicle Spears so Zagrog doesn't go down, but now Slash is super low on HP. Uses Follow Me, picks up a little bit of a shield, no Moonlight used yet. Curios is pivoting down to see if they get a target, but it really looks like Alter Ego is putting some damage on this Rayquaza. But Chisel goes in, jumps right back through Rayquaza's at half. They're looking for an opportunity. The Rock Tomb is out. Nobody gets caught by the Curios Solid. Like, here we go. Kratos Unite back the other way. They're going to rip this thing. It's right in the middle. The Machisler throws all the fists right in the face of that green dragon. They lock that thing down. Alter Ego, you know what time it is. It's burger time, my friend. And with first one's going in now.
Here we go. The points are raining in, but Luminosity is trying to counter score. Not able to make it happen in the bottom path. Blissey stopping it right there. 474 to 198, but there is still time on the clock, and Luminosity has a lot of Aeos energy in their pockets. They're going to need to make a huge push. They have to break a tier 2, and they have to score in their main goal zone. It's the only way they can come back from this at this point. They have a lot of Aeos energy. They got 50 on Leafeon, 50 on Espeon, so there's a possibility right here. Maybe if they could get a small dunk first from Zugrug and Slash, they can make something more happen, but this match is spiraling out of control for them.
They're sending JL on a scoring mission as well, because now they're going to sit in this goal zone and see if they can make a defensive stand. Of course, they're watching up to, nice series of knockouts there, as this goal zone stand is looking very, very good for Alter Ego. And I must say, Luminosity slipped through their fingers now. We're moving to a game 3 as the whole team is wiped.
Here we go. They took away the Glaceon. They banned out the Meowscarada, and then they brought out the comfort pick, the Machamp. And I'm going to tell you, Machamp looked good.
It looked really good. I'm very excited that we were proven wrong immediately.
Always.
Because that was a fun game to watch. Break it down a little further, the beacon was set ablaze, and it was viewed and ingested by Machisel, bringing the Machamp. Desk, I want to hear you talk about it.
Speaking of breaking it down, how broken is Machamp? Oh my word! With Chisel, 65,000 damage. Kratos putting up 100,000 damage as well. I know the casters were critiquing them for not getting as many knockouts in that early game. However, you cannot underrate the value of just that poke damage that is so frequent from a Pokemon like Glaceon.
Oh yeah, it adds up to be so incredibly much, but what a close game and what a way to fight their way back into this Alter Ego. They can lose 3 in a row and then win 2 straight, and they win the entire tournament. That's all they needed. So now we're going to a final game. That is awesome. I love to see it.
I'm so excited. I genuinely am. I mean, Alter Ego coming back in such a major way. Let's watch how that match went down again, because Alter Ego rising again to really show up in this grand finals is so exciting. We were actually talking about it during the draft screen, Wonder Chef. The ban of Meowscarada might seem surprising, but if your intent is to just grab as many evolutions as you can, then taking away Overlord's best answer to that composition, very, very cool draft strategy.
It is a draft strategy specific to that draft and that team and that player on that team very specifically. If you did not have Overlord, who was constantly just demolishing teams with the Meowscarada and didn't intentionally choose to steal away all the EVs, you would never go for that strategy. But Alter Ego showing that they are willing to make those kinds of decisions in draft, on top of, more importantly, the Machamp.
I love the Machamp. And of course, JL got the Blissey to work so well synchronistically with that Machamp, because they didn't ban it this game. We had so many, they didn't ban the Clefable this game. That was Alter Ego's constant ban, which meant that Slashcan was getting their hands on the Blissey in the most part of the game. And oh my word, I know we can't make it happen now, but I really do wish I could watch that clip 10 or 12 times in a row, because that is so exciting. Love Machamp from Machisel.
We probably have time. Well, is there a game that's coming up that's important? We could probably watch it 20 times in a row.
That's a big one.
Yeah, no, but you know, one thing that's absolutely true that I think Doobsnack said is that a lot of times Machamp has potentially one of the highest impact unites in the entire game, and usually it just completely whiffs because people just miss it and everybody gets out of the way. But I feel like Machisel had a 100% success rate on landing impactful unites. Obviously, the last one, 10 times more impactful than anything else, but it was really great to see. Also, before we get into the final game of Grand Finals, I did get the statistic, thank you, Will from Pokemon, that 3 already, so aside from this one, 3 other regions have had a reset, and the team from the losers bracket won the reset. So half already of our competitors, we could be 4 out of 6 if this one continues.
Wow. Well, Alter Ego trying to put a stop to that, obviously, and the player that has been putting it on their multiple shoulders was Machisel with this Machamp. Attack weight, Razor Claw, and Muscle Band. Pretty standard build on this Pokemon, going with Cross Chop, Dynamic Punch. Great critical hit damage, but of course a lot of mobility.
Yeah, and mobility is really important, especially, honestly, mobility is kind of the name of the game right now, just in general. There's so much high damage out there that you do not want to be easy to lock down, especially when you've got stuff like beams or snipe shots or really anything that you don't want to stand in the way of, which is kind of every bit of damage right now.
That's true, and when we are in a tanky meta like we find ourselves in, you don't want to be easily locked down. If you could try to dynamic punch around a Crustle wall or have some kind of last second escape tool when that mean look fades, you'll take whatever option you can get. Machisel playing it exceptionally well, and I must say, it is a breath of fresh air to see Alter Ego really having their morality restored. It feels fitting that it is on the Machamp, a Pokemon that is, of course, just well known with this Alter Ego team. If you run into this team on the ranked ladder when you are playing Pokemon Unite, you often will find yourselves on the business end of a Machamp.
Hey, you know what? I love the business that Machamp is selling right now.
Sure.
And we can see here, we are down to a final game of Grand Finals in the post-reset.
Oh my word. And I honestly think whoever has first pick in this draft is going to be incredibly important. We've seen that to be a very valuable asset so far for Luminosity throughout this bracket. However, Alter Ego, this last game having first pick really allowed them to do some creative stuff with the Meowscarada ban and ending up with the Blissey on their team as opposed to the Clefable. So I'm assuming with Luminosity losing that last game, they will be switching to that first pick. We don't know that for sure until we head to the draft, of course, but Luminosity Gaming in these situations historically has been picking that first pick.
It makes a lot of sense. I think that Luminosity as a team really likes to control the draft and kind of decide where it's going, and they use that first pick to do that a lot of the time. It's not so much they draft reactively. They're like, well, this is where we're starting to go, and you're going to have to deal with this, and then we're going to flex around your counter picks. So already, if they decide to go first, they're going to prevent that entire last strategy from happening, minus the Machamp, which of course we could still see, which would be very cool. But I do think that it's probably the direction that they're going to go. Do you think we're going to see anything wild wild for the last game. I mean, this is the last chance to pull something out. I kind of feel like Alter Ego already did that, right?
They did.
Like, yeah, like they don't need to do any more.
Well, that's the question, you know? Do you keep playing what works with the Machamp, or do you try to go back to something more reliable? Because, of course, Buzzwole would be that pick that Machisel is incredible at. However, Luminosity Gaming has been permabanning this Pokemon throughout the entire matchup, and Glaceon has been the true trendsetter in these matchups. So, I don't know, maybe we even roam into a Glaceon, well, not likely a ban, but definitely a first pick. Whatever team is on that first side, I imagine they're going to have the Glaceon.
Yeah, I think the Glaceon it's so heavily fought over. I think another really fun strategy here would be, you would maybe kind of have to be first pick if you were Alter Ego, but I think that it's not to say that there's like a low pool of supports that Luminosity has, but I feel like you can really kind of get rid of some of their core supports and maybe make them play around your draft that way. Like, go ahead and ban the Clefable and first pick the Blissey, which obviously is wild, right? It's a wild choice, but sometimes you gotta go for something wild. I'm not saying it's like just statistically the best thing you can do, but if you really want to throw them off for the final game of Grand Finals that leads to a free trip, an autofill qualification into group stage for the Aeos Cup, and of course all of these championship points that you can see on screen, sometimes you just gotta go wild.
300 championship points being earned is so important in the long stretch of things. Of course, we had Luminosity Gaming qualifying for the World Championships because of their championship point total, along with Amaterasu last year, which a lot of players on this roster for Alter Ego used to be a part of. So they are well aware of how important these championship points are and making sure that you are taking as many as available.
Well, they're already taking as many as they possibly can with this top two, doing a great job of it. Again, every single time this goes by, I want to remind everybody, you get points all the way down to top 128, so please sign up. It's a very fun experience, and you might learn that you enjoy competing more than you realize. And the points, you know, it can come down to just a little points, but here we go. We're going to see who's going to get the lion's share of the points as we're going to send it over to Spraggles and Doopsnacks for the final game.
This is it, Doopsnacks. Luminosity, Alter Ego, the bracket reset, all tied up. It all comes down to this match.
I said it in the middle of a game. What does it do to your mental to have Machisel pick up the Machamp and then get a big win in an unconventional way? And I'm hoping Alter Ego is feeling themselves because they need all they can muster to get this win.
Look at this here. We're looking at Overlord possibly as our first pick. They could switch it around. He was hovering that Meowscarada, but there we go. Umbreon being picked up first. The Glaceon is all banned out. So we're going to see what Alter Ego wants to bring out for this game right here. They could be stealing away this Leafeon. It's been a powerful pick for Luminosity for sure, but they are going to pick up the Sylveon and Clefable.
Interesting. There's more EVs to be taken by Luminosity if they want them. Leafeon and Espeon are two that I'm thinking of because now Slash is pretty much going to get Blissey regardless. They decide to lock it in so they don't lose it, but the Leafeon, another evolution, another great prize.
Yeah, Leafeon just a huge pick for any of these teams right here. And then of course you have to wonder, is Machamp coming into this game? After what it did in the last game, it's kind of hard to think that they won't be playing Machamp in that top path. Clearly they are absolutely cracked on this Pokemon, and there it is, just to make sure it doesn't get stolen away.
Well, of course, you don't want to get gapped by Machamp when you're the Machisler. Joey locking in the tree, they've been playing great on that. Book hovering the Dragonite. We've talked about that before, switching off immediately because I said words, of course. Blastoise being hovered, something that we haven't really seen hit the map either.
And here we go. We're going to see these last picks. Dragonite's been a big one for Jungle Book. We saw them play that earlier. They looked great on the Dragonite. Final pick here for Alter Ego. It could be a sneaky one with the Mimikyu. We've got a possible Urshifu pick. We're going to have to see what they want to bring into this game right here. Not a ton of Urshifu here in NA. And we've got maybe a Mimikyu. They're contemplating it.
Kratos with 3 seconds, flips around, locks in the Urshifu, which we have to imagine is going to be that single strike version of that Pokemon.
You would think so. We really aren't seeing the Rapid Strike build anymore competitively. It's not that it's impossible. We have a Machamp out here, so maybe they still believe in this setup. However, a lot of times inside of Pokemon Unite, once something gets, a nerf, people start to run away from it. The question always is it that bad, or are we just worried now, right? So I don't know if we're going to see the Rapid Strike here for that very reason, but it's possible. I don't think it would play too poorly into a Leafeon, that's for sure.
No, I mean, it certainly has its upside, but it's difficult to deny the Unite move into Wicked Blow combination that single strike Urshifu brings, especially when you have prime targets in Overlord and Curios and Jungle Book who are going to be up in your face looking to scrap. And of course, if you can have Machisel kick off that engagement and you step up with Wicked Blow, that's KO after KO after KO.
Here we are, Doob Snacks, the final game. Someone is getting their ticket to the Aeos Cup in London, either Luminosity or Alter Ego. Now, I'm sure a lot of people at home are saying, I want the world champs to win. I want the best of the best representing NA. And I'm sure there's an equal amount of people saying, let's give this to, Alter Ego. Let's see a new team take this down. I'm sure Luminosity will be fine.
Yeah, Luminosity will be fine. They are the two-time world champions, but right now it's about this 10 minutes right ahead of them. This 10 minutes is going to decide who punches their ticket, as you mentioned, to London and compete for the Aeos Cup and trap first prize of a guaranteed world spot.
Here we go. We have a lot of help here in this central area. One tough thing about Urshifu is it's just so slow early on getting their levels early. Overlord right now looking to get their Leafeon very fast in 2 big stacks right away.
Yeah, and the pressure that they're able to put by just having one person in each path is already bearing fruit here. Luminosity Overlord level 4. Zugrug lagging a little bit far behind, but the evolutions haven't ticked over quite yet on Alter Ego's side.
Here we go. Machisel looking pretty good here at level 4. Looks like Curio's able to secure a little bit more in this top path as the Venusaur right now. We're looking for that level 5. Ooh, Roland accidentally taking a little bit of that Solar Blade right here as we have Dragonite in this bottom path. A Dragonair right now.
Yeah, the good thing about the single strike Urshifu as well, it does have some pretty decent mobility with Throat Chop, so trying to get out of the way of those particular Solar Blades so that it can get on top of Overlord with this Wicked Blow, charging it up, throwing it through, getting the Big Bird, I believe, but it's immediately in a mean look, and they're destroying Kratos. They know what the situation is, they know what the prime target is, and it's that Urshifu.
Yeah, this mean look Solar Blade is just absolutely brutal right here. Overlord scoring at will, another big Solar Blade, that's 3. Gonna continue to stack up in this moment, gonna be fully stacked right at the start of our match right here, and you can't even chase them, you're in a mean look.
Yeah, Zugrug's there like, not today.
No, stop.
And then Overlord just walks away.
You stop.
You stop it.
Here we go. Curios in the top path, level 5 right now. So is Machisel. Obviously, this is just a battle of seeing who can get the bigger secures here. We got the boosted attacks from Venusaur trying to pick it up right there. We got the Karate Chop from Machamp. Overlord coming back in. It's a level 4 against this level 7 right now. The tree almost getting chopped down by the blade.
I mean, Overlord has literally just been in the bottom path the whole time and is outpacing Kratos, who took a central rotation. Not a great look, Chief. Finally knocking a KO is the Machisel on Blissey, but that's not really a prime target.
Here we go. Roland heading up to the top path here. 4 members of Alter Ego making their way to this top path right now. And this could be tough for Curios to deal with. He might not know that this is happening right now. Big Wicked Blow getting charged up right here. Hitting Jungle because they're pushing in for this fight. And there comes the Hyper Voice. And they pick up 1 KO.
Quality KO there and one that they needed. Now there's 4 players up there ready to go. It's a 4v2, but Jungle Book and Slash aren't playing afraid. Why? Because Overlord just showed up with a 2-step. It takes 2 to tango. And that's a nightmare dance-based scenario for Alter Ego right there. They're looking for the push. Everybody's half HP. Overlord is in the business right now. They are dialed in, my friend. Kratos is trying to do everything they can to stop it. Slash uses the Shedinja doll after topping up Overlord with some egg health, and now Slash is still standing. Machisel can't even find purchase on Overlord, the target that they've actually won.
Yeah, they're able to get a consolation KO on the Blissey right there. Overlord just dancing around this fight, hitting the Solar Blades. Even though there were 3, they really can't push an Overlord right there as he's level 9. Regice getting very low right here. Jungle Book ready for a big secure. Here comes the Hyper Beam, and they do get it.
Despite Joey again making a great play on Jungle Book, it's still secured. Joey repositioning Zugrug, but Kratos not willing to scrap with that particular Pokemon. Throat Chop in, a little late, dodged, and quickly Alter Ego has to go back to their side of the map.
I've said this before, Doob Snacks. I hope they buff Mean Look. It just doesn't do enough inside some of these games.
Yeah, I'm sure that's an argument that somebody on the planet is making. You, apparently right now, happen to be one of them. Wow.
It just really isn't enough, as we're going to look at some points here in the top path. It's going to be really, really nice for Luminosity. Huge overcap possibility right here. They're just going to make sure that they pick up any experience they can before it is time to score those points. Curios obviously waiting right here. Alter Ego kind of knows it's happened, but what are they going to do about it? That goal zone is defenseless.
Yeah, Pedal Dance Giga Drain is definitely Curios' comfort zone, and I'm glad to see them on that because it just doesn't hit the same, quite literally, when they're playing the Solar Beam version of Venusaur.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're incredible on this Pokemon. You know, something interesting about Luminosity is they actually have some picks that I think a lot of people would consider somewhat off-meta choices that a lot of people aren't on exactly, but they play so well with them. They make anything work.
Quickly trying to take a wild Pokemon as Joey using the Horn Leech. Overlord Solar Blade might have still taken that despite that effort, as now everybody is just trying to scale up on Alter Ego, but they're getting outplaced by LG again.
Yeah, the level lead does not look good right here for Alter Ego. They're going to need to make some big plays. They do have the Urshifu Unite move using an eject button trying to get away, but Venusaur picks up the KO right there. Alter Ego going to have to run away from this fight. We've got the Machamp Unite. We've got the Urshifu Unite. We have Unite moves on for every single Pokemon except for the tree, and the tree just ticked over to 9.
Yeah, JL is getting sought out quickly, uses Follow Me, tries to dodge the Hyper Beam, but it's lined up, and they are knocked out. Nice little Horn Leash to try and get slashed. No, nice Blisses is back the other way. KO Shrika 2 for Overlord. They are still standing with a big shield. Solar Blade is there, but Kratos goes, Machisel goes in, hits the Unite move, gets a KO. Curios is on the chase. They want Machisel. Nice cross chop to get out of there, and wow, we're seeing Machisel step up and make a play for the squad.
Huge play for Machisel. That was a massive KO. It's a level 12 Leafeon. You get so much catch-up experience from something like that. When you KO a higher level Pokemon, you get so much more than if you KO a lower level Pokemon. Zugorg right now using its Unite move, trying to stop them right here as Jungle Book is having to run from this engagement, and they are not able to take Book down.
I can't believe this Regirock is still on the map. Clutched out with a nice Wicked Low out of Kratos. They're looking to pivot and use these shields. Burden Anger is out, Hyper Beamer is out as well. Zugorg is very low, but it's 2 players down on Alter Egos. Machisel is up top trying to get some stacks in.
Yeah, Machisel needs to power themselves up. Obviously, they have a great delete button in that Unite move. They just used it against Overlord, and they're going to want to use it in some of these big fights. Really nice score here. Look at the score line here, 235 to 73. Luminosity has been on top of their overdunks in this match.
Roland getting up front, getting a 40-point score in for themselves. Poor JL just getting KO'd by Overlord again and again.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot you can do in this moment. They'll give up some KOs on Blissey, right? But, you know, it's not a huge difference maker. You're looking for those big, juicy, high-level KOs. They want to get that Leafeon. They want to pick up Venusaur. They want to pick up Dragonite.
Now, they are a little bit behind in experience is Alter Ego, and they're going to have to get caught up and get caught up quickly. If I'm Machisel, I'm just saying, give me level 13 and let me ball out a little bit. LG, on the other hand, they've got some objectives they can focus on if they want to.
We do have the level 13 on Machamp, so now it is going to start stacking up its cross-chop passive. Once it hits 13, the plus version of this move gives it a ton of extra attack. All it needs to do is hit basic attacks on wild Pokemon or enemy Pokemon, and it stacks up a huge amount of attack. Hopefully for Alter Ego, enough attack so that their next Unite move is a game-changing Unite move. Because in about 30 seconds, we have Rayquaza. Dragonite taken to the skies right now as Alter Ego scoring here in the bottom path. This game getting a lot closer, but take a look at LG in the top path. They're 335 now to 207.
They close that goal zone out, that tier 2 goal zone, so that is going way downtown as the Regieleki. That means Zugorg is going to be able to get some position, actually force out Machisel as Joey is trying to get vision, but is pretty well sussed out themselves.
This situation is not good for Alter Ego, obviously. They are behind. They're behind in a big way. They're going to need to win a big fight right here. Even if they peel off and score 100 points, they are not in this game. Nice mean look onto the Trevenant. Not much is going to happen from it. Mean look is incredibly mean, and if it catches a certain player on the other side, that could be the end for Alter Ego. Here we have the last Rayquaza of your grand finals. You will know your champion in less than 2 minutes.
We are watching. Rayquaza is getting chipped in. Roland is just seeing if everybody wants to step in to dance with them as the Sylveon is hyper voicing right there. Curios is looking for a target. In the back line is Joey. Joey goes onto the Shedinja all right, slash back in the middle. Trevor Unite kicks up. We follow up. Nice. Machamp Unite right in the middle. 4 players down for LG. Alter Ego might have just done this thing in the back of a Machamp. They're throwing all their fists, everything in the middle. It's just Zugrug moving in to try and make a player play. On their third life is LG. That is about to evaporate right now. Alter Ego seals Rayquaza, and they're about to eat a plate full of Hundo Burger.
They are running to score right now, and Luminosity needs to try to stop them, but 3 of them are still on cooldown timers. Here we go. Big score in the top path. Huge overcap, 523 to 335. This game is not over, but they have shields, they have points, they can make sneaky plays. Alter Ego right now is getting ready to punch their ticket to the Aeos Cup. We have Roland actually possibly heading home. Maybe not. Maybe looking to make a sneaky play. I would want to score those 100 points just to put us even further ahead of Luminosity right now. But obviously Luminosity is looking to make a big push. We've got JL with 42. We've got 50 coming in from the Sylveon. And here comes the push from Luminosity in the bottom path.
Yeah, they're getting 142 points and 707 to 335. Kratos needs to get in the mix. They're sieging all over this goal zone. They actually don't need to get KO'd on this goal zone. They can just defend the home pad, but they say they want to scrap it out here. We've got 10 seconds left and we want the bodies. LG getting pushed out. They are getting bullied now. Overlord who? Overlord us, baby. Turning the Jon Snow kings of this into John Doe's. Alter Ego seals it up.
Look at Alter Ego right here. 1 KO for each arm on the Machamp with a massive quadra as Luminosity makes their way all the way through the losers bracket, climbs up to the grand finals, hits the reset, but they're not able to finish it out. Alter Ego were able to win when it counted, and they are your grand finals champions here in North America.
All off the back of Machamp. Doubters into believers certainly got me. Machizzle, Machamp, that's where they get their name from. The Machizzler absolutely delivering. 48K, that number doesn't matter. That final Unite at Ray caught 4 players, and it was the beginning of the end for LG. Well done. Spraggles, let's kick it over to the desk because I know they're just as hype as we are.
Just as hype, an understatement. Wonder Chef, we were popping off. Alter Ego taking this thing down 2-1, and in fact, that means Alter Ego wins. Yes, it works.
It does work. It works for us too. We can steal a little bit of the power of the stairs, but it's not about us. It's not about the stairs. It's about Alter Ego. An incredible showing. The mental fortitude to come back from getting reverse swept 3-0 and then bringing in all their comfort picks, all the great choices in draft. An amazing showing, well earned. Let's take a look back at exactly how that went down, and I do hope we get to see that last fight 20 times in a row, exactly like you said, because that was looking so incredibly abysmal until the final fight, which is one of the best engagements I maybe have ever seen in Pokemon Unite. That was destructive.
I feel like we said the word clutch factor a few times on today's broadcast. Well, nothing more so than what Alter Ego was able to do. Luminosity Gaming having maybe one of the most difficult losers bracket runs I have ever seen. YouTube, TTV, GT, and all the way through, and Exile as well, to make it to this loser's side of the grand finals. For Alter Ego to be able to put a stop to that momentum somehow, it's nothing short of a miracle in my mind, but you can't call it that. That's just the caliber of this team. Alter Ego is unbelievably strong.
The mental fortitude, I know I just said it, but it is incredible. I mean, this was one of the roughest games that we had in this grand finals, and it was the one they needed to win the most. But right here, look at this final fight, everybody chunked all in one spot. The Machizzle Unite was unbelievable. Just that coordination for the team fight. Everybody got pushed into the same exact spot. We could run that at 10% speed and we'd have so much to talk about.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not standing beside the telestrator, but I would want to point out the reason everybody was clumped up in that spot. Of course, we have a Trevor Unite move to knock everybody, but the follow me from Clefable to line up a couple of targets there. But of course, our player of the game has to be reserved for Machizzle on this Machamp. 2 games in a row now, and 2 maybe the most important games of this player's career, as now they have not only won our Aeos Cup play-ins, they are getting that paid trip to London to go compete in the group stage of Aeos Cup.
Their 2 most important games of their career so far, because now they've got an excellent chance to qualify for Worlds if they continue to play like they have been. And also, that leads us to a 100% on broadcast Machamp win rate. Yes. And it was all in grand finals.
Which may be the most important statistic if we're going to have any throughout this tournament. But I think Alter Ego is a team that has built up a lot of hype leading up into this tournament. Throughout the offseason, they were taking down a lot of community tournaments and really making a lot of people pay attention to what this squad was capable of. Well, now we have the official tournament proof. Yes. And we have a great start to the season for them, a tournament win. And I must say, I know I'm not alone, but I cannot wait to watch Alter Ego play another match.
Oh, I know. I cannot wait for the Aeos Cup in general. But yeah, I felt like this was their biggest challenge, right? Anybody who's been following UCS for the past year, for the 2023 season, knows that this losers bracket run back type LG style is one of the scariest things you could possibly run into in any situation. Once they've kind of gathered themselves, they are always unstoppable. So that is the ultimate test that you can put any team up against, and to be down 3 games straight against them and then come back and win, that I think it has cleared any doubt in anybody's mind that Alter Ego is a world champion class team.
Unreal strong. Honestly, all the top teams in North America showcased some incredible Pokemon Unite gameplay today. I mean, Luminosity Gaming again on one of the craziest loser bracket runs we have ever seen, but Alter Ego shutting that down at the most important moment in the tournament, and we have crowned a new North American champion, Alter Ego.
I said it before, but the 4 out of our 6 regions that we had qualifying for the Aeos Cup had bracket resets, and this was the only one where the team coming from losers did not win. So if that says anything, we are in for an absolutely ridiculous season, and I am so excited for it. We can actually take a look at what the championship points are currently. Of course, after this first tournament, it is going to be the placements of the tournament, but very importantly, you can see the spots they are going to the championship points. And LG is currently, technically, qualified for Worlds. That's going to change a lot, I'm sure, over the next several months.
Yeah, that is true. If anybody's watching at home wondering what those highlighted teams are, those are the teams that will have qualified for the World Championships this year. North America and Europe both getting 2 slots determined by the championship point total.
Yeah, and so those little gold highlights mean everything. They mean 100%. Of course, it can go down slightly if like one of those teams high in points ends up like winning one of the big tournaments that auto qualifies, but we'll see, because this is just a ridiculous start to the season, right? I mean, already we've seen so many upsets in every single bracket across the world. We've seen tons of literal resets, tons of Pokemon that we didn't expect to do well. I mean, the Machamp, like honestly, anything can happen in the rest of the season. I know I'm kind of just saying vague things, but I'm just amazed.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. But we actually have an interview with Alter Ego's Roland. Roland, incredible games from you today. Congratulations on being the Aeos Cup Play-In Champion. Roland, how does it feel to start the season so strong?
It feels amazing. I can't express it. We've been working so hard for this. I've been with JL and JL for like 3 years now, and I can't explain how happy I am. This is great. I love it.
Well deserved. You deserve that and so much more. What a comeback. I mean, I have to ask. Obviously, things were looking relatively bleak in those grand finals. How did you all mentally come back from that? I mean, what was the decision making that led you guys to staying in it, even just like as far as morale?
So obviously we had a lead. We were in winners, so we had a whole bracket lead, but then we had to go to a bracket reset. So our mental was pretty shot, but we eventually just came together as a team, and we told each other 2 games, and we're going to Europe. So we got to focus up, and we might have made a whole new draft while in draft. It was insane.
Well, I'm really happy you did, because the Pokemon selection was so exciting to see from you. But Roland, you just said it. You are going to Europe to compete with some of the world's best. There is a lot of incredible opponents that are going to be showing up. Any teams or regions in particular that you're excited to face off against on a world stage?
I haven't really thought about it. I'm not going to lie to you, but I'm excited for whoever goes.
Fair enough. Well, again, congratulations, Roland, on winning an incredibly important tournament here at the Aeos Cup Play-Ins. And of course, good luck in London when you play in April later this year. Wonder Chef, that is bringing us to the end of this tournament, and we of course need to take one last look at the bracket. I love Roland so much. But we are going to be looking at, of course, the Aeos Cup qualified teams from around the globe. We now know all of the 6 teams from these regions who are going to be participating.
That's right. From North America, we've got Alter Ego. From Europe, we've got For Free, again, resetting the bracket and winning. Legacy from Brazil, OC with Greater Zenith. Rework Respawn coming out of Latin America North, and then Latin America South is bringing Fusion. So a ton of well-known names, a lot of them that have been to Worlds before. I've said it before, but realistically, when we're looking at the Aeos Cup this year, it is a miniature Worlds.
It's going to be so much fun. We have a lot of tournaments on the schedule, though, as we take a look at our broadcast schedule for 2024. March Finals is next. It's going to be another tournament where these teams are going to be competing against each other online. But the one after that, Aeos Cup at EUIC, is an in-person Pokemon Unite event.
With so many players across the world. And of course, after that, we've got the April finals, the regional finals, and then NAIC. There is just so much action. And wait a minute, where did these two come from?
Ta-da! Come on, pretty impressive, right?
Well, you guys got to cast an incredible matchup. I mean, North America finished with one of the most exciting, I think, grand finals in total we have ever seen. Spraggles, what are your thoughts on that matchup?
It was incredible. I mean, Luminosity, they still look like the world champions, but Alter Ego had them today. I can't believe how good the Machamp was, and I have to say, Zoinks, I was wrong about your list. It's worse than I thought, because Alter Ego's way too low, For Free is way too low. What are you doing with Luminosity at 6th? They're easily 10th.
Duke's next, your turn.
Cool. Well, the NA delivered. I was so excited to watch that match off the back of the Machamp, of course. Just some quick, fun stats for you. 557 games played in the NA region throughout this event, 156 teams, 814 attendees. That's a lot of people. It's a lot of people committed to Pokemon Unite. Those last 2 teams standing delivered.
Absolutely amazing. So fun to watch. Wonder Chef, your thoughts now at the conclusion of North America.
I feel like I've given all of my thoughts. This is the most incredible start to the season we could have asked for. Literally, I feel like we have more questions as to who's going to do all the season than we started with at the beginning of the weekend, in a good way, right? It's never like, oh, wow, everybody was really disappointing. It's like, oh, no, everybody's too good, which is a great problem to have.
Yeah, I think my sentiments on North America echo yours. We are looking at another year of incredible parity amongst the North American region, and I can't wait to get into it. But earlier today, we had a call out to you, the community, to ask for some fan art to be created for this tournament, and you all delivered in a major way. We have a really fun piece that we want to pull up on broadcast and a highlight, and look at this! Oh my word, we do not have the title, but I feel like, Spraggles, you should be able to title this piece.
I'm gonna call this 2 Men in Love with Stairs.
And each other.
And each other. And just vibing. I mean, what a time.
Stars.
One of my favorite things is I'll see people in the Twitch chat who go, why are they by the stairs? And then other people make something like this. Now you understand why we're by the stairs.
You get it.
And we do have to give a shout out. This was actually created by one of our observers who was working today and created this. So thank you so much for putting in incredible work in game and out of game on stairs. It was amazing. Thank you so much.
All right, well, that's going to do it here for our broadcast. Make sure that you're following Unite Esports everywhere on Twitch and Twitter and YouTube and all the places. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for listening. This has been the start of another amazing season of the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Yeehaw to you and yours. I'm going to the stairs. Goodbye, everybody.
Oh, no.
Close enough. This is back to an even fight with the Unite move. Resources are in the favor of Yellow Bingos. We're going to see it immediately. The Crossel uses Unite, the huge ball. Everybody together. Oh my goodness. The team just melted all at once.
There is an opportunity right here. A possible steal. We have the Inteleon. And no, they're not able to get it. Who's able to secure that? Espeon picking up the secure right there.
So far, For Free has been living up to our expectations that we would love to see from them. In fact, they were my pick to win this entire tournament, and they are now 1 game away from accomplishing that goal and making me look very good on broadcast.
credit. Pivoting back the other way. 60s is trapped. 60s is stuck. 60s is going down, and another round. Now they're pushing the bottom goal zone. 60s internal going to sit on it.
For free, the bracket reset. Not losing a single game to Yala Bingo. Take a look at this because we did just have a team
win.
Oh! Do we control it? Is someone somewhere else controlling it? You don't know.
And before we get into it, I just want to point out that I got onto the desk and I picked up this card, and all it says on it is stairs, question mark. This is genuinely the card that's up here.
And water spout right into the middle. Zugrug, Rubble rouses, but they're pivoting back. Neon is looking at, going to snag some shields all the way back. Rayquaza's at about 40%. Oblivion jumps to the middle. They're looking for a Hydro Typhoon target. Nope, they're causing Psychic Solaire. They don't get quite knocked out yet. They pull the trigger on the Hydro Typhoon, but they get knocked down in the middle of it. And LG secures. Jungle Book secures. Now they have to flip the script. They just have a couple points to get in, Spraggles, and it's going to be a 90 banger off rip. And Overlord, the Chaos Streaker 2.
One more set, the grand finals, to see who from North America is going to be making it to the Aeos Cup.
And they're looking for a split push. There's under 10 seconds left. LG looking in a position to hold on. Slash use their Sidinjal right, come through is Curious, and they're going to be able to stop this thing. A couple points going. Oh, no banger goes in. The Inteleon still had the shield.
We are the grand finals reset in North America. Luminosity. Can the world champs do it again? Can they come from the losers bracket and prove Zoinks wrong?
Sylveon is hyper voicing right there. Curious is looking for a target. In the back line is Joey. Joey goes onto the Shedinjal right, slash back in the middle. Trevor Unite kicks up. We follow up. Nice. Machamp Unite right in the middle. 4 players down for LG.
In fact, that means Alter Ego wins. Yes, it works.
What you're saying, it just makes me think I need to have a revenge tour. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what it looks like yet, but get ready because I'm going to do a revenge tour. It's a revenge tour. Anyone who's wronged me in any way, I'm going after them.
These are some of the best teams in the world. If you're looking to learn to play Pokemon Unite, Logan Paul, watch this match right here.
You can draw, you can do this. Yeehaw, you get it. Into that huge rock tomb, that huge Espeon Unite, and it's party time, baby.
This is a possible piece of Hollowware, and that, I think, is very important. We get the dance moves in. We still get them in. I'm sure we do.
Nailed it. Where they've come together to make that lineup for them. And I think we had the names swapped, and I just got jumbled up for no reason.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard. There's so many words on this screen. I just disregard almost all of them.
I can barely read.
I've seen Gordon Ramsay make eggs, and they were like liquid. What's up with that? Scrambled eggs.
I actually made those eggs.
That was you?
That wasn't Gordon Ramsay. I actually made those.
That was the red light. So if we get low, this is a solid angle. This is a confident angle for me. For you, how do you feel?
I hate how I'm positioned right now, but what I do like is this proves how long we spent figuring out what we could do with these stairs. Because otherwise, why would there be 2 cameras?
Oh, that's perfect. That's the shot right there. That's the
Beautiful.
This seems good. Yeah, it's also
what if I'm creeping this way? That's not bad. Now we can each poke around from one corner.
Yeah.
We can corner creep together, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only problem with me is, like, it's hard to be. I'm like only moderately creepy. It's so dumb because it's connected to the stairs. That's not why we're here. We're using this screen. This is just a lucky coincidence.
Yeah.
What an incredible game. I mean, that's why you play Pokemon Unite. But more importantly, that's why you walk down these stairs right here.
These ones.
Why is Kirk out of breath?
What? Everyone's out of breath from the stairs. Okay? There's 4 whole stairs.
I do feel like I am getting some non-negligible amount of fitness in. I'm pretty sure that's Tybo.
But make sure that you're following us on Twitch. Make sure that you're subscribed on YouTube. Make sure that you're doing a third thing that I haven't thought of yet. Stairs, I'm leaving!